Master, master, he's awake. Quick, go tell the old lady that the young master has woken up. A maid whispered excitedly to another young servant girl. Meng Jun slowly opened his eyes, vaguely seeing an intricately carved canopied bed above him. A soft female voice reached his ears. He tried hard to open his eyes wider, but his body was still too weak, and darkness pulled him under once more. Doctor, doctor, is my son going to be all right? He just woke up for a moment, but now he looks unconscious again. A white-bearded old man with a goatee calmly replied, "Don't worry too much, madam. As long as he regained consciousness, he should be fine. His pulse has stabilized. He'll wake again in 2 or 3 hours." With that, the elderly physician began packing up his medical kit. "Thank you so much, doctor. Hey, raise your fee. Huaner, please escort the doctor out," the elderly woman said, clasping her hands together and bowing toward the heavens. "Thank the heavens. Thank the Bodhisattva for protecting my son and keeping him safe." That night, Meng Jun slowly opened his eyes again. Looking around, he saw the interior of an ancient-style room, dimly lit by an oil lamp. A young woman sat at the table beside him, fast asleep with her head resting on her arms. He recalled that earlier that day, he had been on his way to work. While crossing a footbridge, he slipped and fell. Logically speaking, he should have ended up in a hospital surrounded by doctors and nurses in white coats, not here, in this strange place. Meng Jun rubbed his head. "What the hell, why am I bald? Where's my hair? Master, you're awake. You're finally okay. He'll go get the old lady right away." The girl, seeing Meng Jun conscious, jumped up joyfully and rushed out the door. Still dazed, Meng Jun looked at the retreating figure of the girl, then touched his head again. "Who shaved my head? Wait, why do I have a small braid at the back? My hair wasn't that long before. I couldn't possibly grow this out overnight." Just then, the old woman from earlier entered the room, dressed in elegant traditional attire, adorned with pearl hairpins, and wearing a string of Buddhist prayer beads on her wrist. She radiated grace and dignity. "Juner, you've finally woken up. Thank goodness. How are you feeling? Any pain? Are you hungry? Should I have some warm soup brought in?" She hurried over and gently patted his head. "Huaner, go to the kitchen and bring the broth we've been simmering." Meng Jun stared at her. This woman who called herself his mother was someone he didn't recognize at all. Excuse me, where exactly am I?" "What are you talking about, Juner? This is your home. Don't you remember?" The old woman gently stroked his forehead, her voice full of concern. "Here, drink this soup. Rest well for a few days. Baiji will take care of your duties at the barracks. There's no need to worry. And really, you should think about applying for a transfer to a civilian post. That position as a Qianzhou military officer isn't worth holding onto anymore. With things so unstable these days, safety is the most important thing." She blew on the soup carefully before feeding it to him, murmuring softly as she did so. Meng Jun silently drank the soup, listening without protest, occasionally replying with a quiet "Okay, or is that so?" After all, arriving in this unfamiliar world, it was wise to listen more and speak less. As he finished, a wave of exhaustion crashed over him. The old woman noticed immediately. "My dear boy, rest now. If there's anything you want to eat later, just tell Huaner. He'll go recite some sutras for your protection." She gently brushed her hand across his forehead before quietly leaving the room. Meng Jun looked at the maid standing nearby, dressed in period clothing, and thought to himself, "Have I really time-traveled? And what's with the Q? Am I in the Qing Dynasty?" 3 days later, after observing his surroundings and subtly questioning Huaner, Meng Jun finally pieced together who he was now. His name was Meng Jun, courtesy name Yung, a native of Changshu County, Jiangsu Province. It was mid-June in the second year of the Hongguang Era of the Qing Dynasty. His father had passed away over a year ago. His mother, Lady Zhou, came from a wealthy family. Previously, his father had used connections to secure the position of Qianzhong, a low-ranking military officer in the local garrison. However, the unit barely numbered 600 men, mostly poor and underfunded. In truth, Meng Jun's role was largely ceremonial. Actual affairs were handled by Meng Biji, a loyal household servant. Meng Jun had fallen into a coma after being thrown from his horse while returning from the supply camp. An accident caused by the horse suddenly spooking and throwing him headfirst into the ground. The current year was also known as the first year of the Longwu reign of the Southern Ming, though the Hongguang Emperor had already perished. 2 weeks ago, Qing forces had captured Nanjing, swiftly pacifying the Jiangnan region. As a result, Meng Jun's former self had become a Qing military officer in the Green Standard Army, a title that changed little else. However, just half a month prior, Regent Prince Dorgan had issued the infamous tiefling hair-shaving edict. Keep your head, lose your hair, keep your hair, lose your head. Naturally, Meng Jun's former self had complied, shaving his head and keeping only the queue as a sign of loyalty. But this decree had sparked outrage throughout Jiangnan. Local gentry and commoners alike rose up in rebellion, expelling county magistrates and rehoisting the banners of the fallen Ming dynasty. Rebellion spread like wildfire across the region. By June, the order had spread throughout Jiangnan. Since May, wherever the edict arrived, unrest followed. The first sparks flew in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. In May of the second year of Xunji, scholar Liu Shiyao raised a rebellion in Taihu Lake, joined soon after by former Ming official Wu Yi and scholar Sun Zhaokui, who led forces from the Wujiang-Changbei area. Nearby rebel troops rallied to their cause, building momentum. These groups even coordinated with General Wu Zhikui of the Southern Ming's Wusong Commandery in an attempt to seize Suzhou but were ultimately defeated. In June, Southern Ming Governor Tianyang launched a rebellion from Chongming Island, declaring the restoration of the late Ming Prince Yang. Another uprising broke out in Chongqing County, led by Jin Yujian, who quickly captured Huzhou and marched toward Chongqing. In Jiaxing, scholars and civilians took up arms, gathering over 30,000 fighters, causing panic in Nanjing. Changshu County itself was restless, with tension brewing beneath the surface. Because Meng Jun's new identity shared the same name and background as the original occupant, he had thus far played along. But every time he looked in the mirror and saw his bald forehead with a thin, long queue trailing behind, he felt an overwhelming urge to cut it off. Yet he reminded himself constantly, don't act rashly. Cutting it may be easy, but the consequences could be deadly. Bayan, have there been any developments outside lately? Report, Master. The barbers have been very busy these days. The Green Standard soldiers are rounding up anyone who hasn't shaved yet and forcing them to wear the queue. Meng Bianan was another household servant, one who had grown up alongside Meng Jun, serving as both companion and personal attendant. Now, he sat beside Meng Jun, fanning him lazily with a palm leaf fan, while Meng lounged in a rocking chair, swaying gently. Master, you've been cooped up in the house for days. Would you like to go out for a walk? Might help clear your head, Meng Bianan suggested with a smile. Hearing this, Meng Jun stopped rocking and thought for a moment. Curiosity had been growing inside him, hadn't seen the outside world since arriving in this era. All right, let's go for a walk, he said, standing up and stretching. Then, accompanied by Meng Bianan, he stepped out into the streets to explore the customs and scenery of the Ming world. Chapter 2. On the street, Meng Jun led Meng Bian away from home and arrived at Chashu Street, flanked by low wooden structures. The streets were sparsely populated, and those who passed by moved with hurried steps, presenting a scene of market desolation. After a brief stroll, Meng Jun felt a profound sense of monotony. Wherever he cast his gaze, he encountered an array of indistinguishable houses, devoid of any distinctive charm. Furthermore, the shops appeared tightly shuttered, lacking vitality. Although Chashu was free from the ravages of war, the turmoil of Jiangnan had evidently reached this place. After walking for about half an hour, Meng Jun was about to turn back home when he suddenly noticed a crowd gathered at a certain spot. Curiosity piqued, he found himself drawn towards the throng. At that moment, Meng Bian looked at Meng Jun with a glimmer of hope and spoke. As Meng Jun focused his attention, he beheld a group of Qing soldiers, barbers among them, mercilessly beating a scholar who was on the verge of death. It turned out that this scholar adamantly refused to have his head shaved. With a tiger-headed knife in hand, the barber soldier was about to strike at the scholar's neck, shouting, to keep the head but shave the hair. To shave the hair but keep the head. Witnessing this alarming scene, Meng Jun shouted, Stop! How dare you? Shaving the head and keeping the braid is a decree of the court. Who dares to defy it? Do you intend to rebel? Hearing the commotion, a Qing soldier barked back. Impudent! How dare you speak so disrespectfully to my young master? Meng Bian exclaimed, immediately raising his voice in indignation at the insolence directed towards Meng Jun. The soldiers, taken aback by Meng Bian's words, hesitated. Lord Meng, these soldiers are blind to their own ignorance, not recognizing the mountain of your status. I implore you to show mercy and forgive this scoundrel this once, said a burly man with a thick beard, clasping his fists in respect towards Meng Jun's song. Song Battalion Commander, I did not realize it was you, Lord Qin, stammered the soldier who had attempted to silence Meng Jun, his face paling in fear. Very well, Meng Jun replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. He intervened to halt the barber's blade, saving the scholar's life. Of course, the head would still need to be shaved. After the scholar was knocked unconscious, they would proceed with the shaving. The Song Battalion commander, seeing that the scholar had been shaved, chose not to stir further trouble, merely clasping his hands in respect to Meng Jun before leading his soldiers away. Meng Jun gazed at the unconscious scholar before him, sensing that this situation was quite precarious. Having saved him, it was not feasible to leave him sprawled on the street. "Young master, perhaps we should take him back to the military camp. It is not far from the East City Gate, and the camp lies just 3 miles beyond," Meng Bian suggested. "That sounds excellent," Meng Jun responded. The journey to the military camp would allow him to assess the current situation. As a battalion commander in these turbulent times, the importance of the military was undeniable. If he could command a disciplined and formidable army, there would be no place in this vast realm that he could not reach. With this thought, a surge of excitement welled up within Meng Jun. Meng Bian carried the scholar on his back as they made their way to the military camp, conversing along the way. "It has been several days since I last saw Bai, and this is a perfect opportunity to pay him a visit." After a while, they arrived at the gates of the military camp, where 2 sentinels bowed respectfully to Meng Jun, announcing his presence as the battalion commander. "Let Bai Ji come to see me," commanded the gentleman, and a soldier swiftly entered to convey the message. "Bring this scholar to my quarters," he instructed. Upon reaching Meng Jun's camp, a 2-story wooden structure, Meng Bian placed the scholar upon a chair. At that moment, a robust man entered the room. And upon seeing Meng Jun, he immediately knelt in excitement, exclaiming, "Young master, you are safe. That is what matters. All right, rise, there is no need to kneel among family," Meng Jun said, helping him to his feet. At this juncture, Bai Shi glanced at the scholar and inquired, "Young master, who is this?" "Oh, he is a scholar whom the young master saved on the street. He refused to shave his head. Had he waited a moment longer, his life would have surely been forfeit," Meng Bian explained. Bai Shi, during my absence, has anything transpired in the camp?" Meng Jun asked. "Everything remains as it was, young master. However, I have heard whispers that we may be tasked with transporting supplies to Jiaxing, though Wang Shoubei has yet to provide specifics," Bai Shi replied. As their conversation continued, Meng Jun gleaned insight into the significance of his rank as a Qianzong. The camp housed a total of 720 soldiers, typically under the command of Wang Shoubei, who resided in the city and seldom visited the military encampment. There were 3 captains in the camp: Meng Baiji, Song Jianping, and Lin Shiqi. Meng Baiji was a staunch ally, Song Jianping a loyalist of Wang Shoubei, while Lin Shiqi maintained a neutral stance, obeying any orders given to him. Lin Shiqi commanded a contingent of 60 to 70 northern deserters, known for their valor, who rallied under his banner. Indeed, the absence of factions among the outsiders, coupled with the emperor's ideology, rendered the internal dynamics utterly peculiar. How true the words of the Great Ones ring. At that moment, a commotion arose as the scholar began to stir, groaning softly as he regained consciousness. Once awake, he realized his head had been shaved, and he fell into a mournful silence. When asked his name, he remained mute, his countenance ashen. Finally, he uttered, "The hair and skin of the body are a gift from my parents. Now, having lost my hair, and assuming the attire of the disheveled, I am unworthy to face my ancestors. Oh dear, you melancholic scholar, a mere haircut is nothing compared to losing one's life," Meng Baishi retorted. Unable to contain himself. "Living brings hope. Death extinguishes all hope," Meng Jun interjected gently in an attempt to console him. At the sound of those words, a flicker of light ignited in the scholar's eyes, though he remained silent, his demeanor appearing somewhat improved. Meng Jun was acutely aware that the Qing dynasty would ultimately triumph. It was the 2nd year of Xuanji, and he vaguely recalled that Li Ziqing would perish this year at Jiugong Mountain in Hubei, while Zhang Xianzhong would meet his end at the hands of the Qing army the following year. As for the Southern Ming, they were embroiled in a struggle for the throne, disregarding the formidable Qing court in their internal strife. Meng Jun contemplated altering the course of history, a pragmatic realization being the necessity of an army and territory. Yet, he found himself merely a minor Qianzong, lacking the authority to lead troops independently, especially given that his 3 captains did not share the same convictions. The absence of territory compounded his challenges, and a myriad of thoughts flooded Meng Jun's mind. At that moment, a soldier entered to announce that Captain Lin Shiqi had come to seek an audience. Meng Jun regarded the northern man with a keen and discerning gaze. Lin Shiqi, a gaunt man with a dark complexion hailing from Yulin, Shaanxi, is said to have emerged from the ranks of the renowned Guaning Iron Cavalry. He possesses an elongated visage, marred by a prominent scar that stretches from his brow to the corner of his lips, rendering his appearance quite formidable. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Meng Jun, Lin Shiqi took his leave. Amidst the escalating resistance against the Tancher Edict in Jiangnan, the region of the Qing court, Dorgan resolved to appoint a figure of considerable stature to restore order in the region, none other than Hong Qianshou, the former governor-general of Jilin and Liaodong during the Ming Dynasty, and a grand tutor to the crown prince. Chapter 3. The March days passed, and a command arrived from Commander Wang, instructing Meng Jun to lead the Chashu camp to escort supplies to the army of Li Chengdong outside Jiaxing City the following day. Upon receiving the order, Meng Jun bid farewell to his mother, Mrs. Zhou. Although she was worried, she urged him to travel safely and assured him of her prayers. The next day, Meng Jun, accompanied by Meng Bian, returned to the military camp to collect the supplies and commenced their journey towards Jiaxing, leading the Changshu camp from their barracks. As he observed the numerous carts laden with money, grain, and military equipment, Meng Jun's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. However, he dared not reveal his feelings amidst the nearly 1,000 soldiers of the Changshu camp, who appeared indifferent and unresponsive. He turned to the scholar beside him, whom he had taken as his aide since settling him in the camp, yet the scholar remained taciturn throughout the journey. Along the way, Meng Jun frequently took out a copy of The Art of War whenever he had a moment, striving to absorb its teachings despite grappling with many concepts. He forced himself to study, believing that familiarity with the classics would enhance his skills, even if he could not compose poetry himself. Occasionally, he would engage the scholar in discussions about Sun Tzu's strategies, but while the scholar was undoubtedly talented, his expertise did not extend to military matters. Meng Jun perceived that, despite the scholar's seemingly pedantic demeanor, he possessed a certain flair for eloquence and could effortlessly reference historical anecdotes. The pace of their escort was excruciatingly slow, covering merely 25 li, approximately 12 kilometers, in a day's march. The journey was monotonous, and with The Art of War comprising only 6,000 words. Meng Jun had already read it several times over within the past few days. Consequently, he often conversed with the scholar, who, though initially disinterested, suddenly found a spark of enthusiasm. This is Yangzhou Lake. The rice is ripe, and the crabs are plump, their claws like halberds rising from the green mud. The succulent crabs of Yangzhou Lake, Meng Jun remarked with a smile, are a delight I once savored with dear friends years ago, a memory that lingers sweetly. Indeed, Yangzhou Lake remains, and the crabs come every year, yet my old companions are no longer here, the scholar murmured, gazing wistfully at the distant lake. Beneath the sorrowful bridge, the spring waves are green. Once, a startled swan reflected upon its surface. Noticing the scholar's melancholic mood, Meng Jun shifted the topic. In the early Ming Dynasty, a remarkable figure emerged from Yangzhou Lake. Do you know who it was? The black-clad monk, Yao Guangxiao. The scholar replied matter-of-factly. What is your opinion of Yao Guangxiao? I have read in historical texts that some regard him as a prodigy, while others label him a sorcerous monk. Whether he was virtuous or wicked depends on perspective. To the Jiangwen emperor, he was undoubtedly a malevolent sorcerer, the source of chaos in the world. Yet to the Yongle emperor, Yao Guangxiu was a strategist of great renown. Akin to how Emperor Gao revered his advisor, Chen Ping, and Emperor Taizong held Feng Xianling in high esteem, Yao Guangxiao supported the Yongle emperor, orchestrating various schemes that led to decisive victories from afar, aiding him in making critical and astute decisions at crucial junctures. The scholar paused for a moment before continuing. In today's world, the Eastern marauders run rampant, leaving one to ponder who can bring peace to the realm. It is indeed the times that forge heroes. The vast expanse of the world is teeming with valiant figures. Since the Battle of Saru, the imperial forces have achieved only minor victories against the Eastern invaders, suffering significant defeats instead. Now, they are paralyzed by fear, with Lu Liangzhou and Lu Ziqing commanding tens of thousands of troops in the 4 northern towns, surrendering without a single arrow loosed. The tide of capitulation has swept through all levels of officials, which is both laughable and shameful. The scholar lamented passionately. The Qing army's entry into the pass does not signify their invincibility. Rather, it is the result of a weakened and corrupt court embroiled in factional strife, where those in high positions engage in internal discord while cowering before external foes. If the court were not so corrupt and inept, if Li Ziqing had not breached the capital, if Wu Sangui had not opened the Shanhai Pass. Alas, reality offers no such alternatives. Li Ziqing has breached Beijing, and Wu Sangui has opened the pass. Yet, I believe that if we rectify the prevailing issues, train elite troops, and ensure ample provisions, the world may still be salvaged. As Meng Jun conversed casually by the lakeside with the scholar, Meng Bian stood attentively behind them. Unable to restrain himself, he interjected, "Sir, I have heard that the Longwu Emperor of Fujian has ascended to the throne." The Zheng clan's naval fleet boasts 1,000 ships and an army of hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, provinces such as Fujian, Jiangxi, Guangxi, and Hubei are still intact. The king of Lu in Zhejiang has already taken on a regent's role in Shaoxing. The recent decree mandating shaved heads has left the populace in turmoil, prompting acts of rebellion across the land. If the imperial army were to launch a northern expedition now, I believe it would surely succeed. Meng Jun suddenly felt a surge of emotion, realizing he was not alone in his convictions. Since the Manchus entered the pass, they have committed atrocities without remorse, and public sentiment has turned against them. Now, in the wake of the head-shaving decree, the hearts of the people in Jiangnan are ablaze. However, the various rebel armies are currently acting independently. If only one leader could unify them, there remains hope for a standoff against the central plains from the banks of the Yangtze. At this moment, Meng Jun noticed for the first time Meng Bian's keen insight and perceptive nature. Bian speaks with wisdom, Meng Jun praised. In the midst of their spirited discourse, the scholar, visibly agitated, suggested, "Sir, perhaps we should." Before the scholar could finish, Meng Jun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I know what you wish to propose. Keep it to yourself for now." Undeterred by Meng Jun's interruption, the scholar passionately insisted, "Sir Meng, we now live in a state of shame, stripped of our dignity. Rather than endure such humiliation, we ought to." He emphasized the last word, revolt. Upon hearing the scholar's words, Meng Bian immediately retorted, "Your scholarly perspective is naive. In our current predicament, how can we revolt? The imperial army has yet to embark on a northern campaign, and we are but a few hundred strong. To put it kindly, we are an army. To put it frankly, we are merely a band of laborers. What can we accomplish? Moreover, with the massacre of 80,000 in Yangzhou and hundreds of thousands surrendering in the 4 northern towns, our few hundred are hardly enough to withstand the 8 banners." Do not heed the scholar's reckless talk. Confucius spoke of righteousness and Ming of justice. "You are but a coward," the scholar scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Meng Bian. The latter, stung by the scholar's words, felt his anger rise, his mouth twitching in agitation. "Enough, cease the clamor. Allow me a moment to contemplate." Meng Jun admonished the two who were bickering. The sound of galloping hooves soon echoed in the air. Meng Jun focused his gaze, and a soldier from the 8 banners rode swiftly towards him. Upon reaching Meng Jun, the soldier, with an air of arrogance, declared, "You shall remain here to rest for a while. Ahead, there are some unruly civilians. The army will quell the disturbance, and then you may proceed." Without waiting for Meng Jun's response, he turned his horse and sped away. As Meng Jun observed the departing figure of the 8 banner soldier, he pondered for a moment before addressing Meng Bian and the scholar. "Let us ascend the hill over there for a better view." Nearby, Meng Bian and Lin Shiqi, along with Song Jianping, upon hearing of the 8 banners' troops quelling the unrest, immediately followed suit, while Song Jianping, after a moment's hesitation, decided to join them as well. Chapter 4. War on a hillside outside the city of Xiangqing. Meng Jun gazed at the formation of the 8 banners' soldiers in the distance. In front of the 8 banners stood approximately 400 to 500 green standard troops. Although the 8 banners numbered only a little over 100, they exuded an aura of lethal prowess. Opposing them were nearly 2,000 disorganized attackers, with fewer than 100 clad in armor. The rest wielded an assortment of weapons. Some bore swords, others long spears or muskets, while a few brandished kitchen knives, hoes, and iron forks. It appeared that these were village militia, rallied by local gentry to resist the forced shaving of heads and change of clothing. Despite standing at a distance from the battlefield, the stench of blood and the acrid scent of gunpowder relentlessly assaulted Meng Jun's nostrils. The brutality of war was suffocating, and he found himself gripped by a mix of fear and an unsettling thrill. "These men are astonishingly fearless, willing to throw away their lives," Song Jianping remarked, his voice betraying his astonishment as he surveyed the scene. "The populace, unafraid of death, how can they be intimidated by it?" came the trembling voice of a scholar nearby. Hearing this, both Song Jianping and Lin Shiqi turned their attention to the scholar, who remained fixated on the battlefield. Meng Jun observed the villagers, each one unyielding in their resolve, with not a single individual retreating. Yet, this reckless charge inflicted minimal casualties on the Qing forces, for the green standard soldiers appeared well trained, while the villagers were but a rabble. In Meng Jun's eyes, these villagers were valiant but lacked strategy. Nevertheless, the sight of the Ming flag among them stirred a tumult of emotions within him, not for the Ming dynasty itself, but for the cultural legacy and the pride stemming from the Han and Tang eras. For millennia, who dared to force the Han people into submission. To compel them to shave their heads and alter their attire? Such acts were the gravest affront to this nation. In less than half an hour, the villagers began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, the 8 banners cavalry charged forward like arrows released from a bow, mercilessly slaughtering the villagers, who could not withstand the onslaught. Their anguished cries filled the air as the cavalry easily breached the lines of the righteous army. After a brief regrouping, the 8 banners charged again, causing the righteous forces to disintegrate and flee in chaos. Truly, they are utterly incapable of withstanding such an assault, the scholar muttered, his brow furrowed, his pale lips trembling as despair seeped into his voice. Meng Jun felt a chill enveloping him as he witnessed the rapid devastation. Scarcely 100 managed to escape, while the rest perished on the battlefield. Those wounded but alive were swiftly dispatched by the Green Standard troops, rendering life exceedingly cheap in that moment. The reputation of the 8 banners as elite forces was evidently justified, as even the formidable frontier troops could not hold their ground, let alone these assembled villagers. Meng Biji remarked, with such a disorganized and unruly crowd facing the elite cavalry of the 8 banners, it would be exceedingly unwise to pursue a path of destruction. Lin Shiqi coldly remarked. Upon hearing this, Meng Jun turned to Lin Shiqi and inquired how the local villagers should respond to the 8 banner soldiers. Meng Jun sought to gauge Lin Shiqi's stance on the Manchu Qing, having originated from the military of Guaning. Lin Shiqi did not align himself with Wu Sangui but had instead become a mere local commander, a situation that must have its reasons. These village soldiers, lacking training and incomplete armor, relied solely on sheer determination. If they could hold their ground within a fortified city, they might endure. However, without reinforcements, they resembled a tree without roots, ultimately facing a deadlock. Lin Shiqi shook his head, acknowledging that although Meng Jun understood the futility of certain matters, he recognized the truth in Lin Shiqi's words. Reflecting on his own circumstances, Meng Jun fell into silence. He gazed westward at the slanting sun. The evening glow was beautiful. Yet the distant battlefield marred this picturesque scene. After descending the mountain, Meng Jun and his companions arrived at the supply camp, where they observed the soldiers chatting and frolicking in small groups. Meng Jun sighed. If the army were composed entirely of such soldiers, even tenfold, they could not withstand a single charge from the 8 banner cavalry. He would prefer those village soldiers to approach stealthily and launch a surprise attack on his supply camp, for he was certain that, given their performance, these soldiers would flee at the first sign of danger. Internally, Meng Jun leaned towards the scholar's perspective, yet from the current viewpoint, should he decide to rebel, these men would not rally to his cause, at most offering support to a handful of confidants, leaving him as a mere figurehead. Lost in thought, he found no clarity, letting out a deep sigh and inwardly cursing the difficult situation he faced. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves approached, revealing the earlier messenger from the 8 banners, still exuding arrogance. However, after witnessing carnage, the messenger was drenched in blood, as if emerging from a rain of crimson, emanating a chilling aura that caused several nearby soldiers to recoil in fear. Let it be known that the rebels ahead have been quelled. You may proceed, he declared, without so much as glancing at Meng Jun before riding off with haste. Truly, such arrogance was intolerable, Meng Jun thought, as he observed Lin Shiqi squinting towards the departing 8 banner soldiers. Meng Jun then asked Lin Shiqi, what of those Green Standard troops who were cleaning the battlefield? And what of the 8 banner soldiers? The 8 banners, buoyed by their great victory, will surely plunder the countryside, Lin Shiqi replied coldly. The scholar was taken aback, exclaiming, will they once again indulge in rampant looting and slaughtering their neighbors? Turning to Meng Jun, he implored, my lord, is there any way to save those people? Meng Jun, with a bitter smile, gazed into the distance before declaring loudly, Commander Lin, the supply camp shall depart. As the setting sun bled into the sky, Meng Jun raised his head, allowing the sweltering summer breeze to dry the corners of his eyes, striving to conceal his distress from the others. In the distance, over 100 banners of the 8 banners soldiers were rampaging through a village, committing unspeakable atrocities. At the village entrance lay a dozen headless corpses, and the air was filled with the frenzied howls of the 8 banner soldiers, mingled with the heart-wrenching cries of women, creating a cacophony of despair. Meng Jun, a scholar, along with Meng Bian, Meng Biji, Song Jianpain, Lin Shiqi, and the soldiers behind them stood in stunned silence, gazing at the horrific scene unfolding before them, a sight that words could never adequately convey, one that could only be truly felt in person. Meng Jun's hands clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain as he turned to see the righteous indignation etched on the faces around him. At that moment, the 8-banner soldiers in the village spotted Meng Jun and his companions from a distance. Soon, a rider approached them, charging forth with no superfluous words, raising his whip and striking Lin Shiqi and Meng Jun with 2 sharp blows, followed by a contemptuous command to get lost. Lin Shiqi, his scarred face darkened with fury, and Meng Jun, his expression equally grim, felt a burning pain on his face, igniting an inferno of rage within him. It was then that the scholar spoke up. "My lord, shall we rise against them?" Chapter 5, The Cutting of the Braid. Once again, the scholar spoke. And as Meng Jun observed the expressions of those around him, Lin Shiqi, Song Jianping, and Meng Biji, he noted their differing demeanors. Biji and Bian were both born of the Ming family and had always looked to Meng Jun for guidance. Song Jianping remained silent, his expression inscrutable, while Lin Shiqi displayed a flicker of interest. When Meng Jun cast a glance at Lin Shiqi, he too met Meng Jun's gaze, and their eyes seemed to engage in a silent exchange. "Disperse, we shall depart from this place," Meng Jun issued a calm command. Song Jianping appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, pondering the potential consequences should the captain refuse to acquiesce. If he were to rebel, the prospect seemed bleak. After all, his family's considerable wealth meant that even a precarious existence was preferable to risking one's life. Yet, the thought of remaining behind brought forth the fear of not witnessing another dawn, thus ensuring safety seemed the wisest course. The scholar, however, gazed at Meng Jun with disappointment. Meng Jun did not offer any explanation to the scholar. It was indeed not the opportune moment. He understood that after transporting this batch of supplies, it would be prudent to leverage the Ming family's connections, land, and wealth to find a secure refuge where he could gradually amass strength and await the right moment to act. As the scholar observed Meng Jun and then glanced back at the village, listening to the anguished wails, he slowly retrieved a dagger from his bosom. In that moment, Meng Jun's mind was tumultuous, and he did not immediately notice the scholar's actions. It was not until a cry pierced the air that he realized the gravity of the situation. "Scholar, have you lost your mind? Quickly, fetch the medicinal ointment." This alarm came from Meng Bizan, who had discerned the scholar's abnormal behavior. At the sound of the exclamation, Meng Jun's heart sank. He turned to see the scholar lying on the ground, dagger in hand, blood seeping through his garments. Meng Jun rushed forward, hastily examining the scholar's breath. At this juncture, Lin Shiqi offered, "Allow me to take a look." He tore open the scholar's shirt, revealing a wound from which blood flowed incessantly. From his pocket, Lin Shiqi produced a vial of powdered medicine, sprinkling it onto the injury, and then, taking a clean cloth, he wrapped it around the wound. Under Lin Shiqi's care, the scholar's complexion began to regain a semblance of tranquility. Meng Jun observed the crowd that had gathered in a circle and instructed, "Please, step back and give him space." His heart was heavy with guilt and helplessness. He understood the scholar's intentions, yet the scholar could not comprehend his own. Meng Jun, feeling despondent, sat upon a nearby stone, gazing at the slanting rays of the sun in contemplative silence. He has awakened. The scholar has regained consciousness. Though the onlookers may not have fully grasped the scholar's actions, they admired his courage. Throughout history, adversity has often led to demise, but seeing the scholar rouse once more brought relief to their hearts. Meng Jun approached and gently patted the scholar's shoulder, saying, "You foolish scholar." Words failed him. The recent events at the village entrance lingered vividly in his mind, and a profound sense of frustration stirred within the hearts of the gathered crowd. "My lord, I implore you to sever this braid," the scholar gasped, his breath shallow. "Sir Meng, you often say that as long as one lives, there is hope. Yet, I see no hope before me. What I perceive starkly contrasts with my aspirations. I am weary and wish not to retain this braid to face my ancestors." The scholar's complexion, once slightly flushed, had now returned to a pallid gray, revealing that the previous improvement was merely a fleeting reflection of vitality. Meng Jun slightly nodded, drew the dagger from his waist, grasped the scholar's braid at the back of his head, and with a swift motion, severed it. In that moment of detachment, a faint smile appeared on the scholar's face as he said, "My lord, I wish for a new beginning." Upon finishing his words, he fixed his gaze intently upon Meng Jun. Meng Jun's heart trembled, his eyes glistening with tears as he softly replied, "I too am a Han." With these words, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he cut off his own braid. The scholar, witnessing Meng Jun's severed braid, revealed a look of satisfaction, although his smile gradually became frozen in place. "Who else?" Meng Jun raised the braid high, sweeping his gaze across the soldiers in the camp as well as Lin Shiqi and Song Jianping nearby. speaking in a solemn tone. As his eyes scanned the crowd, some soldiers were filled with righteous indignation, ready to act, while others averted their gaze, staring at the ground. Meng Jun, filled with frustration, exclaimed, "Is there truly no other Han among so many men? The Manchus number only in the hundreds of thousands, yet they sit atop us countless Han. Like those perched on the mouth of a volcano. They will undoubtedly employ ruthless methods to suppress us, to confine our thoughts. This is not merely a change of dynasty. It is the annihilation of our world. They have slaughtered in Liaodong, seized our capital, and now seek to strip us of our garments and identity. Shall we continue to live in disgrace? Do you wish to endure the same fate as the Mongols of old?" Meng Jun shouted at the surrounding soldiers. Over 2 centuries ago, Emperor Taizu, born into poverty, displayed extraordinary talent and led the Han to expel the Mongols, restoring our rightful realm. How can we now stand idly by as the Manchus take our Han heritage? Do not be deceived into thinking that the realm belongs to the Zhou family. The arrival of the Manchus is but a change of emperor in the capital. Consider which dynasty has ever forced us to alter our clothing or our hairstyles. Reflect on the glory of our Han and Tang dynasties. We must emulate Emperor Taizu of the Ming, expel the Tartars, and restore our garments. The last sentence Meng Jun nearly bellowed, his throat beginning to grow hoarse. After Meng Jun finished speaking, silence enveloped the scene. Yet, in the midst of this silence, a revolution was brewing. At that moment, Meng Jun looked towards Meng Bian and Meng Biji. They exchanged glances, drew their daggers, severed their braids, and cast them to the ground. With a resounding shout, they proclaimed, "Expel the Tartars, restore our garments." In an instant, the crowd stirred with fervor. Many cutting off their own braids, declaring, "I am Han. How can I bear this pig-ass tail in my ancestral grave?" The Tartars are not benevolent. They kill indiscriminately. We shall confront them. Voices of rebellion echoed throughout. Hearing these words, Meng Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. His greatest fear was that no one would follow him, leaving him to flee alone. Although the northern men surrounding Lin Shiqi were stirred by Meng Jun's fervent words, they remained loyal to Lin Shiqi, awaiting his decision. Meng Jun understood that these northern Han were the most formidable fighters in the camp, if they chose to follow him. His forces would not merely consist of a band of militia. Lin Shiqi slowly raised his head, his gaze resolute as he addressed Meng Jun. "My lord, the eastern lurkers are fierce and formidable. How can we prevail? Although the Tatars have besieged the southern capital, their forces are scattered, and countless rebels have risen across the land. Moreover, the Tatars are not invincible. If we can unite as one, with shared determination, we shall undoubtedly triumph." Meng Jun spoke with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiqi fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, he slowly inquired, "My lord, if a day comes when war is upon us and danger looms, would you abandon your comrades?" In response, Meng Jun stepped closer to Lin Shiqi. His eyes ablaze with intensity as he declared solemnly, "Never. As long as I draw breath, I shall lead from the front, charging ahead. With every ounce of strength I possess, I will fight until the last man stands, and I shall not forsake a single member of the Meng Brigade." "Very well. Meng Brigade, I place my faith in you," Lin Shiqi affirmed, drawing his own sword and raising it high, causing a braid to fall in response. While most of the soldiers, stirred by fervor, chose to sever their braids, over 100 remained hesitant to abandon their families and livelihoods to follow Meng Jun. Nevertheless, seeing that more than half had chosen to join him exceeded Meng Jun's expectations. As for those who wavered, he felt little desire to retain them. Zunghar and Yarkand, the company commander, had not cut his braid and murmured to Meng Jun, "My lord, I have elderly parents and young children at home. Though I wish to accompany you to achieve great deeds, I cannot leave them unattended." Meng Jun regarded Zunghar and Yarkand with a smile, stating, "Each person has their own aspirations. I cannot compel you. However, I hope you remember that you are a Han person and do not become an accomplice to the Tatars. If we meet on the battlefield, we shall be sworn enemies. Of course, my lord, we have always been loyal to the Han in our hearts while physically residing in the enemy's camp. We would never oppose you. We are merely seeking to make a living, as you well know." Zunghar and Yarkand quickly nodded in agreement. "Since you have decided not to join us, you may leave now." Meng Jun gestured towards Zunghar and Yarkand. "Yes, my lord. We shall take our leave," Zunghar and Yarkand replied, leading the reluctant 100 back towards Changshu. As twilight enveloped the sky, Meng Jun, having resolved to rebel with nearly 600 followers at his side, pondered his next steps. Where should he go from here? Chapter 6. The initial battle. Now that Meng Jun had resolved to rebel, the supplies gathered through plunder naturally became his own. He instructed Bian to take stock of the resources, and then convened with Lin Shiqi and Meng Biji to discuss their next steps, as the excitement among the troops gradually waned. Meng Jun observed the unease etched on their faces, understanding that he must swiftly galvanize them into action. Remaining idle would only lead to destructive thoughts that could shatter this fragile band of soldiers. Time was not on his side for gradual training. They had to grow amidst the chaos of war. Meng Jun was the first to speak, noting that the bannermen had just won a skirmish and were currently raiding the village. As dusk approached, a surprise attack under the cover of night could yield significant accomplishments. Lin Shiqi nodded in agreement, adding that there were over 200 suits of armor among the supplies. He suggested selecting the strongest soldiers to don the armor. With his seasoned veterans serving as the vanguard, caught off guard, even the formidable bannermen would surely falter. Meng Biji interjected, proposing that he lead 100 men to flank the rear of the village, lying in wait until the sounds of battle erupted, at which point they would act without entering the village. Thus, with a flurry of dialogue, the three men quickly formulated a strategy. Meng Jun instructed Meng Biji to take a few agile men to scout the situation of the bannermen in the village. He silently prayed that the enemy would remain encamped there. If they left, finding an opportunity would prove far more challenging. Meanwhile, Lin Shiqi selected 200 robust individuals, using a core group of seasoned soldiers to form a proper army, outfitted in armor and armed with long spears and short blades. A semblance of a formidable force began to take shape, and as Meng Jun beheld this makeshift army, a surge of pride welled within him. Though he reminded himself that they were merely farmers and could not hope to stand against the elite bannermen or even the former Ming soldiers. Before long, Meng Biji returned. Breathless. "My lord, I dare not approach too closely, but there are 4 guards at the village entrance. Inside, I heard the wailing of women. They are still there. I have left 3 men to keep watch and will report back immediately if there is any change." After delivering the news, Meng Biji took a hearty swig from his water jug. "Good. Ensure everyone is well fed and rested, and maintain silence. Once night falls, we shall launch our surprise attack." Meng Jun instructed Lin Shiqi. Thus, the men of Meng's camp, having shed their braids, now sported shaven heads to distinguish themselves from the Qing forces. They discarded the large conical hats characteristic of the Qing soldiers, opting instead for black cloths to wrap their heads, clad in black headscarves. The entire camp exuded a formidable presence. As night fell and darkness enveloped the land, Meng Jun led Lin Shiqi and Meng Bian along with 200 men, lying in ambush within the grass outside the village. Meng Jun peered intently at the blood-soaked settlement, exchanging a determined glance with Lin Shiqi, urging them to charge forth and slay the invaders. The air was filled with chaotic shouts, as some among Meng's troops, lacking in discipline, resorted to loud cries to bolster their courage. Despite their initial fervor, they were not a seasoned force, and the earlier skirmish had drained the stamina of the 8 banner soldiers, who, having pillaged the village throughout the afternoon, were now weary and disorganized. When the battle cries erupted, several 8 banner soldiers at the village entrance were momentarily stunned, yet they quickly rallied, calling out to alert their comrades. Though only 4 soldiers stood at the entrance, they swiftly regrouped, with 2 archers drawing their bows to fire. In a flash, Meng Jun and Lin Shiqi charged forward, and Meng Jun found himself face to face with the defenders. He could discern the bristling beard of one soldier as he gripped the hilt of his blade and swung down with ferocious intent. The Qing soldier managed to parry the blow, but the force of the strike sent him reeling. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shiqi struck decisively at the soldier's neck, decapitating him with a single stroke, blood splattering across Meng Jun's face. The visceral thrill of the blood ignited a primal instinct within Meng Jun, momentarily overshadowing his revulsion. Adrenaline surged through him, his heart racing with both exhilaration and fear. In that moment, he let out a fierce roar, urging his comrades to continue the assault. As 4 Qing soldiers fell before them, a quick glance revealed that they had suffered 3 casualties, yet Meng Jun, undeterred, pointed his blade towards the interior of the village, commanding, "Annihilate them. Charge." Surrounded by Lin Shiqi's seasoned veterans, who had sworn to protect Meng Jun, they pressed forward. Though the Qing soldiers fought individually and lacked a cohesive formation, their ferocity astonished Meng Jun. However, even their valor could not match the might of a united front. Fueled by the sight of the village's devastation, Meng Jun's men surged with righteous indignation, their morale soaring as they forced the 8 banners troops into retreat. Meanwhile, Meng Bai's contingent of over 100 unarmored soldiers raised a clamor from behind the village, startling the leading Qing troops, who then bellowed in anger, charging forth, proclaiming the invincibility of the Manchu 8 banners against mere bandits. Meng Jun, driven by a singular thought of vengeance, fought fiercely. thanks to the unwavering dedication of the veterans. They shielded him from lethal strikes time and again, with each swing of his blade, whether cleaving through flesh or piercing the chest of an enemy. Meng Jun felt the visceral sensation of steel slicing through sinew. Yet, as the battle raged on and the toll of violence mounted, he found his resolve solidifying, his hands steadying, and his heart growing numb to the chaos around him. Meng Jun was somewhat astonished by his own adaptability to the battlefield. It became evident that he possessed a remarkable resilience. Of course, prior to entering the fray, he had firmly resolved to establish a valorous image amidst the chaos of war. If he were to falter in his very first battle, how could he ever hope to garner respect and authority within the Ming battalion? At this moment, the remaining Qing soldiers had gradually coalesced into a group, and the casualties on his side had begun to mount. Observing the leader of the Qing troops, Meng Jun seized a broken spear nearby and, with a vigorous throw, struck true to the man's chest as if directing the course of fate. The morale of his comrades surged, erupting into cheers of "Master, your marksmanship is divine." In stark contrast, the faces of the Qing soldiers turned ashen with despair. The Ming battalion, emboldened, unleashed a frenzied assault on the remaining Qing forces, leaving none standing in their wake. As the dust settled, the warriors exchanged glances, bursting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "The Tartars are but a mere shadow." Meng Jun, witnessing the jubilant exclamations of his comrades, felt a swell of emotion within. He sat upon a stone, gazing at the resplendent moon, realizing how truly beautiful the moonlight was. Chapter 7. The arrival of the volunteers on that fateful night. Over 100 members of the 8 Banners were ambushed and slaughtered by Meng Jun and his 200 valiant soldiers, with none escaping the carnage. Following this decisive battle, the morale among the troops soared, and their respect for Meng Jun deepened. However, the grim state of the village stirred a profound sense of anger within the hearts of the people. Meng Jun commanded that the heads of the 8 Banners be severed. Though he was aware that there were Green Standard soldiers approximately 10 miles away, the weariness from the bloody conflict rendered everyone exhausted, compelling Meng Jun to allow his comrades to rest in the village. Meanwhile, Meng Baixi, who had not engaged in the battle, set about clearing the battlefield. The armor abandoned by the 8 Banners could be refurbished with a change of color and some repairs, while the over 100 horses outside the village were a significant prize that needed safeguarding. Despite their victory, Meng Jun faced a multitude of responsibilities. 58 soldiers had perished on the spot, and over 60 were wounded, necessitating arrangements for their care. The Ming regiment was newly formed, and everything was rudimentary. Bian, take a dozen men and sneak back to bring the old matriarch out. Take some gold and silver valuables, but leave behind all the trivial items. Remember to exercise caution. Also, tie up that braid again, Meng Jun instructed, not forgetting the old matriarch from his hometown of Chashu, urging Meng Bian to rescue her before news of the conflict reached there. Rest assured, young master, I will ensure the old matriarch's safe return, Meng Bian replied earnestly. With that, Meng Jun felt a slight relaxation, sitting down to contemplate his next course of action. Leaning against a tree, he allowed himself to rest, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The news of Meng Jun's triumph quickly spread around Suzhou, reaching the ears of the local officials. The intelligence of the annihilation of the elite forces of the 8 Banners left Suzhou's governor, Zhang Quan, utterly speechless. Already struggling with the resistance sparked by the hair-shaving edict, the gentry within Suzhou had refused to cooperate, and the populace echoed their dissent. Zhang Quan had relied on the formidable reputation of the 8 Banners to suppress opposition, yet now, a band of unruly civilians had brought that power crashing down, a chaotic punch that had felled a master. Pacing back and forth in his office, Zhang Quan was acutely aware that the Green Standard soldiers were unreliable, and this information could not be suppressed. He realized that Suzhou was akin to a simmering volcano. A mere spark could obliterate him. At this time, the southern heat of summer was stifling, with most of the 8 Banners retreating to the north for respite. Only a small contingent remained in the south, particularly a blue flag unit near Suzhou, while the majority were stationed in Jiangning. My lord, the only course of action is to report to Jiangning and request reinforcements of the elite 8 Banners, his assistant suggested. Send out invitations. I wish to host a banquet for the local gentry at Wangxiang Garden, he added, pausing briefly before instructing, immediately dispatch swift horses to Jiangning for assistance, and send several waves. At this moment, Meng Jun found himself overwhelmed. The number of wounded soldiers was staggering, and the supplies brought by the logistics team were woefully inadequate, primarily consisting of weapons and provisions. Witnessing the soldiers' anguished cries, Meng Jun felt a rising sense of urgency and could only send Meng Baixi to nearby villages to seek aid from local physicians. Just then, Lin Shiqi hurried over. "My lord, a large force is approaching." Meng Jun's heart raced, and he immediately inquired, "Have you confirmed who they are? Are they Qing soldiers?" Lin Shiqi inquired. "No," came the reply. From a distance, their attire resembled that of local villagers, wielding an assortment of weapons, though their formation appeared relatively orderly. Meng Jun contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Let us bring a few who can ride and investigate." Han Xiong, a native of Nanjing and Suzhou and a scholar of some repute within his community, had been engrossed in his studies, preparing for the local examinations when the edict mandating the shaving of heads was announced. Faced with the brutal decree of keep the head, lose the hair, keep the hair, lose the head, Han Xiong immediately abandoned his studies to take up arms, rallying the villagers to resist the oppressive rule of the Qing forces. Upon hearing news of a local uprising that had decisively defeated the elite Eight Banners troops, Han Xiong was filled with elation and hastily gathered his followers to join the cause. "Are you the valiant heroes who vanquished the Eight Banners?" Han Xiong queried, advancing with his spear as Meng Jun and Lin Shiqi approached on horseback, clad in armor, their heads wrapped in black cloth, with no cues in sight. "Indeed. We have slain a number of wicked Eight Banners soldiers. It appears that you two are men of valor," Meng Jun replied with a courteous gesture. "I am Han Xiong. Upon hearing of the brave men of Lizhuang who have soundly defeated the Qing forces, I wish to join you in this righteous endeavor to expel the Tartars," he declared. Upon hearing this, Meng Jun, overwhelmed with excitement, leapt from his horse, stumbling slightly in his haste. He rushed forward, grasping Han Xiong's hand firmly, exclaiming, "With united hearts and unwavering resolve, let us deliberate on our grand plans. All who rise in virtue are heroes, and they shall be my brothers in life and death." Though taken aback by such fervor, Han Xiong, moved by Meng Jun's enthusiasm, responded with equal passion, "To expel the Tartars is our shared aspiration." Together, Meng Jun and Han Xiong, accompanied by 1,200 local militia, arrived at Lizhuang. Witnessing the devastation wrought upon the village, Han Xiong's face contorted with rage as he proclaimed, "The Tartars slay our Han people as if they were mere chickens. This grudge shall be avenged." The local soldiers echoed his fury, many having relatives among the slain. However, upon seeing the heads of the Eight Banners piled high, Han Xiong could not suppress his delight. "Sir, this battle has been a resounding victory, greatly enhancing our prestige. What are your plans for the next step?" Han Xiong respectfully inquired of Meng Jun. "My brother Han, I have a humble suggestion. If it does not align with your views, I hope you will be forgiving. Please, speak. I am not one to harbor petty grievances. As long as it benefits our cause against the Qing, I, Han Xiong, would dare to march through fire and water," he declared with a bold demeanor. Meng Jun waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was not to that extent. "Although we have achieved a minor victory, it was not a battle fought with proper formations. Our local troops, untrained and unfamiliar with the drums of war, lack clarity in command. To send such soldiers into combat would be akin to lambs entering the tiger's den." After a brief pause, Meng Jun noted that Han Xiong was still listening, seemingly with the intent to refute his points. He continued, expressing that if Brother Han is willing to unite our forces, I intend to consolidate our army. I wonder what Brother Han thinks of this. Han Xiong glanced at Meng Jun and replied, "I understand. Uniting our forces without clear commands is indeed imprudent. Please, continue, Lord Meng." Meng Jun elaborated. "I propose that seasoned veterans who have endured the trials of battle serve as the backbone of our army, while the local troops act as the flesh and blood, with the experienced guiding the inexperienced. This way, we can rapidly cultivate our combat effectiveness. Lord Meng, I have no objections. However, I am curious about your next course of action," Han Xiong inquired. "I intend to consolidate our three armies and wait for the opportune moment to strike Suzhou." Meng Jun articulated clearly to Han Xiong. Han Xiong, taken aback, responded, "Within Suzhou, there are 1,500 green troops, and the city is strongly fortified. With merely our 2,000 men, how can we hope to capture Suzhou? The decree for head shaving has left the people of Jiang and in a state of trepidation. By observing a small part, one can discern the whole. In every city and village, there are those ready to rise in rebellion. We find ourselves at a pivotal moment. And if the Qing court manages to quell this turmoil, our hopes will be extinguished," Meng Jun concluded, smiling at Han Xiong. "Moreover, I do not intend to launch a direct assault on Suzhou. Rather, I wish to act with prudence." Chapter 8. The integration of the rebel army. Seizing the opportunity of the early hour, Meng Jun gathered Meng Biji, Lin Shiqi, and Han Xiong to deliberate on the organization of the rebel forces. Meng Bijie and Lin Shiqi advocated for a structure based on the old Ming military system, reasoning that soldiers would find it easier to acclimate. Han Xiong concurred with this perspective, while Meng Jun expressed the belief that the military framework was not of paramount importance. He argued that merely adopting a modern military structure would not render an army invincible. Furthermore, the frequent defeats of the former Ming army were not intrinsically tied to its military system. Rather, they stemmed from the abysmal treatment of soldiers, the collapse of the national finances, and the resultant inadequacies in weaponry. The government's fiscal shortcomings had rendered their arms little more than firewood. While infighting among the civilian officials distracted the military leadership, Ming generals often faced adversaries not only on the battlefield but also within their own ranks, including the eunuchs overseeing military affairs and, at times, the emperor himself. Consequently, Meng Jun resolved to restructure the rebel army based on the Ming system, with slight modifications. He proposed a formation of 10 soldiers per squad, with a squad leader appointed for each. 3 squads would constitute a detachment, each led by a detachment officer and a commanding officer. 3 detachments would form a banner, overseen by a flag officer and a chief commanding officer, supported by 10 quartermasters. 5 banners would comprise a regiment, led by a regimental officer, 2 deputy officers, and a chief commanding officer. With a total force of 1,720 soldiers, the army would be divided into a central regiment, left and right regiments, a rear regiment, and a reconnaissance regiment. Meng Jun decided to rename the original Ming regiment to the Hongguang Rebel Army, inspired by a mountain near the outskirts of Suzhou. Han Xiong personally inscribed the banner, which bore the inscriptions Unity and Loyalty and Expel the Eastern Tartars, along with the name Hongguang Rebel Army. Once completed, he entrusted it to the skilled craftsmen of the rear regiment for sewing. Meng Jun took command of the central regiment, Han Xiong led the left, and Meng Bijie commanded the right. The reconnaissance unit, regarded as the eyes of the army, was a critical component in the ever-changing dynamics of the battlefield. After discussions with Lin Shiqi, who had a background in the Qingning army and exceptional horsemanship, it was decided that he would lead the reconnaissance regiment. However, the current situation presented challenges. The troop numbers were insufficient, and those capable of riding were few. Thus, the reconnaissance regiment consisted of no more than 100 men. Although they possessed ample horses, having captured 100 horses from the 8 banners of Liaodong, with nearly 100 pack animals in the logistics unit, Meng Jun organized a personal guard of 20 valiant men, appointing Meng Bian as the captain. At that moment, Meng Bian was dispatched to Chashu to rescue an elderly lady, prompting Meng Jun to select Gao Yi, a brave soldier from the bloody battle at Lizhuang, as the vice-captain of the personal guard. Han Xiong brought over 1,200 villagers, among whom more than 60 were literate. Meng Jun assigned these literate individuals to various command positions, while retaining 2, recommended by Han Xiong, as his secretaries. The 4 men engaged in discussions regarding the organization and specific matters for an entire morning. Time was of the essence, and they opted for simplicity. Upon finalizing the specific regulations, they tirelessly began to establish the organizational structure. By the time they concluded their arrangements, dusk had fallen. Meng Jun understood that although the rebel army was beginning to take shape, it remained untrained, and their weaponry was inadequate. Their combat effectiveness was at best comparable to that of the Ming garrison troops. And when pitted against the 8 banners, or even the Green Standard Army, led by Li Chengdong or Lu Ziqing, the untrained Hongguang forces would not stand a chance in direct confrontation. Meng Jun was in urgent need of a stronghold to replenish troops, supplies, and armaments, and naturally, Suzhou City emerged as his optimal choice. However, it was not prudent to immediately launch an assault. Attempting to storm Suzhou with the current strength of the Hongguang army would be tantamount to courting death. As night descended, the oppressive heat of the day gave way to a gentle breeze, dispelling the day's sweltering discomfort. At this moment, within a large tent outside Lizhuang, Meng Jun, Han Xiong, Meng Bijie, and Lin Shiqi sat comfortably on small stools, bare-chested, indulging in slices of watermelon. A short distance away, 2 young scholars, Yang In, styled Muda, from Xiangqing, Suzhou, and Wu Zhuang, also from Suzhou, shared the same scholarly background. The literary culture in Jiangnan was thriving, and following the issuance of the shaved head decree, numerous scholars had taken up arms to resist the Qing, while some defected Green Camp generals had also raised the banner of rebellion. At that moment, the 2 young men, donned in short garments, were drinking water from a kettle while attentively listening to Meng Jun and his companions discuss the current situation. Dorgan believed that the sentiments of the populace were inconsequential, asserting that with a robust army and the incorporation of defectors alongside the coaxing of moderates, he could easily quell public discontent. He thought that the decree of shaved heads and foreign attire was not akin to the barbarians entering China. Rather, it was a transformation he envisioned. Hence, we must resist, Meng Jun declared to the assembly. Han Xiong took a bite of watermelon, spitting out a seed as he wiped his mouth and remarked, "Indeed, what Lord Ming says is astute. It is laughable that those feeble-minded individuals lament about the loss of the Ming, as if the Qing could easily usurp it. Throughout history, which dynasty has ever gained control through such widespread slaughter? Even the great Yuan Empire did not force everyone to adopt the Mongolian hairstyle." Lin Shiqi, touching the corner of his eye, coldly interjected, "The elite forces of the Eight Banners roam the world unchecked. The cavalry of Guanning cannot stop them, nor can the million-strong army of Li Chengdong. With our current numbers, we stand no chance. Moreover, Duodwa's forces are still in the north, avoiding the summer heat. When autumn arrives, it will surely mark the southward advance of the Eight Banners." Meng Jun nodded in agreement, acknowledging that time was not on their side. "Thus, I have resolved to seize Suzhou at the opportune moment. Suzhou is a crucial stronghold in Jiangnan, its wealth immeasurable. If we can secure it, great fortunes await us." He paused, surveying the group, and upon seeing no dissent, he continued, "The city of Suzhou is fortified and cannot be taken by force. I invite everyone to share their suggestions freely." The newly arrived scribes, Yang In and Wu Zhuang, exchanged glances filled with pride at being included in such deliberations. "My lord, we currently possess scant knowledge of the situation within Suzhou. I propose we first dispatch scouts to investigate the city's defenses and ascertain if an opportunity for a surprise attack exists," Meng Biji suggested as he rose. Clasping his hands in respect toward Meng Jun, Lin Shiqi added, "I can lead 100 cavalry from the reconnaissance camp to discreetly assault the city gates, followed closely by 200 of our finest soldiers in armor. If the gatekeepers are unable to close the gates in time, we should be able to seize Suzhou in a sudden strike." Meng Jun stood and paced, contemplating the risks of Lin Shiqi's proposal. Should the gatekeepers swiftly shut the gates, any chance of breaching the city would be lost, and it would heighten the vigilance of the defenders, greatly complicating our efforts to capture Suzhou. After a moment of reflection, Meng Jun decided to instruct Lin Shiqi to select a few astute former subordinates to first investigate the current conditions in Suzhou. At this moment, the newly appointed clerk Yang In, who had remained silent, rose and sat back down, exhibiting a demeanor of hesitation. Noticing this, Meng Jun smiled and encouraged Yang In to speak freely. Upon receiving Meng Jun's affirmation, Yang In expressed, "I have an uncle currently residing in Suzhou. I have heard that he holds a position as a general in the Green Battalion there. While I am not well acquainted with the specifics, I believe I can seek him out to gather more information." Meng Jun's eyes lit up at this revelation, and he responded, "That's excellent. You shall accompany the scout on this journey, taking the lead. If you find little from your uncle, the scout may proceed thereafter." However, after a moment of contemplation, Meng Jun countered, "That would not be prudent. I will have Gali accompany you. It is wiser for you to operate separately. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." Yang In shook his head, stating, "I have no particular needs. It suffices for me to go with Captain Gao. Fewer individuals mean a smaller target, which is safer." The group continued their discussion for a while longer, but as drowsiness set in, they gradually took their leave. On the following morning, Meng Jun led the Hongguang army stationed outside Lizhuang village, commencing the training of the soldiers in formation and running. While Meng Jun was occupied with the drills, Han Xiong approached him, his expression resembling someone in distress, and after much stammering, finally spoke, "My lord, I have never witnessed such a method of training soldiers. Why is it solely running and standing?" Meng Jun, feeling embarrassed, replied, "I am merely focusing on building the soldiers' endurance and obedience. Having never trained soldiers in either this life or the previous one, Meng Jun could only rely on the recollections from the novels he had read during his time travel, starting with formations before moving on to weaponry, including firearms and artillery. This method, though untested, was a desperate measure in hopes of success. My lord, I possess 3 volumes of military texts left by the esteemed Qi Xiaobao from years past. The complete work consists of 14 volumes. But I currently have the first 3 at home. I can retrieve them and present them to you," Han Xiong offered. Aware of Meng Jun's frequent readings of the art of war, Han Xiong noted that while Sun Tzu's work is lofty and profound, the Ji Xiaoxinshu provides practical explanations for specific matters. Naturally, Meng Jun accepted the generous offer with gratitude. Meanwhile, The rest of the group began to act according to the plans devised the previous night. As the saying goes, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Chapter 9. Undercurrents in the luxurious establishment of Shirley Fong in Suzhou, a banquet was laid out before the distinguished guests. The prefect, Zhong Quan, occupied the seat of honor, while the prominent gentry and nobles of Suzhou gathered around him. At this moment, the steward raised his wine cup and addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, today the prefect has graciously invited you all for this feast, partly to foster camaraderie, and partly, as you are aware, due to recent edicts from the court that have caused some unrest among the populace. There are also a few misguided souls stirring chaos within Suzhou, jeopardizing its tranquility. Therefore, the prefect wishes to assure you that you can place your trust in him, and that you may speak freely about any concerns you may have. The esteemed gentlemen here are the pillars of Suzhou. The peace of this city rests upon your shoulders. So, let us raise our glasses and drink to this occasion. With that, the steward consumed his drink in one swift motion. Zhong Quan observed as his guests followed suit, imbibing their wine. Although the atmosphere was not entirely harmonious, he ventured to speak. I wish to inform you that we have received a dispatch from the court indicating that the Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince, Scholar Hong Qianqiu, will soon arrive in Jiangning to oversee military affairs and pacify the southern governors. Lord Hong, being well-versed in military matters and holding significant authority at court, I firmly believe that his arrival will dispel the current turmoil, restoring peace and stability to Jiangnan. He then turned to his companion, Zhang, and inquired, "What say you, Brother Zhang?" Zhang, a prominent figure in Suzhou, hailed from a family with a long lineage of officials and extensive connections, ranking alongside the Chun and Su families as one of the city's major clans. He had 2 sons and a daughter, the latter being the talented and beautiful Zhang Shuer, his cherished treasure, now at the tender age of 18. Suitors from nearby villages had inundated the Zhang household, yet Zhang remained unsatisfied and had not yet consented to her marriage. With a slight smile, Zhang responded, "The prefect speaks wisely. However, the unrest in Jiangnan ultimately stems from the recent haircutting decree. This tradition has remained unchanged for millennia, and the court's sudden mandate to enforce such a measure is bound to incite controversy. As for Lord Hong's arrival in Jiangning, should the court reconsider its stance, peace could be restored without the need for military force." The heads of the Chun and Su families and others nodded in agreement, affirming Zhang's reasoning. Zhong Quan, surprised that invoking Hong Qianqiu had not intimidated the gentry, sought to reassure them, "Your insights will be duly reported to His Majesty. Now, let us continue our festivities." In the evening, Prefect Zhong Quan summoned the Suzhou garrison commander, Shui Dao, instructing him to maintain strict oversight of the Green Camp and to send scouts to investigate the movements of the rebel Meng Jun. Although it was known that Meng Jun's forces were few, his ability to defeat the 8 banners indicated that he possessed extraordinary skills. Shui Dao displayed a dismissive attitude towards Meng Jun. Upon hearing the words, Shui Dao confidently clasped his hands and assured the governor that there was no cause for concern. Meng Jun was merely a petty thief, and with only a few hundred laborers, he could not possibly pose a threat to the defenses of Suzhou. The city's fortifications were robust, and within its walls were over 1,500 troops. Given the recent instability in Jiangnan, 10,000 laborers had been conscripted within the city, rendering Suzhou as impregnable as a fortress. Even if faced with an army of 100,000, it could withstand a siege for months, let alone a handful of local gentry and commoners. As for Meng Jun, he was nothing more than a bandit, unworthy of mention. Shui Dao further expressed his confidence, stating that he had already dispatched trusted individuals to oversee the Green Standard Army, ensuring that everything was under control. After making his assertions, he patted his chest and issued a military order to Zhong Quan, proclaiming that if there were any mishaps in Suzhou, his head would be on the line. Zhong Quan pondered that if any real trouble befell Suzhou, Shui Dao's head would be of no use, yet he could only nod in agreement to Shui Dao's confidence. Meanwhile, within a residence in the southern city, Yang An was earnestly attempting to persuade his uncle, Yang Cao, to reconsider. Although Yang Cao held a minor position as a captain, he was a trusted guard of Shui Dao and thus maintained control over the defenses of the southern gate of Suzhou. While Yang An did not explicitly urge his uncle to join Meng Jun's cause, he yearned to make a more significant contribution to the resistance against the Qing dynasty. The various righteous armies across Jiangnan were rising, and the Qing forces were committing atrocities, burning and pillaging everywhere, enforcing the cruel policy of shaving heads and changing attire. Yang An believed that the Qing forces would not endure long in Jiangnan. Yang Cao, hearing Yang An's sentiments, countered, "What nonsense! It seems you have become foolish from your studies. The banners have been in Liaodong for many years. Has the Ming Dynasty been restored? Even high-ranking officials like Wu Sangui and Hong Qinshu have surrendered, as have many esteemed civil and military officials. Are they not as clever as you? Moreover, rebellion is a matter of life and death. How can you encourage your uncle to partake in such perilous acts? Waving his hand dismissively, Yang Cao told Yang An, "Since you have come from Meng Jun, you should remain at home and not venture out. These matters do not concern you. You are merely a scholar and should dedicate yourself to studying the teachings of the sages, rather than engaging in treasonous endeavors that could bring calamity upon your family." Yang An, stirred by these words, exclaimed, "The teachings of the sages? It is precisely because I have studied them that I oppose the Qing. Did the sages instruct us to shave our heads? They spoke of our bodies and hair, gifts from our parents, which we must not harm. The sages referred to the uncivilized as those who don the left-sided attire. General Meng stands tall and majestic, a man of great talent, raising the banner of righteousness and defeating the 8 banners in battle, gathering countless followers. Should I not join him?" Yang Cao found himself momentarily speechless in response to this retort. At that moment, Yang Cao's wife entered the room, confronting him with reproach. "You, who are weak, dare to scold your own nephew? Your nephew possesses a noble spirit and embodies the essence of a hero. When everyone else surrendered, I did not advise you to resign from your post. That was my folly. The invaders slaughter cities and plunder, forcing everyone to maintain their barbaric cues. Now that a hero has risen, you should hold his reins and redeem your lost honor." After hearing her words, Yang Cao murmured, "Shui Shoubei is my benefactor. He has treated me with great kindness, and I cannot betray him." Yang, in a fit of anger, berated the individual for their ignorance of greater principles, claiming that they were merely grasping at trivialities. Under the persistent persuasion of Yang An and the Yang family, Yang Cao reluctantly acquiesced to disclose the defensive conditions of Suzhou and the schedule for the gate rotations. However, he staunchly refused to partake in any nefarious dealings that could lead to his execution. Yang Cao informed Yang An that the Green Camp was relatively stable, though the soldiers expressed discontent regarding the mandatory shaving of their heads. Nonetheless, under the generous rewards offered by Shui Dao, the situation remained manageable for the time being. Conversely, the conscripted laborers were voicing their grievances, yet they were powerless without weapons and remained under the watchful eyes of the Green Camp. Before departing, Yang Cao shared a troubling insight with Yang An. He had a vague suspicion that someone was inciting the laborers, and during his observations, he had encountered a familiar face, one of the companions of the second son from the prominent Zhang family. The intentions of the Zhang family remained unclear. As Yang An diligently documented the intelligence provided by Yang Cao at his desk, he pinned his thoughts for an extended period. Once completed, he rolled the notes into a tight cylinder and tucked them into a pen holder, preparing to deliver them to his trusted guard, Gao Yi, the following day. After organizing everything, Yang An pondered the possible motives of the Zhang family. Did they also seek to incite a rebellion? Or was it merely a figment of Yang Cao's imagination? Yang An resolved to visit the Zhang family the next day to probe further. Chapter 10. The more the merrier. On the following morning, Yang An promptly delivered intelligence to Gao Yi, instructing him to return and present it to Meng Jun, while he himself would visit the Zhang residence. Strolling leisurely to the entrance of the Zhang household, Yang An adjusted his attire, produced a visiting card, and presented it to the doorman, stating, "I, Yang An, seek an audience with your esteemed master." The doorman, taking a moment to scrutinize Yang An, replied, "Please wait a moment." Yang An stood at the entrance, maintaining a composed demeanor. After a brief interval, the doorman returned to usher him inside. Zhangzhou was seated comfortably in a grand armchair, sipping tea. Upon noticing Yang An's entrance, he exclaimed, "Ah, how refined and elegant. Please, take a seat and allow me to serve you some tea." The young man's presence invariably enhanced initial impressions. Hearing Zhangzhou's words, Yang An bowed slightly and clasped his hands respectfully, replying, "Thank you, esteemed sir." He observed that Zhangzhou had yet to shave his head and still donned a Confucian cap, which stirred a realization within him. After Yang An settled into his seat, Zhangzhou inquired, "Muda, we have never met before. May I ask what brings you to seek an audience with this old man today?" Yang An smiled and replied, "I have long heard of the Zhang family as a distinguished lineage in Suzhou. As a younger generation, I find myself perplexed and wish to seek your wisdom." "Ah, Muda, please go ahead," Zhangzhou said, lifting his teacup noncommittally. "Recently, the court in Beijing has issued an edict to change customs, mandating the shaving of heads and the wearing of braids. What is your opinion on this matter, esteemed sir?" Yang An ventured cautiously. As a mere commoner, how could I be privy to court affairs? It is ill-advised to speak openly with acquaintances, Zhangzhou replied, clearly unwilling to divulge sensitive information. After some idle chatter, Yang noticed Zhangzhou's growing impatience. After a moment of contemplation, he broached another topic. Might you have heard of the incident involving Meng Jun and the decimation of 100 elite soldiers from the 8 banners in the village? Zhangzhou replied, maintaining his composure, merely some banditry. The 8 banner troops number in the hundreds of thousands. The loss of a mere 100 is insignificant. Yang felt a surge of indignation at this remark, contemplating the futility of their conversation. Preparing to take his leave, he stood and bowed to Zhangzhou, saying, Esteemed sir, I have gleaned what I needed. I shall take my leave now. Without waiting for a reply, he turned to exit, but suddenly paused and inquired, If you possess such confidence in the Qing court, why not shave your head in adherence to their refined governance? Why retain your hair? Taken aback by the question, Zhangzhou seemed to ponder for a moment before responding. You are one of Meng Jun's associates, are you not? Yang was startled but quickly regained his composure, asserting, I am Han. Zhangzhou scrutinized Yang's visage but discerned nothing unusual. He then said, Muda, let us not be hasty. Come, let us discuss this matter in my study. Within Zhangzhou's study, shelves lined with books adorned the walls, some even rare editions. Yang gazed enviously at the collection, yearning for a life replete with endless reading. Let us get straight to the point. You are indeed associated with Meng Jun. What is it that you seek by coming here? Zhangzhou directly questioned Yang. Yang regarded Zhangzhou without answering the inquiry, merely stating, Who I am is of little importance now. What matters is your intention, Mr. Zhang. Do you wish to report me to the authorities? I have long since cast aside any concern for my own life and death. Zhangzhou, with a serious demeanor, pressed, I wish to understand your intentions. Capturing you brings me no benefit. Despite knowing I am a dissenter, the officer does not apprehend me. The imperial court has decreed that those who refuse to shave their heads shall face execution. Yet, the Zhang family remains steadfast in their refusal, still adorned with their locks. I wish to inquire about your intentions, esteemed sir. Zhang let out a sigh and replied, To be candid, the edict on shaving has become increasingly stringent, and my family is nearing its limits. If this continues, there may be unspeakable consequences for the Zhang lineage. However, the thought of submitting to the shaving and changing of attire fills me with profound reluctance. Given this predicament, with a blade poised at our throats, why does the Zhang family not rise in defiance? I queried, and how shall we retaliate? Zhang responded, weariness etched upon his countenance. Many in my clan are well-versed in literature and scholarship, and our resources can be deemed ample. Yet, in such chaotic times, the might of the sword prevails above all. Since you harbor such sentiments, I, Yang, shall be forthright with you. I am in league with General Meng. We have already seized control of the city gates. But we lack support from within. I seek the cooperation of the Zhang family to take Suzhou. Yang articulated softly, yet his words detonated in Zhang's ears like thunder. General Meng, courageous and astute, commands his forces with great skill. With the strength of local militia, he has vanquished the 8 banners. His ranks swell with volunteers, currently. He commands 8,000 troops, over 1,000 armored soldiers, with provisions sufficient for half a year. Meanwhile, the populace of Suzhou is in a state of turmoil, and many harbor intentions to align with us. As for the laborers in the camps, I believe you are aware that a city in panic cannot withstand a well-trained and armored force. The outcome is, I presume, self-evident. Yang smoothly transitioned into his persuasive mode. After a prolonged silence, Zhang finally spoke. What do you propose I do to assist? After an extensive discussion, it was determined that the Zhang family could muster 200 loyal men, fully armed, though they possessed only 10 sets of armor. Despite their limited number, the Zhang family is a dominant force in Suzhou, familiar with the terrain, and many officers in the local militia have established connections with them. Ultimately, Yang cautioned Zhang to keep this matter confidential, advising against contacting other families at this critical juncture, for trust is a rare commodity in such times. Before departing, Yang imparted a final warning. If a minister is not discreet, he risks his life. If a ruler is not discreet, he risks his state. Remember this, esteemed sir. With that, he took his leave. Yang hastened to the home of his uncle, Yang Cao, to fervently persuade him to align with their cause. Having successfully convinced the Zhang family to join, he aimed to leverage the Zhang family's alliance with Meng Jun to further persuade Yang Cao, feeling optimistic about his chances. Meanwhile, Zhang remained seated in his study, his mind tumultuous with thoughts. After a while, he opened the door and instructed a passing servant. Go inform eldest brother and second brother to come to the study in half an hour. Subsequently, the Zhang family prepared to discreetly evacuate, with the second son and his family departing in stages for the countryside, under the pretense of returning home to pay respects to their ancestors. In the afternoon at the Yang family's courtyard, under the sweltering summer sun, Yang Kao felt an inexplicable chill within his heart. His nephew's wives urged him to partake in this treacherous venture. Yang and even mentioned that he was a trusted confidant of Meng Jun, who had slain numerous bannermen and was undoubtedly a thorn in the Qing court side, as Yang was of a similar standing to Meng Jun. His rebellion would certainly lead to the annihilation of his entire clan. Being Yang uncle, Yang Kao realized that if he did not align himself with Yang, remaining in the Green Camp could lead to dire consequences. Should he be discovered, he would not only lose his position but also face execution, even as a trusted confidant of Shui Shoubei. Ultimately, Yang Kao was compelled to acquiesce. After establishing a rough timeline for opening the city gates with Yang Kao, Yang hastily returned to the Zhang family to finalize arrangements on both sides, cautioning them that he would re-enter Suzhou before the main forces arrived. Once everything was settled, tears streamed down Yang's face. He had truly accomplished this daunting task. Throughout this ordeal, he had borne an immense burden of pressure. Yang yearned to release his pent-up emotions, but the moment was not yet right. He needed to return to Lizhuang swiftly to inform Meng Jun. The outcome had far exceeded Meng Jun's expectations. Chapter 11. All set the following morning, Yang hastily returned to Lizhuang, where Meng Jun and his companions were examining the defensive intelligence of Suzhou. The group gathered in deliberation on how to launch an assault on the city. Yang, weary from his journey, entered the tent and excitedly addressed Meng Jun, proclaiming that he had successfully persuaded his uncle, Yang Kao, to rally to their cause. The Zhang family of Suzhou also expressed their willingness to act as internal support for the general. Yang urged the general to mobilize swiftly to seize Suzhou. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembly lit up with renewed hope. Meng Jun, visibly stirred, exclaimed, "Muda is indeed a man of great talent. His efforts are commendable. Should we triumph in this battle, Muda shall rightfully be honored for his contributions." However, Meng Baiji expressed some reservations, saying, "Yang Kao guards the southern city gate, a critical position that surely holds the trust of Shui Dao. How could he possibly be willing to switch allegiance?" Yang countered firmly, "Yang Kao is my uncle. He would never betray me." Before Yang could elaborate, Lin Shiqi interjected, "Once the city gate opens, our forces will surge in, and chaos will undoubtedly ensue within the Qing army, allowing us to seize Suzhou with ease. Even if there is deception, what of it?" Han Xiong, upon hearing this, also felt a surge of excitement and declared, "This is a divinely granted opportunity. We must gather our forces swiftly and take Suzhou, for its wealth will surely bolster the spirits of the people in Jiangnan." With determination, Meng Jun slammed his hand on the table and said, "If that is the case, let us march forth. Our success hinges on this moment. Muda, the night is long and fraught with uncertainty. You must make another trip to Suzhou at once to confer with your uncle and the Zhang family. We will signal with 3 fires at the southern city on the night after tomorrow. Once the gate opens, our army will rush in, and Suzhou will be ours. Gao Yi, take 5 of your personal guards to accompany Muda. There must be no room for error." "Understood," Gao Yi replied, bowing with a resonant affirmation. Yang nodded, saluted the assembly, and departed alongside Gao Yi. After they left, Han Xiong turned to Meng Jun and remarked, "It is not far from here to the southern gate of Suzhou, merely 60 miles. We can reach it in 2 days. Our only challenge is to conceal our movements." Meng Jun pondered for a moment before responding, "Shiqi, you shall lead scouts ahead. Capture anyone you encounter along the way. Bai Shi. Immediately prepare enough provisions for the army for 5 days. They must carry dry rations and march swiftly, avoiding fires for cooking. We must reach the southern city of Suzhou by the day after tomorrow." The assembly acknowledged their orders and dispersed. The rear camp commenced the urgent preparation of dry rations, and by afternoon, everything was in readiness. Nearly 2,000 soldiers began to assemble in formation, with Lin Shiqi leading 100 cavalry ahead. Meng Jun stood atop a hillside, observing the marching troops of the Hongguang army, though they numbered only 2,000. The sight of their long spears standing like a forest and their high spirits filled him with pride, despite their lack of battle experience. The heads of the 8-banner soldiers displayed at the village entrance instilled great courage in these fresh recruits. Meng Jun addressed Han Xiong, saying, "If we can seize Suzhou this time, the entire Jiangnan region will surely take notice. With Suzhou's wealth, we can train our soldiers, recruit more troops, forge armor, and procure firearms with ease. Han Xiang chuckled and replied, "Indeed, if we establish ourselves in Suzhou, and if the king of Zhujiang could dispatch troops, we could restore the southern capital, rejuvenate Jiangnan, and with the strength of Jiangnan, nurture our forces for several years. After a few years of recuperation in the north, we would be ready to march into the central plains and reclaim the imperial capital of the Great Ming. This revival is but a matter of time." Meng Jun laughed heartily, responding, "Brother Han, you are perhaps overly optimistic. The Qing army currently boasts millions of troops, and Jiangnan has already fallen to them. The internal strife within the Ming is rife, with the imperial throne in turmoil. How can we expect to launch a northern expedition in just a few years? If we could recover the southern capital within that time frame, it would be a tremendous stroke of fortune." However, Han Xiang spoke earnestly, "Anything is possible. Who could have foreseen the current situation 3 or 4 years ago? The eastern barbarians, with merely 100,000 cavalry, swept across the land. If someone had predicted then that the Ming would arrive at its present state, who would have believed it? Moreover, the Qing court is in disarray, and the haircutting edict has stirred the hearts of the Jiangnan populace. Should we secure Suzhou, it would serve as a banner under which the people of Jiangnan would continue to resist. One day, the tides may turn." Meng Jun gazed at the rapidly advancing army, feeling a surge of ambition, and declared with a laugh, "Brother Han's aspirations align with my own. In this vast undertaking, we must tread carefully, step by step. For now, we must capture Suzhou before we can contemplate the future. Come, Brother Han, let us go see the city of Suzhou." With that, Meng Jun spurred his horse forward. The gentle breeze brushed his face, and Han Xiang, observing Meng Jun's departing figure, smiled and remarked, "Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, I dare to venture forth." The following afternoon, within Suzhou, Yang An, accompanied by Gao Yi and several loyal guards, disguised themselves and made their way to the home of Yang Cao. At that moment, Yang Cao was not at home, as he was inspecting the southern city gate. Upon seeing Yang An and Gao Yi, Yang's keen intellect sensed the gravity of the situation. He quickly instructed a servant to fetch Yang Cao from the southern gate, claiming that relatives had come to visit and urging him to return home promptly. An hour later, Yang Cao returned home, his expression tinged with anxiety. He suspected that it must be the nephew of that treacherous uncle visiting, for his wife would not have sent for him otherwise. Although he had anticipated this moment, the reality of it left him feeling somewhat unsettled. "Uncle, the army will arrive outside the southern gate tonight. As soon as you see 3 torches lit outside the city, you must open the city gates. The subsequent events will be monumental," Yang In solemnly conveyed to Yang Cao. "I have come to understand that Yang Cao, somewhat distracted, remarked. Yang In, noticing this, furrowed his brow and said, "Uncle, this is a matter of great importance. We must be fully attentive. Indecision can lead to chaos. There is no room for hesitation in this matter. Instead, I propose that you, along with Captain Gao and the others, patrol the night together." Yang Cao glanced at Yang In and then at his hopeful wife, responding, "Very well, I understand. The success or failure hinges on this crucial moment." He then turned to Gao Yi and said, "You will accompany me tonight." Suddenly, Gao Yi raised a concern. "If all 3 of us carry knives, won't that raise suspicion?" Yang Cao waved his hand dismissively. "No, no one will be foolish enough to inquire." Yet, he hesitated and added, "Perhaps it would be better not to carry knives." Gao Yi immediately countered, "No, that is not acceptable. I must have my knife. If someone obstructs our way, I shall not hesitate to strike." Yang In, feeling exasperated, suggested, "Why not use short blades and conceal them within our garments? This way, we shall not attract undue attention." After some deliberation, Gao Yi and his companions reluctantly agreed to this temporary solution. Once Yang In ensured that all matters were in order with Yang Cao, he swiftly proceeded with the remaining 2 guards to the gatehouse of Zhang's residence. Observing Yang In, the gatekeeper recalled him with some recognition. Aware that he had garnered the master's favor, who had expressly instructed that upon seeing him, he should be granted immediate access. Inside the study, Yang An addressed Zhang. "Sir Zhang, everything is in readiness. You may prepare. Tonight, the army will enter the city, and your men must lead us along the fastest route to the governor's office, as well as the granary, treasury, and most importantly, the armory." Zhang appeared astonished. "So soon? So urgent?" Upon receiving a confirming nod from Yang An, he responded, "Understood. I shall arm the household staff immediately and send someone to guard the city gate. Once the army enters, I will dispatch someone to guide them. By the way, which city gate will the army use?" Yang In hesitated briefly before replying, "The army will enter through the south gate. You may send someone to guard there tonight, but be sure to choose trustworthy individuals." Should any mishap occur, it will cost us dearly. Zhang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Exiting Zhang's residence, Yang gazed at the sky. Dawn was just breaking, and everything was in place. He had exerted his utmost efforts. Although weary, he felt no inclination for sleep at this moment. The plans are in human hands, but the outcome lies with the heavens. All depends on this night. Chapter 12: The Fall of Suzhou. As night fell, Meng Jun and his companions had arrived at the outskirts of the southern city of Suzhou. Lin Shiqi and his 100-plus cavalry had already captured nearly 100 passers-by, all wearing expressions of sheer panic, believing themselves to have encountered bandits. Their mouths were gagged, and their hands were bound together. Meng Jun, observing the captives, had little time to attend to them. He issued orders for a brief respite of half an hour, instructing his men to consume some provisions while Lin Shiqi tended to the horses. After the allotted time, the cavalry donned their armor. Panting, Meng Jun spoke to Lin Shiqi, who responded with a respectful fist salute. Meanwhile, at the southern city gate of Suzhou, the green-clad guards appeared to be idle, some engaged in casual conversation, while others leaned against the walls, dozing. The soldiers atop the battlements exhibited similar lethargy, occasionally peering outside, though the exterior remained as tranquil as ever. Yang Cao, feeling a twinge of anxiety, surveyed the area beyond the walls. A familiar soldier nearby, with a somewhat lascivious tone, jested, "Captain Yang, why do you sweat so profusely? Have you committed some misdeed? Or is it that your wife's relatives have been trailing you today?" Gao Yi and his companions, standing a short distance away, heard the soldier's remarks but chose not to respond. Gao Yi intermittently glanced towards the outside, uncertain of when the torches would be ignited. With a forced laugh, Yang Cao replied, "It's just the heat, just the heat." Then, as if recalling something, he cursed, "Get lost. If you have nothing better to do, go find something else to occupy yourself with. At home, I am resolute and unyielding. They simply lack experience. They are here to keep me company during the night watch and will return shortly. It's not as if my wife sent them to spy on me." Despite his inner turmoil, Yang Cao's exterior displayed no signs of distress. Meng Jun rested on the ground, estimating that the time was nearing. He rose and quietly addressed Lin Shiqi. "Relay the command for the cavalry to don their armor and for the infantry to prepare." In the span of a TS brewing time, the cavalry was fully armored. Meng Jun mounted his horse and instructed Bai Ji to signal the lighting of 3 torches. One by one, the torches blazed to life. Gao Yi, the first to spot them from the battlements, immediately approached the city gate and exchanged glances with Yang Cao and his 2 guards. The trio gradually made their way to the gate, and with a sudden heave, they pushed it open, the heavy doors creaking ominously, drawing the attention of the soldiers idling nearby. A few Qing soldiers abruptly rose to their feet, loudly questioning Gao Yi and his companions about their actions. Nearby, soldiers began to gather around them. At that moment, Yang Jiao unsheathed his waist knife and pointed it at the crowd, commanding them to halt and withdraw. "Brothers, trust me. Only by dispersing can we ensure everyone's safety. If anyone dares to take a step forward, I will show no mercy." Having served in the military for many years, Yang Jiao had numerous trusted allies and acquaintances by his side. Seeing the situation unfold, several Qing soldiers positioned themselves beside him, while the remaining soldiers exhibited uncertainty, some beginning to scatter. Yet, about 10 remained encircled in front of Yang Jiao, led by Wu Bo, who raised his blade and confronted him. "Yang, what do you mean by this? Are you plotting a rebellion?" "Indeed, I am rebelling today. I refuse to keep this queue. I refuse to be a slave to the Tartars." Outside the city, tens of thousands of troops are poised to attack. Suzhou cannot withstand their assault. "Wu Bo, if you step aside, I, Yang Jiao, assure you that no harm will come to anyone. After all these years, my character is known to all. I would never lead you to your demise," Yang Jiao declared loudly to the crowd. As Meng Jun directed his cavalry at the moment the city gate creaked open, a thunderous sound of hooves echoed, causing the 10 or so soldiers surrounding Yang Jiao to turn pale. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jiao urged, "Move aside. It is not worth losing your lives." With that, he slipped to the wall beside the city gate. At this moment, Gao Yi and his companions had fully opened the gate, and Gao Yi spotted Meng Jun ahead with the cavalry, now less than 300 meters from the entrance. Riding his horse, Meng Jun caught sight of Gao Yi's face and exclaimed with excitement, "Charge! The gate is open. The great event is upon us." He spurred his steed onward, flanked by his loyal guards, while the infantry behind him sprinted forward. From a distance, the green-clad soldiers atop the city wall suddenly raised a piercing cry, "Intruders! Cavalry is charging the city!" The sound shattered the silence of Suzhou. Zhongquan, abruptly awakened from his slumber, rose and peered out the window into the darkness, where sounds grew louder, approaching rapidly. "Intruders!" he shouted. "Someone go investigate what is happening." A guard immediately clasped his fists in acknowledgement and hurried towards the magistrate's office. Meanwhile, as Gao Yi opened the city gate, a servant dispatched to observe from the South City rushed back to Zhang's residence upon witnessing the gate's opening. Zhang, who was anxiously awaiting news in his study, had armed all his household servants, who stood ready in the courtyard. Moments later, the panting servant burst in, reporting that the city gate was open. Zhang clapped his hands and said to his eldest son, "Zhangbo, take action. You must lead the charge. The safety of our family is at stake." After patting Zhangbo on the shoulder, Zhangbo nodded resolutely without uttering a word. Yang In, standing nearby, interjected, "Young Master Zhang, I shall accompany you." Zhangbo did not object. In the darkness, it would be prudent to have Yang In alongside him, lest Meng Jun mistakenly believe them to be Qing soldiers. Yang Cao and Gao Yi were still stationed at the city gate. The group of about 10 individuals encircling Yang Cao hesitated without a leader, their indecision allowing time to slip away. Meng Jun was now less than 50 meters from the gate, and even if it were to close at this moment, it would be too late. As the sound of galloping hooves grew louder, the 10 glanced at one another, and one retreated to the side. People often follow the crowd. And Wu Bo, with a grim expression, also stepped aside. Upon seeing this, Yang Cao breathed a sigh of relief. The crucial moment had been secured. Meng Jun charged into the city, and upon entering, dozens of cavalry began to secure the gate. Gao Yi hurried forward to address Meng Jun. "General, this is the valiant Yang Cao." Meng Jun, mounted and facing Yang Cao, smiled and said, A true warrior. Once our grand plan is fulfilled, we must celebrate with fine wine." Yang Cao nodded eagerly in agreement, finally able to ease the anxiety that had gripped his heart. In no time, foot soldiers began to stream into the city, and Zhang Bo, the eldest son of Zhang, rushed in with his retainers. Meng Jun spotted Yang In and exclaimed joyfully, "My unparalleled talent, Muda has arrived." He dismounted and clasped Yang In's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. Yang In, smiling, returned the gesture, saying, "General, you flatter me. I am but a humble man. It is my honor to join you in this noble cause. General, this is Zhang Bo, the son of Zhang, who has brought 200 retainers to aid in our endeavor. This is not the time for reminiscing. I urge you to swiftly seize the governor's office and other vital locations." Meng Jun nodded and replied, "Very well. Brother Han, take a company to secure the armory. Bye. You lead a company to capture the silver and grain depots. Shi and I will take the governor's office. Young Master Zhang, you shall accompany me." The group responded with earnest affirmations. "Gao Yi, I shall leave 100 men with you to guard the city gate. As for those green camp soldiers at the gate, those willing to surrender may cut their queues and be integrated. Those unwilling shall surrender their weapons. Once Suzhou is stabilized, we shall consider further actions." After urgently arranging these matters, Meng Jun immediately led his cavalry and several hundred foot soldiers, along with 100 retainers, towards the governor's office. Chapter 13. The fall of Suzhou. In the governor's office of Suzhou, Zhongquan anxiously awaited news. His heart grew increasingly unsettled as he paced back and forth. Suddenly, a guard rushed in, nearly tumbling over himself. "Governor, the southern city gate has been opened, and the rebels have stormed in." Zhongquan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, barely able to remain upright. Had the guard not steadied him, he would have collapsed to the ground. With a voice nearly raised to a shout, he demanded, "Where is Shui Dao? How could such a crucial place be left unguarded?" "Useless, incompetent fool," the guard, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "I do not know where Shui is. On my way here, I saw Commander Yu Qian, but as soon as I called out to him, he vanished without a trace. The city is in chaos. I heard that the Ming army has entered through the southern city." Zhongquan's complexion turned ashen. In such dire circumstances, no one could save them. Losing such a significant stronghold as Suzhou was irreparable, and even if they managed to flee, they would likely face punishment upon reaching Jiangning. Surrendering might lead to execution at the hands of the rebels. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "It is fate. After 10 years of arduous study, I find myself in this predicament. It seems I am destined for death to repay the emperor's grace." With that, he turned to return to his quarters, preparing to end his own life. "My lord, do not act impulsively." Turning back, Zhongquan saw that his advisor had rushed in. In his haste, he failed to notice the threshold and stumbled forward, falling flat on his face. He touched his mouth and discovered that 2 of his front teeth had broken, blood filling his mouth. The sight was somewhat comical. with the advisor's long face and wrinkled features. "My lord, let us surrender. The entry of the Ming army into the city is now inevitable. There is no escape. It would be wiser to submit voluntarily. Surely the Ming army would spare your life, considering your familiarity with Suzhou. If you are willing to surrender, it would save them much trouble," the advisor said, covering his mouth. Zhong Quan hesitated. The Ming army appears to be on the decline. They are unlikely to be a match for the Qing. The advisor sighed. "My lord, regardless of whether the Ming can ultimately prevail, we must first survive this ordeal." Zhong Quan, with a resigned expression, covered his face. "Yesterday, I submitted to the Qing. Today, I would submit to the Ming. I am like a leaf blown by the winds of change. Better to die and retain a shred of dignity." The advisor, though internally disdainful, comforted him. In these tumultuous times, ensuring the safety of one's domain is no small feat as a scholar. The matters of war are not your fault. Do not be too hard on yourself. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon that incompetent Xue Dao. Zhong Quan nodded helplessly. "Today I understand the ancient adage of suffering. Death may be trivial, but I cannot abandon my young children at home." Meanwhile, Meng Jun advanced into Suzhou, and chaos reigned within the city. Households barred their doors, barricading them with tables and cabinets, each person trembling with fear, peering through cracks in their doors or windows at the militia racing down the streets. Meng Jun commanded the soldiers to shout that the Ming army had entered the city, committing no transgressions, firmly closing the gates, prohibiting any departures, promising that those who surrendered would not be harmed, while those bearing arms would face execution. The echoes of this proclamation reverberated throughout the city. Meanwhile, over 1,000 green-clad soldiers stationed at the eastern edge of the city trembled in fear upon hearing the cries from within. They all understood that the Ming army had indeed invaded, and the magnitude of the uproar signified the fall of Suzhou. Regrettably, at that moment, Xue Dao was not in the military camp. He was reveling in the Li Xiang garden of Suzhou, enjoying libations with a few trusted confidants, accompanied by several charming young ladies. "Ah, Master Xue, your capacity for drink is truly remarkable," cooed a woman seated beside him, her voice laced with flirtation. Xue Dao, ensconced in the warmth of her company, found delight in her playful evasion and faint coyness. While he and his companions indulged in merriment, a soldier burst through the door, urgency written across his face. Upon hearing the disturbance, Xue Dao glanced over and scolded. "What in such haste? Are you rushing to meet your demise?" The soldier stammered. There are Ming troops entering the city." "Preposterous. The south has no Ming forces left," Xue Dao retorted. Before he could continue, a nearby officer, reeking of alcohol, interjected. "The soldier is distraught. It's true. The south gate was opened by someone, and the Ming have already breached the city. Chaos reigns within." Xue Dao was instantly struck dumb. Just earlier in the day, all had seemed well. How had he lost Suzhou while indulging in drink? This was unacceptable. He abruptly pushed the woman aside and declared to the others, "We must return to camp." Rising swiftly, he dashed down the stairs, with the others hastily following suit. Upon exiting, a couple of astute individuals, sensing the gravity of the situation, discreetly slipped into the shadows of an alleyway. Xue Dao, accompanied by 3 remaining comrades, hurried towards the military encampment, the sounds of uproar growing nearer. The effects of alcohol had evaporated, replaced by a singular focus on reaching the safety of the green-clad troops. As he quickened his pace, he suddenly discerned the faint sound of galloping hoofs. Turning to look, he saw a contingent of cavalry charging towards him. These riders were, indeed, Meng Jun's cavalry. Although their combat capabilities were lacking, the sight of a unified cavalry charge down the street was nonetheless imposing. Before long, Meng Jun and his men spotted Xue Dao and his companions, mistakenly assuming them to be unfortunate bystanders, and chose not to engage with them. The general, "That is Xue Dao, the garrison commander of Suzhou City," whispered Zhang Bo's words into Meng Jun's ear. Zhang Bo's keen eyes caught sight of the approaching cavalry, and he shouted to Meng Jun, nearly yelling to be heard over the thunderous sound of hoofs. Upon hearing Zhang Bo's urgent call, Meng Jun shouted to kill them. Xue Dao turned, paralyzed with fear at the sight of the cavalry charging towards him, and his 3 companions displayed the same reaction. However, as Meng Jun drew closer, Xue Dao's desperate cry to clear the way fell on deaf ears. The houses nearby remained tightly shut, leaving Xue Dao with nowhere to hide. Leaning against the wall, his face ashen, he witnessed his subordinates fall one by one, blood pooling beneath him, seeping towards his feet. Having ventured out for a night of revelry, Xue Dao was unarmored and unarmed. Trembling, he raised his hands and pleaded for surrender, yet the faces of the encircling cavalry bore no compassion, causing his heart to sink. In a fit of rage, he shouted expletives and lunged forward. How could a barehanded man hope to harm fully armed cavalry? Meng Jun urged his horse forward, and with a swift motion, he struck Shui Dao in the chest. Shui Dao collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Meng Jun looked down at him and commanded, "Sever his head and take it with us." Lin Shiqi dismounted, seized Shui Dao by his braid, and swiftly drew a blade across his neck, blood gushing forth. With a powerful swing, Lin Shiqi struck at Shui Dao's neck repeatedly, and soon, the head rolled away. He tied Shui Dao's braid to the saddle, chuckling. "This braid is rather convenient." Meng Jun, with a wave of his hand, laughed heartily, saying, "The governor's office lies ahead." With the head of the governor Zhongquan and this Shui Dao, what resistance could the soldiers possibly muster? Suzhou City is mine. Chapter 14 The Fall of Suzhou City 3 Outside the governor's office, the secretary and a group of soldiers knelt at the entrance. The secretary trembling as he gazed at Meng Jun, fearful that this rebel might silence him with a mere stroke of the sword. Meng Jun, surveying the secretary, inquired about the whereabouts of the governor. The secretary hastily replied, "Governor Zhong is within. He does not dare to resist the heavenly army and is willing to yield to the general. I implore the general to pardon him." Upon hearing this, Meng Jun felt a surge of delight. It seemed that Zhongquan was astute enough to spare him considerable trouble, although this man lacked fortitude. The willingness of a Suzhou governor to surrender would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Qing officials across Jiangnan. Execution was out of the question. To kill would deter future surrenders. This situation differed from that of Shui Dao, whose forces had long been entrenched in Suzhou, with many loyal followers. Furthermore, Yang En's uncle, Yang Cao, had betrayed Shui Dao, leaving Yang Cao and Yang En in a precarious position. Lin Shiqi dismounted and kicked the secretary, exclaiming, "If you are willing to surrender, why do you remain hidden? Go. Summon the governor." Lin Shiqi held the scholars in contempt, thinking it absurd that they wished to maintain their dignity while serving as traitors. Did they expect General Meng to personally conduct a visit? He adjusted his helmet and was about to send the secretary back to fetch the governor when Meng Jun stopped him, smiling. "It is of no consequence. Let us proceed to meet Governor Zhong. Rise." Meng Jun instructed the secretary to lead the way, and with Lin Shiqi, they strode into the office with nearly 100 men, the clanking of armor echoing loudly. Zhang Bo and Yang En followed closely behind Meng Jun inside. Zhongquan trembled at the sound of armor outside, feeling increasingly restless. He longed to step out and surrender, yet his pride held him back, causing him to act like an ostrich, pretending ignorance. However, with Meng Jun and his men now entering, Zhongquan could no longer hide, and reluctantly tidied his attire before pushing open the door. As he emerged, he was met by a young man flanked by a group of fierce-looking soldiers, all scrutinizing him intently. The young leader bore a slight smile, which was neither a smile nor a frown. Zhongquan recognized him as Meng Jun. His legs weakened, and he fell to his knees, declaring, "General, your might is formidable. I am willing to surrender." Meng Jun beamed and replied, "It is excellent that Mr. Zhong wishes to yield. The situation in Jiangnan is tumultuous, with rebel forces flourishing everywhere. Your decision to abandon darkness for light is indeed wise." He assisted Zhongquan to his feet. Zhongquan resignedly acknowledged, "What the general says is true." Meng Jun then added, "Since you have surrendered, I require your assistance with a matter. Please persuade the Green Camp soldiers to surrender as well, to minimize bloodshed." Zhongquan responded, somewhat helplessly, "The Green Camp is under the command of Shui Dao, and I am not well acquainted with them. I fear I may jeopardize your grand plans." Meng Jun laughed heartily. "Not to worry. We will take Shui Dao's head to negotiate their surrender. Those who refuse shall be executed, while those who submit will be guaranteed safety." Zhongquan felt a chill in his heart, but reluctantly nodded in agreement. To persuade, Meng Jun instructed Lin Shiqi to take Zhongquan to persuade the enemy to surrender, advising that if the Qing soldiers did not capitulate, they should encircle the area and wait for dawn to devise a plan. Meanwhile, Meng Jun himself perused the official documents in the governor's office, examining Suzhou's population and financial resources. The secretary knelt on the ground, not daring to meet Meng Jun's gaze. When Meng Jun finally glanced at him, he was taken aback. The wealth of Suzhou dazzled his eyes. "Rise," Meng Jun commanded, looking at the secretary. "Your Excellency, I am surnamed Zhu, with the given name Tu," the secretary replied respectfully. "Zhu Tu, how many years have you spent in Suzhou?" Meng Jun inquired casually. "Sir, I have been in Suzhou for 7 years," Zhu Tu replied cautiously. Meng Jun pondered for a moment but did not pursue the topic further, returning his focus to the documents. Meanwhile, Lin Shiqi led Zhongquan directly to the training grounds, with cavalry in the lead and foot soldiers following behind. A row of torches blazed brightly along the streets. At that moment, within the green camp, the highest-ranking officer was a Qianzhong surnamed Su, named Su Biao. Originally, the camp consisted of 1,000 men, but many had fled amidst the chaos in the city. Su Biao wore a worried expression as a circle of men gathered around him, asking what to do. The darkness loomed, and they dared not deploy their troops. The soldiers were anxious, fearing that even the slightest disturbance might lead to a rout. Su Biao, at a loss, could only gather his troops together. Soon, Lin Shiqi and the righteous army arrived at the camp's entrance. 2 soldiers brought Zhongquan to the gate, shouting, "Xue Dao is dead, and the governor has surrendered to the Ming. Those who surrender will be spared. Do not throw away your lives in vain." Inside the green camp, the soldiers were alarmed as they looked at the multitude of torches outside. Su Biao recognized Zhongquan, but most green camp soldiers did not know him. However, many were familiar with Xue Dao, and the sight of his severed head illuminated by the torches was terrifying. "Soldiers, I am Zhongquan, the governor of Suzhou. The city has been reclaimed by the Ming. Cease your futile resistance. You are surrounded. Surrender." Zhongquan called out to the green camp soldiers within. The soldiers exchanged glances. Turning to Su Biao, who, sweating profusely, looked toward the outside and, after a moment of hesitation, resignedly said, "Surrender." Upon hearing this, all the soldiers exhaled in relief, casting down their weapons and raising their hands in surrender, with not a single soldier resisting. This clearly indicated that the Qing's hold on Jiangnan was tenuous at best. Lin Shiqi was overjoyed and promptly instructed someone to return to the governor's office to report the good news to Meng Jun. Meanwhile, Meng Biji and Han Xiong also sent word, reporting that they had secured the treasury and granary, although the resistance had been somewhat fierce. Resulting in over 50 casualties in Han Xiong's unit, they had ultimately prevailed. Upon receiving this news, Meng Jun felt a measure of relief. It was fortunate that the green camp surrendered peacefully, allowing for the complete acquisition of Suzhou. Yangzhou's contributions were invaluable. Despite having taken Suzhou, Meng Jun was acutely aware of the dire external circumstances. Li Chengdong's 10,000 troops still lingered in Jiading, although the conflict had not yet concluded. Its resolution was not far off. Once the battle in Jiading ended, Li Chengdong would undoubtedly launch an assault on Suzhou, posing the greatest threat to Meng Jun. Thus, it was imperative for him to quickly consolidate his control over Suzhou. At this moment, the Suzhou prefecture encompasses the counties of Changshu, Kunshan, Wujiang, and Taicang, with a population exceeding 900,000. However, these counties remain under the control of the Qing army, and astonishingly, the treasury still holds over 900,000 taels of silver, while granaries are filled to the brim with ample provisions. Meng Jun, while perusing the records of Suzhou, discovered that during the early Hongwu years of the Ming Dynasty, the total annual taxation across the realm amounted to 29.43 million shi, with Suzhou Prefecture contributing to 89 million shi, Songjiang Prefecture 1.21 million shi, and Changzhou Prefecture 0.55 million shi. This serves to illustrate the unparalleled wealth of Suzhou. However, following the Qing army's occupation of Nanjing, Suzhou had already dispatched silver ingots and provisions to Nanjing on 2 occasions. Nevertheless, despite these efforts, the granaries of Suzhou still hold an impressive 120,000 shi of grain. Upon encountering this information, Meng Jun's eyes widened in astonishment, a fervent desire to inspect the treasury and granary surging within him. With this thought, he gathered the documents and called out to Gao Yi, instructing him to prepare for their expedition to assess the resources of their righteous army. Meanwhile, the turmoil within the city of Suzhou had gradually subsided. Apart from a few reckless ruffians who took advantage of the chaos to plunder shops, these miscreants were swiftly apprehended by patrolling cavalry. The news of the conquest of Suzhou Prefecture by Meng Jun and his companions would soon reverberate throughout Jiangnan like a thunderclap, delivering a significant blow to Hong Qingqiu, who was en route to Jiangning. It is believed that the Qing army's counteroffensive will soon follow. Chapter 15. Preparedness. Upon reviewing the records of the grain and silver treasury in Suzhou, Meng Jun could hardly contain his eagerness. Accompanied by his loyal guard, Gao Yi, he hastened directly to the granary. Their journey was swift, and soon Meng Jun arrived at the grain depot, where he found Meng Biji's subordinates stationed outside with torches. The former guards had been disarmed, and under the watchful eyes of the righteous army, they dared not make a sound. Meng Biji approached Meng Jun. Clasping his hands in salute, declaring, "General, the granary is safe and sound. Only a fool attempted to set fire to the grain, and I dispatched him with a single arrow. The rest have been rendered compliant. Well done, Biji. I have always had complete confidence in your capabilities. Make sure to keep a vigilant watch over the granary tonight. It is our foundation." With this, Meng Jun patted Meng Biji on the shoulder in commendation. "Let us enter and inspect the granary." Meng Jun gestured for Gaoyi to open the door. As the door creaked open, they were greeted by a multitude of sacks brimming with grain. Gaoyi unfastened one of the bags and, upon inhaling its scent, reported, "General, this is fresh grain." Delighted, Meng Jun touched the grain, his spirits lifting. In tumultuous times, food can be a treasure beyond the reach of silver. After inspecting the granary, Meng Jun reminded Meng Biji to safeguard the provisions diligently. Following his review of the supplies, Meng Jun returned to the governor's office in Suzhou. Despite his fatigue, the myriad matters at hand compelled him to muster his energy and address them. As dawn broke, the flags atop Suzhou's city walls had been replaced. The once prominent banner of the Qing army had been discarded in favor of the bold standard of the Hongguang righteous army. Some daring citizens cautiously opened their doors. Observing that the city remained tranquil, it was rare for an army to enter without plundering or slaughtering. The change of flags held little significance for the common folk. As long as there was no massacre or pillaging, they felt fortunate. For the common people, regardless of who reigned as emperor, sustenance and taxes were the constants of life. And thus no one dared to stir trouble. Exhausted from the night's endeavors, Meng Jun succumbed to sleep. Upon the arrival of daylight, he awakened and summoned Gaoyi to gather everyone at the governor's office to discuss the current situation. In the bustling governor's hall, Meng Jun had a large table set up. The atmosphere was lively, with Meng Biji grinning from ear to ear, while Han Xiong animatedly recounted how he had personally dispatched 2 adversaries the previous night. Meng Jun surveyed the assembly. Though they appeared weary, excitement radiated from each individual. As Meng Jun waited for the crowd to quiet down, he stroked his stubble and declared that the city of Suzhou had been captured, but this was merely the beginning. There remained a multitude of pressing tasks ahead. We must expand our forces, forge weapons, fortify the city defenses, and train our soldiers. We shall deliberate slowly, addressing each matter step by step, yet time is of the essence, for the Qing army will soon launch a counterattack. We cannot afford to pause. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, we shall tread through it resolutely. General, we need to swiftly reorganize our troops, incorporate the Green Camp, and recruit new soldiers. A substantial supply of arms is essential, preferably including firearms, Lin Shiqi interjected. Indeed, let's sift through the Green Camp and dismiss any who are unfit. As for recruiting new soldiers, you shall oversee that, Shiqi. We can establish recruitment points throughout the city and dispatch people to the surrounding villages as well. I will expedite the arrangements for the weapons, Meng Jun replied without hesitation, having contemplated these issues the night before. Meng Jun continued, Meng Biji, you are tasked with overseeing the defenses of Suzhou. Ensure that the laborers within the city are well appeased, and those willing to join the righteous army are welcomed. Yes, General, I will do my utmost, Meng Biji replied emphatically. General, I have a suggestion, Yang En remarked, directing his gaze towards Meng Jun. Upon noticing Yang En's gentle demeanor, Meng Jun encouraged him, speak freely, Muda. There is no need for reticence. Very well, General. I have 3 points to present. First, having conquered Suzhou, our current troop levels are inadequate to handle the present situation, necessitating a swift reform of our military structure. Second, now that we possess a city, we require someone to oversee taxation, governance, and local management, which I believe requires your decisive judgment. Third, as we rally against the Manchus, we face the imminent threat of encirclement by the Qing army, and we must dispatch envoys to the Prince of Lu to request support. Why not appeal to Emperor Long Wu and Fu Jin for assistance? Han Xiong inquired, puzzled. Yang impatiently elucidated to Han Xiong. On one hand, Emperor Long Wu is far away in Fu Jin, and distant waters cannot quench nearby thirst. Furthermore, being under the influence of the Zheng family, he is unlikely to provide us with aid readily. The Prince of Lu, being in close proximity to Suzhou, can offer us swifter assistance. Yang En continued, General, it is imperative that you establish a more prominent title. As the saying goes, a name that lacks righteousness leads to disarray in speech. You are no longer merely the leader of a ragtag army of 2,000. You command a populace of tens of thousands, which is a matter of great distinction. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Jun responded, by Mu De's suggestion, what title would be appropriate? Without hesitation, Yang En proposed. The general may be designated as the governor, establishing a governor's office to oversee military and civil affairs in Suzhou. Upon hearing this, the assembly expressed their unanimous agreement, with Han Xiong praising, "Excellent, excellent, this is splendid. The matter of titles and the establishment of the office can be discussed later. Our immediate priority is the military, which is of utmost importance. Shichi, please make the necessary arrangements. We shall convene later to discuss military structure. Han Xiong, you are responsible for the distribution of arms from the armory. Let all matters be prioritized for the army." Meng Jun paused and suddenly recalled another matter, saying, "We must also ensure that the promotion of our cause within Suzhou progresses, but I have yet to decide who shall be responsible for this task." The assembly exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the need for promotion. Meng Jun elucidated the necessity of disseminating the atrocities committed by the eastern invaders throughout the city and countryside, emphasizing that should the Qing forces penetrate Suzhou once more, it would spell utter catastrophe. He passionately urged the recounting of the Qing soldiers' rampages in Liaodong, Shandong, and Yangzhou, instructing that all storytellers in the city be summoned for this task, a matter he would personally oversee. As he surveyed the crowd, some appeared contemplative while others were skeptical. Without further elaboration, Meng Jun dismissed everyone to act independently. "Yao Yi, summon Zhu Tu for me," Meng Jun commanded. In due course, Zhu Tu approached Meng Jun Shu. "Are you aware of the number of craftsmen in Suzhou?" "General, which type do you refer to?" Zhu Tu inquired cautiously. "All craftsmen, enumerate them," Meng Jun replied tersely. Yes, General. The most numerous in Suzhou are the textile workers, numbering around 40 to 50,000. The textile production in Suzhou is renowned across the world, making it the largest group of craftsmen in the city. Among the blacksmiths, there are over 1,000 military households, and the number of family workshops in the city should range between 2 to 3,000. Carpenters are similarly numerous, also in the vicinity of 2 to 3,000. Upon hearing this, Meng Jun formulated a plan. "Gao Yi, gather all military blacksmiths together. Everyone must prepare to forge long spears and armor." He then pondered who would be responsible for the manufacturing of weaponry. Indeed, regardless of the time, talent remains the most precious and vital resource. The news of Suzhou being overtaken by rebel forces spread like wildfire, catching Li Chengdong off guard. He was heavily reliant on the supplies previously transported from Suzhou, and with its sudden loss, he found himself in a precarious situation. "Go, summon the generals," Li Chengdong irritably commanded his attendants. Chapter 16. Preparedness. Two Li Chengdong's commanders included Ma Bao, Li Yuanyin, Du Yanghe, Yin Qi, Hao Shangjiu, Luo Chengyao, Huang Yingjie, Yang Dafu, Zhang Daoying, Guohu, Zhang Yu, and Wu Wenxian, totaling 12 individuals. Since his surrender to the Qing dynasty, Li Chengdong had served as a vanguard for the Qing court, making remarkable contributions during its southern campaigns. At this time, the city of Jiading, under the leadership of Zhu Ying and his righteous army, had gathered over 2,000 men. Although Zhu Ying led the righteous army to reclaim Jiading, they were soon defeated once again by Li Chengdong's formidable forces, resulting in Zhu Ying's execution and the city being ravaged anew. "Commander, we should directly return to seize Suzhou. The rabble in Jiading are nearing annihilation, and the wealth of Suzhou is simply overflowing," Du Yonghe chuckled. "Indeed, capturing Suzhou seems as easy as turning one's hand, for they are merely a band of local militia. A 3-day plunder of Suzhou will elevate our commander to the rank of governor," Guohu chimed in. The officers, each contributing their thoughts, fervently urged Li Chengdong to launch an assault on Suzhou. With 5,000 elite troops and over 10,000 laborers at his command, Li Chengdong felt that taking Suzhou would be a matter of ease. With this in mind, he raised his hand, issuing orders to cease operations in Jiading, allowing for a 3-day rest before marching on Suzhou. The officers were visibly excited and respectfully acknowledged the command. In the main hall of the Suzhou prefectural office, Meng Jun was intently studying the city's defense plans. In the past few days, he had scarcely paused to address matters. Following numerous discussions with Lin Shiqi, Han Xiong, and Ming Biji, a new military structure for the Hongguang Righteous Army was established. 10 men constituted a squad, led by a squad leader. 100 formed a banner, helmed by a chief banner leader. 300 comprised a company, overseen by a captain in charge of 3 banners. 1,000 formed a battalion, led by 1,000 commanders supervising 3 companies. 3,000 constituted a regiment, with regiment officers in charge of 3 battalions, each regiment comprising 1 commander and 2 deputies. Divided into left, middle, and right regiments, each with an officer in command, and 10,000 formed a garrison, with a commanding officer supervising 3 regiments. Additionally, Meng Jun expanded his personal guard to 800, while the reconnaissance team, hindered by a lack of horses, numbered only 400. The left regiment was commanded by Han Xiong, the right by Ming Biji, and the middle by Lin Shiqi, with Huang Cheng, a veteran who had previously served under Lin Shiqi during the uprising in Lizhuang, leading the reconnaissance team. Upon capturing Suzhou, Meng Jun aimed to expand his forces to an astonishing 10,000. Had it not been for the inadequacy of the grassroots officers in the Hongguang army, the expansion could have been even greater. Although Suzhou was well supplied with provisions and silver, weaponry and armor were scarce. Meng Jun scoured the armory, unearthing even the old and worn armor, totaling over 3,000 sets. Fortunately, there were sufficient blades and firearms for immediate use. The entire army underwent urgent drills, focusing on formations and spear arrangements, as Meng Jun, pressed for time, had no choice but to forego the military texts he had intended to study. He was too busy to engage with the art of war or the new book of military efficiency, let alone apply their lessons. Meng Jun had established the governor's office, which was still in its formative stages. Locally, Yangzhou was appointed as the chief historian of the governor's office, while Zhang Quan was brought in to assist as an advisor, stabilizing the situation in Suzhou. Simultaneously, he sought to appoint scholars to various official positions. Though simplicity was prioritized in all matters, Meng Jun's primary focus remained on military affairs, the procurement of arms, and the training of soldiers, emphasizing strict adherence to orders, with other matters to be refined gradually in due course. In the present day, all the blacksmiths in Suzhou are diligently crafting weapons. Zhu too is exceedingly busy, barely managing to organize the craftsmen to commence production. Meng Jun has bestowed upon Zhu Tu an honorary title, the chief supervisor of the armory. The primary task of the armory is to forge armor, while the blacksmiths across the city are tasked with creating spearheads and broadswords, and the carpenters are constructing wooden gun bodies. Renowned for his weaving, Meng Jun has not forgotten to arrange the production of military uniforms as well. Simultaneously, Meng Jun is acutely aware of the insufficiency of military strength to defend Suzhou. He has chosen able-bodied men to form a militia, consolidating 30,000 local troops, organized into battalions comprising men from the same village or township. The militia battalions are relatively small, approximately 500 men each, with 20 battalions stationed along the city walls, each led by Yang Kao with a strength of 1,000 men. Although the newly formed units exhibit some disarray, they are managing to hold their ground. Hai, go fetch Zhu Tu for me, Meng Jun called out to Hai, who was waiting outside. Yes, Commander, Hai replied, drenched in sweat as he hurried away. Over the past few days, he has been running about tirelessly. Commander, I have arrived. Zhu Tu entered in haste. Ah, old Zhu, you are here. Please, take a seat, Meng Jun remarked. Zhu Tu, the seasoned veteran, has been diligently managing the armory, which is now capable of producing iron and leather armor. Meng Jun's attitude towards him has undergone a significant transformation. After Zhu Tu sat down and took a sip of water, Meng Jun spoke up. Old Zhu, can we commence the production of firearms? These weapons are crucial for the defense of the city, and we cannot do without them. Please find a way to produce a portion of these muskets. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tu's expression turned sour. Commander, I currently lack the manpower. Lin Yingguang is constantly urging me for armor. Furthermore, manufacturing firearms is not a simple task. There are very few skilled craftsmen in Suzhou. Meng Jun pondered and realized he was placing undue pressure on Zhu Tuesday. He offered words of encouragement in that case. Keep an eye out for those who can manufacture firearms and produce a small quantity. I do not demand a large number, but the quality must be assured. If anyone dares to produce subpar work, their head will adorn the city gate. Understood, Commander. I will find a way, Zhu Tu replied, somewhat resigned. Very well. You may return to your duties. Hai, come in and summon Lin Yingguang. I need to discuss the soldiers' training with him, Meng Jun instructed. Meanwhile, the Qing army had entered Yangzhou, where Shirgobu tragically fell into the hands of the Tatar invader duo Air. Shirgobu chose to sacrifice himself rather than surrender, proclaiming with fervent words, as a minister of the court, how could I seek to survive and become a sinner for eternity? My head may be severed, but my honor shall not be tarnished. I willingly accept death to join the late emperor in the afterlife. Whether the city stands or falls, I shall not yield. My resolve is firm. Even if my body is shattered into 1,000 pieces, I will savor it as sweet. Yet, the million souls of Yangzhou must not be slaughtered. In a tea house within Suzhou, a storyteller passionately recounted this tale, igniting the fervor of the assembled crowd. who were filled with righteous indignation and a fervent desire to take up arms against the eastern invaders. Duo witnessed the unwavering defiance of the Shige tribe, and in a cruel twist of fate, he ruthlessly exterminated them. The unfortunate populace of Yangzhou, numbering 800,000, fell victim to the frenzied slaughter unleashed by the eastern marauders upon their entry into the city. Each innocent soul encountered was mercilessly slain, while women faced unspeakable atrocities. Yangzhou transformed into an unmitigated hell. On the 10th day following the marauders' invasion, scarcely a living being could be found within the city. What was once a thriving metropolis of 1 million souls had devolved into a desolate graveyard. The vibrancy that once characterized Yangzhou had vanished, leaving behind an eerie silence as all were annihilated. The storyteller's voice grew fervent as he proclaimed that if the eastern marauders were to advance upon Suzhou and we failed to rise in resistance, we would meet the same grim fate. As he concluded, his impassioned gestures and tears flowed freely, evoking profound emotion among all present. In that fleeting moment, a palpable unity against the common enemy emerged. Many young individuals, with tears in their eyes, rushed towards the recruitment station, eager to enlist and fight valiantly against the invaders. Chapter 17. Preparedness 3. In his quest to remain apprised of external circumstances, Meng Jun had dispatched all scouts to surveil the forces of Li Chengdong in the direction of Jiaoding. Concurrently, he instructed Yang En to hasten to Shaoxing to establish contact with the Lu Wang regime, thereby intensifying preparations for battle while also reaching out to various small factions of righteous armies. Standing atop the city walls of Suzhou, Meng Jun gazed upon the ancient city, a place steeped in history, once the capital of the Wu Kingdom during the spring and autumn period, and later the administrative center of Kuaiji Commandery during the Qin and Han dynasties. Throughout the eras of the Jin and the Southern and Northern dynasties, it remained a vital stronghold in the south. The city thrived in opulence, renowned as a place of beauty, often celebrated in the adage, above there is paradise, below there is Suzhou and Hangzhou. Its geographical significance rendered it a coveted prize for military strategists since time immemorial. As Meng Jun surveyed the bustling city from his vantage point, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. This vibrant locale was on the brink of becoming a battlefield drenched in blood. He resolved to steadfastly defend Suzhou, viewing combat as a means of preparation. During his patrol along the walls, each battlement was manned by 5 vigilant guards. Stones and timber had been meticulously stockpiled, and within the treasury of Suzhou, over 100 jars of incendiary oil awaited deployment. Scouts were tirelessly monitoring the movements of the Qing forces in the vicinity. At this moment, Lin Shiqi and Han Xiang stood at Meng Jun's side. Shiqi, Meng Jun inquired casually, how long until the Qing troops arrive? At the earliest, 10 days, at the latest, half a month. The Qing army will surely be upon us, Lin Shiqi replied, his expression grave. Meng Jun nodded, fully aware that Suzhou, as a pivotal stronghold in Jiangnan, would be a target for the Qing forces who would not delay their approach. He understood that a fortnight was a luxury. 10 days remained for him to prepare. Governor, my greatest concern is that the Qing army may surround the city without launching an immediate assault, prolonging the siege. Without external reinforcements, even the most fortified city may succumb. Lin Shiqi expressed his apprehension to Meng Jun. I am aware. I have already sent Yang En to seek assistance from the Lu Wang and Shaoxing. They must understand the gravity of our situation, Meng Jun said, resting his hand on the parapet as he gazed outward. Lin Shiqi nodded. Let us hope for the best. Han Xiang, however, wore a look of deep concern. The city is filled with new recruits, and the militia may prove inadequate. My fear is not for the future, but for the possibility of a fierce assault by the Qing forces. If they strike hard, the city may not withstand the onslaught, and that would spell doom for Suzhou. Indeed, the first confrontation is always the most challenging, yet united in purpose. I refuse to believe that the Qing can overpower us in a single strike. After a brief silence, Meng Jun suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. Given the tendencies of the Southern Ming, there was no certainty. With the Lu Wang embroiled in a power struggle with the Longwu Emperor in Fujian, what if assistance did not arrive? What then? Upon this reflection, Meng Jun addressed Han Xiang, saying, Brother Han, I wish for you to venture beyond the city to make contact with the righteous army. The timing is yours to discern. Take 1,000 men with you. Draw as much silver and provisions as you require from the treasury. Han Xiang, taken aback, replied, But if I depart from Suzhou, what assurance do we have against unforeseen events within the city? I must take this gamble, Meng Jun asserted. Everyone must gather within the city. Should the Qing forces besiege us, prolonged defense will lead to inevitable loss. Thus, Brother Han, you shall serve as our secret weapon. Understood, Commander, Han Xiang responded solemnly. bowing to Meng Jun before turning to descend towards the city gates. All the wrought and cast iron in Suzhou had been purchased by the Hongguang army, entirely for the purpose of forging armor. Every blacksmith capable of crafting armor was conscripted into the armory, producing over 100 long spears and sabers daily, along with 1,000 arrowheads, and approximately 40 to 50 sets of armor every fortnight. Upon arriving at the armory, Meng Jun was greeted by a bustling scene. The treasury's funds and provisions flowed freely, plunging the entire city of Suzhou into a state of peculiar prosperity. Zhu, too, drenched in sweat, accompanied Meng Jun as they inspected the armory, leading him to the firearms production area. Upon entering, Meng Jun observed 4 to 5 dozen men engaged in boring barrels. Zhu, too, remarked, "Commander, the production of firearms is exceedingly slow. It will take a month to yield the first batch, yielding only 50 to 60 pieces. I have scoured Suzhou for artisans skilled in crafting firearms, but only found 82, most of whom previously worked for maritime merchants." Meng Jun frowned. "This pace is rather sluggish. We must recruit more apprentices to assist." "Yes, Commander, I shall arrange this immediately," Zhu Tu assured him with a nod. After concluding his visit to the armory, Meng Jun returned to the governor's hall. Just as he settled, Gaoi entered, saying, "Commander, the old matriarch has arrived. She is nearly at the main gate." Startled, Meng Jun swiftly rose and stepped outside. Upon focusing, he saw Meng Bian waiting at the entrance. As soon as Meng Bian spotted him, he knelt on one knee, tears welling in his eyes, and declared, "Young master, I have fulfilled my duty. The matriarch is safe. After receiving her, I concealed our presence. And upon returning to Li village, I learned that you had captured Suzhou. I did not dare to delay and have just arrived." Meng Jun helped Meng Bian to his feet, patting his shoulder and glancing towards the carriage outside. Reflecting on the events, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards the elderly matriarch. She could have enjoyed her twilight years in peace, yet due to Meng Jun's rebellion, she was forced to forsake her home and follow him. Approaching the carriage, Meng Jun respectfully bowed and said, "Mother, your son has been unfilial." The maid, Huan Earth, no longer bore the elegance she once displayed in Chashu, now appearing disheveled. She cast a complex glance at Meng Jun before assisting the elderly matriarch down from the carriage. Upon her arrival, the matriarch sighed upon seeing Meng Jun and remarked, "My son has grown. You have undertaken such monumental deeds, and I cannot hinder you. It is merely a pity for the legacy of the Ming family." Meng Jun met her gaze, noticing a hint of reproach in her expression. Lowering his head, he responded, "In times of national upheaval, every individual bears responsibility. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot coexist. Well, since you have embarked on this path, you must see it through to the end. At my age, there is no need for you to worry about me," the matriarch reassured him, sensing his guilt. Meng Jun observed the elderly lady, noticing her fatigue, and promptly instructed Gao Yi to gather the staff to tidy the room, allowing her to rest. Once the matron had retired, Meng Jun turned to Meng Bian and inquired, "Bian, did you encounter any difficulties on your return?" "Young master," Bian replied, "the journey back was uneventful. We could have gradually evacuated the household, but the day after we returned, Song Jai and Pain arrived in Chashu. As soon as he returned, Wang Shoubei realized you had rebelled and came to apprehend the matron. Fortunately, we acted swiftly and managed to escort her away a day in advance, dispersing the remaining members of the household as well." Meng Jun nodded, acknowledging, "It is good that you returned safely. Bian, now that you're back, you should rest for a few days." "Young master, I am not weary. I can accompany you," Meng Bian responded with a smile. "Rest first," Meng Jun said with a grin. "Once you are rejuvenated, you may resume your usual duties at my side." Within the military camp of Suzhou, soldiers were practicing their formations with precision: thrust, withdraw, thrust, withdraw. To Lin Shiqi's discerning eye, these were mere recruits, far inferior to the elite border troops. However, in the brief span of a few days of training, they had improved significantly from their initial disarray. A rather ruthless thought crossed Lin Shiqi's mind. After just a few battles, those who survived would emerge as seasoned warriors. Was it not true that the veterans of Li Zicheng's camp had been forged into elite soldiers through countless bloody conflicts? The bloodshed in Suzhou was drawing near. Chapter 18. The army approaches as Meng Jun diligently prepared for battle. The days elapsed one after another. He and his comrades had made every conceivable preparation. On this day, while patrolling the city walls as usual, a rider galloped in from below the city. Upon seeing this, Meng Jun felt a tightening in his chest, which soon relaxed. What was destined to come would eventually arrive. Descending from the watchtower, he listened as the scout, panting, reported to the commander, 50 miles east of the city. We have spotted Qing cavalry. My brothers and I have taken a vantage point on a nearby hillside, and the Qing army numbers around 20,000. Relay the command to gather all generals, all 1,000 commanders and above must attend, Meng Jun instructed Hai. As Hai clasped his fists in respect, they returned to the governor's hall. Shortly thereafter, over a dozen officers arrived. Meng Jun scrutinized each of them, Meng Buji, Lin Shiqi, Yang Cao, Su Biao, alongside several newly promoted valiant soldiers, Wang Difu, Zhang Shun, Qian Biao, Zhang Bo, and Mu Tai, who were all present. Once everyone was seated, Meng Jun addressed the assembly. Since the Liao incident, the eastern barbarians have slaughtered millions of Liao people. During the Hongguang Era, these invaders repeatedly raided northern Jili and Shandong, plundering all in their path. Just months ago, Yangzhou was sacked, and Jiading met the same fate. Now, that murderous fiend Li Chengdong is approaching Suzhou. If we cannot hold Suzhou, it will plunge into chaos. Although the fortifications of Suzhou are formidable, we must remain vigilant. We have reinforcements outside. Han Ying's forces are gathering righteous troops, and Yang'an is in contact with the Prince of Lu. Despite the Qing army's overwhelming presence, if we hold our ground in Suzhou, we will capture the world's attention. With a rallying cry, the masses will respond, and the eastern barbarians will find it difficult to maintain their strength in Jiangnan, thereby securing half the territory for ourselves. The surging rivers will reveal the true heroism of our cause. Meng Jun inspired the assembly. After delivering an impassioned speech and meticulously arranging the defense strategies for each general, Meng Jun ascended to the eastern city wall to observe the slow advance of the Qing forces. With the army approaching, the landscape was painted a vivid crimson. The Qing soldiers, their caps layered upon one another, seemed to spread like a sea of blood. The faces of some new soldiers turned pale, and a sense of anxiety permeated the ranks. Observing this, Meng Jun removed his outer garment and personally struck the drum to uplift morale. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the drum reverberated throughout the city, and the soldiers rallied with fervent cries. Hu, ha, hu, ha. The shouts echoed like thunder, and the spirits of those on the walls began to revive. Although the righteous army gradually regained its courage, they were still faced with the seemingly invincible Qing forces, which instilled a lingering doubt in their hearts. Ironically, these Qing troops, once weak under the Ming banner, now displayed an astonishing fighting capability in their new guise. Watching the Qing army methodically set up camp below, Meng Jun perceived them from the walls as they moved like ants, an endless sea of soldiers stretching far into the distance. This spectacle was unprecedented for Meng Jun, leaving him momentarily lost in thought, yet he maintained a resolute demeanor. At this moment, within the Qing camp, 4 or 5 riders sped toward the city of Suzhou. Those who surrender shall be spared. Those who resist shall be executed once the city falls. Having delivered this message, several cavalrymen did not wait for a response from the city but turned their horses back toward the Qing camp. Standing upon the ancient walls of Suzhou, enveloped in the twilight's embrace, Meng Jun experienced a sudden sense of surrealism, as if he were ensnared within a dreamlike realm. His fingers grazed the weathered blue bricks of the battlements, absorbing the echoes of a battlefield that had once thrummed with life. He was jolted back to reality, realizing he was now a participant in this historical tapestry. The accounts penned in the annals of history felt starkly different from the living breath of the present. The chronicles were cold and detached, recounting tales of loyalty and sacrifice, of those who perished for their country, of those who took their own lives, of valiant defenders falling in battle. Perhaps these very souls lingered beside him, watching him in this moment. Since the Mongolian cavalry had once galloped across the Yangtze River, and over 3 centuries later, the Qing forces returned with their iron host to the south, the southern capital surrendered without a fight, transforming hundreds of thousands into complicit allies of the eastern invaders. Dorgan believed the realm was his to command and audaciously issued the decree for head shaving. Yet, for the sake of cultural heritage and national pride, countless righteous individuals in the south rose in defiance. The north lay in ruins, and should the Qing army establish complete control over the south, bolstered by its wealth and resources, they would sweep across the land as history foretold. Meng Jun resolved that even if it meant turning Jiangnan into scorched earth, he would not allow the Qing forces to easily seize this fertile land. Thus, let it all commence from Suzhou. Upon returning to the magistrate's office, Meng Jun issued a proclamation to the people, warning them of the impending assault on Suzhou by the Qing forces led by Li Chengdong, and declared his unwavering determination to defend the city to the last breath. He also instructed the propaganda team to disseminate information about the Qing army's atrocities throughout the city, urging everyone to join the militia. Be assured, I will dispatch a team to you. Patrol the city and apprehend any suspicious individuals to ensure stability. Additionally, a curfew must be enforced, and militia reserves organized within the marketplaces. Meng Jun meticulously orchestrated each detail. On the battlements of Suzhou, the cannons were limited, with only about 20 on each wall. The city's fortifications stretched nearly 30 miles, yet there were merely 100 cannons, most of which dated back to the Ming Dynasty. Some could be considered as old as Meng Jun's great-grandfather. Meanwhile, bundles of arrows were hoisted atop the walls, along with logs, stones, and shields, all meticulously arranged. Meng Jun and his comrades had taken every conceivable precaution. Now, all that remained was to await the Qing army's assault. Within the Qing army's encampment, Li Chengdong surveyed the city of Suzhou. The recent sounds of drums and the rallying cries of soldiers from the city walls stirred a sense of unease within him. He recognized that although the garrison may not be numerous, the morale of the soldiers was high and the fortifications formidable. Suggesting that capturing Suzhou would not be an easy feat at that moment, he convened with his generals in the camp to deliberate a direct assault on the morrow. With Hongguang's 3,000 troops leading the charge, aiming to breach the city within a single day. After their discussions concluded, the generals dispersed, leaving Li Chengdong to retain Li Yuanyin for further counsel. Upon receiving the news, Father learned that a troop of flag soldiers would arrive in Suzhou within 2 or 3 days, led by a certain Funi, an envoy dispatched by the Prince Blo to oversee military affairs in the city. Li Chengdong, with a profound expression, remarked to Li Yuanyin, "What purpose do the flag soldiers serve?" Li Yuanyin, perplexed, inquired, "Are they not coming to seize Suzhou? Would that not attract unwanted attention? The city's resources would be significantly diminished." Li Chengdong, visibly troubled, responded, "There is no need for you to worry, my adopted son. A mere troop of flag soldiers cannot overturn the world. Should they provoke us, it would not be a daunting task to eliminate them at an opportune moment." Li Yuanyin, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "Do you truly believe I am concerned about that troop? What good would it do to dispose of them? Do not create unnecessary trouble. Just go." After watching Li Yuanyin depart, Li Chengdong could only hope that Suzhou would be subdued within 3 days, for then the wealth within the city would be at their discretion. Exiting the main tent, Li Yuanyin sighed deeply. He had consistently opposed Li Chengdong's capitulation to the Qing, yet his adoptive father remained resolute in his decisions. Helpless in this regard, he recognized the immense debt of gratitude he owed to Li Chengdong, and thus resigned himself to follow this singular path, no matter how dark it may become. Chapter 19. The siege at dawn. As the morning light began to break, the soldiers of the Qing army had finished their breakfast and commenced donning their armor. The previous night, auxiliary troops had tirelessly constructed dozens of siege ladders, now positioned before the camp. The impending assault on the city walls loomed large, while the righteous army within the eastern fortifications prepared with palpable tension. Defensive tools were steadily transported to the battlements, arrows and logs were readied, and the molten gold beneath the walls had begun to be heated. Half an hour later, the rhythmic beating of drums echoed from the Qing camp as they assembled for the attack. Auxiliary soldiers bore the siege ladders, charging forth to multiple positions, closely followed by the Qing infantry wielding shields. Upon entering the range of the fort's artillery, the cannons atop the walls unleashed their fire. A barrage of cannonballs left many auxiliary troops mangled and bloodied, while the ground became strewn with dismembered limbs. Some auxiliary soldiers, struck by fear, abandoned their ladders and retreated, only to be cut down by the relentless. The inaccuracy of the artillery resulted in the destruction of 2 ladders after several rounds of fire. "Advance! Retreaters shall perish!" bellowed a fearsome Qing commander, brandishing his sword. The green-clad troops surged forward, shields held aloft, racing toward the walls. At that moment, a solid cannonball hurtled toward the rear of the Qing formation, piercing through their ranks with the ease of a plow through soil, leaving those unscathed wailing in agony before being silenced by the approaching. As they entered the archer's range, Lin Shiqi shouted for arrows to be loosed. A torrential downpour of arrows rained down upon the soldiers below, inflicting heavy casualties among the auxiliary troops. After the front lines suffered grievous losses, the Qing army successfully positioned 8 ladders against the walls. Defenders atop the fort began to scatter, while logs and stones rained down like hail. The Qing archers at the rear also commenced their barrage toward the battlements. Occasionally, an auxiliary soldier would be struck and fall, and beside Meng Jun, a young soldier was pierced through the neck, blood frothing from his mouth. "Clear the way," shouted the others, as 4 men strained to hoist boiling molten gold to the battlements. The searing liquid cascaded down, burning the skin of several Qing soldiers climbing the ladders, who screamed in agony as they plummeted. In the Qing camp, Li Chengdong seethed with anger as he surveyed the battleground. After more than an hour of fierce combat, they had lost nearly 1,000 men, and none of the 8 ladders had reached the top of the walls. Observing this, Hao Shangjiu bellowed, "Follow me." He donned his armor, and surrounded by dozens of loyal guards, he bit down on his sword, raised his shield, and began to ascend the ladder. Agile and determined, Hao Shangjiu braved the falling logs and stones, finally reaching the battlements. The sight invigorated the Qing troops below, who surged upward like a swarm of ants. Li Chengdong felt a surge of joy. If Hao Shangjiu could secure a foothold on the walls, the Qing troops could flood the battlements, and the hope of breaching the city today would become a reality. Upon the ramparts, Meng Jun observed Hao Shangji clad in iron armor, relentlessly dispatching several foes. 3 of Hao's personal guards had already ascended the battlements, forming a small defensive position back-to-back amid the dire circumstances. With a fierce shout, Meng Jun charged forward, accompanied by Gao Yi and a dozen loyal guards. One of Meng's guards struck first, aiming a blow at Hao, but it was deftly parried. In retaliation, Hao swiftly countered, landing a strike on the guard's chest. Seizing the moment when Hao's momentum waned, Meng Jun slashed at his leg, causing Hao to stumble. Gao Yi, seizing the opportunity, aimed a diagonal strike at Hao's neck. However, Hao's instinct as a seasoned warrior allowed him to evade this lethal blow, as his guards quickly shielded him. Hao retaliated with an upward slash, prompting Meng Jun to narrowly retreat, feeling the chilling breeze of the blade pass dangerously close to him. Gao Yi instinctively positioned himself in front of Meng Jun, cleaving one of Hao's guards to the ground. Just then, another assailant scaled the wall, intensifying the perilous situation. Meng Jun bellowed for them to drive the intruders away, as several armed volunteers surged forward to brace against Hao's midsection. The spearheads lodged in his armor, forcing Hao against the wall. With a mighty effort, he severed 2 spearheads, yet the inertia of the broken weapons pressed against his chest once more. In that critical moment, Meng Jun seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful strike to the vulnerable area of Hao's neck. With a sickening sound, Hao's head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide with rage, blood gushing forth from his severed neck. In an instant, Hao's guards were momentarily stunned, before charging at Meng Jun in a desperate bid for vengeance. Alas, they were swiftly overwhelmed and cut down by the surrounding volunteers. Breathless, Meng Jun gasped, adrenaline coursing through him, invigorating his senses. This was the most perilous encounter he had faced in his limited experience of battle, yet he had survived. However, the threat on the ramparts had not yet dissipated. Grasping Hao's severed head, he called out triumphantly, rallying his guards to join in the exultation. The Qing soldiers below hesitated, their morale plummeting in the wake of such a shocking turn of events. Li Chengdong, his face ashen, gazed up at the battlements, unable to fathom how swiftly fortune had shifted. In the span of a single day, a prominent general had been lost. Observing the dwindling morale, he recognized that further assaults would be futile. Reluctantly, he ordered the retreat, planning to regroup for another attempt later. Once the Qing forces had returned to their encampment and accounted for their losses, Li's countenance darkened further. In just half a day, they had suffered over 700 elite troops and nearly 1,000 auxiliary soldiers. The losses within Suzhou city were also substantial, with over 600 wounded being carried down from the battlements and more than 300 slain on the spot. Nevertheless, the volunteers atop the walls, having tasted blood, had greatly bolstered their courage. Shi, we must assemble an elite armored force capable of providing immediate support wherever needed. The situation is exceedingly perilous, Meng Jun remarked as he sat on the steps of the city wall, addressing Lin Shiqi. It is prudent to carry blunt weapons. Should the Qing soldiers don double layers of armor, blades will fail to penetrate, and spears will not pierce. If even a handful of such Qing soldiers ascend the city walls, Suzhou will find itself in grave danger, Lin Shiqi replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed. Shiqi, your considerations are remarkably thorough, Meng Jun responded, a sudden determination igniting within him. Glancing up, he noticed Meng Bian resting on the ground, clutching his arm. Bian, come here, he called out. Upon hearing his name, Meng Bian turned and hurried towards Meng Jun. Are you all right, Bian? Meng Jun inquired. With a smile, Meng Bian replied, I am fine, young master. I managed to dispatch at least 3 Qing soldiers just now. And what of your arm? Meng Jun asked, observing the injury. A rogue managed to slice me, but fortunately it did not strike anything vital. However, he met a grim fate. I cleaved his face, and he fell instantly. Look, he still lies there, Meng Bian grinned, gesturing towards a nearby lifeless Qing soldier, bloodied and slumped against the wall. Bian, swiftly seek out Zhu Tu and instruct him to forge a batch of blunt weapons immediately. Then, recruit men, prioritize the armor from the treasury. Take as much as you can. We must establish a formidable armored force wielding blunt weapons, specifically designed to counter the heavily armored Qing soldiers, Meng Jun commanded. Understood, Commander. Meng Bian affirmed with a serious nod. Chapter 20. Bloodshed under the shroud of night. The city of Suzhou was enveloped in a melancholic atmosphere. The defenders took pride in repelling the fierce assault of the Qing forces. Yet sorrow weighed heavily upon them as they mourned the families of the hundreds of soldiers who had perished. The garrison on the eastern ramparts was diligently fortifying the city's defenses. The battlements were ablaze with light, and the soldiers vigilantly surveyed the outer perimeter. Outside the city, the Qing encampment lay in eerie silence, seemingly unremarkable. Meng Jun lay in bed, pondering how to break the stalemate. Would the army of King Lu come to their aid? What of Han Xiang's rebel forces? Uncertainty clouded his mind, leaving him reliant solely on his current resources. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded him. He eventually rose and took a seat at his desk, scrutinizing the defensive plans of Suzhou. After a lengthy contemplation, he stood by the window, gazing at the moonlight. A rebellion demanded unwavering resolve, akin to the indomitable spirit of Xiangyu, with the audacity to burn bridges behind him and the courage to face death head-on. To hold Suzhou was paramount. The Qing could continuously send troops to besiege them, yet steadfastness offered no escape. In a hushed tone, Meng Jun reflected on the notion of burning the boats. The Qin Pass shall ultimately belong to Chu. He resolved to endure hardships, remembering that 3,000 Yu warriors could conquer Wu. At dawn, Meng Jun ascended the eastern city wall, where the Qing forces had begun to assemble. Following their unsuccessful attempt to breach the city the previous day, the auxiliary troops within the Qing encampment had refashioned their siege equipment, creating broader and sturdier ladders, as well as battering rams. Numerous ladders were positioned just beyond the range of the city's artillery and as far as the eye could see. The Qing soldiers poured forth in a relentless stream. The drums of war thundered within the Qing camp, signaling the commencement of another large-scale assault on Suzhou, surging towards the walls like a raging torrent. From the battlements, arrows rained down, and the smoke of cannon fire enveloped the city. Logs and stones were hurled from above, while the corpses of the fallen Qing soldiers accumulated at the base of the walls, turning the soil to a deep brown. Those who managed to scale the walls were met with fierce resistance from Lin Shiqi and his band of rebel firefighters, who cut them down mercilessly. Despite the heavy losses suffered by the Qing, the defenders on the walls faced their own challenges. The militia had incurred significant casualties, with battalions rotating in and out under intense pressure. With the Qing forces concentrating their assault on the east, soldiers from the other three sides were continuously summoned. And within mere hours, over 2,000 were carried down from the walls, many struck by arrows. The Qing archers were seasoned veterans, masters of their craft, and it often took several defenders to match the valor of a single Qing soldier. Below, Li Chengdong furiously wielded his whip, commanding the messengers to relay orders, capture Suzhou. And for 3 days, do not sheathe your blades. The commander has decreed, seize Suzhou, and for 3 days, do not sheathe your blades. Several mounted couriers galloped back and forth, shouting the orders. In that moment, the morale of the Qing soldiers surged as they fervently cried out to seize Suzhou, to pillage wealth and women. Du Yonghe and Yinqi, clad in iron armor, personally led several hundred elite troops, their imposing figures and robust builds charging forth with an overwhelming ferocity. Witnessing the scene, Meng Jun inhaled sharply and hastily summoned Meng Bian to bring forth the blunt weapon battalion. Meng Bian hurriedly replied that the battalion was short of 200 men. Yet they were not far from the eastern city. He would rush there immediately. Without delay, he dashed down the city tower. At that moment, Du Yonghe, leading his loyal guards, braved the rain of arrows atop the walls and approached the scaling ladders, shouting as they ascended. The defenders on the battlements had already noticed the distinctiveness of this Qing army, and stones and arrows rained down upon them in relentless defense. However, the Qing soldiers, clad in heavy armor and wielding wooden shields, were impervious to the arrows, which could hardly inflict even a scratch. Only stones, when hurled with great force, posed a genuine threat. Lin Shiqi realized that the Qing troops were swiftly climbing the walls and shouted for incendiary oil to be thrown. 2 of his men, holding oil jars, hurled them down toward the ladders, followed swiftly by torches. A chilling wail erupted from below as several Qing soldiers were drenched in burning oil, flames igniting rapidly, inducing panic among the surrounding troops. Sweating profusely, Du Yonghe was grateful for his quick judgment, having leapt down from the ladder just in time. Although he had broken his leg, he remained alive. Otherwise, he would have been consumed by the flames. Limping with the support of his guards, he continued to direct the battle from below. The fierce combat persisted, and a contingent of heavily armored Qing soldiers managed to reach a scaling point. Just in time, Meng Bian led his 200 men from the blunt weapon battalion into the fray. Without the need for words, the militia, armed with various blunt instruments, surged forward. In terms of individual prowess, the newly formed battalion could not match the elite Qing troops. However, the scant numbers of the attackers and the slow reinforcements made the outcome a battle of willpower. The few Qing soldiers who had reached the top formed a formation, gradually expanding their control over the area. Lin Shiqi and Meng Bian flanked the Qing soldiers attempting to ascend, their blades carving through the onslaught. Blood flowing like a river from the battlements. Lin Shiqi, drenched in blood, found his grip on the weapon slippery. At a narrow scaling point, the bodies piled high, resembling a barricade, and in the end, some Qing soldiers, upon seeing such a scene, chose to leap from the ladders rather than continue. The Qing army incessantly brought fresh troops to the battlefield, employing a tactic akin to pouring oil on flames. From dawn until afternoon, the ground was littered with corpses, and Suzhou city appeared to teeter on the brink of collapse, yet it stood resolutely. The banners of the militia atop the city walls, stained red with blood, though tattered, continued to flutter defiantly in the wind. After enduring a prolonged struggle, the Qing forces found their strength waning, far surpassing the capacity of these green battalions. The desire to plunder Suzhou was gradually eroded by the battlefield's brutal slaughter, and the stench of blood lingered in the air for miles. Li Chengdong observed that the siege had sapped their strength, and his soldiers were utterly exhausted. He had no choice but to sound the retreat, despite suffering heavy losses. He had failed to capture even a fragment of Suzhou. Watching as the bodies of his fallen soldiers were stripped of their armor and discarded like wild dogs, Li Chengdong was rendered speechless, unable to regain his composure. Noticing the dejected demeanor of his troops, he realized that with the remaining forces, they were incapable of breaching Suzhou's defenses. Following this brutal siege, the Qing auxiliary forces had suffered over 3,000 casualties, and more than 1,000 elite soldiers had perished. Compounded by the battles of the previous day, Li Chengdong's forces were now utterly incapable of posing a threat to Suzhou. Meng Jun gazed upon the retreating Qing forces below the city, and a resolute determination began to take shape within his heart. He commanded scouts to descend from the western walls and locate the Han camp officials, instructing them to convene in Suzhou on the morrow. This was merely a contingency plan for Meng Jun. Should Han Xiong fail to arrive, he would have to take the initiative himself. At this juncture, the Qing army was undermanned and demoralized. Missing this opportunity could render future chances elusive. Should he manage to eliminate Li Chengdong, it would not only invigorate the spirits of the people but also avenge the grievances of Jiading. Shi, I have resolved to march forth from the city for a decisive battle on the morrow. With a corps of 2,000 battle-hardened warriors, I shall lead an assault to crush the Qing encampment, bolstered by an additional 5,000 courageous militia and 400 cavalry. The Qing forces, being dispirited and depleted, with numerous wounded among their ranks, present an opportune moment for us. Delaying further would invite reinforcements from the Flag Army in Nanjing. And I suspect Li Chengdong may well retreat tonight, as Lin Shiqi observed the Qing encampment. Chapter 21. Military Council. Why does Shiqi say this? Meng Jun looked at Lin Shiqi with a puzzled expression. Lin Shiqi gazed at the Qing army's encampment, a hint of a smile gracing his icy visage as he spoke. It is merely a feeling, my lord. There is no need to dwell on it. After a brief pause, he continued, Li Chengdong suffered a setback in the siege today. If I were in his position, I would certainly withdraw my troops under the circumstances. The defenders of Suzhou have just endured a significant battle and are unlikely to pursue. A sudden retreat today would take them by surprise, of course. This is only my intuition. Meng Jun contemplated the scene outside the city walls and, after a moment, remarked, the Qing army has sustained numerous injuries today. How could they possibly retreat under the cover of night? If they abandon their wounded, how can morale be maintained? Although the Qing forces have suffered greatly and are unable to launch another siege, they can still hold their ground and await reinforcements from Nanjing. I believe Li Chengdong would never retreat. After a moment of reflection, Meng Jun spoke resolutely. As night fell, Meng Jun, Lin Shiqi, Meng Baishi, and other generals convened to discuss the forthcoming battle plans. Despite the reorganization of the Hongguang army, The dire circumstances compelled Meng Jun to train his soldiers through combat, which would inevitably lead to significant sacrifices for the righteous army. Although the reformed troops were well equipped with armor and weaponry, many soldiers lacked the necessary experience in battle. If they were to encounter the newly surrendered Green Standard soldiers, they might rely on their youthful vigor to fight bravely. However, should they face the seasoned elite of the Eight Banners, their defense could hold, but in open battle, it would likely result in a devastating rout. A large map of Jiangnan hung prominently in front of everyone in the hall. This map, retrieved from the treasury of Suzhou, was somewhat crude but accurately depicted the general distribution of major cities. It encompassed all the cities of present-day Jiangsu, Shanghai, and Zhujiang. While the specific scale may not have been precise, the relative positions of key cities, mountains, rivers, and canals were clear. Once everyone was seated, Meng Jun pointed to Suzhou City and stated, "Regarding today's battle atop the city walls, I need not elaborate on the details, as you are all well aware. Li Chengdong wreaked havoc in Jiading. The battle at the city walls has diminished his momentum, and he is no longer in a position to launch a large-scale assault. I have decided to strike tomorrow, to shatter Li Chengdong's forces and relieve the siege of Suzhou." With that, he gently tapped the table, noticing that the others remained silent. Meng Jun smiled and encouraged, "Feel free to speak your mind. There are no taboos here." Meng Baiji hesitantly interjected, "Our soldiers can still defend the city, but they have never engaged in open battle. Should we falter, I fear for the safety of Suzhou's defenses. Large-scale field battles are not our forte. Any misstep could jeopardize Suzhou. I propose that under the cover of night, while the Qing troops are asleep, we execute a surprise attack on their camp. Our 400 cavalry, who did not participate in the siege, still possess fighting strength. We can send the bravest from each battalion to march upon the Qing camp. If victorious, Li Chengdong will pose no threat. If we fail, Suzhou will remain secure." Lin Shiqi also voiced his opposition to the proposed decisive battle tomorrow. Observing the dissent from two of his key subordinates, Meng Jun could not help but furrow his brow. If he could not defeat Li Chengdong with the remaining troops, how could he ever face the sweeping might of the Eight Banners in the future? However, he understood their concerns. After all, none of them had commanded large-scale battles before, and uncertainty was a natural sentiment. Seated at the lower end of the table, Qian Biao spoke up, a tall and robust man. His round face was adorned with a thick beard that split at the ends. His arm was as strong as the calves of an ordinary person. "In my opinion, we should launch an attack tonight. I observed the Qing army's camp today. It is quite rudimentary. If we all rush in, we could easily overpower them. I could take down Li Chengdong with a single axe." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shun interjected in agreement. "Indeed, from what I saw during the city defense today, the Qing troops are rather lackluster. Only the heavily armored soldiers pose a real challenge. The green-clad troops are not as formidable as they are reputed to be. Whether we strike tonight or engage in an open battle tomorrow, victory is within our grasp." His confidence resonated with those around him, and soon, many expressed their concurrence. It appeared that today's skirmish had bolstered their spirits, as the junior officers no longer feared the Qing forces. Of course, it was clear that they had yet to engage with the elite Eight Banners cavalry. Meng Jun, observing the lack of dissent regarding the nighttime raid, slammed his palm on the table, declaring, "Then it is settled. We shall launch a night attack on the Qing forces at the second watch. Prepare the troops. Choose 2,000 men who do not suffer from night blindness, and select the finest warriors to launch a surprise assault on Li Chengdong's camp. Now, off you go to make the necessary preparations." "Yes," the officers responded in unison, rising to their feet with fists clasped in respect. Meanwhile, within the command tent of the Qing army, Li Chengdong waved his fan in frustration. The oppressive summer heat had left everyone on edge, and the continuous assaults had cost the Qing forces dearly. After today's battle, Li Chengdong had lost all confidence in breaching the city within 3 days. His current concern was the arrival of a contingent of 8 banner soldiers from Jiangning. Having always harbored trepidation towards these elite troops, the recent losses had only exacerbated his anxiety. If the reinforcements treated him as mere cannon fodder to ascend the city walls, what would remain of his already dwindling power? With soldiers under his command, he could afford to be selective about whom to engage, but if his forces were depleted, he would be as pliable as a soft persimmon, easily crushed by anyone. Li Chengdong held no regard for the insurgents within Suzhou. To him, they were merely a rabble. Yet, he was taken aback by their resilience. Akin to stones in a cesspit, stinking and unyielding, they had shattered his resolve. Contemplating this, his heart twisted with disdain, for he had lost nearly 40% of his elite troops and thousands of auxiliary soldiers. Currently, over 2,000 wounded lay within his camp. If only I had artillery. He thought bitterly, I would have long since blasted open the gates of Suzhou and annihilated these vermin. Retreat was not an option for Li Chengdong. After much deliberation, he resolved to deploy cavalry the following day to rally the surrounding villagers. If 50,000 were insufficient, he would gather 100,000 after all. The population in Jiangnan was dense, unlike the depopulated north. Did he truly fear he could not find enough recruits? With sheer numbers, he could overwhelm Suzhou, seize its wealth, and expand his forces. Perhaps he could even attain a title akin to that of Wusangui or Xiangkashi. As these thoughts unfolded, Li Chengdong's spirits lifted, and the day's earlier setbacks faded from his mind, replaced by a burgeoning optimism. The summer heat was indeed oppressive, making it quite difficult to find slumber. Thus, I called out to those outside the tent to bring me a flask of wine and to seek out a woman from the nearby village. Upon hearing Li Chengdong's words, a loyal guard responded promptly. Soon, dozens of cavalry from the Qing army made their way towards the villages surrounding Suzhou. Shortly thereafter, anguished cries echoed from within a village, as 6 or 7 households lost their men to the merciless Qing soldiers, while the women were subjected to unspeakable indignities. After half an hour, the cavalry returned to the camp, escorting 2 strikingly beautiful women. Chapter 22. Night raid on the camp. As night fell, a refreshing chill enveloped the outskirts of Suzhou, where a tranquil silence prevailed under the sparse stars and a bright moon. A gentle breeze caressed the air, accompanied by the croaking of frogs, while the occasional chirping of crickets could be heard. The gates of Suzhou slowly swung open, and Meng Jun, Lin Shiqi, Zhang Shan, and Qian Biao led their horses in an orderly manner through the entrance. Each steed bore a short bamboo pole tied to its mouth to stifle any whinnies. Upon exiting the city, a faint stench of decaying corpses wafted through the air, remnants left unattended by Li Chengdong's troops. Meng Jun resolved that, regardless of the outcome of the night's surprise attack, the battlefield must be cleared. Otherwise, should this delay persist for several days, a plague might erupt within Suzhou, turning the city into a veritable hell on earth. The Qing army's encampment was situated on a flat expanse approximately 5 or 6 li from the city. At this hour, the camp lay in silence, the surrounding campfires flickering steadily, casting a soft glow across the area. The perimeter patrols made their rounds, though the soldiers appeared lethargic. They remained dutiful. Li Chengdong, a veteran born from the ranks of the peasant uprising, had fought alongside the likes of the rebel leader Li Zicheng and the agile Gao Jie, having switched allegiances from Ming to Qing. Despite his disdain for the insurgents within Suzhou, he did not relax his vigilance over the camp's defenses. That night, Meng Jun selected 2,300 troops, comprising 300 cavalry and 2,000 infantry. Concealed by the cloak of night, he positioned himself on a slope 2 li from the Qing camp, observing its sparse torches, while the insurgents behind him began to form ranks, cautious not to draw the enemy's attention. Governor, the ground in front of the Qing camp is entirely exposed. There is no cover left. Lin Shiqi crouched beside Meng Jun and inquired. Meng Jun gazed at the scattered torches of the enemy camp, pinched some dust from the ground, and cast it forward with determination, proclaiming, "Arm yourselves, cavalry, mount your steeds, we shall launch a fierce assault." The men around him fell silent, resolutely beginning to don their armor and prepare for the impending battle. The cavalry commenced their advance, with Meng Jun and Lin Shiqi taking the lead, closely followed by Gao Yi and the bodyguards at Meng Jun's side. Qian Biao, unable to ride, grasped an axe and jogged behind, while the infantry, clad in helmets and armor, trailed closely. Among the Qing patrols, one soldier, filled with curiosity, remarked, "Old 3, did you hear anything?" The man known as Old 3, stifling a yawn, replied nonchalantly, "What sound could there be? After such a brutal battle today, those inside the city must be sleeping soundly. Who would dare to launch a surprise attack at this late hour?" He resumed his stride, but after a few steps, he turned back towards the direction of Suzhou, coming to a halt to listen intently. At that moment, the sound of hoofbeats began to grow increasingly distinct. The rhythmic sound of galloping hooves echoed increasingly louder. Lao San, filled with trepidation, gazed towards the darkness from whence the sound originated. Moments later, he exclaimed to the others, "Did you all hear that?" "Indeed. It seems to be the sound of hoofs," one person replied uncertainly. Another immediately countered, "What do you mean seems? That is undoubtedly the sound of hoofs. We are under attack." Lao San, casting a wary glance into the shadows, turned and sprinted towards the main camp, shouting, "Hurry! We are under assault. Come quickly, we are under attack." His cries echoed into the camp, where most of the Qing soldiers were in deep slumber, though a few light sleepers were startled awake. By this time, Meng Jun's cavalry had reached the palisade of the Qing camp. Meng Jun shouted, "Charge!" In a matter of moments, the cavalry closed the distance to the camp entrance. Gao Yi and several personal guards dismounted before their horses had even come to a complete stop. A few rushed forward to lift the barricades aside. Meng Jun seized a short spear from his horse and hurled it at a Qing soldier near the entrance. The spear struck with great force, piercing the soldier's chest. Aware of his own accuracy, Meng Jun had prepared 5 such spears for himself. The cavalrymen equipped with bows began shooting at the Qing soldiers by the entrance, buying precious time for Gao Yi and the others. As the barricades were cleared, Meng Jun shouted, "Charge in! Do not stop! Keep pushing!" With that, he led the charge, followed closely by Lin Shiqi, who loosed an arrow before hastening after him, and the cavalry surged into the camp. The commotion roused Li Chengdong from his slumber, causing him to sit upright. Beside him, 2 young maidens, tear-streaked and frightened, huddled at the edge of the bed, ignoring their distress. Li Chengdong was soon alerted by his guards, who flung aside the tent flap in a panic. "My lord, the Ming army is attacking the camp. They have breached the gates and are setting fires within. Chaos reigns in the camp." Li Chengdong, fuming, barked, "What a useless lot. Who is on night watch tonight? Where are Yuan Yin, Du Yonghe, Yinqi, and Zhang Yu?" The guard replied hastily, "My lord, tonight it was General Yang Dafu who was responsible for the night watch." At that moment, Li Yuan Yin and Du Yonghe burst into the tent. Li Yuan Yin spoke urgently, "Foster father, the Ming army has infiltrated the camp." Du Yonghe added, "My lord, it is still dark. We cannot ascertain how many Ming soldiers have entered." Li Chengdong scolded, "What is there to panic about? I can hear it myself. Quickly gather all available soldiers and form a battle array." Li Yuan Yin and Du Yonghe bowed in acknowledgement and hurriedly exited the tent, rallying the nearby troops. Meanwhile, Li Chengdong's guards rushed to assist him in donning his armor. Enraged to the brink of asphyxiation, he lamented, "What a bunch of fools. Given the commotion in the camp tonight, even if we manage to repel the attackers, this army will be decimated. If we can save even a third or a fourth of our forces, it would be sheer divine favor." As Li Chengdong emerged from his tent, he beheld a scene of utter chaos within the camp. Soldiers scurried about like headless flies, and in a swift motion. Li Chengdong dispatched a Qing soldier who rushed past him, blood splattering across his face. With a fierce expression, he bellowed for order, commanding all to assemble and threatening death to any who dared to flee. His loyal guards promptly echoed his orders, and gradually, hundreds of soldiers gathered around him. Turning his gaze towards Meng Jun felt a surge of exhilaration. He had not anticipated such an effortless breach into the enemy camp, encountering little structured resistance. Only a handful of valiant souls formed small formations to counterattack, but against the onslaught of Meng Jun's cavalry, they were as futile as a man is trying to stop a chariot, unable to impede the horsemen even for a moment. Once inside the camp, Meng Jun divided his cavalry into several squads, launching attacks in all directions. Numerous tents were ignited by torches, illuminating the camp as brightly as day. From atop the city walls of Suzhou, Meng Biji witnessed the spectacle with clarity, his excitement compelling him to repeatedly slap the bricks until his palms turned crimson, oblivious to the pain. Meanwhile, the infantry following the cavalry had also surged into the camp, further exacerbating the turmoil among the Qing forces. Many auxiliary soldiers, upon encountering the righteous troops, hastily surrendered. The cavalry, however, had no time to concern themselves with the kneeling Qing soldiers. Qian Biao shouted with fervor, declaring that those who knelt would not be killed, nor would those who surrendered. Li Chengdong's expression darkened ominously, and some soldiers nearby trembled in fear. The cacophony within the camp rose and fell, filled with piercing cries that echoed hauntingly in the dim firelight. At that moment, Meng Jun spotted the formation that Li Chengdong had assembled. Their eyes met briefly. Although they had never encountered each other before, both felt the unmistakable presence of an adversary. Meng Jun surveyed the formidable soldiers behind him. Though only 100 horsemen remained, he brimmed with newfound confidence, a sensation he had never experienced before. He understood that this charge would lead to victory. With determination, Meng Jun pointed his long blade and shouted loudly. Chapter 23. The defeat of Li Chengdong. A distance of merely 100 paces felt as close as a heartbeat to the cavalry. Meng Jun's breaths became rapid. His mouth slightly agape, and labored breaths escaped his nostrils. In that moment, the world around Meng Jun was consumed by the thunderous sound of hooves, the pounding of horses against the earth reverberating like ominous thunder in a storm. Kill! Meng Jun surged forward, leading the charge, his steed colliding with a Qing soldier, sending him hurtling several meters away, his fate uncertain. His loyal guard, Gao Yi, fearless and unstoppable, charged straight toward Li Chengdong's position, followed by over 100 riders, piercing the Qing ranks like a deadly spear. The sight of the cavalry's assault was truly terrifying. Gao Yi, wielding a long blade, leaped into the enemy lines, striking left and right, dispatching several foes. The cacophony of battle echoed throughout the camp, and under the relentless onslaught of the cavalry, the Qing soldiers retreated, their fallen comrades littering the ground. Li Chengdong's guards stood resolutely before him. In the darkness, the panicked Green Battalion soldiers, overwhelmed by the cavalry charge, scattered in fear, some kneeling in surrender. Only Li Chengdong and his loyal guards continued to resist fiercely. The formation of the Green Battalion was loose, and the cavalry's might was overwhelming. Meng Jun hurled a spear toward Li Chengdong's direction, guided only by instinct in the dim light. The weapon struck a guard in the neck, killing him instantly, his lifeless body collapsing at Li Chengdong's feet. This shocking blow rendered Li Chengdong pale, as several guards swiftly raised shields to protect him. Upon witnessing this, Meng Jun bellowed, his voice hoarse yet powerful, charging forward. The knights surrounding Li Chengdong echoed, "Capture Li Chengdong alive! Capture Li Chengdong alive!" In the dark, the sense of fear among men was magnified. The shouts of the righteous army and the cries of their allies heightened the panic among the already frightened Green Battalion soldiers, whose resolve to resist waned further. Li Chengdong and Li Yuanyin exchanged grim expressions, seasoned veterans who recognized the futility of their situation. Yet, Li Chengdong could not accept the reality of being vanquished by a rabble of commoners. Seeing this, Li Yuanyin grasped Li Chengdong's sleeve, urging, "Adoptive father, it is futile. We must flee." Li Chengdong's face shifted from pale to flushed with anger, and as he remained unresponsive, Li Yuanyin pressed him urgently. Yin Kai, standing nearby, added, "Commander, withdraw first. Preserve your strength to regroup the army. There is still hope." Under the collective persuasion and tugging of his comrades, Li Chengdong, filled with reluctant rage, declared, "I shall one day eradicate Suzhou." With that, he led the group toward the stables. The moment Li Chengdong retreated, a chain reaction ensued, and the Qing forces crumbled even faster. After dispatching a Qing soldier before him, Meng Jun found no further resistance ahead. Gazing around, he observed some Green Battalion soldiers abandoning their weapons and fleeing in all directions, while many more knelt in submission, unwilling to entertain any thought of resistance. Meng Jun reined in his horse and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "We have achieved a great victory." Gao Yi, who stood nearby, echoed the sentiment with fervent shouts of victory, victory. The jubilant cries resonated throughout the stillness of the night, reverberating across the city of Suzhou. The soldiers stationed atop the city walls, upon hearing this exultation, were filled with excitement, wondering aloud if they had indeed triumphed, remarking that it sounded like their voices. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Li Chengdong's figure had vanished, leaving Meng Jun with a tinge of regret, though he could not dwell on it at that moment. The Qing army's camp blazed with firelight, and under the sweltering heat of summer, Meng Jun and his comrades were drenched in sweat, pausing to rest. Aside from a few scattered Qing soldiers who had fled the camp, the majority of Li Chengdong's green-clad troops had surrendered, and the clamor of battle had gradually subsided. The righteous army had begun to gather the surrendered troops and extinguish the bonfires. Meng Jun dispatched a swift horse back to the city, instructing Meng Biji to bring men to clear the battlefield. "Governor, look who I have captured," two high-ranking officials. Qian Biao strutted forward, leading two men who knelt before Meng Jun. Beside him, several of the righteous army held down Du Yanghe and Guohu, two Qin generals. Upon arriving before Meng Jun, the two men knelt in silence, seemingly resigned to their fate. Meng Jun regarded them calmly and inquired, "Will you surrender?" Du Yanghe glanced at Meng Jun, his face tinged with shame, and replied, "I am willing to surrender." Guohu, looking at Du Yanghe, resignedly added, "I, too, am willing to surrender." Meng Jun waved his hand, directing them to be taken away. Li Chengdong, along with his adopted son Li Yuanyin, General Yanqi, and Huang Yingjie, had fled the camp on horseback. After a swift ride, they halted to regain their strength. Li Chengdong gazed at the distant camp, tears streaming down his face at the catastrophic defeat. The foundation of years of effort lay in ruins, and he pondered his uncertain future. "Commander, where shall we go? Should we head to Jiangning?" Yanqi asked, somewhat disheveled. Li Chengdong merely shook his head in silence, fixated on the direction of Suzhou. "Adoptive father, perhaps we should return to Songyang Prefecture to recruit new soldiers. As the commander of Wusong, it is only fitting that you return to guard that territory." If we go to Jiangning, we risk becoming prey to others. Li Yuanyin suggested with a bow. Upon hearing this, Li Chengdong seemed to regain his composure. After some contemplation, he acknowledged, what Yuanyin says is very wise. We must avoid Jiangning and return to Songjiang. I started as a mere refugee, often going hungry, with no land or family. What I have to fear? With a decisive gesture, he commanded, let us return to Songjiang Prefecture. With that, the group mounted their horses and continued their journey forward, turning his attention to Han Xiong. It was noted that after leaving Suzhou, Han Xiong's friend Zhao Yongping had organized a band of righteous soldiers near Luji town, numbering nearly 800. Although their weaponry was incomplete and provisions scarce, under Zhao Yongping's leadership, they had conducted several surprise attacks against the Qing soldiers in the vicinity of Songjiang and Suzhou, gaining a reputation as a notable leader of righteous forces. When Li Chengdong's army passed through, Zhao Yongping, aware of the disparity in strength, had led his troops into the nearby mountains. Once Li Chengdong had moved on, Zhao Yongping reoccupied Luji town. Han Xiong led his troops to Luji town. Motivated not only by his friendship with Zhao Yongping, a renowned leader of the righteous army, but also by the strategic location of Luji, which was neither too close nor too far from Suzhou. If it were too near, this extraordinary army would easily be detected by Li Chengdong's scouts. If too distant, they would not reach in time. Upon departing from Suzhou, Han Xiong dispatched dozens of men to various locations of the righteous army, urging them to converge at Luji town. Unfortunately, the results were rather meager. Han Xiong's influence was insufficient to inspire trust among others, and only 2 small factions agreed to join him in Luji. On the second day after his arrival at Luji town, Han Xiong sent messengers back to Suzhou to report on the situation while also assessing the ongoing battles in Suzhou and organizing his forces. However, he was taken aback by the swift conclusion of the conflict in Suzhou. At this moment, Meng Jun was entirely unaware of Han Xiong's presence in Luji and had merely dispatched individuals to search for him, while Han Xiong's returning messengers had yet to encounter Meng Jun. Under the cloak of night, Luji town lay in tranquil stillness, interrupted only by the patrols of the righteous army, who were diligently surveying the surroundings. Little did Han Xiong know that Li Chengdong was, at that very moment, less than 30 miles away from him. Chapter 24 Aftermath. As the sun rose, its golden rays illuminated the earth, casting a warm glow over the land. Outside the city, the echoes of a fierce battle lingered in the air, the clamor of conflict keeping the citizens of Suzhou awake throughout the night. In the wilderness, throngs of people gathered. Thousands of Qing soldiers from the Green Standard Army were confined in several locations. These soldiers sat dejectedly on the ground, some glancing nervously at the righteous army surrounding them. Armed with long spears, the soldiers of the righteous army remained vigilant, their apprehension palpable despite the confiscation of the Qing soldiers' armor and weapons. The sheer number of captives created an atmosphere of tension. Within the city, officials and laborers were busy clearing the corpses from the city outskirts. The gruesome scene, rife with dismembered bodies, nearly induced vomiting among the laborers. The remains had begun to emit a faint odor of decay after just a few days, and if not dealt with promptly, the threat of an outbreak loomed ominously. Meanwhile, in the council hall of Suzhou, Meng Jun and his compatriots deliberated the aftermath of the battle, with the primary concern being the fate of the Green Standard prisoners. Governor, with so many of them, we cannot execute them all, nor can we simply release them. We cannot sustain them indefinitely. Meng Biji expressed his worries. Lin Shiqi, with a fierce glint in his eyes, proposed, these individuals have participated in the massacre of Jiading. Their hands are stained with blood. I suggest we execute 1 in 10 and incorporate the rest into the death squads, sending them to the front lines. It resolves the issue once and for all. His words left the assembly momentarily speechless. After a pause, Zhang Shun murmured, but that amounts to 7,000 or 8,000 lives. What atrocities would that entail? Lin Shiqi glared at Zhang Shun. Are we to simply integrate them? They're unreliable and could turn against us in battle. Can you guarantee their loyalty? Meng Jun felt a jolt at this revelation. The severity of the situation was evident. If the prisoners were not managed properly, chaos could ensue, with dire consequences. Yet, Meng Jun was resolute against such a brutal solution. In tumultuous times, people are resources. Killing them would be a waste. However, integrating an entire battalion could corrupt the spirit of the righteous army and compromise safety. The only viable approach was to disperse and incorporate them into the righteous forces. After a moment's contemplation, Meng Jun stated, we shall execute all officers above the rank of captain among the Green Standard soldiers. Those auxiliary soldiers willing to join our ranks may do so, while those unwilling shall be allowed to return home. The regular troops will be conscripted for labor, dispatched to various mines and tasked with repairing the city walls, sent wherever their services are needed. Though Lin Shiqi felt some discontent, he ultimately refrained from opposing the decision. Following the recent victory, Meng Jun's reputation within the military had soared, and the assembly expressed unanimous support for his resolution. Once the matter of the prisoners was concluded, Meng Jun addressed the assembly once more. Li Chengdong, responsible for the atrocities in Jiading, has been vanquished. This victory shall undoubtedly invigorate the morale of righteous forces across the land. Now that the siege of Suzhou has been lifted, do you believe that all is well and that the war has come to an end? No, the great battle has only just commenced. In a matter of days, news of the conflict in Suzhou will reach Nanjing, and the Qing forces are certain to assemble a multitude of troops for an assault. In Hangzhou, a significant contingent of Qing soldiers remains stationed to guard against the Ming army in Zhujiang. Following Li Chengdong's defeat, it is plausible that the Qing forces in Hangzhou may launch an attack. The journey from Hangzhou to Suzhou would take no more than 10 days for a large army. Moreover, to the north, the cities are teeming with Qing soldiers, leaving us encircled by the enemy, and the situation is far from optimistic. The crowd exchanged glances, the recent joy of victory dampened by this cold reality. In the sweltering heat, beads of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Meng Jun continued, although we have emerged victorious, we must not underestimate the Qing army. If we reflect carefully, we have yet to engage the Qing forces on a proper battlefield. To speak candidly, none of us have commanded troops in a grand battle involving tens of thousands. Thus, we must promptly conduct military drills to hone our officers' leadership skills. Our army, though numbering over 10,000, is accompanied by 30,000 auxiliary soldiers whose equipment is inadequate and combat capability questionable. Moreover, our regular troops consist largely of new recruits with insufficient training duration. Consider the dire consequences if we encounter the Qing cavalry on open plains. Qian Biao wiped his brow and boldly declared, "Everyone, let us strap our heads to our waistbands. We fear not death. What of the elite 8 banners? We have slain them before. They too carry heads upon their shoulders. If one loses his head, I refuse to believe he can survive." Qian Biao's spirited bravado ignited the morale of those present. Meng Jun, witnessing this, smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, while the 8 banners are formidable, we must possess the audacity to fight. Regardless of how powerful the enemy may be, we too have the courage to unsheath our swords." With Meng Jun's words, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Lin Shiqi shook his head in lamentation, saying, "Ever since I allied with the governor against the Qing, I have been prepared for death. My parents perished at the hands of the eastern invaders, and in the Guaning army, I fought valiantly for my comrades. Little did I know that those I risked my life to save would abandon me. Since then, I have severed ties with the border troops, wandering from the north to the south, encountering bandits, rogue soldiers, and both Ming and Qing armies. I believed I would never avenge my parents' deaths until I met the governor." This was the first time Meng Jun had heard Lin Shiqi speak of his own experiences. Typically, Lin Shiqi was serious and cold, treating everyone with a formal demeanor, so it was unexpected to witness this moment of vulnerability. As the discussion flowed, Meng Bian entered and quietly whispered in Meng Jun's ear, "Governor, Yang'an has returned." Upon hearing this, Meng Jun instructed the generals to depart and asked Meng Bian to bring Yang Un to his study. Governor Yang Un, looking haggard, shook his head as he gazed at Meng Jun. Meng Jun's heart sank. Something was amiss. Yang Un's mission to Zhejiang to connect with the Ming army should have been a surefire success. He had not imposed many demands on Yang Un, primarily seeking to establish contact. The Ming forces in Zhejiang, if not foolish, would realize that his presence in Suzhou could significantly hinder the Qing troops in Jiang'an. Assisting Meng Jun would ultimately serve their own interests. Furthermore, he had no intention of urging the Ming army to march on Hangzhou. He merely sought their support in terms of weapons, armor, and gunpowder. If necessary, he could even purchase them. It would be even better if they could send troops to distract the Qing forces. Why then was Yang Un's report so disheartening? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Meng Jun hurriedly inquired whether Mu De had met with the regent Lu Wang during his visit to Shaoxing. Yang Un replied, "Not only did I not meet the regent, but I also couldn't even find Fang Goen or Sun Jiajin. I searched everywhere for a lead and finally managed to meet Zhang Guowei. But he looked down upon us, deeming our shaved heads a sign of compromised integrity. Moreover, he insisted that Suzhou could not possibly withstand the siege led by Li Chengdong. The factions in Zhejiang are embroiled in chaos with the Lanwu Emperor of Fujian, and I heard there have been several skirmishes at the border between Zhejiang and Fujian. Most officials in Zhejiang were too preoccupied to pay me any mind. Only one guerrilla general, Meng Jun, was somewhat amicable, suggesting he would consider a solution. But I had no news from him before my departure. Yang'an, seated with a dejected expression, relayed this dismal account. Upon hearing this, Meng Jun felt utterly bewildered. Although he sensed that the Southern Ming had its historical pitfalls, he never anticipated it to be this dire. With Qing forces heavily stationed in Hongzhou, the Zhejiang officials seemed unconcerned about resisting, and now they were embroiled in conflict with Fujian. Here he was, an invaluable ally positioned right at their doorstep. And yet they appeared indifferent, as if they were dogs turning away from a bone. Seething with frustration, Meng Jun rose and paced the room, his anger intensifying with each step. He kicked a chair in exasperation, muttering fiercely, "What is this nonsense? Are they all fools?" Chapter 25 Aftermath. 2 rows of officers from the Li faction were escorted to the riverbank, fully aware of their impending fate. The air was filled with desperate wails, curses, and pleas for mercy. Betrayal. You promised that those who surrendered would not be killed. How could you deceive me? Do you possess any shred of conscience? One cried out. Please, do not take my life. I have 20 taels of silver hidden beneath the stove yet to be spent. I do not wish to die. Another shouted. You scoundrels will not live long either. Do you truly believe your rabble can stand against the elite 8 banners cavalry? I spit on your rebellion. I shall await your demise. Some remained silent, resigned to their fate as they were led to the river's edge. Within half an hour, severed heads littered the ground, and bodies were heaped together, the riverbank soaked in blood that seeped into the water, turning it crimson. In these chaotic times, human life holds little value. A single blade can snuff out the existence of a person nurtured for decades. Zhang Shun observed from the back, shaking his head in lament. We have triumphed. Yet the dead are their compatriots. Should we falter, it would be us kneeling there, he remarked disdainfully. Numerous conflicts erupted in the pursuit of these officers, some inciting the surrendered soldiers to revolt. However, the bare-handed rebels stood no chance against the well-armed forces of the righteous army, resulting in the deaths of over 200 surrendered soldiers in the ensuing skirmishes. The remaining Green Camp auxiliaries largely surrendered to the righteous troops, with approximately 5,000 being conscripted to form a new battalion. In the Grand Hall, Meng Jun felt increasingly overwhelmed by the documents before him, his head throbbing with the mounting pressure. Finally, he cast aside the papers and called out to Meng Bian. Let us go to the arsenal and inspect the production of firearms. Young master, will you ride or take the carriage? Take the carriage. Within the city of Suzhou, a labyrinth of waterways crisscrossed the streets, making it the most densely populated city during the Ming Dynasty. The commerce here was exceptionally vibrant, with numerous skilled artisans, though most specialized in the creation of silk, books, and folding fans rather than military equipment. Since the conquest of Suzhou, Meng Jun had yet to explore the city streets. This time, he intended to inspect the arsenal's production of weaponry, so he specifically arranged to travel with Meng Bian and Gao Yi in a horse-drawn carriage. The carriage ambled along without haste, as the arsenal was located in the northern part of the city, requiring them to traverse several streets, all bustling with activity. This marked Meng Jun's first thorough observation of the city. Despite the war-induced decline in commerce, it remained a densely populated area, with throngs of people navigating the streets. The sound of hooves echoed on the cobblestones as Meng Bian drove the carriage, while Gao Yi and several personal guards in plain clothes flanked them. Meng Jun pulled back the window to gaze outside, noticing the hurried pace of pedestrians, many of whom bore expressions of concern. Nearly half of the shops were shuttered, amplifying the tension that hung over the city. As the carriage approached the bend by the riverbank, a granary opened its doors for business, drawing a long line of townsfolk waiting outside. Observing this, Meng Jun turned his gaze towards Gao Yi, who had dismounted from the carriage, inquiring about the current grain prices. Gao Yi acknowledged with a nod and proceeded towards the granary. Meng Jun noticed that some in the queue were admonishing Gao Yi for attempting to cut in line. However, Gao Yi did not linger on the matter, simply asking the shopkeeper a question before returning moments later. Governor, he reported, I inquired about the grain prices within Suzhou. Currently, a shur is priced at 2 taels and 300 win, which has doubled from the previous price of 801. The shopkeeper mentioned that surrounding townships have not been supplying grain, and given the current situation, prices are likely to rise further. Meng Jun scratched his head, realizing the critical importance of stabilizing grain prices for the welfare of the populace. Lost in thought, he reflected on the economic prosperity of southern Jiangsu, yet lamented his limited understanding of economic matters. His time in Suzhou had been predominantly absorbed in military and defensive affairs, leaving the civil matters to the original bureaucrats, many of whom were discontented. Some believed that Meng Jun's hold on Suzhou would not endure, preferring to keep their distance to avoid being swept up in any potential fallout. Upon arriving at the military armory, Zhu Tu hurried over, fidgeting as he approached Meng Jun. "Governor, may I return to the Yamen to serve you?" Taken aback, Meng Jun replied, "Old Zhu, I see you have been managing the armory quite well. You may return to the Yamen in due time, but for now, there are pressing matters at hand. Please remain at your post." Zhu Tu, upon hearing Meng Jun's words, could only nod in agreement. Although he had been thrust into the armory, he considered himself a scholar, and associating with the artisans he had once looked down upon left him feeling somewhat discontented. Meng Jun then made his way to the firearms workshop, where, after considerable effort, only 2 matchlocks had been produced. He picked one up for inspection, immediately noting its roughness, with visible pores on the surface and a design that differed from his expectations. The matchlock in his hands had a small bore, but a stout barrel. Skeptically, he questioned, "With such thickness and numerous pores, will it not explode?" "Not at all, my lord," the nearby craftsman confidently assured. "The materials are sufficient, it will not explode." As Meng Jun hefted the matchlock, he found it rather heavy. Prolonged handling would surely tire his arms. He then inquired of the craftsman, "What is its effective range?" "This weapon has yet to be tested, but it should be capable of penetrating armor within a distance of at least 50 steps, the craftsman replied after a brief pause. 50 steps, approximately 60 meters, seemed rather short in range and lacking in precision. The only feasible solution appeared to be large-scale deployment. However, the slow production rate was a significant concern. Moreover, the fact that none of the craftsmen were able to produce artillery was indeed a source of vexation for Meng Jun. In an open area, Meng Jun casually examined the firearm, stating that there was a shooting range nearby for testing the gun. Zhu Tu quickly interjected, and the group made their way to the so-called shooting range, which was merely an expanse of bare ground. The earth was muddy, and with a gust of wind, dust swirled around them, leaving Meng Jun and the others covered in grime. Gaoi hurried over to reposition the target to 50 paces. The craftsman picked up the firearm, loaded it with powder, ignited the match, steadied himself, and aimed at the target. With a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke erupted from the muzzle. A soldier rushed over and shouted to the others that there was no hole, indicating a miss. The craftsman, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said he would try again. After reloading the powder, Meng Jun silently calculated the time, estimating that each shot should take approximately a minute and a half. A well-trained soldier should be able to fire in a minute. This time, the craftsman took noticeably longer to aim. After a moment, he pulled the trigger again, and with another loud bang, the firearm discharged. The acrid scent of gunpowder wafted towards Meng Jun, stinging his nostrils. He waved his hand to disperse the smoke. The soldier ran to the target, excitement evident on his face, and exclaimed that it had hit. He brought the target back to the group. Upon inspection, Meng Jun noted a hole the size of a finger at the edge of the target. He then instructed someone to fetch a piece of armor and place it against the target, asking the craftsman to fire once more to see if it could penetrate the armor. After the shot was fired, Meng Jun approached the target and observed that the firearm could indeed breach the armor at 50 paces, revealing a hole the size of a thumb in the metal. Chapter 26. Grain. Before Meng Jun departed from the military supply office, he instructed Zhu Tu to seek out artisans capable of forging cannons, then hurried back to the Yamen. The price of grain in Suzhou had escalated excessively. It was imperative to open the granaries promptly to stabilize the market. Upon returning, Meng Jun sought a discussion with Yang An. "My lord, I am already aware of the soaring grain prices. However, the grain must also meet military demands. And if we release a large quantity, our treasury may not withstand the strain," Yang An lamented. Having returned to Suzhou, Yang An was in charge of managing the city's supplies and had been meticulously auditing the grain and silver reserves. He discovered substantial discrepancies. According to the records, Suzhou should have had 1.2 million sure of grain and 900,000 taels of silver. Yet, after days of counting with Zhangbo, they found only 800,000 sure of grain, with 400,000 sure mysteriously vanished, and the silver was reduced to merely 580,000 taels, resulting in a deficit of 320,000 taels. After questioning Zhong Quan, it became evident that these financial shortcomings were long-standing issues, predating Yang An's tenure. A chain of corruption had been firmly established, only disrupted by the military force of the rebel army that seized Suzhou, a fact unbeknownst to Meng Jun. Now, both the granary and treasury are guarded by our people. And without orders, nothing can be released. I have already dispatched personnel for inventory, Yang An explained. Meng Jun was astounded by the magnitude of the corruption. Initially, he had been elated upon seeing the figures in the records, but now he realized there were rats everywhere. Is there any possibility of recovering these lost funds and supplies? He inquired. Absolutely not, Yang An replied. Much of the loss occurred before Zhongquan's time. Even if we apprehend everyone who managed the treasury, it would scarcely make a difference and would only incite unrest among the populace. Resigned, Meng Jun stated, then we shall forego the investigations. However, we must expedite the release of grain to stabilize prices. Of course, I will address it promptly, Yang An assured him. Meng Jun received a messenger from Hongguang on the third day following the battle outside Suzhou. Li Chengdong and several of his subordinates had fled back to Songjiang Prefecture. Meng Jun had initially intended for Hongguang to act as a surprise force, but unforeseen developments led to Li Chengdong's army disbanding at the city's gates, rendering Hongguang's presence outside less significant. Consequently, Meng Jun resolved to summon Hongguang back to Suzhou. He instructed the messenger to return immediately via Zhejiang to inform Hongguang to direct his troops back. Since the battle for Suzhou, Meng Jun had become acutely aware of the importance of intelligence. With the rebel forces besieged in Suzhou, surrounded by Qing military influence, he lamented the lack of reliable intelligence sources as the Ming forces in Zhejiang regarded him with disdain. Relying solely on scant information from a few resistant gentry in Jiangnan left him blind to the Qing army's movements. In light of this, Meng Jun decided to establish an intelligence-gathering department, appointing Meng Bian to lead the initiative, as he had too few trusted individuals at his disposal. With a look of dismay, Meng Bian said, "Young master, I am unfamiliar with this task. I have never done it before. Fear not, it's quite simple. Initially, gather some people, preferably those with families in Suzhou. We want to avoid single men. Just take notes, and I will provide more details that you can jot down," Meng Jun instructed. Meng Bian nodded, retrieved a sheet of paper, and settled into a chair to begin recording. You are to hire individuals, whether they be respectable citizens, servants, or vagabonds. And the remuneration is at your discretion, neither excessively high nor too low. These individuals should be discreetly dispatched to gather intelligence in Hangzhou and Nanjing, as well as in nearby cities. However, how shall those sent return with their reports? It cannot be that they simply retrace their steps, can it? Meng Bian blinked in skepticism. Meng Jun stroked his chin, proposing that they could establish a shop in the city to serve as a liaison point. Furthermore, you should explore Suzhou for someone skilled in training pigeons to procure some birds, and also acquire a horse. What began as a straightforward task of sending a few people to glean information in Nanjing and Hangzhou turned into an extensive discussion that lasted the entire morning. Meng Jun even allocated 100 men from his military ranks to serve as the reconnaissance team for Meng Bian. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Meng Bian shielded his eyes from the glaring sun, concealing the orders given by Meng Jun within his garments, and scratched his head as he sought out Yang An for funds. On 10 Complete Street in Suzhou, shops gradually opened their doors, as the common folk always needed to eat and earn a living. Lu Guqiuan staggered out from a tavern, originally a clerk in the Suzhou government office. Lu had witnessed the surrender of the prefect, Zhong Quan, and the capitulation of most others since Meng Jun's takeover of Suzhou. Lu believed that these insurgents could not hold Suzhou for long. How could a mere band of farmers contend against the formidable Qing soldiers? He felt compelled to distance himself from them, fearing that he might be swept up in their misfortunes. Thus, he refrained from going to the office, even dismissing colleagues who came to summon him with claims of ill health, which naturally meant forfeiting any government subsidies. Little did he anticipate that Li Chengdong would arrive with an imposing army, creating a stir in Suzhou for several days before dispersing. Rumors circulated that many captives had been taken, and a gruesome display of severed heads lined the riverside outside the city. Lu had forsaken a substantial monthly salary from the government, leaving his family in a precarious situation as food prices soared. Watching his former colleagues remain as prosperous as ever filled him with anxiety, robbing him of sleep. Habitually, he approached the government office. Oh alas, who is this? Lu Guqiuan, slightly inebriated, was abruptly knocked to the ground. The blazingly hot bluestone pavement, scorched by the relentless sun, seared his palm as he pressed it against the stone, prompting him to exclaim in discomfort. Upon noticing the collision, Meng Bian hurried over to assist Lu Guqiuan, repeatedly apologizing for the incident. Lu Guqiuan, not one to seek deception, quickly regained his composure and waved his hand dismissively, indicating his desire to depart. However, after taking a few steps, he bent down to retrieve 2 sheets of paper from the ground. These were the very documents Meng Bian had been holding, which had inadvertently fallen during the commotion due to his anxiety. Lu Guqiwan's keen eye caught sight of one document, which stated an allocation of 10,000 taels of treasury silver, adorned with several official seals. The mention of such a substantial sum jolted him awake, dispelling any remnants of intoxication. With a beaming smile and a sycophantic demeanor, Lu Guqiwan turned back, addressing the young gentleman. It seems you have dropped your 2 papers. Please take a look. Chapter 27. Military pay. Within the military regulations, gambling and alcohol consumption are strictly prohibited, a tradition upheld since ancient times. However, the emphasis on personal hygiene warrants further consideration. In the Grand Hall, Meng Jun sat across from Lin Shiqi at a table, with Meng Biji at his side. At that moment, Lin Shiqi pointed to a particular clause in the military regulations compiled by Meng Jun. Since the conclusion of the Battle of Suzhou, Meng Jun had diligently worked through the night to draft the first edition of the military regulations for the righteous army. Upon completion, he engaged in discussions with Lin Shiqi and Meng Biji to identify any potential oversights. On the table lay the new compilation of military effectiveness and essential training for soldiers, both of which Meng Jun referenced, integrating his own insights as well. The military comprises rugged men. Neglecting hygiene could easily lead to outbreaks of disease. Additionally, maintaining the soldier's appearance enhances their bearing. I aim to alter the public's perception of soldiers as mere ruffians, and this regulation must remain. Meng Jun elucidated his reasoning to Lin Shiqi, who nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiry. Upon encountering enemies who throw valuables, soldiers abandoning their weapons to seize these treasures shall be executed. Upon reading this, Meng Biji could not help but interject, questioning how to address the soldiers who wield weapons while collecting such treasures. This clause can be slightly revised to state that those who scramble for valuables shall face execution, he suggested. The 3 engaged in this discussion for an entire afternoon, feeling somewhat fatigued. Gaoi entered with a new pot of tea for them. Meng Jun took a sip and remarked, "Let us implement the regulations for now. We must also reform the logistics within our military. Soldiers' pay cannot be insufficient. Sheer fervor cannot sustain them for long. We need to establish a clear standard for soldiers' remuneration." Lin Shiqi, how much do you propose for their pay? Currently, the monthly pay for soldiers in the Ming army's garrisons is merely 4 to 5 coins, often subject to deductions, rendering them nearly devoid of combat capability. They would struggle against not only the Qing army, but even a mob of commoners. In contrast, the cavalry of Guaning receives a monthly pay and some allowances amounting to 4 to 5 taels. However, given the rising prices of grain and other necessities, I believe a monthly pay of 2 taels of silver for soldiers and 1 tael for auxiliary troops would suffice, Lin Shiqi pondered before responding. With each soldier receiving 2 taels, the total monthly expenditure would be 20,000 taels. For the auxiliary troops numbering 30,000, this amounts to an additional 30,000 taels, bringing the total military pay to 50,000 taels per month. Furthermore, factoring in uniforms, boots, and bedding for each soldier, it would cost an additional 10 taels per person, excluding armor and weapons. Meng Jun shook his head, lamenting that the military resembles a voracious beast consuming gold. Uniforms, boots, and bedding can be procured within Suzhou, but armor remains scarce. There are only 6,000 sets of armor, and their styles vary. Some are Qing army armor, others Ming armor. And there are also leather and cotton armors, along with some whose styles Meng Jun could not even identify. Having occupied Suzhou for less than a month, the production of iron armor has yielded fewer than 100 sets, with half of those captured from Li Chengdong. Although Meng Jun worried about the low output of iron armor, he recognized that it could not be improved in the current circumstances. The standing army consists of 10,000 regular soldiers and 35,000 auxiliary troops. At first glance, this appears to be a formidable military force. But Meng Jun understood that these soldiers had never truly engaged in large-scale formations for battle. They were merely divided into dozens of camps guarding Suzhou's defenses. Let it be so. We shall announce the military regulations and the remuneration to the entire army, Meng Jun decisively concluded. How should the configuration of light and heavy infantry in the army be optimized? One cannot solely rely on armored troops. I cannot even turn Suzhou upside down. Meng Jun raised his head to inquire again. Meng Baiji scratched his head, appearing perplexed, and after a while said, I have not commanded such a large number of soldiers before. Typically, it has been 2 spearmen, 2 sword and shield bearers, and 1 archer among 5 men. But none wore heavy armor. Only the sword and shield soldiers wore light armor. Should this configuration be altered? Lin Shichi pondered for a moment and replied, "This distribution is overly dispersed. Each battalion of 1,000 men should be divided into 3 sections, sword and shield bearers, spearmen, and archers, with an additional 200 heavy infantry assigned to each section." "What do you think, my lord?" Meng Jun countered. "Heavy infantry should be concentrated. Scattering them across various sections is not advisable." After a brief contemplation, he suggested selecting 2,000 men capable of carrying 50 pounds of armor to form a heavy infantry unit, with a monthly stipend of 4 taels. A fist must be clenched tightly to strike with force. As for the internal organization of the battalion, let it follow Shichi's proposal. The following morning, at the military camp, Meng Jun stood on the reviewing platform, where numerous boxes of silver ingots were displayed. These coins had been transported from the treasury early that morning. Meng Jun poured all the silver before him, creating a small mountain of gleaming coins. Below, a cacophony of murmurs arose from the ranks of soldiers standing in formation. Their whispers, though soft, became a tumultuous chorus when thousands gathered together. "Silence, silence," commanded the officers, armed with clubs, as they patrolled the area. Anyone caught conversing would be struck. Meng Jun remained silent on the platform, clad in armor, observing the soldiers until the noise ceased. Gao Yi then presented him with a metal megaphone. Meng Jun raised the device and addressed the troops below. "To resist the Qing and expel the Tartars is a righteous cause. The Tartars commit unspeakable atrocities, burning, killing, and pillaging, even coercing us into shaving our heads and changing our attire. Thus, our uprising against them aligns with natural justice. However, it is only right that soldiers receive their pay. Therefore, as soldiers, you shall receive silver and meat. Everything I possess can be offered to you. Each soldier will receive a monthly stipend of 3 taels of silver. But this money is not to be taken lightly. I have 3 rules. First, military law. Second, military law. Third, military law. Anyone who defies military law shall not be shown mercy. The distribution of pay begins today, but the weak shall be weeded out for the strong. Those who cannot keep up with training, violate orders, or disobey superiors shall be dismissed or, in severe cases, executed publicly." After finishing his declaration, Meng Jun handed the megaphone back to Gao Yi. 8 desks were set up below, where dozens of clerks began to distribute military pay according to names. All soldiers lined up by their respective banners, and when their banner's name was called, they would come forward to sign for their pay, despite being arranged in several lines. The soldiers below appeared impatient, creating a somewhat chaotic scene. Meng Jun stood atop the platform, frowning slightly, yet reassured himself that these could still be considered green recruits. Their behavior was already commendable. Those who had accompanied Meng Jun on night raids had transformed into grassroots officers, serving as squad leaders and section leaders. Zhang Yukai, receiving a monthly stipend of 5 taels, gathered his comrades to collect their pay. "Thank you, sir," he expressed with a beaming smile, addressing the clerk. "You should extend your gratitude to Governor Meng. It is he who provides the funds," a nearby bodyguard interjected. Indeed. Thank you, Governor," Zhang Yukai replied, his face radiating joy. As he walked back, he contemplated how many pounds of meat he could purchase with this money and how many yards of fabric he ought to buy for his wife. Chapter 28. The martial display in the stillness of the night. The city of Suzhou lay enveloped in silence. At a dilapidated temple on the eastern outskirts, 2 beggars were asleep within its confines. Suddenly, a flash of lightning cleaved the starry sky, followed by a resounding roar that reverberated through the temple, causing the Buddhist statues to tremble. Without warning, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens. Outside the temple, hurried footsteps echoed, startling an elderly beggar who had been resting near the door. Squinting, he caught a glimpse of 2 figures entering. One bore a burden, covered with cloth. Upon stepping inside, the newcomers exchanged glances with the beggars but spoke not a word. They settled in a corner, placing down their load and began drying themselves off. Once they finished, they reclined against the wall with their eyes closed, feigning sleep. The old beggar, observing them from the corner of his eye, remained undisturbed and continued to doze. In the dead of night, 2 individuals bearing a burden were certainly suspicious, yet for the beggar, such matters were of no concern. His thoughts were occupied with where to beg the following day. These 2 were scouts of the Qing army. Following the defeat of Li Chengdong, the Qing forces in Jiangning dispatched 2 waves of spies to gather military intelligence on the Suzhou rebels. The name Meng Jun had repeatedly graced the desk of Hong Qianqiu, the governor of Jiangnan. Upon his arrival in Jiangning, he summoned both civil and military officials, declaring the recapture of Suzhou from the hands of the rebel Meng Jun as his foremost priority. With Suzhou having fallen for an extended period, the region of Jiangnan had witnessed a surge of insurrection. Suzhou, a pivotal area for taxation, was not a territory the Qing court could afford to lose. Even before Hong Qingqiu set foot in Jiangning, orders to mobilize troops had already reached by Yongfu, a commander under Lu Ziqing. His forces, numbering 60,000, were temporarily stationed in Luzhou. At this moment, Jiangnan was rife with rebel forces. The army and citizens of Jiangnan had steadfastly resisted for 2 full months under the leadership of BLO, commanding the 8 banners and over 100,000 green camp soldiers besieging Jiangnan. Accompanying them were notable figures such as Nikan, the loyalist King Kong Good, and the defected Ming general Lu Liangzhou, among others. The entire populace of Jiangnan numbered merely over 100,000, consisting primarily of hastily conscripted local militia with scant military experience. Nevertheless, Jiangnan remained resolute. With Hong Qingqiu having just arrived in Jiangning after Li Chengdong's defeat, he was compelled to reorganize his forces, and by Yongfu's troops had yet to reach Jiangning, granting Meng Jun precious time for preparation. The following morning dawned bright and clear, the rain from the previous night having bestowed a refreshing coolness upon Suzhou. At the city gates, dozens of rebel soldiers, armed with waste knives, scrutinized the flow of people entering and exiting. Local farmers, often carrying vegetables or handmade goods for sale, were met by guards and soldiers who meticulously examined the hands of each suspicious individual. "Come here, spread your hands," barked one soldier. The man, caught off guard, felt a surge of anxiety as he hastily set down his burden and complied. The soldier inspected his palms, then pulled aside the shoulder of his garment for a closer look before waving him through. The 2 scouts observed the city gate from a distance. One furrowed his brow and whispered, "The scrutiny at the gate is so stringent. I have calluses on my hands. If they check, I'll be exposed. What should I do? I have no calluses. Perhaps I should enter the city first," the other replied hesitantly. "Please enter and take a look. I shall await you at the temple in 3 days. At that moment, a cacophony erupted at the city gates as the villagers, in a state of disarray, scattered in all directions while queuing to enter the city. 2 scouts observed with keen eyes as the rebel soldiers surged like a relentless tide towards the city outskirts, one contingent following another, seemingly without end. After engaging in discussions regarding the organizational structure with Lin Shiqi and Meng Biji, Meng Jun convened several meetings with mid-level officers. Following days of chaotic yet orderly reorganization within the rebel army, Meng Jun resolved to conduct a military drill. Forming ranks, he hastily called out commands while jogging alongside the banners at the city gates. Meng Jun decided to station the troops outside the city, leaving only essential soldiers within, and to execute a large-scale military exercise to acclimate the soldiers in advance. After integrating the surrendered troops of Li Chengdong and selecting over 5,000 from the auxiliary forces, Meng Jun re-established a new garrison named Ningguo, with Lin Shiqi in command, while the unit led by Meng Jun was renamed Chonglin. Just days ago, it was renamed this and that. Now it's Ningguo. I haven't even settled in with my original squad, and here we are moving to another place. I truly wonder what those officials are thinking. Now they're talking about some exercise. What purpose does that serve? It's merely a waste of energy." Yu Tian thought to himself, though such thoughts remained unspoken. "Move quicker, barked the military disciplinarian, armed with a staff, as he maintained order on the periphery. The soldiers, clad in black uniforms, appeared somewhat disheveled in their marching formation, yet their unified appearance with sheathed sabers and rifles intimidated many of the unworldly villagers. As noon approached, the sky bore a hint of clouds, and the sunlight seemed feeble. After marching for nearly 2 hours, the soldiers of both garrisons reached the eastern outskirts of the city. Yu Tian was drenched in sweat, having consumed little of substance. Yet he pondered the implications of his weight. Being plump signified prosperity, and those unfamiliar with his circumstances would regard him with esteem. Were it not for his family's poverty, he mused, he could easily attract suitors, as the matchmaker would line up at his door. His heart swelled with delight at the thought of his monthly income of 2 taels of silver. In a few months, with the help of the matchmaker, finding a wife would be a trivial matter. As Yu Tian indulged in these pleasant thoughts, he gazed around. People surrounded him from all sides, densely packed. With such a multitude, who could possibly defeat us? He mused, feeling proud to be a part of this vast army. He glanced back at Meng Jun, who stood prominently on a nearby slope, exuding an imposing presence. What a good man. He promised me 2 taels of silver without hesitation, not a single discount. The Grand General's orders are absolute. With a gathering of over 20,000 soldiers, the sight was boundless. Meng Jun stood on the slope, beads of sweat forming on his brow, while Lin Shiqi looked on, anxiety etched across his face. None had commanded such a large force before, and per the records of military discipline, they were scarcely qualified to lead even 1,000 troops. Lin Shiqi felt a dryness in his throat as he gazed at the throngs, unconsciously emitting faint sounds of apprehension. At this moment, Meng Jun realized that holding numerous meetings bore little fruit. The challenge of commanding such a vast army was indeed a significant concern. Nevertheless, he had to maintain a resolute demeanor. If the general appeared flustered, the men would undoubtedly panic, and a single misstep could lead to defeat. Steeling his mind, Meng Jun spoke with authority, commanding the drums to sound. As his words echoed, several of his loyal guards, including Gao Yi, promptly shouted to beat the drums and form ranks. A messenger, mounted on a swift steed, galloped to relay orders to the various positions within the army. The rhythmic beating of the drums reverberated through the air, stirring the hearts of the soldiers with a surge of valor. As they heard the messengers from the rear vociferously calling for formation, they rallied together. Chapter 29, the drill to the swordsmen and shield bearers positioned at the forefront, while the pikemen stood behind them. The archers unleashed a barrage of arrows, their voices hoarse as they shouted commands to the 1,000 captains within the ranks. A volley of arrows flew towards the open ground ahead, landing densely within 150 paces of the swordsmen. The archers drew again, lowering their aim slightly, and released another wave of arrows, this time with a range of approximately 100 paces. The increased force causing the arrows to strike the ground and raise clouds of dust. The swordsmen stood shoulder to shoulder, heads bowed, while the pikemen advanced, thrusting towards the front line. Upon hearing the command to lower their heads, the swordsmen tightened their shields together, and the pikemen lunged over their shields. Kill! 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 Yu Tian urged, driving the thrust with vigor. After delivering more than a dozen strikes, he paused as he heard the command to halt from behind. Planting his spear on the ground, he took a moment to catch his breath, glancing backward just as a voice barked at him. Do not look back. What are you looking at? Recognizing the voice of his commander, he quickly turned back, refraining from looking again. Meng Jun directed 2 regiments to execute a few simple maneuvers, such as advancing straight ahead and flanking from both sides. The soldiers' advance was somewhat satisfactory, but when the order was given for the flanks to retreat 50 paces, chaos ensued, the formations disintegrating into disarray. Watching from the slope, Lin Shiqi's veins bulged with frustration, wishing he could wield a whip to discipline them. Meng Jun, witnessing the disorder, shook his head in resignation. It seemed that retreating was a cardinal sin on the battlefield, even in training, where no real enemy was present. Had enemy cavalry charged in at that moment, the flanks would surely have fled in panic, and with the flanks gone, the center would be beyond salvation. The soldiers, in the heat of the moment, might attempt convoluted strategies, such as retreating in the center while flanking, akin to wrapping dumplings, but such notions were likely mere fantasies. On the battlefield, the soldiers were largely unaware of the overarching situation. They could only see those around them. The drums of advancement indicated that fighting still raged ahead. Once the order to retreat was issued, they would inevitably think they had lost and that it was time to flee. A single shout of "We are defeated" could lead to a complete rout. Even the simplest of commands revealed a stark unfamiliarity among the troops. Their coordination was lacking. For instance, the swordsmen were too far forward, while the pikemen lagged behind. In some formations, the rear ranks of pikemen crowded too close to the front, creating a tangled mass with the swordsmen. The advancing lines were uneven, and the expressions of the commanding officers darkened. Meng Jun, however, did not see it as a significant issue. Recognizing it as their first military drill, he had not expected flawless execution. Historically, Southern troops have been outmatched by their Northern counterparts. In our time, the only formidable Southern forces have been the Qijia Army and the White Flag Army, while the Northern armies have consistently demonstrated their might throughout history. Suzhou, a prosperous region in the south, could hardly compare its recruits to the soldiers of Jiabei. Commander, with the newly established forces of these 2 regiments, we are unlikely to stand against the elite of the 8 banners, Lin Shiqi remarked hoarsely to Meng Jun as he surveyed the soldiers below. Human effort shapes destiny. The eastern invaders are fierce, yet their numbers are few. When engaging in battle, the Green Battalion takes the lead, and only when the enemy begins to falter do our cavalry emerge. Most of our adversaries are Green Battalion soldiers, remnants of the former Ming army who surrendered and were reorganized. and their strength is not to be underestimated. I prioritize military formation in my training, emphasizing a dignified and orderly assembly, supplemented by generous pay, strict adherence to military law, and extensive drills. We have a scarcity of cavalry and a multitude of infantry, which limits our ability to sever supply lines in the southern regions, where the intricate waterways prevent our 8 banners cavalry from operating as freely as in the north. Establishing a naval force in the south is urgent. Naval force? Suzhou is not situated by the river. Where shall we build a navy? Lin Shiqi queried with some confusion. Meng Jun gazed into the distance and slowly replied, in Songjiang Prefecture. After his remark, Lin Shiqi did not respond, and the two continued to observe the military drills nearby. Meng Jun was acutely aware that the soldiers recruited from the prosperous region of Suzhou were not optimal. Even in Qi Jiguang's new book of military efficiency, it is stated that one should recruit from the impoverished rather than the affluent. Qi Jiguang avoided enlisting city dwellers, cunning individuals, or those who exhibited fickleness and contempt for authority. He sought instead honest folk from the countryside, robust and resilient, capable of enduring hardship. With the earthy hue of laborers, this is the essence of the opening chapters of the new book of military efficiency. However, Meng Jun's situation differed from that of Qi Jiguang, who had the unwavering support of Zhang Jujing and could select soldiers throughout the Jiangnan region, enjoying the backing of the entire Ming dynasty. Meng Jun, on the other hand, had no such privilege. Having fortuitously captured Suzhou, he was left to form his army from the local populace, adapting to the circumstances at hand. When will we finish picking up all these arrows? The tips are already dull. This is exhausting, Yu Tian muttered quietly. What did you say? The nearby Xiao Cheng inquired, leaning in closer to hear. Nothing. Just hurry up and pick. Once we're done, we'll return to camp. It's sweltering out here, Yu Tian replied, taking a swig from his water flask, shaking his head, and wiping the sweat from his brow. With this military pay, it seems one must always toil for their coin. Why is it that the others are exempt from this task while I am stuck here picking up arrows? He pondered, feeling somewhat dejected. In the afternoon, the auxiliary troops set up camp by the riverside. They carried buckets to fetch water, chopped wood, and dug trenches, creating a wide ditch around the camp, leaving only a few passageways. Simultaneously, they erected barriers at the main camp. Observing the bustling activity of the auxiliary soldiers, Meng Jun contemplated the necessity of having sufficient timber for the army's encampment as they mobilized. If wood was unavailable, he would have to resort to encircling the camp with wagons, supplemented by trenches. Upon this realization, Meng Jun promptly retrieved his notebook and recorded this matter, intending to arrange for the construction of wagon enclosures upon his return to the city. As the soldiers of the two towns were establishing their encampment, 2 scouts concealed within the nearby woods were intently observing the distant forces of the Ming army. One of them, filled with curiosity, remarked on their activities, suggesting that they appeared to be engaged in military drills. Can you discern whether they bear armor? He inquired, to which the other replied, it seems they are indeed unarmored. Upon hearing this, the first scout widened his eyes, scrutinizing the scene for a while longer before affirmatively stating, there is certainly no armor. If they were armored, they would not move with such swiftness. Their numbers are considerable, estimated to exceed 30,000, most of them without armor, yet equipped with swords, spears, and shields. There are few cavalry and no firearms. Today is indeed fortuitous. We can glean such clarity without even entering the city, the scout exclaimed with delight, observing the formation. He noted, there appear to be many inexperienced soldiers. They may not be particularly formidable. However, it is remarkable that these bandits have managed to outfit all their troops in identical attire. The other scout clicked his tongue in response, saying, considering they have seized the prosperous city of Suzhou, the wealth they must possess is substantial. These uniforms are a mere trifle. Well then, it seems we have gathered sufficient intelligence. Let us return directly to Jiangning to report to Governor Hong. While there may still be some troops within Suzhou, the main force is evidently here. Let us depart. Chapter 30. The Intelligence Bureau. Young Master, this is the charter for the establishment of the Intelligence Bureau. Please review it, Meng Bian said earnestly to Meng Jun. Early in the morning, while Meng Jun was still groggy from sleep, Meng Bian had quietly called out to him from outside. With bleary eyes, Meng Jun sat at the table, propping his chin in one hand and elbow on the desk, perusing the charter presented by Meng Bian. He had been engaged in discussions with the generals until the early hours of the morning, deliberating on the shortcomings of the soldiers during the previous day's military exercise, promoting some officers while demoting others, which left him somewhat fatigued. He stifled a yawn and forced himself to concentrate. You wrote this yourself? Meng Jun asked incredulously, glancing through the document. The organizational structure was surprisingly meticulous, detailing everything from command to intelligence transmission, bribery of officials, plotting against the Green Camp leaders, gathering military intelligence, assassinating enemies, and even supervising military commanders and investigating corruption. Meng Jun was astonished to see such thoroughness in the thick stack of papers. He had not anticipated his humble assistant to possess such capability. Young master, you once said that a hero requires 3 helpers, that strength lies in numbers. I sought out a worthy ally to assist, Meng Bian replied, a hint of pride creeping into his tone, struggling to maintain his serious demeanor. Pour me a cup of tea, Meng Jun casually remarked, casting a glance at Meng Bian, who promptly exited to fetch it. Meng Jun steeled himself to continue examining the documents presented by Meng Bian. The highest authority of the Intelligence Bureau was designated as the chief commander, followed by 2 deputy commanders and 4 commanding assistants. Upon closer inspection, Meng Jun was taken aback. This was essentially a template derived from the structure of the Jinyue. Could it be that Meng Bian had simply adopted it? However, Meng Bian had yet to return with the tea, and Meng Jun patiently continued his review. The 7 commanders at the top of the Intelligence Bureau oversaw 4 divisions: the Investigation Division, responsible for intelligence gathering and military operations; the Espionage Division, tasked with bribing officials and inciting dissent; the Operations Division, in charge of assassination missions; and the Training Division, responsible for the training of all agents within the Bureau. Each division would have a chief officer, with 1 head and 2 deputies, although the exact number of personnel was yet to be determined. Additionally, there would be a Southern Guard and a Northern Guard. The Southern Guard would oversee 2 divisions for internal supervision and the protection of military leaders, commanded directly by the deputy commanders, while the Northern Guard would also have 2 divisions responsible for interrogation and the detention of prisoners. At that moment, Meng Bian returned with the tea and immediately inquired, "Young master, how does it look?" "Not too bad. Let us proceed with organizing it according to this structure. By the way, how many people have you recruited so far?" "Young master, it has only been a few days, and I've managed to recruit just 1 person. These past few days have been consumed with drafting this document. It took me 5 or 6 days to compile these 10 pages, Meng Bian said. "Oh, then let us proceed as outlined in this document," Meng Jun replied, lacking any better suggestions and allowing Meng Bian to take the lead. "Young master, the funds are insufficient. 10,000 taels of silver will not suffice. How much do you need?" "Young master, the last page contains a financial plan," Meng Bian said with a smile. Meng Jun cast another glance at Meng Bian and directly inquired about the budget. "Young master, we have meticulously calculated that a minimum of 300,000 taels is required to establish our presence in Jiangnan." Upon hearing this, Meng Jun was taken aback. Such a substantial sum. He promptly flipped to the last page, scrutinizing it carefully before stating, 300,000 taels, that is excessive and beyond my means. Instead, let me write you a note for an additional 20,000 taels, which combined with the previous 10,000, will total 30,000. You may begin to set up the framework, and once that is expended, inform me. Meng Bian understood that acquiring the full 300,000 taels outright was implausible. Yet he felt a twinge of resentment as he replied, "Young master, establishing points in various cities across Jiangnan, recruiting informants, and acquiring properties will all incur expenses." At this, Meng Jun gave Meng Bian a light slap on the head, exclaiming, "How can you expect to achieve everything at once? Focus on establishing operations in major cities like Jiangning and Hangzhou first. Money must be spent judiciously, with only your 2 men. How long do you think it will take to utilize 300,000 taels? Besides, if I grant you this, will no funds be required for other locations?" Meng Bian, clutching his head and holding the note, exited and made his way to the front hall to seek out Yang In. "Didn't we just secure 10,000 taels a few days ago? Why do we need another 20,000? Yang In remarked, furrowing his brow as he examined the note. "This is approved by the Grand Commander. It is for military intelligence purposes across various regions." Although Yang In felt somewhat disgruntled, upon seeing that the note bore Meng Jun's signature, he sighed and stamped it with his seal. After having had breakfast, Meng Jun was preparing to visit the military armory when news arrived from Zhutu, stating that a master craftsman capable of manufacturing cannons had been found within the city, a rare treasure indeed. As Meng Jun approached the entrance of the main hall, he noticed Zhang Bo hastily approaching. Upon seeing Meng Jun, he quickly spoke, "Grand Commander, urgent matters require your attention," recognizing the gravity of Zhang Bo's demeanor. Meng Jun understood that this was indeed serious. To avoid prying eyes and ears, he led Zhang Bo back to his study. "Speak, what is it?" he inquired after they were seated. "My father has some close friends in Nanjing. Today, a message was conveyed. The newly appointed governor of Jiangnan, Hong Qingqiu, recently hosted a banquet in Nanjing for nearly 100 defected Qing nobles, gentry, wealthy merchants, and sea traders, during which they raised 360,000 silver taels for military supplies. During the gathering, Hong Qingqiu hinted at mobilizing 100,000 troops to besiege Suzhou." Zhang Bo recounted, wiping sweat from his brow, visibly shaken by the news. Upon receiving this information, Meng Jun felt a tightening in his chest and took a moment to sip his tea before asking, "Do you know when the troops will be dispatched? Who will lead them, and the strength of the 8 banners and green standard?" The messenger did not specify when the troops would march, nor did he name their commander. "As for the 8 banners and green standard, I know nothing," Zhang Bo said, shaking his head with a wry smile. Meng Jun furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed, his expression returning to calm as he replied, "No matter, I shall send someone to investigate thoroughly." 100,000 troops? I find that highly improbable. With the Qing army stationed at Jiangyin, where would Hong Qingqiu procure such a force? Even if he were to muster 100,000, we are more than capable of withstanding them. "Young Master Zhang, you may take your leave now." Hearing this, Zhang Bo's expression lightened slightly. He nodded and clasped his hands in acknowledgement, saying, "That is reassuring. Grand Commander, I shall take my leave," before turning to exit. After Zhang Bo departed, Meng Jun stood up only to sit back down again. He picked up The Art of War from the bookshelf behind him, but after a while, he slammed the book onto the table, unable to immerse himself in its content. In times of great significance, one must maintain tranquility. Taking several deep breaths, Meng Jun stepped out of the study and called out loudly, "Gao Yi, come here." He soon heard Gao Yi's distant reply, and shortly thereafter, Gao Yi hurriedly approached. Furrowing his brow, Meng Jun reprimanded, "Where have you been? As my personal guard, you wander around aimlessly every day, neglecting your duties." Gao Yi, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "It was the old lady who summoned me, instructing me to find some maidservants for the Grand Commander. She also scolded me, saying I had not taken proper care of you, unlike Meng Bian." "Enough, enough, cease your complaints. Do not seek out maidservants. There is no time for such matters now. Quickly, go fetch Bian for me. I have urgent business. Hurry." Meng Jun waved his hand, his irritation evident. Today has indeed been disheartening. He had been scolded by the old lady early in the morning and just moments ago by the Grand Commander. Gao Yi scratched his head, feeling somewhat disheartened as he murmured, "But the maidservants by the old lady are rather attractive, though their tempers can be a bit fierce." Nonetheless, his thoughts wandered as he accelerated his pace, swiftly exiting the door. Chapter 31. The banquet, my lord. I have only just begun preparations, and the scouts have yet to arrive, Meng Bian said with a troubled expression, finding himself in a difficult position after being pulled back from outside the city by Gao Yi upon hearing Meng Jun's demands. "I will dispatch Wang Cheng's reconnaissance team to investigate, and you must also send your men. The scouts are primarily tasked with observing whether the Qing forces are entering or exiting the city. You must accomplish several points. First, ascertain who is leading the troops. Second, check if they are carrying artillery. Third, investigate whether there are any insurgent forces in the mountains and forests along the route. And fourth, document the condition of the roads, bridges, and fields along the way." Meng Bian felt somewhat bewildered upon hearing these instructions. Under such demands, most would find it exceedingly challenging. Entering Nanjing blind would hinder any investigation, and the other points were not easily discerned either. Noticing Meng Bian's hesitance, Meng Jun sighed and said, "Go find Zhang Bo, and have him introduce you to some local contacts in Nanjing. It would be best for the scouts to infiltrate and establish a foothold there. The beginning is always the hardest. Take your time." As he watched Meng Bian depart, Meng Jun furrowed his brow, feeling overwhelmed. The lack of intelligence was daunting. He did not even know from which direction the Qing army would advance. Sitting in his chair, he gazed at the map of Jiangnan, and after a moment's contemplation, his eyes fell upon Songjiang Prefecture. Just as Meng Jun was intently studying the map, Gao Yi entered and announced, "Great General, the cavalry of the Han camp has arrived at Suzhou, and they say the troops are just 10 miles outside the city. Let us go and take a look." Meng Jun said, snapping back to reality. At a pavilion 5 miles east of Suzhou, Meng Jun sat on a chair while Gao Yi stood beside him, flanked by over 50 guards. The incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air, and the scorching August sun left everyone drenched in sweat. Meng Jun rose to his feet, gazing into the distance where dark figures began to emerge, gradually growing larger. Leading them was Han Xiong, who had left Suzhou city a mere half-month ago with 1,000 men, and now returned with nearly 3 times that number. Meng Jun estimated there were over 3,000 troops, yet their equipment was incomplete. Upon closer inspection, some bore kitchen knives and wooden clubs. Great General, Han Xiong, upon seeing Meng Jun, was visibly excited. Dismounting from his horse, he hurriedly approached, taking 2 steps for every one of his companions. Meng Jun also hastened towards him as soon as he noticed Han Xiong dismounting. As soon as they met, Han Xiong knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "Great General, under your formidable leadership, we have achieved a resounding victory against Li Chengdong, garnering the attention of the world and uplifting the spirits of the people of Jiang'an." Meng Jun nearly lifted Han Xiong the moment he knelt, patting him on the shoulder and laughing heartily. Li Chengdong's military management was inept. A single night raid shattered his forces. "Brother Han, upon your return, we can form another regiment. Let us discuss this further when we return to the hall. I have prepared a feast to welcome you." That night, after settling Han Xiong and his insurgents, everyone gathered in the hall. This was the first banquet Meng Jun had hosted since the capture of Suzhou, and the food and drink were arranged by the local taverns. The banquet did not feature extravagant delicacies, as Meng Jun had outright rejected overly luxurious dishes. Hasten. Shaoli, please check if the chicken soup is boiled. And those plates of Yangzhou Lake Harry crabs are nearly steamed to perfection. Xiao Wang, prepare for the chef who is about to create the squirrel fish dish. And keep an eye on the saltwater duck to ensure it is cooked to the right degree. Yao Yi and several loyal guards lingered in the kitchen. Observing the bustling chefs, the enticing aroma wafting through the air made one of them swallow hard. "Yuan, wipe away your drool. It is truly unbecoming to display such ignorance of the world," Gao Yi scolded, filled with exasperation at the sight of him. "It's simply too fragrant. I couldn't help myself." Yuan admitted, his throat constricting with anticipation. Noticing the situation, Gao Yi quickly stepped aside, leaning against the wall to allow the sous chefs to pass. This banquet was to gather a significant portion of the military and political elite from Suzhou, and should anyone attempt to poison the feast, it would spell disaster. Thus, Gao Yi could afford no carelessness. Caution was imperative. "Great Commander, allow me to introduce you to my dear friend Zhao Yongping." In the wake of the Qing dynasty's haircutting edict, Yongping sacrificed his family fortune to rally troops against tyranny, Han Xiong said, pulling Zhao Yongping closer to Meng Jun. Meng Jun rose to his feet, addressing Zhao, "General Zhao, a true hero. Those who resist the Qing are comrades in my heart." The esteemed Commander Miao, after triumphing over Suzhou and vanquishing Li Chengdong, has gathered tens of thousands of troops, trained armored soldiers, and forged weaponry. The talent of a commander such as you far surpasses mine. Zhao Yongping's face flushed with a mix of pride and humility. The title of general bestowed upon him by Meng Jun stirred profound emotions within, as he had dedicated himself to the military, abandoning his home and profession to emulate his predecessors in driving out the invaders and restoring honor. As the banquet commenced, dishes began to grace the table, and the guests raised their glasses in tribute to Meng Jun. He welcomed each toast with grace, but after several rounds, his complexion began to pale. As the drinks flowed, the faces of the attendees flushed with warmth. Lin Shiqi, Han Xiong, Meng Biji, Meng Bian, Zhu Tu, Zhao Yongping, Wang Qing, Qin Biao, Zhang Shun, Wang Difu, Yang In, Yang Qiu, Wu Tai, Zhang Bo, and numerous mid-ranking officers filled the hall, all engaged in joyous revelry, creating a lively atmosphere. "Zhu Shiya, your production of iron armor is far too slow. At this rate, it will take a decade to equip my brigade," Lin Shiqi jested. Arm around Zhu Tu as he raised his cup. Zhu Tu shook his head in response. "Rest assured, the iron armor will not be distributed to the entire army. I am now commencing large-scale production of cotton armor, and I believe the entire force will soon be fully equipped." As he spoke, Zhu Tu patted his chest, oblivious to the wine splattered upon his beard. Yang In sat beside Meng Jun and softly addressed him, "Governor, following the recent defeat of Li Chengdong's troops, your reputation at court is bound to rise. Should we not send someone once more to meet with the Prince of Lu in eastern Zhejiang?" Meng Jun glanced at Yang An, a hint of intoxication in his gaze, and replied, "Why should I go? Let us wait and see. It will not be long before both Zhejiang and Fujian send envoys to meet me." Having said this, Meng Jun rose and lifted his wine cup. Once he had gathered the attention of the assembly, he spoke. "Today's banquet serves 2 purposes. First, to welcome the officials from Han Camp, and second, to acknowledge the hard work of everyone during these trying days. I implore you all to drink deeply from your cups." The crowd raised their glasses in agreement. And after they had finished drinking, Meng Jun continued, "We have defeated Li Chengdong, yet the Eastern Tartars will not passively observe our consolidation of power in Suzhou. We must remain vigilant. Every garrison and camp must relentlessly train their soldiers. Only through rigorous practice can we secure victory. To all of you, cheers. 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 Cheers." As the night deepened, the grand hall lay in disarray after the banquet, with Meng Jun's personal guards escorting the guests home. Unbeknownst to them, Meng Jun had already succumbed to slumber some time earlier. The following morning, while sipping millet porridge and cradling his head, Meng Jun was taken aback by the lingering effects of the previous night's revelry. Even on the second day, his head throbbed incessantly. He silently vowed to himself not to indulge so excessively in the future. Chapter 32. Jiangning. In the governor's mansion of Jiangning, there stood a modest apricot tree in the hall. Perhaps due to its insufficient years of cultivation, the tree was neither tall nor robust, its slender branches suggesting a lack of nourishment. Hongqian Cho stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the tree in silence for a long while. His old servant, perceiving the passage of time, could no longer contain himself and ventured to ask, "Master, shall we have our meal?" Hongqian Cho appeared not to hear, and after a moment, he finally replied, "Jin Min, you may leave now." The servant glanced up at Hongqian Cho but dared not speak further, quickly bowing and withdrawing. Once the servant had departed, Hongqian Cho seemed to speak to himself, reflecting, "People say I, Hongqian Cho, betray my lord for personal gain, but who knows the Ming Dynasty is beset by insurmountable issues. The divine Qing emperor frequently emerges. This is the mandate of heaven. In just a year since the Qing entered the pass, they have quashed the Ming court's lingering rebels, restoring order from Beijing to Nanjing. Peace is imminent. Though I, Hongqian Cho, am the target of countless accusations, I shall forge ahead undeterred. Governor, General Bai Yongfu has just arrived in Jiangning and is currently awaiting your audience outside." An attendant's voice interrupted Hongqian Cho's reverie. "Bring him in," Hongqian Cho commanded. "Yes, Governor," the attendant replied, bowing before hastening away. Outside the Jiangning governor's mansion, a long line had formed beside the gate, with individuals awaiting Hongqian Cho's audience. The gatekeeper emerged and called out, "Where's General Bai?" "I am here," came a voice from the back of the line as Bai Yongfu raised his hand. Clad in plain attire, his strong physique spoke volumes, his muscular chest and sizable belly straining against his clothing. The two men at the front of the line whispered to one another, "Who is this man? Why is the governor receiving him so promptly? He must have considerable influence. I recognize him. I saw him when I visited General Liu in Jianbei. He seems to be one of Liu's subordinates. His surname is Bai. What was it?" "Ah, Bai Yongfu, that's it," one of them recalled after a moment of contemplation. "Bai Yongfu? A warrior? Is there to be another conflict? Where will it be this time? Zhujiang, Jiangyin, or Suzhou? How should I know? But it should be Suzhou. Look at the troops amassed at Jiangyin under General Biuelo. Why would Bai Yongfu go there? If Suzhou is not secured, how could they possibly march against the Ming forces in Zhujiang? It must be Suzhou. Oh, the chaos is overwhelming. When will it all come to an end?" In the main hall, Hongqian Cho sat upright in a grand chair. As Bai Yongfu entered, he caught a glimpse of Hongqian Cho seated in his chair, immediately kneeling and bowing 3 times before speaking. "I, the humble Bai Yongfu, pay my respects to the governor." "Rise," Hongqian Cho said gently, taking a sip of tea. "Thank you, sir," Bai Yongfu replied, standing with his hands at his sides, slightly bent at the waist. His demeanor one of utmost respect. "General Bai, how prepared is the army? Are the provisions and weaponry in order? How many soldiers are ready for battle? Are the artillery and ammunition sufficient?" Hongqian Cho did not wish to beat around the bush and, once Bai Yongfu was at attention, he bombarded him with questions in rapid succession. Bai Yongfu had already prepared his responses during his journey to Jiangning. In response to the Governor-General, "Our army comprises over 65,000 personnel, with 23,000 combat troops, 35,000 auxiliary and supply soldiers, 4,000 cavalry, 1,000 elite retainers, and 1,000 artillery soldiers, alongside 10 cannons. However, our combat troops are not fully equipped, the military funds are insufficient, and the supplies can barely sustain us for 2 months. We are also lacking in gunpowder and ammunition." Bai Yongfu, without pause, relayed all his prepared remarks during the journey. After listening, Hongqian Cho did not respond immediately. He took a moment before slowly inquiring if there were any exaggerations in Bai's words. Following this, his gaze remained fixed on Bai Yongfu. Bai Yongfu, a subordinate of Liu Ziqing, was well known to Hongqian Cho, who understood Liu's capabilities. While Liu's troops were not incapable of fighting and could hold their own in Jiangnan, It was evident that Bai Yongfu's lengthy discourse contained substantial embellishments. Your Excellency, I would never dare to mislead you, Bai Yongfu replied, his expression slightly unnatural, his voice involuntarily lowering. Ha ha ha, there is no need for concern, General Bai. Jiangning has ample supplies, and armor can be allocated as needed. Military funds and gunpowder are not an issue. What I desire to hear from you is how long it will take to deal with the bandits in Suzhou. There is no need to rush your answer. You may first review this intelligence gathered by our scouts from Suzhou. Hong Chengqiu chuckled softly, presenting a piece of paper he had extracted from the books on his desk. Seeing this, Bai Yongfu hurried forward, bowed his head, and accepted the paper with both hands. He stepped back a few paces before examining the note. After reading a few lines, his expression turned grave, but soon after, he appeared to relax. Once he finished reading, he respectfully returned the note to Hong Chengqiu, placing it on the desk before speaking. Your Excellency, according to this intelligence, the forces within Suzhou are numerous. Yet those equipped with armor are scarce, and their military formation is weak. Li Chengdong did not suffer a direct defeat. Rather, he executed a night raid on the main camp, causing chaos among the soldiers and leading to a complete rout. Noting that Hong Chengqiu did not refute or respond, Bai Yongfu paused before continuing. Governor General, as long as Jiangning supplies the necessary provisions, military funds, and gunpowder, I can assure you that we will capture Suzhou. Bai Yongfu stated with unwavering confidence. General Bai's confidence is commendable. The army's deficiencies in provisions and funds will be addressed from Jiangning. I will also dispatch 1,500 elite bannermen and 3,000 Green Standard troops, all seasoned fighters. How long do you intend it will take to hear good news of Suzhou's conquest? Bai Yongfu hesitated before replying. Your Excellency, our forces have yet to fully assemble and have not all crossed the river. I estimate it will take 2 months to seize Suzhou. Hong Chengqiu stroked his beard and remarked, in half a month, the main force will reach the outskirts of Suzhou. Surely, in 15 days, we can conquer a city occupied by mere local militia? Bai Yongfu bit his lip and after a long pause, finally responded, I will obey your command. We shall capture Suzhou in 1 month. There are no idle words in the army. If we do not succeed in a month, we shall face military law. The new dynasty cannot be compared to the former Ming. Hong Chengqiu stood, regarding Bai Yongfu with a serious demeanor. The humble general awaits orders, declaring resolutely, if I cannot conquer Suzhou within a month, I shall present my head to Governor Bai Yongfu. The governor replied, I shall patiently await your triumphant news. The logistics of the army will be fully supported by Jiangning, ensuring that not a single grain is lacking at the front. You may return to your camp and swiftly reorganize your troops. Armor and gunpowder will be prepared within 3 days and will be delivered to your forces in due course. The general acknowledged the command and took his leave. After speaking, Bai Yongfu bowed and exited the grand hall. Upon leaving the governor's residence, he exhaled deeply, glancing disdainfully at the gentry of Jiangnan still waiting outside. With a dismissive glance, he mounted his horse and rode back to his army without looking back. Chapter 33. Artillery. I resolved to establish the 3rd Brigade, named Kawu Brigade, with Han Xiong appointed as the commander. We must expedite the replenishment of military supplies, and personnel will be drawn again from the auxiliary battalion. Meng Jun sat before his desk, addressing Yang An below. Yang An, seated beneath, lifted his gaze towards Meng Jun. However, the towering stack of documents obscured his view of Meng Jun's expression. The reformation of a new brigade is feasible, as we can sustain the military salaries and provisions, Yang An remarked, pausing his pen. Yet, we are severely lacking in armor and officers, he added. Let us gradually equip the armor. We shall first establish the framework. As for the officers, Han Xiong may promote from within, Meng Jun responded without raising his head. Is it prudent for one individual to hold both personnel and military authority? Yang An hesitantly questioned. Such matters need not be preoccupied with at the moment. The Qing forces may soon launch a significant offensive. We must prioritize the overarching situation. Besides, where shall we find so many qualified officers? Meng Jun asserted. Very well. I shall proceed to arrange for the armory to inventory the equipment and prepare in advance. Yang An nodded in agreement. After a brief pause, Yang An seemed to recall something and spoke again. By the way, Commander, what shall we do with the 2 captured deputy generals from the Li faction? Deputy generals? Oh. Those 2, Meng Jun exclaimed, slapping his forehead. There is so much to manage that I almost forgot. One is named Du Yong, and what was the other's name? Commander, the other is Guahu. They have been imprisoned for quite some time. What are your plans? Yang An inquired. Gao Yi, come in. Meng Jun called out to the doorway. "Commander," Gaoi responded. "Bring Du Yong and Guahu here," Meng Jun instructed. Gaoi looked puzzled and asked, "Who are Guahu and Du Yong, and where are they?" "They are the two deputy generals we captured on the night we defeated Li Chengdong, currently held in the dungeon," Yang In explained. Upon understanding, Gaoi remarked, "I shall go at once." Moments later, Du Yong and Guahu were brought before Meng Jun. The two appeared disheveled. The oppressive summer heat had left them unwashed for days, exuding an unpleasant odor. Upon seeing Meng Jun, their expressions betrayed a hint of grievance, which left Meng Jun feeling somewhat awkward. "Gaoi, take them to wash up and change into clean clothes. We shall meet again this evening for a more detailed discussion," Meng Jun instructed. "Gaoi, you ought to have taken them to freshen up first. How can we converse like this?" Meng Jun muttered, rolling his eyes. "What does the commander intend to do with them?" Yang In asked with curiosity. "Let us keep them close as advisors on military affairs for now," Meng Jun contemplated. "After all, they are seasoned veterans." "Gaoi," Meng Jun began to call out again, but remembered that Gaoi was not present, having taken the two surrendered generals outside. Thus, Meng Jun rose from his seat and addressed Yang In. "You may continue with your tasks. I shall step out for a moment." Yang In promptly stood and saluted Meng Jun, saying, "Commander, please feel free." Meng Jun nodded and proceeded towards the door. With Gaoi absent, Meng Jun summoned a few familiar guards to accompany him. He had intended to visit the military workshop to inspect the craftsmen working on artillery, a task he had postponed for several days. Today seemed an opportune moment to finally attend to this matter. Arriving at the arsenal, Meng Jun was guided by Zhu Tu to meet the master of cannon casting, a robust man in his 40s, who was squatting nearby, intently observing the completed furnace, a piece of paper in his hand as he busily calculated something in his mind. Several apprentices were pouring bronze into the furnace, and upon glancing at Meng Jun, the master stood up, casting a look of mild curiosity towards Zhu Tu, who stood beside him. Noticing this, Meng Jun spoke up, inquiring about the master's name. "Do not address me as master. I am merely Mi Shun, an old man," he replied, somewhat flustered, as he bent slightly in acknowledgement. "Master Mi, how long does it take to cast a cannon?" Meng Jun directly asked. "Typically, it takes about 3 months to cast a cannon from start to finish. However, if we produce more molds, we could potentially cast several cannons at once after 3 months, Mi Shun explained. Although Meng Jun had mentally prepared himself for such a lengthy process, he could not suppress a sense of disappointment. Indeed, every beginning is fraught with difficulty, and he could only console himself with this thought. Subsequently, Meng Jun inquired in detail about Mi Shun's crafting process, discovering that they employed the method of clay mold casting, utilizing bronze rather than iron. When Meng Jun asked why they did not cast iron cannons, Mi Shun elucidated that iron cannons were far too brittle and would burst after firing only a few rounds. Although bronze was several times more expensive, it offered greater stability. The clay mold casting method involved creating molds from finely ground clay, which were then allowed to air dry slowly or gently baked with charcoal. The molding process alone could take a minimum of 1 month and as long as 3 months, making it exceedingly time-consuming. Moreover, each mold was unique to a single cannon and could not be reused. Should the molds be inadequately dried or the clay insufficiently processed, substandard products would result, leading to a high risk of cannon bursts. Mi Shun recounted that the cannons he had crafted measured 6.5 feet, 196 centimeters, in length, with a range of 500 paces, weighing in at 1,200 pounds, making them lethally formidable. There was no possibility of survival upon contact. When Meng Jun inquired about the availability of shorter cannons weighing 400 to 500 pounds for field operations, Mi Shun scratched his head and replied, "I have seen such small cannons, but have never crafted one. However, it should be possible to attempt." As they prepared to depart, Mi Shun assured Meng Jun that, provided the materials were sufficient, he could produce 10 cannons within 3 months, though he cautioned that some inferior products would inevitably require reworking. Nevertheless, based on Mi Shun's experience, he estimated a maximum wastage of 30%. Hearing this, Meng Jun nodded in satisfaction. Having 7 functioning cannons after 3 months would indeed be commendable. As Meng Jun returned to the government office, he found Zhang Bo seated within the hall. The moment Meng Jun crossed the threshold, Zhang Bo rose, clasping his hands in salute, and addressed him as Great Commander. Upon seeing Zhang Bo, Meng Jun felt a sudden pang of apprehension. Yet he nodded and gestured for him to proceed to the study. Once in the study, Zhang Bo hastily spoke, "Great Commander, my father's close friend has sent a secret missive, revealing that Hong Chenchou is extensively opening the treasury in Jiangning, with a substantial quantity of money, grain, and armor being transported out of the city. Furthermore, Bai Yongfu has met with Hong Chenchou, and they conversed at length. My father's friend is adamant that Hong Chenchou will undoubtedly launch an assault on Suzhou. Hearing this, Meng Jun nodded and replied, Ji Kong, please extend my gratitude to your father. The intelligence you have brought is of utmost significance. He felt somewhat ashamed, as he had established a reconnaissance unit and initially allocated 30,000 taels for intelligence gathering. Yet not a single worthwhile report had emerged, not even trivial gossip, making Zhang Bo's friend's information seem remarkably swifter. Meng Jun, however, did not exhibit any overt surprise, aware that the Qing army would inevitably arrive. Yet, he was utterly unfamiliar with the role Bai Yongfu played in this unfolding drama. Thus, he spoke. I have established a reconnaissance unit specifically to investigate the movements of the Qing forces in Jiangnan. However, as this unit is newly formed and in its infancy, my understanding of the local gentry is rather limited. I would like to request Ji Kang's assistance in this matter. What do you think? Meng Jun rose, sincerely addressing Zhang Bo. That is my wish as well. I would face any peril without hesitation, Zhang Bo replied solemnly, clasping his hands. Very well. Ji Kang shall serve as the deputy commander of the reconnaissance unit. Intelligence will be my eyes. With such foresight, our efforts in battle will be far more effective. I entrust the arrangement in Jiangnan to you, Meng Jun stated, looking at Zhang Bo. Yes, great commander, I shall exert every effort, Zhang Bo affirmed. Chapter 34. Dispute within the bustling streets of Suzhou. Time has elapsed since Li Chengdong's siege, and the shops have gradually resumed their operations. The populace appears tranquil, as if the shadows of war have receded into the distance. Suzhou, historically a thriving hub of commerce and industry, welcomes merchants from neighboring cities, resulting in a scene of lively activity. Meanwhile, in the former governor's hall, Meng Bian is presenting his report to the Grand Commander of Suzhou. Bai Yongfu, hailing from Ningyuan County, is a subordinate of the former Earl of Dongping, Lu Ziqing. It was Bai Yongfu who opened the gates of Huaiyan to surrender to the Qing when Lu Ziqing fled to the sea, subsequently earning the title of General of Huaiyan, commanding an army of approximately 50,000 troops. His subordinates include Generals Xiao Mingzhou, Liang Heming, and Wu Shanchang, with most of the forces being Lu Ziqing's original troops. It is rumored that many of them are conscripted civilians, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. However, it is widely believed that Lu Ziqing's army lacks combat capability. Meng Jun, a renowned general known for avoiding battles during the Hongguang Era, listened intently to Meng Bian's findings. Meng Jun rubbed his face to clear his mind and glanced at Meng Bian, inquiring if there were any further details. What is the estimated strength of Bai Yongfu's infantry and cavalry? How many artillery pieces do they possess? What about armored troops, and where is the main army currently positioned? Is there any news on these matters? None, Commander. This information is all I could gather after extensively querying the gentry throughout Suzhou. The reconnaissance unit has only just been established, and I have only selected a few individuals. They likely haven't reached Nanjing yet, so news won't arrive swiftly, Meng Bian replied. His brow furrowed in worry. He lamented that this scant information required a great deal of effort to uncover. Having asked various local elites, and even managed to find a former deserter from Lu Ziqing's ranks, which provided a glimmer of insight. Prior to this, he had never heard of Bai Yongfu. Very well, you may return to your efforts with the reconnaissance unit. Expedite communications with Nanjing and Hangzhou, while allowing the rest of Jiangnan to proceed at a slower pace. Meng Jun bore no grudge against Meng Bian. After all, the unit had just been established, and acquiring intelligence was indeed a challenging endeavor. With a sense of calculated movement and cohesive precision, Lin Shiqi observed the troops of Ningwu town performing their drills, nodding in satisfaction. They had been training diligently, with a steady supply of meat for the soldiers, leading to a marked improvement in their physical condition. In Lin Shiqi's estimation, these Suzhou soldiers have surpassed the original garrison troops of the Ming Dynasty and could potentially contend with elite bandits. Following the previous display of martial prowess, both military camps intensified their training regimens, resulting in increasingly organized formations and elevated morale. With Meng Jun having established a new battalion and reassigned some junior officers, Yu Tian was promoted to squad leader. This advancement not only brought a modest increase in his salary, but also introduced him to the taste of authority. Xiao Chang, what are you doing? Lower your head, raise your shield higher. And you, Li Erdi, have you noticed the alignment of your comrades? The formation is not cohesive. Yu Tian, with a dagger sheathed at his waist, admonished his subordinates, one hand resting on his weapon while the other held a long spear, exuding an air of command. The resonant sound of the gong echoed, prompting Yu Tian to glance towards the sun. It was nearly time for lunch at the camp. After 10 years of such a life, he felt no sense of monotony. His meals and accommodations were provided, along with a stipend, albeit with some fatigue involved. Yet, what endeavor is devoid of labor? This was certainly less arduous than tilling the fields. Upon returning to the main camp, Yu Tian found his comrades gathered around, enjoying their meal. Lin Shiqi entered through the camp gates, followed by a throng of personal guards and clerks, their armor clinking as they walked. From a distance, Li Erdi observed Lin Shiqi with envy, exclaiming, "What an imposing presence! When will I be able to command a retinue like that?" This elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, especially from his companions who mocked Li Erdi's fanciful dreams. With his dark complexion and diminutive stature, he was a target for jest, particularly from Chang Yuanding, who laughed. "With your height, do they even make armor in your size, Li Erdi?" Flushed with embarrassment, Li Erdi felt the sting of their teasing, but Yu Tian interjected, "Not so fast. You never know, one of us might rise to the rank of general." Even Li Erdi found it hard to believe this claim. Yet after the laughter subsided, he no longer felt awkward. At that moment, a messenger adorned with a standard galloped in from the city. Halting at the entrance of the camp, after announcing his identity, he made his way to Lin Shiqi's tent. "Commander, the Grand General has summoned all commanders for a meeting at the city magistrate's hall this afternoon," the messenger relayed. Lin Shiqi nodded. "Understood, I will attend promptly." Inside the council hall, Meng Jun observed the assembly, noting their lackluster demeanor, primarily due to the oppressive heat. He himself felt stifled. Fanning himself with a palm leaf fan that seemed to circulate only warm air. Turning to the person beside him, Gao Yi, he instructed, "Gao Yi, take a few men and head to a nearby tavern to procure some mung bean soup." Gao Yi nodded quietly before departing. Once he left, Meng Jun rapped the table, urging, "Let us focus, everyone. The traitor Hong Changqiu has dispatched General Bai Yongfu to attack us, likely with around 50 to 60,000 troops. We are still ascertaining the exact numbers. Let us discuss our strategy. Should we defend the city or engage in open battle?" With the seriousness of the situation at hand, the group rallied their spirits. Lin Shiqi, now regarded as the second in command, sensed all eyes upon him, awaiting his input. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Grand General, I believe it is imperative we ascertain the exact strength of Bai Yongfu's forces, including whether he has any 8 banners troops or artillery. Bai Yongfu serves under Li Chengdong, who is known to be among the weakest in terms of combat capability in Jiabei. If it is indeed Bai Yongfu's main force, we should be able to defeat them if all 3 of our garrisons mobilize." Lin Shiqi voiced this with conviction, inspiring confidence among his comrades. After listening, Meng Jun nodded and said, "I understand Shiqi's intentions. What thoughts does Commander Han harbor?" Upon hearing his name called, Han Xiang stroked his chin and replied, "Naturally. It would be best to triumph in a field battle. However, as Sun Tzu's Art of War states, war is a matter of vital importance to the state, the ground of life and death, the path to survival or ruin. It must be thoroughly examined. Should we engage the entire army in battle and suffer defeat, it is likely that Suzhou will be difficult to defend. In my view, we should fortify Suzhou and await reinforcements." Lin Shiqi's expression darkened upon hearing Han Xiong's opposition to the field battle, yet he refrained from voicing his discontent. However, he could not help but retort when Han Xiong spoke of seeking reinforcements, saying, "Reinforcements? From where? The king of Zhejiang? If they were to come, they would have done so during the last incident involving Li Chengdong. Have we not sent anyone to plead for aid? Is there even a single soldier? Relying on them is less reliable than setting up an altar to pray for divine intervention to flood the Qing forces." He continued, "How can one city of Suzhou withstand the eastern barbarians? It is only through the court gathering a great army that we may achieve anything." Han Xiang responded without hesitation. "Which court should we heed? Zhejiang or Fujian? The factions are still embroiled in conflict, fighting amongst themselves, with so many righteous armies in Jiangnan resisting. Has the court sent anyone to consolidate their efforts? Relying on the court seems less promising than relying on ourselves." Such treasonous words. Han Xiang, enraged, stood and pointed a finger at Lin Shiqi, who returned the glare defiantly. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. "Enough of this bickering. This is a council chamber, not a marketplace, and you are not common rabble." Meng Jun thundered, slamming his hand on the table, prompting both men to take their seats once more. At that moment, Gao Yi entered the hall. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, His previously cheerful demeanor gradually faded. He approached Meng Jun and softly announced, "General, the mung bean soup has been brought back. It's a large pot." Chapter 35. The King of Lu and Shaoxing. Meng Jun cast a knowing glance at Gao Yi, who, puzzled by the unspoken message, looked back at him in confusion. Realizing that Gao Yi was utterly clueless, Meng Jun decided to break the silence. On this scorching summer day, let us indulge in a bowl of mung bean soup. Once we are refreshed, we can resume our discussion. Gao Yi, do fetch the bowls, will you? Why are you just standing there? Yes, I shall go to the kitchen at once, Gao Yi replied promptly. As the group savored the soothing soup, their restless spirits found a measure of relief. Setting his bowl down, Meng Jun spoke softly. The Qing forces have yet to arrive. Yet you two have already begun to bicker. It is premature to declare whether we shall fight or defend. We must prepare for both scenarios. The preparations for the city's defense must not waver, and all towns should engage in rigorous training. We could also organize some military contests. After all, with Lu Ziqing's lackluster troops, can we truly fear defeat? Indeed, great commander, Meng Jun responded. How is the reorganization and training of the ironclad army progressing? Upon hearing Meng Jun's inquiry, Meng Jun set down his half-finished bowl of mung bean soup and replied, "The selection of troops for the ironclad army has been completed, comprising 3,000 robust men and 4,000 auxiliary soldiers. The auxiliary troops will don armor only in times of battle, ensuring that they are in prime condition when entering the fray. We currently have 2,700 sets of intact iron armor, with an additional 2,000 or so sets of lesser quality leather and cotton armor distributed to the lower ranks and frontline soldiers. Those that are beyond repair will be sent to the armory for assessment, while the truly unusable ones will be discarded." Meng Jun nodded, placing great expectations on this ironclad army. It was only with these 3,000 soldiers that Lin Shiqi dared to contemplate engaging the Qing forces in open battle. Very well, Bajizi. Daily training for the ironclad army must not cease, and their provisions must be ample, with meat supplied daily. Understood, Commander. Upon returning to the military camp, Lin Shiqi sat in a chair and began to fan himself with the palm frond. Noting Lin Shiqi's troubled countenance, his secretary ventured quietly, "My lord, what troubles you?" Lin Shiqi replied with evident impatience that Han Xiong only knows how to curry favor with those fools. The secretary, perplexed, asked, "Which individuals do you refer to?" Enough. Mind your own business," Lin Shiqi waved dismissively, causing the secretary to cease his inquiries and take his leave with a respectful bow. Once alone in the tent, Lin Shiqi paused in his fanning and scoffed, "Fools. Even if Zhejiang sends troops, what can those beggarly soldiers of the Southern Ming accomplish?" In Shaoxing, the 11th king of Lu, Zhu Yihai, was helplessly listening to the cacophony of disputes among the civil and military officials below him. Zhu Yihai had officially assumed the role of regent and appointed Zhang Guowei, Zhu Datian, and Song Jipu as grand secretaries of the Eastern Pavilion, while also reinstating Fang Fengnian, a minister from the Hongguang Era, as the head minister. However, lacking his own military forces, Zhu Yihai could only rely on generals Fang Goan and Wang Zhiren. Upon their arrival in Shaoxing, they promptly took command of the existing troops and guards in eastern Zhejiang, simultaneously sidelining the militia led by Sun Jiajin, Xiong Rulin. In Qiansul, Fang Guan and Wang Zhiren, disregarding Zhu Yihai's objections, unilaterally allocated over 600,000 taels of grain and money from the various prefectures of eastern Zhejiang each year. Consequently, the local militias in eastern Zhejiang were deprived of their supply lines and largely dispersed, leaving even the personal guard directly overseen by Grand Minister Zhang Guowei with only a few hundred men. In this moment of desperation, Zhang Guowei, filled with ire, vociferously reproached Fang Guan, accusing him of seizing the resources of the prefectures and cutting off the grain supplies for the local militias, which led to the erosion of morale among the people of eastern Zhejiang. He lamented that such actions, coupled with the monopolization of military authority and the confinement of the military overseer, were no different from the actions of a feudal lord. Fang Guan, somewhat indifferent, retorted that he had never confined the military overseer and urged Zhang not to speak falsely. As for the matter of grain, he dismissed the assembled rabble as lacking any combat capability, deeming it a waste of resources. He asserted that the funds should be directed towards the regular troops, questioning whether those militia could stand against the eastern invaders. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dadian coldly interjected, inquiring if Fang believed he had the assurance to confront the eastern invaders and secure victory. Fang Guan, caught off guard by this challenge, could only huff in response, refraining from further comment. After a heated exchange, Song Jipu intervened to quell the discord. Once the atmosphere calmed, he refrained from revisiting the issue of grain and instead addressed the regent, Zhu Yihai, with a respectful gesture, stating that the Tang king had already ascended to the throne in Fuzhou, adopting the era name Lanwu, and that his envoy had arrived in Taizhou. In Song's view, this would undoubtedly carry the decree for Zhu to retire and return to vassalage. He warned that should Zhu disagree, there could be dire consequences between Zhejiang and Fujian. The assembly held their breath, anxiously observing the regent. Zhu Yihai, with a sigh, expressed, "I am but a distant branch of the family and do not presume to the imperial throne. Now that the Tang king has indeed claimed the throne in Fuzhou, I must naturally abdicate and return to vassalage. If I were to stubbornly cling to the throne, it would surely lead to conflict between Zhejiang and Fujian, wasting precious resources that should be used against the Qing. I cannot, nor dare I, act out of self-interest and jeopardize the affairs of the state. I, Zhu Yihai, am willing to abdicate and return to vassalage." Upon his declaration, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Zhang Guwei furrowed his brow as he surveyed the officials, noticing some nodding in agreement. Observing this, Zhang stepped forward and stated, "Regent, the Tang king is also a distant branch in terms of succession. He is no closer than you. Now he is far away in Fujian, unlike you who are present at the front lines. If you were to abdicate and return to vassalage now, Zhejiang would risk imminent upheaval." An official retorted directly, "If we heed Scholar Zhang's words, then there would be no need for our forces to fortify the front lines. We might as well station our troops on the borders of Zhejiang and Fujian and surrender the province to the Qing. In the midst of a great conflict, the provinces of Zhejiang and Fujian squander their strength. One must recognize that the eastern invaders possess a formidable army in Hongzhou, merely a day's journey from Shaoxing. If we fail to unite against these trying times, the specter of ruin looms ominously. It is imperative, indeed, that we do not abdicate our positions and retreat to vassalage. History has shown that no sovereign who relinquishes their throne has ever remained unscathed. Your Highness must resolutely refuse to step down." Just as the heated debate among the officials and generals reached a crescendo, a new round of arguments erupted, marked by heightened fervor. Wang Jiren, in a fit of rage, struck one of the court officials, leading to an uproar as the injured man cried out in distress. The scene devolved into chaos, prompting Zhu Yihai to intervene, urging the guards to separate the tumultuous crowd and escort the battered official away to seek medical attention. Once relative calm was restored, Zhu Yihai took the initiative to address the matter of abdication and vassalage before the others could speak. He suggested that such discussions could wait until the arrival of the Tang emissary. He then shared news of the valiant Meng Jun, who had successfully captured Suzhou and defeated Li Chengdong at its gates, thereby revitalizing the spirits of the people in Jiangnan. Zhu Yihai, in his excitement, clapped his hands together. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guwei felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, the last time someone from Suzhou had come to see him, he had presumed that the militia defending the city would falter under Li Chengdong's siege and had chosen not to meet them. Little did he know that the militia had indeed managed to rout Li Chengdong's forces. Chapter 36. Bestowal. Zhu Didian stepped forward and said, "Now that Suzhou has been reclaimed, His Highness the Regent may dispatch a governor to oversee the military affairs there. In my opinion, it would be prudent to send reinforcements to assist the city." Suzhou was encircled by enemy forces on all sides, with heavy enemy troops stationed in both Nanjing and Hangzhou. If troops are dispatched to Suzhou, they too may find themselves surrounded. Moreover, with Hangzhou still in the hands of the eastern invaders, how can we mobilize our forces? Shall they fly there? Fang Guan scoffed. Upon hearing this, Zhu Didian furrowed his brow and replied, "If troops cannot be dispatched and supplies cannot be delivered, we must at least appoint an inspector to assure the righteous forces that the court has not forgotten them." Zhu Yihai, from the upper seat, interjected, "Indeed, someone should be sent forth. However, since Meng Jun has taken up arms against the Qing and reclaimed Suzhou, what reward do you propose for him, Chancellor?" Fang Fingyan contemplated for a moment and said, "Let us appoint Meng Jun as the general of Suzhou, granting him temporary authority over the military and civil affairs of the city." "Does our dynasty have a title of general for Suzhou?" Zhu Yihai inquired, his brow furrowing. "Your Highness, in urgent matters, it is permissible to create a temporary title. Once the southern region is stabilized, it can be abolished," Fang Fengyan replied, bowing respectfully before retreating. Appearing somewhat dispirited, "The national title cannot be carelessly bestowed. If we establish it today and revoke it tomorrow, how will the people regard the court?" Zhang Guwei rose to counter. Fang Guan, listening to the ongoing debate among the officials, expressed his impatience. To bestow a title of general merely for the reclamation of a single city is excessive. If another city is reclaimed tomorrow, how shall we reward that? In my view, a title of defense suffices. Zhu Yihai's expression darkened. As a distant relative of the regent, he lacked inherent prestige. Since assuming his role, there had scarcely been a moment of tranquility. Zhu Yihai genuinely wished to abdicate and return to his fief. He was aware of King Tang, Zhu Yujian, and his ambitions. Knowing that this distant cousin had once taken up arms to aid the dynasty during the Hongguang Era, should King Tang restore the realm, he would gladly step aside. Even if it meant facing consequences later, he would have no regrets. Now, even a casual discussion about Meng Jun had led to a cacophony of arguments, causing Zhu Yihai considerable fatigue. The debates escalated to the point where some officials began to question Meng Jun's character. Meng Jun had previously abandoned his principles, having once surrendered. How can such a man be entrusted with significant responsibilities? As a military officer of the Ming, he should have resisted to the death, yet he capitulated without a struggle. In my opinion, he is utterly untrustworthy and should be stripped of his military command and held accountable as a deterrent, one official declared fervently. Zhu Yihai chose to disregard this statement. By the standards set by these officials, it would seem that no one in the world is without flaw. Those who yield to the Qing and those who surrender are countless. If we were to hold everyone accountable, the land would be filled with enemies. It is far wiser to extend forgiveness to those who repent. Meng Jun has forsaken his misdeeds and successfully captured Suzhou, defeating Li Chengdong. This is ample evidence of his military acumen. The exchange of a noble title for a fortified city and a capable general is a matter of discernment. In times of national peril, it is imperative to seek out capable leaders, and the court must offer substantial rewards to demonstrate its earnest desire for talent. After listening to the discourse, Zhu Yihai nodded, displaying an expression of profound understanding. He contemplated for a moment and resolved to bypass the contentious issue, stating, "Let us appoint Meng Jun as the Eagle General with a third-rank title, temporarily overseeing the military and administrative affairs of Suzhou. As for the military supervisor," Zhu Yihai hesitated, casting a glance at the assembly. The city of Suzhou was besieged on all sides, and to take on the role of military supervisor could be described rather harshly as a perilous endeavor. Observing this, Zhang Guowei interjected, "Your Highness, you may first announce the edict. The selection of the military supervisor can be deliberated at a later time." Zhu Yihai acquiesced, saying, "Scholar Zhu, please draft the edict." After uttering these words, Zhu Yihai dispersed the court assembly. In a matter of hours, Zhu Datian had composed the decree and submitted it for approval. To commend virtue and reward talent, Meng Jun, styled Yuan Ji, is a paragon of loyalty to the state, embodying the enlightened grace of the sovereign. He maintains integrity and upholds righteousness to ensure the stability of the realm. The governance of a state relies on the support of exceptional talents. Having rendered service to the nation by reclaiming the city of Suzhou, he is indeed a pillar of the state. Therefore, we bestow upon him the title of Eagle General, temporarily assuming command of Suzhou's military and civil affairs with a third-rank title to honor his virtues. In recognition of his exceptional abilities and steadfastness during the nation's time of peril, he is to be commended for his achievements. Quite splendid, Zhu Yihai remarked, admiring the eloquent decree. Without hesitation, he affixed his imperial seal to it and then instructed several members of the imperial guard to convey the edict, circumventing Hangzhou, to present it to Meng Jun. Within the city of Suzhou, Meng Jun was engrossed in military texts. Reflecting on the principles of leadership, a general must not quench his thirst while the soldiers have yet to drink. He must not eat before the soldiers' rations are prepared. He must not complain of the cold before the campfires are lit. He must not express fatigue while the tents are still being erected in the summer heat. He must refrain from seeking comfort with a fan. During rainy weather, he must not be the first to take up an umbrella. Maintaining alignment with the soldiers' conditions is essential to understanding their state, and one must embody the same daily experiences as the troops. Upon contemplating this, Meng Jun smacked his own forehead, murmuring to himself, "Having just captured the city of Suzhou, how could I dare to stray from the ranks? That is simply unacceptable. The army is my everything. All must serve the military. If we falter on the battlefield, it matters not how prosperous Suzhou becomes." With this thought, Meng Jun called out, "Gao Yi, tidy up the bedding and prepare to sleep in the barracks. From now on, I shall eat what the soldiers eat and sleep where they sleep." "Gao Yi, what are you standing there for? Go and tidy up," Meng Jun shouted in irritation. "Yes, Governor, I will do so immediately," Gao Yi replied, scratching his head as he made his way to the backyard. Why must the young master move? He is quite well here. Why shift to the barracks? Hongguang Era frowned. Speaking in a huff, Gao Yi, this time, did not indulge her, raising his voice to declare that it was a direct order from the Grand Commander. A matter of state, emphasizing that a mere maid like her could hardly comprehend its significance. With a dismissive tilt of his head, he addressed Hongguang Era with disdain. You. Just wait. I shall go and speak to the old madam, Hongguang Era retorted, her anger evident as she stormed out the door. Hey, don't leave. Gather your things. Gao Yi called out urgently as he watched her stride away, but Hongguang Era paid him no heed, resolutely making her way to the old madam's quarters. Chapter 37. The storm approaches outside Jiangning City. Bai Yongfu gazed at the ceaseless stream of supplies being transported to the military camp, a smile inadvertently gracing his face. Beside him, his subordinate, Wu Shunchang, chuckled and remarked, General, Nanjing is truly affluent. We have never been this prosperous before. From now on, refer to it as Jiangning. The term Nanjing should no longer be uttered, and this wealth is but a trifle. It is Suzhou that we must conquer to truly revel in riches, Bai Yongfu casually corrected him. Yes, my lord. I misspoke, Wu Shunchang replied, his face still beaming with joy. Prepare everyone. The army shall depart tomorrow. Liang Hemming, your unit will lead the advance. The rear camp will remain to receive the remaining supplies. The rest of the army will march forth to Suzhou, Bai Yongfu commanded solemnly. Yes, General. The assembled officers responded in unison, bowing in respect. The following day, at the Qing army's encampment, Bai Yongfu's troops had assembled in full. Outside the camp, a throng of soldiers brandished their weapons, with cavalry having already set out to pave the way for the main force. Bai Yongfu surveyed the grand assembly, his heart swelling with pride. He proclaimed to the gathered officers, once we capture Suzhou, the riches and beauties of the city shall be yours to claim at will. Ha ha. But before the echoes of his laughter could fade, he was interrupted by Wu Shunchang's voice. General, the fierce warrior Funi has arrived. Bai Yongfu's laughter ceased abruptly as he fixed his gaze on a distant group of flag-bearers galloping towards him. Funi, a seasoned warrior, emanated an aura of ferocity. Flanked by a cadre of formidable soldiers whose overwhelming presence starkly contrasted with Bai Yongfu's own green-clad troops. Upon sighting Bai Yongfu, Funi approached with an air of authority, speaking in a rapid, bird-like manner. Following his words, a flag-bearer stepped forward to translate Funi's commands verbatim. This Meng Jun, a barbarian, dares to rebel against the Qing. I must capture him alive, annihilate his kin, and execute him with the most gruesome of tortures. I shall lay waste to all of Suzhou. And I look forward to seeing which other blind barbarians dare to oppose us. Bai Yongfu and the assembled generals exchanged uneasy glances. Bai Yongfu feeling a surge of irritation at the mention of slaughtering the city. Such talk of massacre seemed to challenge his authority as the commander. With the Qing army mobilizing in such force, it was inevitable that the gentry of Jiangning would not remain oblivious. Some loyalist gentry discreetly relayed this intelligence, ensuring that Meng Jun would soon be apprised of the Qing's maneuvers. Outside Suzhou City, in the training grounds, Meng Jun was conducting an exercise with his generals. He addressed them. Since the Hongguang Era, the imperial forces have faced relentless defeats against the eastern invaders. The armor seized by the eastern forces is sufficient to equip the entirety of the 8 banners. Furthermore, the 8 banners have now swept through the north. Their armor of superior quality. The warriors of the 8 banners are now commonly outfitted with iron and cotton armor, and in cold weather, they don additional battle coats. After speaking, he instructed a soldier to don a piece of iron armor from the 8 banners on a wooden figure. Han Xiang furrowed his brow and pondered. Could it be that all the 8 banner soldiers are clad in iron armor? Wouldn't that render them impervious to arrows and blades? Meng Jun waved his hand dismissively. Not quite. Let us test it. A contingent of soldiers stood at the ready, armed with bows and arrows, firearms, sabers, and long spears. Yu Tian, positioned at the rear of the ranks, held a firearm, albeit feeling a twinge of anxiety as he silently recited the procedure for firing it. Before long, the archers completed their rounds of shooting. A soldier reported back, at 50 paces, the arrows could not penetrate, they were deflected. At 30 paces, the armor sustained minor damage. While at 10 paces, the arrows pierced the armor by an inch, causing a light wound. The other weapons were tested in turn. The sabers could not penetrate, causing only minor damage, and the long spears similarly failed to breach the armor. As the firearm users stepped forward, an officer called out to Yu Tian, swallowing hard. He approached the designated line, picked up the firearm, and began the loading process according to the prescribed steps. Once everything was ready, Yu Tian raised the firearm, aimed at the wooden target, and pulled the trigger. A loud bang resonated as the iron armor shifted slightly from 50 paces away. The observer examined the armor and announced loudly, "At 50 paces, the firearm cannot breach the armor, though it left a dent." Moved to 30 paces for further testing. Yu Tian stepped to the second line, reloaded, and after a moment, pulled the trigger again. At 30 paces, the firearm penetrated the armor, inflicting a fatal wound. Upon hearing this assessment, the generals frowned. Han Xiong expressed his astonishment, stating, "Only the firearm can breach the armor?" The archers were nearly face-to-face at 10 paces. Yet their arrows failed. If arrows cannot breach armor, we must invest in more firearms and bludgeoning weapons. Meng Jun's expression soured as he noted the insufficient production of firearms to meet military needs. He continued, "Zhu Tu, since we cannot increase the output of firearms, the armory must urgently produce bludgeoning weapons such as wolf-toothed clubs, bone clubs, and long axes to equip the heavy infantry." Zhu Tu nodded, affirming, "I will ensure that the armory exerts every effort. These bludgeons are simple to manufacture and can be produced swiftly." Meng Jun's strategy now focused on creating weaponry capable of breaching armor while simultaneously enhancing the army's defensive capabilities. Huang Cheng, the scouts must remain vigilant. The sooner we discern the movements of the Qing army, the sooner we can prepare, Meng Jun instructed the scout captain, Huang Cheng. "Yes, Commander," Huang Cheng replied softly. At that moment, Meng Bian hurriedly squeezed through the crowd to Meng Jun's side and whispered something in his ear. After speaking, Meng Bian took a step back. Standing beside Meng Jun, who maintained an inscrutable expression. Suddenly, a muffled thunderclap resonated from the sky, heralding an unexpected tumult. Meng Jun instinctively looked up. Dark clouds gathered ominously. And in an instant, rain poured down in torrents. He extended his hand to catch the falling rain, murmuring, "The weather is changing. A fierce battle is imminent." "Commander, we must leave," Meng Bian urged, shielding Meng Jun from the intensifying rain. Meng Jun gently pushed aside Meng Bian's hand and replied softly, "Let us go back to the camp." Chapter 38. Deployment. Meng Jun sat by the window, having convened another military council during the day. The debate over whether to defend or engage in battle persisted, escalating until Meng Jun, exasperated, forcibly interrupted the meeting. After the assembly of generals dispersed, Yang gravely addressed Meng Jun, urging a swift decision on whether to fight or defend. He cautioned that further delay could jeopardize troop morale. Acknowledging the urgency, Meng Jun felt equally indecisive. With a sigh, Meng Jun rose and approached the door, halting the few guards who attempted to accompany him. Desiring solitude for a moment of reflection, the air was crisp and the moonlight serene, with a gentle breeze causing the leaves to sway lightly. Strolling aimlessly outside the main tent, Meng Jun observed the tightly clustered tents of the camp, occasionally interrupted by a passing patrol. While the rest of the soldiers lay in slumber, he chose to sit on a nearby stool, lost in thought as he gazed out across the encampment. In defense, while the walls of Suzhou were formidable, Meng Jun felt confident in his ability to hold the city. Yet, he feared that if the Qing forces persisted in their siege, digging trenches and encircling the city, even the sturdiest of fortifications could not withstand the pressure. The supplies within would eventually dwindle. While the besieging Qing troops faced no such scarcity, the Qing soldiers were no fools. They would not grant Meng Jun another opportunity for a nighttime raid. Conversely, engaging in a decisive battle posed its own risks, as his troops had yet to experience the chaos of war. The outcome was uncertain, and the fate of countless lives rested upon Meng Jun's shoulders. In these tumultuous times, life and death were commonplace. He recalled the legendary Xiang Yu, who once burned his boats and fought fiercely, achieving victory after victory, ultimately earning the respect to command the world. Hesitation would lead to failure, having arrived at this juncture. It was time to confront the enemy head-on. "Let us decide our fate in battle," Meng Jun murmured to himself. The following morning, Meng Jun, though bearing dark circles under his eyes, felt invigorated as he sat in his tent, summoning the generals. "The Grand Commander, everyone has arrived," Gao Yi announced as he entered. "Gather the generals," Meng Jun instructed solemnly. Moments later, 3 prominent generals entered the tent: Meng Biji, Han Xiong, and Lin Shiqi, all donned in armor, exuding a formidable presence. Once all were present, Meng Jun spoke first. "I have made my decision. We shall assemble our forces and launch a direct assault on Baiyangfu." Upon hearing this, Han Xiang's expression turned complex. His lips parted as if to speak, but upon meeting Meng Jun's resolute gaze, he bowed his head in silence. Lin Shiqi appeared eager, brimming with enthusiasm, while Meng Biji wore a look of concern, yet refrained from voicing his worries. Noticing no objections from the others, Meng Jun continued. Today's discussion centers on where we shall engage in battle. The three generals exchanged glances, and after a brief pause, Lin Shiqi spoke up, Commander, I believe we should confront them beneath the walls of Suzhou. The enemy has traveled a great distance, and we can capitalize on their fatigue. Fighting at the city's gates presents a strategic advantage. Han Xiong concurred, since the Grand Commander has decided against defending Suzhou. A battle at the city's foot is indeed the most prudent choice. We possess a greater understanding of the terrain. Meng Biji, reflecting on the matter, also expressed his agreement with the plan to engage in battle at the gates of Suzhou. After Meng Jun finished listening, he stood up and proclaimed, Let us engage in battle outside Suzhou City. Gaoi promptly retrieved a map and soon entered, bearing a scroll. He unfurled the map and spread it before Meng Jun, who remarked, Come closer and take a look. What can you discern from such a distance? Upon hearing this, the others quickly gathered around, and the four of them engaged in a discussion over the map. In the open area west of Yangzhou Lake, which was suitable for the army's formation, Meng Jun scrutinized the densely interwoven rivers depicted on the map, scratching his head as he identified only one location that was somewhat appropriate for military deployment. This area was slightly narrower to the north and more expansive to the south, with the rivers shaped like a figure eight, granting a minor advantage to their side. However, the multitude of rivers also bore an advantage, as it significantly diminished the cavalry superiority of the Qing forces. After studying the map for a while, Meng Jun addressed the generals, saying, Let us proceed to the west of Yangzhou Lake to inspect the terrain. Approximately 2 hours later, Meng Jun and his companions, accompanied by several dozen cavalry, arrived at the western side of Yangzhou Lake, their faces marked by sweat and dust. Meng Jun lifted his arm to wipe his face and gasped, The army shall form here. The eastern side is shielded by Yangzhou Lake, so we need not worry about the Qing forces flanking us. To the west, there is a canal, rendering the cavalry ineffective here. Lin Shiqi raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun and stated, As long as the 8 banners cavalry cannot charge, we can smash this hardened foe to pieces. At that moment, Meng Biji squinted, gazing at the sun, and suggested, Great General, it would be prudent to commence the battle in the afternoon. In the morning, the sun is positioned slightly askew against us, but by afternoon, its rays will shine upon the Qing forces. Meng Jun, upon hearing this, also looked up at the sun and nodded, acknowledging, Indeed, what Biji says holds merit. If we can diminish even a fraction of the Qing forces' combat effectiveness, our chances of victory will increase. Let us proceed further ahead and examine. Days later, the vanguard of the Qing army had reached Wuxi, escalating tensions further. Within the city, those privy to information had begun to flee for safety, as food prices soared dramatically, rising threefold daily. Even the opening of granaries could not quell the unrest. Yang En was in a state of agitation, sweating profusely as he informed Meng Jun of the dire situation within the city. However, Meng Jun, preoccupied with the impending battle, could spare no thought for the city. A victory would naturally restore Suzhou to its former state, but should they lose, the chaos within the city would no longer concern him. The troops had fully assembled, awaiting Meng Jun's command. 30,000 soldiers from 3 garrisons, 2,000 armored troops, 400 cavalry scouts, and 20,000 auxiliary troops constituted all the resources Meng Jun could muster. Gaoi opened a tent and reported to Meng Jun, Great General, the army has gathered outside the city. Meng Jun nodded, stepping out of the main tent, flanked by dozens of elite guards clad in armor, each wielding weapons, standing ready. This sight ignited a sense of valor within Meng Jun, and with a subtle smile, he waved his hand and declared, Let us go. Outside Suzhou City, 50,000 troops had assembled, forming their ranks beneath the city walls. Meng Jun stood upon a high platform, enumerating the 10 heinous crimes of the Qing army, delivering a rousing address to unify the spirits of his soldiers. Since the eastern barbarians instigated turmoil in Liaodong, they have exhausted the wealth of China, leaving the northern cities in ruin and the populace ravaged. Hebei, Shandong, and Hongguang have witnessed massacres, with grievous sins too numerous to recount. Countless families have been torn apart, homes destroyed. If the soldiers feel these events are too distant from their lives, what of Yangzhou? What of Jiaoding? Are these places truly far removed? The eastern invaders are now but a breath away. What shall we do? Tens of thousands of soldiers have gathered beneath the city walls, yet an eerie silence envelopes them, their expressions growing increasingly solemn. After a brief moment of stillness, a soldier suddenly raises his spear high and roars, Expel the eastern invaders. The cry to expel the eastern invaders resonates, and the multitude of warriors raises their weapons in fervent unison, erupting into a thunderous chorus. Advance. Meng Jun commands with a vigorous wave of his hand, his voice ringing out with clarity. Chapter 39. The encounter of scouts outside the city of Suzhou. The clarion call of military mobilization echoed incessantly. The soldiers arrayed beneath the walls, under the rhythmic beat of drums and the commands of their superiors, advanced towards the western shores of Yangzhou Lake. Naturally, the grand assembly convened by Meng Jun at the foot of Suzhou City did not escape the watchful eyes of the Qing forces. The news of Meng Jun's deployment of over 50,000 troops swiftly reached by Yongfu within the confines of Wuxi. At that moment, within a tavern in Wuxi, the county magistrate, his deputy, and several officials were seated alongside the illustrious leader of the Eight Banners, Jiala Izhengfuni, by Yongfu, along with his numerous subordinate generals, occupied the lower seats, while a throng of young, beautiful maidens lingered by their sides. Commander, Suzhou is indeed a treasure trove. Even the most unremarkable bumpkin could muster an army of 50 or 60,000 upon seizing the city. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Wu Shuncheng whispered to Bai Yongfu. Bai Yongfu, savoring a morsel of food, replied with a dismissive tone, "These are merely row recruits and laborers." Meng Jun is oblivious to his impending doom, foolhardy and strategyless. The Qing forces are invincible in open combat. How can he dare to challenge the Eight Banners with such inexperienced troops? Ridiculous. We have secured Suzhou City without a doubt. Shuncheng, remember, once we capture Suzhou, we must keep our eyes peeled. The treasury's silver must be seized at the earliest opportunity. We must hasten to transport it back to the main camp. The more he spoke, the broader his smile became, as he and Shuncheng exchanged hushed remarks. Lost in their conspiratorial chatter, the clamor of voices filled the room. Chatter, chatter. Funi raised his cup of wine, delivering a boisterous monologue, while the translator promptly elucidated for the assembly. It has been years since I encountered such fearless barbarians. It is perfect. We shall revel in slaughter on the battlefield, rendering the siege of Suzhou unnecessary. Chatter continued, punctuated by Funi's tipsy declarations, his face alight with pride. However, the translator's expression grew awkward, caught in a dilemma about whether to relay Funi's words. With a scornful glance at the translator, Funi unleashed a tirade of invectives, compelling the translator to finally speak. The Han barbarians are utterly feeble, lacking any semblance of courage. Wherever our Qing cavalry treads, they bow in submission. I propose we storm more cities. The more we slay, the fewer will dare to resist. Silence enveloped the audience, even the dancers froze in fear. A young girl beside Funi paled, tears brimming in her eyes, her body rigid with trepidation of inciting the wrath of this harbinger of death. Bai Yongfu and his generals exchanged glances, their faces betraying discomfort. The newly arrived Bai Yongfu felt a sense of humiliation from Funi's words, hastily drinking to mask his embarrassment. Suddenly, Funi's expression darkened as he berated the young girl beside him, the translator loudly echoing his scorn. Why weep and wail? Is this how Han women are, so weak and pitiful? The girl, paralyzed with fear, dared not move. In a sudden fit of rage, Funi seized the girl by her head and forcefully struck it against the table. A sickening crack resonated, and the girl collapsed, bloodied and unconscious on the ground. The officials at the banquet were stricken with horror at the sight of blood, their faces pale with panic, trembling and hesitant to make a sound. Funi, unfazed, continued to indulge in his wine and food, as though this brutal act bore no consequence for him. Bai Yongfu's complexion was somewhat ashen, and the food and drink on the table had become utterly unpalatable. After enduring the gathering until its conclusion, Bai Yongfu and several officers exited the venue. Wu Shuncheng spat disdainfully towards the inside, uttering a contemptuous remark about the vulgarity of the affair. Upon hearing this, Bai Yongfu halted Wu Shuncheng's complaints, turning his back and making his way back to the camp. The following noon, the soldiers from Meng Jun's 3 garrisons, Changlin, Ningwu, and Kawu, had arrived at the wilderness west of Yangzhou Lake. The army's encampment was established 5 miles behind the battlefield, along the riverbank, while Huangcheng scouts advanced to investigate the movements of the Qing army. The vanguard of the Qing forces, comprising cavalry, had also moved forward, with scouts racing ahead, reaching the outskirts of Zhoujia village, situated 30 miles from Yangzhou Lake. The numerous rivers in the area posed significant challenges for the Qing scouts. Scout Commander, I have just captured a villager. 30 miles ahead lies Yangzhou Lake, and that villager reported that many troops passed through there yesterday. They must be those bandits, one of the Qing scouts reported to his commander. Lu Ping pondered for a moment, then urged his horse forward, commanding, "Continue the reconnaissance." The Qing scouts galloped southward for over 10 miles. Finally detecting the trail of Meng Jun's forces and encountering their scouts. "Squad leader, look, it's the Qing soldiers." Huang Cheng's scouts spotted the approaching Qing cavalry from a distance. The 10 scouts tightened their reins, and Zhang Chengsheng led his team northward to gather intelligence for the main force. Upon dismounting, Zhang counted the Qing cavalry, noting there were only 5. Zhang Chengsheng felt a surge of excitement. This was his first encounter with the Qing scouts, and they were outnumbered. Lu Ping also spotted the distant Meng scouts. Exclaiming with exhilaration, "We found these bandits. Their main force must be just a few miles away." At this moment, after rallying his men, Zhang Chengsheng realized they outnumbered the enemy 2-1. Naturally, he felt emboldened and led his comrades in a swift charge, intent on annihilating this small contingent of Qing forces or driving them back. Seeing this, Lu Ping was momentarily taken aback. Were these bandits truly so fierce? They charged directly at him. Was it that Lu Ping underestimated these scouts, believing their fewer numbers would guarantee victory? "They look down on us. Prepare for battle." Lu Ping snorted coldly, shouting, "Charge." The 5 Qing scouts swiftly readied their bows, galloping towards Zhang Chengsheng and his men. As the distance closed, Zhang Chengsheng bellowed, "Draw your weapons." The 10 Meng scouts readied their bows, aiming at the Qing cavalry, who simultaneously released their arrows. A series of anguished cries echoed as Zhang Chengsheng glanced back to see one of his scouts struck in the face, tumbling from his horse, while another was hit and fell to the ground, unconscious. The Qing cavalry sustained only one injury, as one horse was hit, causing its rider to be thrown off. "Switch to swords," Zhang Chengsheng roared, charging forward. At this moment, the 2 cavalry forces were merely 30 paces apart, and in the ensuing clash, both sides had drawn their blades. Though only a handful faced each other, the atmosphere was nonetheless formidable. Zhang Chengsheng nervously fixed his gaze upon the cavalry opposite him, gripping his spear tightly. There was no display of flamboyance. It was a straightforward clash, a direct collision. As his spear struck one of the foes, Zhang Chengsheng immediately relinquished it, drawing a broadsword from beside his mount. In that fleeting moment, the seconds felt interminable to him as he drew in deep, labored breaths, tugging at the reins to turn his horse and glance at his comrades beside him. After the initial onslaught, only 2 scouts remained by Zhang Chengsheng's side, while among the Qing cavalry, only Lu Ping was left. Lu Ping, still shaken, glanced back in alarm before hastily urging his steed to gallop away into the distance. Observing Lu Ping's retreating figure, Zhang Chengsheng seethed with frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, let us see if anyone else is still alive." Chapter 40. The eve of battle amidst the ranks of the Qing army, a multitude of supply vehicles laden with armor, weaponry, tents, and provisions advanced with great momentum. Lu Ping hastily rode into the presence of Commander Bai Yongfu to report his reconnaissance findings. Reporting to the commander, "I have arrived at a distance of 10 miles from Yangzhou Lake in northern Suzhou, where I encountered enemy scouts who impeded my progress, preventing further exploration." Upon hearing this, Bai Yongfu was momentarily taken aback. "These bandits possess cavalry? Have there been any skirmishes?" Lu Ping hesitated briefly before responding truthfully, "We, in a group of 5, encountered over 10 enemy scouts and engaged in battle, resulting in the loss of 4 comrades. I alone managed to retreat from the battlefield, while only 2 or 3 of the enemy remain. Nonetheless, they displayed considerable courage, though their archery skills were somewhat lacking." Bai Yongfu scoffed. "Even if this band of bandits has cavalry, how formidable could they be? With our superior horsemen, we need not fear. Dispatch orders for the vanguard cavalry, led by Xiaomingzhua, to advance towards Yangzhou Lake and instruct the scouts to suppress the enemy scouts." Meanwhile, Meng Jun's encampment was undergoing rigorous fortification, with numerous wooden horse stoppers placed at the gates. Viewed from above, a dense cluster of tents filled the area, and groups of soldiers busily transported supplies, resembling ants at work. The entire camp resembled a bustling construction site. Meng Jun, clad in armor and hand resting on his waist knife, patrolled the encampment. At that moment, Zhang Chengsheng and a few others galloped into the camp, hastening towards the main tent. Shortly thereafter, a personal guard rushed over to Meng Jun, reporting, "Great General, our scouts have encountered Qing cavalry and engaged in combat. They are currently awaiting outside the tent." Upon hearing this, Meng Jun's heart tightened, and he nodded, responding, "Understood," before striding towards the main tent. As Meng Jun entered the large tent, Zhang Chengsheng followed closely behind. Meng Jun examined the map and inquired, "Where did you encounter the Qing cavalry?" Zhang Qingsheng leaned in closer to the map, scratching his head in contemplation before replying, "Here is our camp. And it should be right around this location," pointing to a specific spot on the map. Meng Jun studied the map for a moment before asking, "What is the combat capability of the Qing cavalry?" Zhang Qingsheng's expression darkened as he hesitated before speaking. "They outnumbered us 2-1, resulting in the loss of 7 men, while we managed to slay 4 Qing scouts, with 1 escaping the battlefield. Their archery skills are quite proficient, and we relied on our numerical advantage." Before Zhang Qingsheng could finish, Meng Jun interjected, "Skills can be honed over time, but the spirit of drawing one's sword in the face of the enemy is commendable." After a brief pause, Meng Jun continued, "What of the equipment of the Qing scouts? Were they 8-banner soldiers or Han soldiers?" Zhang Qingsheng expressed gratitude, then stated, "Their equipment is average. They were not clad in iron armor, but wore cotton armor similar to ours. They are not 8-banner soldiers, but Han soldiers. I observed that the corpses had recently shaved heads, and the craftsmanship of the shaving was poor, with traces of blood still on the scalp." Meng Jun nodded and dismissed Zhang Qingsheng, who promptly bowed and exited. In the afternoon, the encampment of Meng Jun was established, while Huang Cheng's reconnaissance team engaged in multiple skirmishes with the Qing cavalry. Although Huang Cheng's scouts displayed commendable bravery, they were no match for the Qing forces in cavalry combat. After several encounters, Huang Cheng's unit suffered significant losses, with over 50 men lost, whereas the Qing forces incurred fewer than 20 casualties. As time progressed, the Qing cavalry grew in number, and Huang Cheng's scouts found themselves increasingly suppressed. Meng Jun was compelled to order the reconnaissance team to return to the camp. Meanwhile, the Qing scouts had already appeared outside Meng Jun's encampment, boldly observing his forces. A night passed without incident, as the Qing army refrained from harassing the camp. The following morning, before dawn, the logistical troops of Meng Jun began to prepare breakfast. Meng Jun and his officers rose early to survey the situation outside the camp, where a few scattered Qing cavalry could still be seen in the distance. As the sun rose high in the sky, the soldiers of Meng Jun settled on the ground to partake in their morning meal, creating a scene of bustling activity. At that moment, a commotion arose among the distant Qing cavalry. Meng Jun, observing from a vantage point, soon spotted a Qing cavalry commander adorned in red armor approaching, followed by an increasing number of horsemen. Xiao Mingzhou, grasping the reins of his steed, advanced steadily, accompanied by over 3,000 cavalrymen. A sight that left Meng Jun and his officers in awe, as many had never witnessed such a multitude of horses gathered in one place. Meng Jun gazed upon the cavalry with a tinge of envy, his heart yearning for the day when he might command a force of such magnitude. Xiao Mingzhou frowned as he surveyed the encampment of Meng Jun, muttering under his breath about the resourcefulness of these bandits in choosing their ground. The terrain was unsuitable for cavalry maneuvers, forcing them to engage in infantry combat. He then instructed a messenger at his side to inform the commander that the cavalry vanguard had arrived at Yangzhou Lake and urged the infantry to advance swiftly. The messenger acknowledged the command and promptly rode off to relay the message. Observing Meng Jun's camp, Xiao Mingzhou noted its proximity to Yangzhou Lake, with a broad front and narrow flanks, rendering it difficult for the Qing cavalry to encircle or launch a rear attack. However, after a moment's contemplation, Xiao Mingzhou chuckled, expressing doubt that a mere band of farmers, armed with swords and spears, could triumph, regardless of their chosen terrain. Within the camp, Han Xiong, witnessing the Qing cavalry, became animated and addressed Meng Jun, suggesting that since the Qing cavalry could not maneuver effectively in this terrain, it would be prudent for the infantry to engage in battle against them. Charging a well-ordered infantry formation would afford no advantage to the cavalry. Before Meng Jun could respond, Lin Shiqi, standing nearby, scoffed, questioning why the cavalry would charge when they could not maneuver sideways or retreat. Can 2 legs truly catch up with 4? Han Xiong snorted after hearing this, yet did not pursue the matter further. Meng Jun, with a hint of regret, remarked, "It is a pity that we lack sufficient steeds. Even if we had horses, we would struggle to find skilled riders in Jiangnan." As dusk approached, a distant clamor reached their ears. Lin Shiqi listened intently for a moment before confidently asserting, "The Qing army is setting up camp. The sound we hear is that of soldiers chopping wood. They must be a large contingent, and they are not far from here." At this moment, Qing infantry had already arrived and were busy establishing their encampment. Funi sat on a stool, enjoying a slice of watermelon while observing the flurry of activity among the soldiers. With a touch of disdain, he remarked, "The Han people make excellent laborers, but they shall never learn the art of warfare." Meng Jun, with eyes ablaze, gazed intently outside the camp. After a prolonged silence, he softly declared, "Tonight, we must guard against a nighttime assault from the Qing forces. Our soldiers must conserve their strength. For tomorrow we shall march forth and engage in a decisive battle." All the generals responded with a salute and then withdrew, while Meng Jun remained rooted in place, staring intently into the night. With resolute determination, he murmured, "Tomorrow, the sky will be clear, the corpses will pile high, and the rivers will run red with blood. The fate of the realm rests upon this single battle." Chapter 41. The battle won outside the city of Suzhou. The sky was a brilliant blue, and a gentle breeze caressed the world. The rippling waves of Yangzhou Lake made for an idyllic spot for scholars and beauties alike. Yet, this serene beauty was abruptly shattered by a palpable air of tension nearby. On the following morning, after a hearty meal, the Ming army began to emerge from their encampment and took their positions outside, forming a formidable array. Regardless of their combat prowess, the Ming troops stood in perfect formation, exuding an air of majesty and strength. The main forces of the three towns were deployed at the front, with 20,000 auxiliary soldiers behind them, forming a total of 30,000 troops, clearly delineated, with long spears held aloft and banners fluttering in the wind. In the center of the Ming forces was the Chonglin town, led by Meng Jun. To the left was Ningwu town, commanded by Lin Shiqi. And to the right was the newly established Kawu town. Meanwhile, Meng Biji's 2,000 heavy cavalry were stationed at the rear of the central army. Following a brief discussion the previous night, it was determined that this terrain would counter the Qing cavalry effectively. The Ming military strategy was straightforward. The three towns would advance, aiming to disrupt the Qing army's formation. The heavy cavalry would then charge directly at the Qing army's central flag. The tactics were uncomplicated enough for the soldiers to execute. As long as the heavy cavalry could break through the Qing center, victory would be assured. Listen closely. At the sound of the drum, you must heed the call of the bugle and advance without hesitation. Remember, retreat is not an option. Those who dare to flee will face execution by the disciplined squad. Those who perish at their hands will find no wealth in death. Yu Tian, drenched in sweat, wiped his brow as he earnestly instructed his soldiers. After issuing his commands, he rose on tiptoe, peering ahead into the throng, unable to see anything amidst the sea of heads. In his heart, he fervently prayed to the compassionate Avalokiteshvara for safety and success, muttering, "May I transform misfortune into fortune." At this moment, Li approached, visibly anxious. "Yuyo, this is it. It's really happening. Out of the way. The formation is set. Do you think it's just a drill?" Yuyo Tian, interrupted from his prayers, replied somewhat irritably, causing Li to retreat in embarrassment, clutching his spear tightly. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Bai Yongfu stared incredulously at the Meng forces, muttering, "These bandits have become quite formidable." The faces of the Qing generals grew serious. War was no game, and regardless of the adversary, victory was never guaranteed. Initially dismissive of Meng Jun and his comrades, the Qing High Command now reassessed their views. The opposing force stood in disciplined ranks, their banners clear, and their morale appeared high. Bai Yongfu noticed that the formations of his Green Camp soldiers lacked the order of their adversaries. The Qing troops were also arrayed with elite soldiers in the front, while the weaker and older Green Camp soldiers were merely there to fill the ranks, with the main strength comprising his cavalry and loyal retainers. Their trump card was the 1,500 elite cavalry of the 8 banners under Funi. In a hushed tone, Wu Shunchong remarked to Bai Yongfu, "Commander, this does not bode well for us." Bai Yongfu shot him a glare. "If it's difficult, we must still engage. Signal the artillery crew to bring forward the cannons. Let us see if this rabble can maintain their formation under fire." With the clarion call of the Qing army's horn, preparations for the assault commenced. The war had begun. Beside him, Gao Yi observed the movements of the Qing army and urgently exclaimed, "Governor, the Qing forces are mobilizing. They have artillery." Meng Jun's expression turned grave. The presence of Qing artillery was anticipated. The two armies were not far apart, and the artillery's slow loading would allow for at most 3 rounds. Even if it meant enduring the onslaught, they had to charge forward. "Signal the drums. Advance." Meng Jun bellowed. The sound of the drums reverberated throughout the land, stirring the hearts of all present. On the flanks, Lin Shiqi and Han Xiong, upon hearing the drum beats, immediately ordered an assault. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The soldiers of Meng's army shouted in unison, their voices so thunderous that it startled the horses beneath Bai Yongfu, causing them to stir restlessly. At that moment, the Qing forces also heard the distant drum beats. A team of artillerymen was busily assembling the gun carriages and digging gun pits. Due to the formidable recoil of the artillery, it was essential to create these pits to prevent the cannons from being pushed back too far, which would waste precious time in readjusting their positions. Hurry, hurry, the Qing artillery officer urged, realizing that the enemy had begun their advance, leaving no time for delay. Bai Yongfu stood beneath the grand banner, gazing at Meng's forces, and could not help but turn back to his own artillery team, cursing, "What is the artillery doing? Why haven't they fired yet? Useless." At this moment, Meng's front line was approximately 200 paces from the Qing army, and their artillery was now fully loaded. Gaoi swallowed hard. "Governor, the Qing forces are about to fire. Should we urge our soldiers to charge?" Meng Jun shook his head. "We cannot charge. It would disrupt our formation. We must withstand these 3 rounds." Just as Meng Jun finished speaking, the cannons of the Qing army roared to life. Meng Jun looked up to see plumes of white smoke rising from the front lines of the Qing army, enveloping the artillery positions, followed by a deafening barrage. 10 cannons fired simultaneously, the thunderous sound sending tremors through Meng Jun's heart. Although the accuracy was somewhat lacking, half of the shells still found their mark within Meng's ranks. One shell crashed into the soldiers, instantly striking 2 down and enveloping them in a mist of blood. The shell's impact also caused it to ricochet, hitting several archers positioned behind. Some soldiers, wounded yet alive, lay on the ground, uttering anguished cries that sent shivers through their comrades. Nevertheless, spurred on by the drumbeats, no one faltered, their pace only quickened. Yu Tian, hearing the distant cannon fire and the cries of the wounded, turned pale, silently grateful that he had been reassigned from Chonglin town to Ningwu town. Otherwise, it would have been him enduring the bombardment. Bai Yongfu watched as the artillery wreaked havoc on Meng's forces, the carnage leaving them bloodied and disfigured. Yet, his expression remained grave. The width of the formation was too expansive, allowing only a handful of cannons to fire in one direction, failing to cover the entire battlefield. After firing a round, the Qing gunners immediately used damp cloths to clean the cannon's bore, then loaded gunpowder and inserted the shells, using iron rods to compact the ammunition before adjusting their positions. The thunderous sound of the second round of artillery fire arrived as anticipated, this time inflicting greater damage due to the proximity of the strikes. In the central town of Chonglin, the morale of the troops began to waver, although the casualties among the soldiers were not numerous. With the toll amounting to just over 200 after 2 rounds of bombardment, the psychological impact of enduring assaults without the ability to retaliate weighed heavily on their spirits. Meng Jun's expression darkened. Without artillery of his own, he could do nothing but endure the onslaught. However, at this moment, the 3 towns were now less than 70 paces from the enemy. The battlefield lay before them. Observing the despondent soldiers ahead, Meng Jun gritted his teeth and commanded the herald to beat the drums and signal the charge. Chapter 42. The battle to hurry up and load the ammunition. The enemy is advancing. The artillery officer's face was etched with urgency as he incessantly urged the Qing gunners, who were drenched in sweat, to load the shells with utmost speed. "Loaded. Prepare to fire," the officer shouted, pointing with his long saber. A cacophony of thunderous booms erupted once more. But this time it was accompanied by an unusual sound. The soldiers at the front line of Chonglin town were astonished to witness one of the enemy's cannons explode, scattering Qing gunners around it. The remaining artillerymen looked on in horror at the shattered cannon, realizing that it had burst after merely 3 rounds. The craftsman responsible for its construction surely deserved execution. Damn it! Bai Yongfu glared at the artillery unit, his prized cannons now diminished by 1. A loss that weighed heavily on his heart. However, the damage inflicted upon the Ming army's center was evidently far graver. Meng Jun, stationed at the rear, could see shells tearing through the ranks of his soldiers, cutting through their formation like a plow, leaving a gruesome trail of carnage and blood that stained the earth. "Help me. It hurts so much." The wounded soldiers lay on the ground, clutching their injuries and wailing in agony, but the resounding drumbeats drowned out their cries. After 3 rounds of cannon fire, the Qing artillery had to cease fire to cool the cannons, requiring a period of respite before they could be reloaded. With the cannonade halted, the vanguard of the Meng army pressed forward, closing the distance to the artillery to a mere 30 paces. The Qing artillery officer hastily commanded the gunners to withdraw the cannons. Bai Yongfu, recognizing that this band of bandits could not be easily scattered by cannon fire alone, promptly ordered the archers to launch their volleys and the vanguard to advance. The banners of the Qing army fluttered as officers at all levels shouted for blood. "Advance!" The archers immediately aimed skyward, and the Ming army's flag officer, realizing the distance had diminished, commanded the archers to fire. The Ming archers drew their bows, unleashing a dense swarm of arrows that soared into the sky before diving toward the ranks of the Qing soldiers. In almost perfect synchrony, the Qing archers responded, sending their own arrows toward the front ranks of the Ming army. The two sides exchanged a barrage of arrows, soldiers from both armies collapsing like wheat under the scythe. The Ming troops, having formed their ranks only recently, were mostly clad in mere battle jackets, save for a contingent of heavily armored soldiers. Qian Biao, donned in iron armor and wielding a short axe, bore 2 arrows lodged in his armor, blood seeping through. Unperturbed, he bellowed, "Charge in." Qian Biao cleaved through the blade of a Qing soldier before delivering a vicious blow to his face, leaving a ghastly gash. The Qing soldier screamed, collapsing to the ground, his face drenched in blood. The lines of both armies became entangled as the Meng army's pikemen, shielded by their sword and shield bearers, thrust forward fiercely. The Qing soldiers retaliated with frenzied strikes against the Ming troops, and the 3 branches of the army were now fully engaged. While archers from both sides rained arrows upon each other in a relentless storm, most soldiers of the Green camp were devoid of armor. As the supplies sent from Jiangning had largely been appropriated by Yangfu for his own household troops and cavalry, the remaining ordinary soldiers were equipped at a level comparable to that of Meng Jun's garrison forces. In a mere half-hour since the onset of battle, the soldiers from both sides fell like grass, the ground strewn with layers of lifeless bodies, evoking a chilling sight. The rear inspection team relentlessly urged the troops forward, and some soldiers, overwhelmed by the brutality of the battlefield, were executed on the spot by the inspection team. Ningwu town was positioned on Meng Jun's left flank, and at this moment it was making significant headway as the opposing Green camp soldiers were far inferior in combat capability compared to those in the center. Under the command of Lin Shiqi, Ningwu town aggressively pressed forward, distorting the previously straight formation of the Qing army. Zhao Yongping, wielding a long spear, thrust it through a Qing soldier with great force, withdrawing it with blood splattering across his face. Covered in blood, Zhao paid no heed to wiping it away as he opened his mouth and bellowed in a hoarse voice, "Kill the Tartars." Beneath the grand flag of the Qing army, Yangfu squinted at the entire front line. It was evident that the right flank was being pushed back by Meng's forces and could not withstand much longer. Despite the heavy casualties suffered in the center, Meng's troops displayed remarkable resilience, showing no signs of breaking. The left flank was evenly matched, and witnessing the substantial losses on his side, Yangfu instinctively tightened his grip on the whip he held. Behind him, Funi sat on a small stool, gently fanning himself as he observed the battlefield, and began chattering animatedly to Yangfu. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Yangfu turned to glance at Funi, casting a puzzled look at the translator beside him. The general exclaimed, "My Qing dynasty's 100,000 iron cavalry has conquered the entire realm. Yet you, with your 50,000 Green camp soldiers, cannot subdue this rabble. Worthless, utterly worthless." Yangfu, commanding a formidable force and holding a high position, found himself publicly insulted by Funi as a worthless being. Angered and embarrassed, he felt reduced to a mere servant of the Manchus. Given the unfavorable situation on the battlefield, he chose to turn away and feign ignorance. However, Funi continued his tirade, and the translator remarked, "My Qing has effortlessly acquired Beijing and Nanjing. Li Zicheng boasts of a 1,000,000-strong army, yet my 8 banners cavalry can annihilate them with ease. This bunch of incompetent fools cannot even prevail. I dare say you are no better than a mere buffoon." Upon hearing this, Yangfu's face fluctuated between shades of blue and white as he struggled to contain his fury. After a moment, he roared, "By Songlin, bring my personal guards to clear the right flank of these bandits." Songlin responded with a bow and promptly departed. Moments later, a resounding command echoed, "Personal guards, don your armor." At the issuance of this military order, Yangfu's household troops donned their armor and raised their shields. These elite guards, now clad in armor, could no longer sprint but advanced slowly towards Lin Shiqi's position. Under the banner of Meng Jun, Yang In gazed at the battlefield with palpable excitement, a blend of exhilaration and trepidation evident in his trembling hands. As Meng Jun occasionally cast a glance at Yang In's quivering form, his own heart mirrored the agitation. Taking a step forward, he chose to avert his gaze from him. At that moment, Gao Yi abruptly pointed towards the opposing side and addressed Meng Jun, saying, "Duke, do you see that a contingent of armored soldiers is heading towards Commander Lin?" Meng Jun squinted into the distance and replied, "Send a messenger to inform Commander Lin that a group of armored soldiers is advancing in his direction." After watching the messenger hasten away, Gao Yi, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Duke, Will we not provide support? Meng Jun casually remarked while fixating on the central line of the Qing army. We shall wait. The timing is not yet right. Meng Baiji's heavily armored troops were fully prepared, awaiting the command to advance. Chapter 43. The battle continues. The battle remains fiercely contested, with the frontline soldiers suffering continuous casualties. Meng Jun can only incessantly deploy troops to stabilize the formation. At this moment, whoever falters first faces inevitable defeat. A prospect Meng Jun cannot afford. Failure is not an option for him. His palms, tightly clenched, are drenched in sweat, yearning for the opportunity to personally charge into the fray and unleash his fury. Standing under the grand banner, Meng Jun observes the stalemate in the center and raises his right hand, commanding Gao Yi, the captain of his personal guard, to disrupt the enemy forces. Gao Yi solemnly bows his fist in acknowledgement and promptly turns to rally his troops. Once Gao Yi departs, only a few of Meng Jun's personal guards, led by Yuan, remain by his side. Gao Yi, accompanied by 800 armored guards, strides forward, parting the ranks of soldiers that stand in their way. Kill. As they approach the front line, Gao Yi bellows, and the contingent of personal guards charges forth like ravenous wolves. The opposing Qing soldiers, weary from the relentless combat, are taken aback by the sudden appearance of this fresh contingent of armored troops. Meanwhile, the morale in the center, under the command of Bai Yongfu, soars as cheers resonate through the air. This is dire. Bai Yongfu never anticipated that a band of bandits could threaten his central line. He is at a loss as to who to deploy in response, as the cavalry cannot maneuver amidst the chaos and remain in the rear, merely observing the spectacle. Useless. Truly useless. I cannot even conjure a word that captures their inadequacy. Funi derides from behind Bai Yongfu. Enraged by this taunt, Bai Yongfu spins around and bellows. My troops are fighting valiantly, and all have pledged their loyalty. This scoundrel is no ordinary foe. If Lord Jiala finds it intolerable, let him charge forth and see for himself. After a fervent translation reaches Funi, he abruptly rises, kicking over his stool. You only know of my 8 banners cavalry's unparalleled prowess in mounted archery, yet you remain oblivious to the fact that our heavy infantry stands unrivaled across the realm. With that, he personally leads over 1,000 8-banner soldiers to the front lines. The 8-banner troops, indeed audacious, swiftly dispatch several green-clad soldiers who lie wounded but still alive, causing nearby injured troops to cover their mouths in fear, too terrified to utter a sound. Most of the 8-banner soldiers are robust, towering figures clad in double-layered armor, as 1,000 fierce warriors surge forward, their overwhelming presence starkly contrasting with Bai Yongfu's green-clad soldiers. Although the 8 banners excel in cavalry, they are equally adept at forming ranks as infantry. Observing the formidable enemy ironclad troops, Meng Jun's archers swiftly unleash a volley of arrows towards the 8-banner soldiers. Over 1,000 arrows ascend into the sky, only to plummet rapidly under the force of gravity towards the advancing 8-banner troops. Regrettably, despite the impressive display of arrows, the outcome is minimal. The Manchu heavy infantry lives up to its reputation, unflinching in the face of the barrage. They allow the arrows to strike their armor, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. Aside from a few casualties struck in the neck and vital areas, the majority of the 8-banner soldiers maintain their steady advance, pressing forward undeterred. The heavy infantry of the 8 banners traverses the battlefield, emerging from the onslaught of arrows with a slow but relentless advance, their intimidating presence overwhelming the forces of Changlin town. Funi was acutely aware that this band of brigands posed little threat. Once engaged, they would undoubtedly falter under the relentless assault of his elite 8 banners heavy infantry, scattering in fear and exposing their rear for slaughter. Commander, is this not the formidable 8 banners ironclad Yang'an standing beside us? A heavy infantryman inquired, swallowing hard, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Meng Jun's expression turned grave. This must be the renowned elite of the 8 banners, and he had not anticipated encountering them so swiftly. There was no time to delay. While the Qing forces may not be disordered in the center, his own army would surely be unable to withstand the charge of the heavy infantry. With this thought, Meng Jun immediately commanded the messenger to relay the order for the heavy armored troops to advance. Meanwhile, Gao Yi found himself amidst peril and treachery, narrowly evading several lethal strikes under the desperate protection of his loyal guards. The armor of the 8 banners heavy infantry was formidable, rendering Gao Yi's great blade incapable of inflicting fatal wounds. One of his guards, bending low, swung fiercely at the foot of an 8-banner soldier. The soldier, in agony, collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Yi delivered a powerful strike to the soldier's face, blood spraying forth. staining Gao Yi's visage. He licked his lips, tasting the metallic tang, foul and pungent. However, his remaining guards were not so fortunate. It often took 3 or 5 of them to slay a single soldier. And soon over half of the 800 guards had fallen, their line pushed back by the Qing forces, even showing signs of collapse. Yet, reinforcements had arrived. Meng Biji's heavy armored troops had reached the front lines. Kill. Let us clash with the eastern barbarians. Meng Biji shouted as his heavy infantry wielded blunt instruments, raining blows upon the 8-banner soldiers, causing many to bleed profusely. Kill. The responding 8-banner soldiers, recovering from their initial shock, raised their weapons and charged forward with a roar. The clash of steel echoed through the battlefield. The 2 armored forces collided like a torrential wave of iron. In an instant, they engaged in close combat, bludgeons and blades striking fiercely at one another. A wolf-toothed club crushed into a soldier, eliciting a spray of blood, while a bludgeon struck another on the head, shattering their helmet and leaving them bloodied. Ha ha ha, Old Ming has arrived. Kill. Slay the Tartars. Gao Yi exclaimed with joy upon spotting Meng Biji, seizing a bone club from the ground and charging forward. The sounds of iron clashing and battle cries filled the air, the roars of combat resounding through the heavens, each heavy infantryman determined to vanquish the enemy. After dodging a sweeping bone club, Funi retreated a few steps, gasping heavily, realizing with astonishment that this band of savages had concealed a heavy infantry unit armed with blunt instruments, specifically designed to counter his 8-banner soldiers, akin to a trap. Nevertheless, Funi harbored no fear. He did not believe the 8 banners would falter. After a brief moment of respite, he prepared to advance once more into the fray, when suddenly a sharp pain coursed through his side. He had been struck by a wolf-toothed club. Although he had managed to absorb much of the force, he had still sustained some internal injury. General, you are injured, a concerned guard observed, watching Funi with apprehension. I am fine, Funi replied, waving his hand dismissively in a hushed tone. He then cried out loudly, Kill. Overcome this band of barbarians. In an instant, tens of thousands of soldiers from both sides engaged in fierce combat on the stretch of land by Yangzhou Lake. The battlefield reverberated with the clashing of swords and the relentless rain of arrows, while the cries of battle echoed across the lake. The conflict had persisted for several hours, and the prolonged struggle had driven the soldiers of both armies into a state of bloodlust. Funi was somewhat astonished. It had been a long time since he had encountered an adversary capable of fighting the 8 banners infantry with such ferocity. Chapter 44. The battle for the conflict raged on until noon. Both the Ming army and the Green Camp 8 banners were utterly exhausted. The prolonged skirmish had driven the Ming soldiers into a frenzy. At this moment, Funi was somewhat aghast, as over half of the elite 8 banners had already perished, and the remaining troops were equally worn out. The clang of swords and spears clashing against the armored troops echoed ominously, with battle blades failing to penetrate the sturdy armor of their adversaries. Some 8 banner soldiers, clad in heavy armor, even abandoned their weapons in favor of the dull implements of the Meng army. This bewildered the 8 banner soldiers, who had long considered themselves invincible. It was hard to believe they were now being assaulted by blunt weapons after years of unchallenged dominance. Funi, racking his brain, could not fathom suffering such significant losses in the supposedly gentle lands of Jiang'an. The Manchus were few in number, and every 8-banner soldier was invaluable. Even if they emerged victorious from this battle, he knew he would be held accountable for such heavy losses. Funi was acutely aware that this confrontation would mark a disgraceful chapter in his career, shattering any prospects he had for the future. The bandit forces, how loathsome! Funi watched in fury as his subordinates fell one by one. Anger clouded his judgment, making it even harder for him to forgive himself for being bested by a band of ruffians. He raised his blade, shouting for vengeance against the bandits. Meng Buji wielded his wolf-toothed club with fervor, striking down the opposing soldiers. However, he was struck on his flank by a soldier's blade from the right, causing him to stagger perilously close to falling. He quickly steadied himself with his club, and his guards rushed to his aid, swiftly dispatching the assailant. One of his personal guards delivered a crushing blow to the foe's head, splitting it open like a watermelon, with brain matter spilling out in a gruesome display. Yu Dian, amidst the fierce battlefield, was like a small boat tossed on a tempestuous sea. Shielded by his comrades, he thrust his spear outward relentlessly. The Green Camp soldiers relentlessly hacked at their shields, while arrows rained down from the sky. At some point, Yu Tian had donned a helmet, which saved his life when an arrow struck it, grazing his scalp. Without that armor, his life would surely have been forfeit. Wiping the blood from his face, Yu Tian heard the excited voice of Li Erdi beside him. "You Lao, look. That must be an official." Yu Tian replied curtly, "Do not be reckless. Stay put in formation." Li Erdi, feeling discontent, cast a few more glances before sulking down. Meng Jun surveyed the battlefield. The central line, under the assault of Meng Buji's heavily armored troops, had become a disorganized mass of the over 1,008 banner soldiers. The surrounding green camp troops were no match for the heavily armored forces. On the right flank, Han Xiong's unit, though recently formed and lacking in strength, faced an equally matched adversary, if not a weaker one than Han Xiong's Ku Wu battalion. Meanwhile, on the left flank, Lin Shiqi's Ningwu battalion was struggling to maintain their line under the fierce onslaught from Bai Yongfu's retainers. However, the numbers of Bai Songlin's retainers were exceedingly sparse, suggesting that Lin Shiqi could hold out for a time yet. In the central region, Meng Jun could only place his hopes on the heavily armored troops of Meng Bihua to swiftly vanquish the 8 banner soldiers. The more he observed, the more anxious he became. At this moment, all available forces had already been deployed. Even the auxiliary soldiers capable of wielding weapons had been sent to the front lines. Only Yuan and 5 of his personal guards remained by his side, along with several orderlies. Meng Jun raised his gaze to the sky. The battle had dragged on for so long that both armies had reached their limits. The outcome, victory or defeat, would soon be revealed. He fixed his determined gaze on the heavily armored troops of Meng Bihua and spoke loudly, urging the drums to sound, the banners to advance. For the fate of the world hinged on this battle. Yuan, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously and shouted, "Sound the drums. Advance the banners. The fate of the world rests on this battle." The soldiers nearby echoed his fervent cries, their voices resounding across the battlefield. Meng Jun hastily made his way to the front lines, the banners closely trailing behind him. As they moved forward, the morale of Meng's troops surged, the clamor of battle filling the air. At Changlin town, heavily armored troops, "Follow me to slay the enemy." Meng Jun called out with fervor. "Young master, truly imposing." Meng Bihua grinned, wielding his wolf fang club and bellowing, "Slay these scoundrels." He charged forward, and in an instant, the entire central army surged ahead like a tidal wave. Meng Jun gambled everything. If he could defeat the 8 banner soldiers before him, the green standard troops behind would crumble. At this moment, his focus was solely on the enemy before him. "General, there are too many armored soldiers opposite us. We have already suffered over half our casualties. If we continue, our soldiers will perish. Let's retreat to Jiangning and request General Bolo to send reinforcements," pleaded a subordinate beside Funi. Funi's expression fluctuated, for he understood the precarious situation. If they continued, he would lose over 1,000 soldiers, yet retreating with such heavy losses would jeopardize his life. The only option was to fight desperately. If he could kill Meng Jun, the rebel forces would collapse. Victory was his only glimmer of hope. With this thought, Funi swiftly struck his subordinate's neck with a blade. The subordinate had no time to react before his head rolled away. Funi shouted, "The Iron Army of the 8 banners is invincible. Anyone who dares to speak of retreat will meet the same fate." The surrounding soldiers paled but remained silent, raising their weapons to brandish towards the enemy. Funi's gaze fell upon the banners of Meng's forces not far away. The rebel leader, Meng Jun, stood right there. He raised his large knife and declared, "Gather around. Kill the rebel leader, and we shall claim victory." Though Meng Jun had reached the front lines, he was now surrounded by heavily armored soldiers for protection. Yuan, though young, had keen eyes and quickly noticed nearly 108 banner soldiers seemingly gathering, forming a pointed formation aimed at the banners. "Governor, the 8 banner soldiers are attempting to charge at the banners," Yuan exclaimed urgently to Meng Jun. Meng Jun lifted his gaze and confirmed that they were indeed coming for him. However, he resolutely vowed not to retreat even a single step. The banners advanced further. "I shall obliterate these scoundrels." Meng Jun cursed vehemently, the brutality of the battlefield lending a certain appropriateness to his words amidst the scent of blood that enveloped the air. The banner advanced once more, as the valiant soldiers wielded their blunted weapons to impede the progress of the 8 banners' troops. Fury consumed Funi as he forcefully pushed aside a soldier beside him and unleashed a powerful kick that sent a heavily armored warrior sprawling. Spotting several figures beneath the grand banner, Funi exclaimed in exhilaration that the leader of the thieves was within reach, urging his comrades to charge forth. With unwavering resolve, Funi, accompanied by dozens of 8 banner soldiers, surged forward fiercely. Moments later, He found himself standing mere 10 paces away from Meng Jun, who could clearly discern Funi's battered form, his helmet absent, blood trickling from his mouth, and flanked by only 2 Eight Banners warriors. The ground between them was strewn with the lifeless bodies of both Eight Banners soldiers and Meng Jun's heavily armored troops. Meng Jun, gazing at Funi, commanded his soldiers to behead him. At this moment, the battlefield lay awash in blood, a grim tapestry of fallen bodies, trampled into unrecognizable shapes beneath the relentless surge of the throng. Chapter 45, The Battle. 5. Funi gazed upon the encroaching armored troops, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he pointed at Meng Jun, taunting, "Dare you face me in combat?" After casting a sweeping glance around, he fixed his wide eyes on Meng Jun, awaiting a response. Alas, his flirtation was directed at the blind. Beneath the banner, there was no reaction. The advancing armored forces remained undeterred, and a Ming soldier bellowed, "Kill." Funi's face turned ashen as he roared in fury, "Cowardly barbarian." In an instant, axes and spiked clubs rained down upon Funi and his 2 standard bearers. Blood spewed from his mouth, bones shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, mumbling incoherently. What had he just uttered in that torrent? Meng Jun, filled with confusion, inquired of those nearby, who wore expressions of bewilderment. Shaking his head, he cast aside his agitation. The majority of the standard bearers had been vanquished. Over the years, nearly 1,000 of the Manchus had been slain, a feat rare among the Ming forces. Panic and despair permeated the remaining standard bearers, while the troops of Changlin town and the armored forces erupted in thunderous cheers. Bai Yongfu stood in stunned silence, witnessing the disintegration of the elite 8 banners. Just moments ago, the arrogant General Funi now had his head displayed upon the enemy's flagpole. The jubilant cries of the Meng forces rose and fell, an unrestrained cacophony, while the morale of the Green Camp soldiers plunged. They had believed that following the iron cavalry of the 8 banners would guarantee victory, only to find the head of their commander severed. Observing this, Meng Jun shouted passionately, "We must chase down the remnants of our foes. Soldiers, follow me into battle." Despair washed over Bai Yongfu as he watched Meng Jun's banner advance relentlessly. In the intricate waterways of Jiangnan, the cavalry could barely restrain the enemy, let alone drive the infantry from the field. "Order a retreat. We must withdraw from this constrained position." Bai Yongfu gritted his teeth, having initially thought subduing these brigands would be an effortless task. Before their arrival, he had contemplated how to breach the walls of Suzhou, unaware that the enemy would descend into madness and confront him head-on. Upon receiving this news, he had been elated, envisioning a grand triumph that would echo in the halls of the region in Beijing. Instead, he found himself exposed to ridicule. With Meng Jun leading the charge, the armored troops pressed forward, routing the obstructing Green Camp soldiers. Seeing this, Meng Jun quickly instructed Yu and beside him to shout, "Lay down your weapons. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." A multitude of Green Camp soldiers discarded their arms, collapsing to the ground, while those further back hastily retreated. The defeat cascaded like an avalanche as the center crumbled. The left and right flanks of the Green Camp, in a state of panic, also fled in disarray. In the chaotic surge, many fell, never to rise again, trampled beneath the tide of fleeing soldiers. "Old Yu, look quickly," Li Erdi exclaimed, excitement bubbling as he patted Yu Yutian on the shoulder. Yu Yutian gazed in the direction pointed out by Li Erdi, his voice tinged with confusion as he inquired, "What is it? Is there something over there?" Lowering his voice, Li Erdi replied, "That high-ranking official, his guards have dispersed. If we capture him, we could ascend the ranks and attain wealth." At this juncture, Chang Yuanding interjected, "Fortune favors the bold, my friend. I concur with your assessment." Yu Tian hesitated momentarily, scrutinizing the officer clad in resplendent armor, who was now merely 20 paces away. Observing that the man's helmet had fallen, he was hurriedly retreating amidst the chaos. After a brief moment of indecision, Yu Tian resolved, "Let us proceed." Following the order to retreat, Bai Yongfu galloped ahead. His subordinates, all astute individuals, remained vigilant of the situation. Sensing the tide turning unfavorably, General Bai commanded a withdrawal. At his behest, they swiftly mounted their steeds and retreated with their loyal guards. A multitude of officers rode away, leaving behind a sea of Green Camp soldiers, some of whom watched in despair as their leaders galloped off without a backward glance, a profound sense of abandonment washing over them. "What is this? How could we be forsaken?" The forsaken Green Camp soldiers lamented, their voices rife with anger. Some even discarded their weapons and turned back, surrendering voluntarily to the Ming army. Meng Jun stood resolutely on a small hillock, no more than a meter high, yet at that moment, he felt he had reached the pinnacle of triumph. Witnessing the Qing army's complete collapse, his own soldiers relentlessly pursued the surrendering Green Camp troops, who were surrendering in droves. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Meng Jun had yet to recover from his exhilaration when he heard Yang En's breathless voice nearby. Clad in ill-fitting light armor, Yang En, despite its lightweight design, had not engaged in combat, but had already begun to sweat profusely from the exertion of running. "General, we must cease the pursuit. Our soldiers have fought valiantly and are at their limit. We must remember that Bai Yongfu still commands a cavalry force." Yang En urgently grasped Meng Jun's arm, pleading fervently. Startled, Meng Jun felt his fervent enthusiasm doused, as if by a bucket of cold water. He surveyed the surroundings. The formations of the 3 battalions had become somewhat disordered. Only a few, including Yuan, remained steadfastly by his side, while the captain of his personal guard, Gao Yi, was nowhere to be seen amidst the chaos of battle. Hurriedly, Meng Jun instructed Yuan, "Sound the gong, dispatch a messenger to gather the commanders of each battalion, and regroup our soldiers swiftly." Moments later, the sound of the gong echoed, gradually calming the fervor of the troops. On the battlefield, numerous Ming soldiers sat exhausted, their weary bodies gasping for breath. Meng Jun quickly directed those with remaining strength to begin tidying the battlefield and collect the surrendering soldiers. The laughter of Lier Di was infectious and somewhat grating. However, the fatigue of the day left everyone too drained to voice any complaints. Regrettably, had we captured him alive, he would undoubtedly have been far more valuable. Yuanding, it is all you're doing. Why must you strike the face when there are so many other places to cut? Look, now the visage is rendered unrecognizable. Who could possibly identify this as a high-ranking official? Yu Yutian lamented. Boss, his armor is so thick that I could hardly penetrate it. Moreover, if it weren't for my decisive strike at a crucial moment, Li Er would still be laughing and his head would have long since been severed. Chang Yuanding retorted immediately after hearing Yu Yutian's remarks. "Oh, enough. No more of this. I am utterly exhausted. Let us return to the team quickly. The signal has sounded, and we cannot afford to delay." Yu Yutian waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 46. Captured by Yongfu returned to the camp, gazing at the vast Sun Chao Lake, his face shadowed by a somber expression, rendered speechless by the devastating defeat he had just endured. After a brief period in the camp, he dispatched cavalry to gather the remnants of his shattered forces. By dusk, fewer than 20,000 soldiers had returned to the encampment. A hasty accounting revealed that from an initial force of 50,000, nearly half had perished or been captured, with a significant amount of weaponry abandoned, including his precious 10 artillery pieces, which nearly took his breath away. In addition to the fallen and the captured, numerous scattered soldiers remained lost in the wilderness, awaiting a slow and arduous collection. After a half-day of recuperation, the Ming army scouts cautiously advanced towards the Qing army's main camp to probe for information. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Ming army, having rested for several hours, began to emerge from their encampment to clear the battlefield and collect the severed heads of their enemies. Soon, the scouts reported that the Qing forces had retreated to their main camp, with the scattered remnants of the Qing army dispersed across the countryside. There was a temporary stillness within the camp, only disturbed when scouts ventured too close, prompting the cavalry to drive them away. Upon receiving this news, Meng Jun's anxious heart finally found respite. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and upon returning to his tent, he lay down on his campaign bed, drifting into sleep almost instantly. He slept soundly from evening until the following morning, when Yuan roused him from his slumber. Meng Jun's personal guard captain, Gao Yi, had sustained injuries and was recuperating in the rear camp, leaving Yuan to attend to Meng Jun's side for the time being. In the main tent, Meng Jun hastily consumed a morsel of food before Yuan informed him that General Yang and his associates had arrived. Meng Jun quickly swallowed a couple of bites of flatbread and a sip of soup, then instructed, "Let them in." Yang En and the others entered the tent, greeting Meng Jun with a salute, "Great General." Meng Jun waved them to sit down, and then asked Yuan to fetch some tea. Yuan promptly nodded in agreement. As Meng Jun surveyed the gathered men, he noted that nearly everyone bore wounds and appeared disheveled. Yet despite their injuries, their spirits remained remarkably high, exuding an air of exuberance and resilience. Meng Jun took a sip of tea to invigorate himself before addressing the assembly. Yang En rose and reported, "Commander, I have completed the statistics. In this battle, approximately 11,000 Qing soldiers fell, of which around 1,400 were from the 8 banners, while the remainder were from the Green Standard Army. We captured over 15,000 prisoners, seized 20 flags from the Qing army, more than 4,000 sets of armor, over 40,000 weapons including swords and guns, and 9 cannons, along with 867 war horses. Upon hearing these numbers, Meng Jun stood up joyfully, clapping his hands in excitement. Excellent. The enemy has provided us with artillery and horses. After a brief pause, he added, Shiqi, have your men sever the heads of the fallen Qing soldiers and ensure they are properly stored for future use. Lin Shiqi, struggling slightly to rise, cupped his hands and replied, Yes, Commander, I will arrange it shortly. Meng Jun, showing concern, inquired, Is everything well with you, Shiqi? Lin Shiqi's pale, cold face revealed a hint of a smile as he responded, It is nothing serious, just a cut on my waist that does not threaten vital areas. A little recuperation will suffice. Meng Jun nodded and urged him to sit, saying, Everyone, please take a seat. There is no need to stand. The atmosphere in the tent was filled with jubilant laughter. Capturing over 10,000 prisoners, acquiring countless weapons and armor, and seizing 9 cannons were significant victories. Most importantly, after this battle, Bai Yongfu would be left with little capacity to launch further attacks, granting Meng Jun a precious opportunity to recuperate. Great Commander, this battle has established your prestige, and your name will surely resonate throughout the land, Qian Biao exclaimed, his head wrapped in bandages, laughing heartily. Meng Jun also smiled, feeling invigorated, and then declared, This victory was earned through the valiant efforts of our soldiers, who fought fiercely for it. I will ensure that all troops are handsomely rewarded. I shall not be stingy. Upon hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the officers grew even brighter, though Yang Yin frowned, preparing to speak to Meng Jun when he was interrupted by a glance from the commander. Laughter erupted among the group, and even Lin Shiqi smiled, though the expression quickly turned to one of pain as it strained his injury. Once the laughter subsided, Yang Yin stood up again and solemnly addressed Meng Jun, Commander. Having spoken of the spoils, I must now report on our losses. Meng Jun's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he replied, Go on, with a grim expression. Yang Yin continued, In the battle yesterday, our 3 divisions suffered nearly 10,000 casualties, with almost 4,000 injured. Among them, 2,500 sustained light injuries, and over 1,400 were severely wounded. We lost 2 company commanders, 7,000 captains, 19 battalion leaders, and 36 standard bearers. Specifically, 962 heavy infantry perished, with 370 wounded, including Captain Ming, who has also sustained internal injuries. Meng Jun silently nodded, having observed the battlefield throughout and already possessing a sense of the losses incurred by his forces. However, receiving the confirmed figures weighed heavily on his heart. Such losses could be considered a significant blow to Meng Jun, while for Bai Yongfu, it meant an inability to act. Both commanders would need a period of rest to recover. Meng Jun fell silent for a moment before speaking, emphasizing the necessity of proper arrangements for both settlement and compensation. He instructed that the entire army be informed that those who had fallen would receive due reparations. He would never allow his soldiers to suffer both bloodshed and tears. At this juncture, Han Xiang stood up and remarked, Governor, in this battle, the 3 towns have suffered considerable losses. We must expedite reinforcements. In my humble opinion, should we not consider retreating to Suzhou for a period of recuperation? That is unwise, Lin Shiqi interjected weakly. As long as the Qing forces do not withdraw, we cannot afford to retreat. The Qing cavalry has sustained no losses. Should we withdraw recklessly, with so many supplies, wounded, and prisoners at risk, it would be perilous. Even if we are merely a few dozen miles from Suzhou, the retreat would not be so easily accomplished. Meng Jun shared this sentiment against retreating. This battle had been fought with utmost determination, and they had finally managed to vanquish the Qing forces. Were it not for his lack of cavalry, Bai Yongfu's head would now be adorning his desk. If he were to retreat now, regardless of the ease or difficulty of such a maneuver, the Qing remained steadfast. Should word spread that they had retreated, it would mean that the Qing had emerged victorious, and even if he himself had not been defeated, the morale of the people would be shattered. Could Suzhou withstand such turmoil? Even if he fervently proclaimed victory, the common folk would see through the facade. If they had truly triumphed, why would they retreat? Hence, retreat was not an option, at least not at this moment. Now is not the time to retreat. Let the scouts return to Suzhou to report our success and stabilize the morale. Yang Chasher, you must return to Suzhou immediately. Your task is to maintain order in the city, recruit soldiers, and organize supplies. Following this battle, I intend to expand our forces. Despite the three towns losing a third of their main strength, Meng Jun was confident in restoring and even strengthening their army. The 20,000 troops from the three towns had been tempered by the crucible of war and could undoubtedly serve as the foundation for a larger military force. Expansion would naturally require manpower, and given the current resistance in Jiang and against the Qing's haircutting decree, the time was ripe for rallying the people's sentiments. By raising the banner of anti-Qing resistance and offering the populace a glimpse of victory, ample manpower would soon flood in. Meng Jun believed that once the news of the great victory at Yangzhou Lake spread, all eyes would turn towards Suzhou, and his name would resound throughout Jiangnan. Chapter 47. The Retreat of Bai Yongfu. That night, within the city of Wuxi, the common folk had succumbed to slumber, yet in the bustling precincts. The air was filled with the melodies of light songs and graceful dances, accompanied by the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments. At the center of this revelry, County Magistrate Feng Shidong basked in the adulation of the gathered company, his countenance radiating pride. Today marked the auspicious occasion of his 9th concubine's entrance into his household. And in his merriment, he had indulged in a few too many cups of wine. As the ancients proclaimed, there are 4 great joys in life: reuniting with an old friend in a foreign land, encountering welcome rain after a long drought, the wedding night, and achieving success in the imperial examinations. How fortunate our esteemed magistrate is, one of the gentry remarked, his expression imbued with envy. Oh, I have been utterly captivated by the enchanting Miss Qinghua. For several days we have exchanged poetry and prose, and I cannot express how blissful these moments have been. Were it not for my heavy responsibilities to the court and my duty to shepherd the people, I would gladly drift upon the rivers and lakes. How delightful that would be! Ha ha ha! Feng Shidong stroked his beard, a self-satisfied smile gracing his face. Alas, if Wuxi were to be without our esteemed magistrate, it would be akin to a snake without its head or a bird without its wings. How could it ever thrive? The gentry reveled in their camaraderie, raising their cups in joyous toasts. Yet, as the evening progressed, the magistrate began to feel the effects of intoxication. Just as he was about to rise, a young servant burst through the door, a look of urgency etched upon his face. He hurried to the magistrate's side and whispered something in his ear. In an instant, the magistrate's drunken stupor was doused as if by a bucket of cold water. He stood, only to feel his strength wane, and plopped back into his chair with a thud. How could we have lost? Such a formidable army defeated, even the invincible 8 banners. Just how powerful must this rebel force be? If they were to come to Wuxi, what then? The once jovial atmosphere at the table evaporated, replaced by an ominous tension as the gentry exchanged glances filled with concern. Meanwhile, Bai Yongfu sat within his tent, his expression one of deep melancholy, his mind nearly overwhelmed. In the recent battle, he had suffered significant losses, including his personal guard, Bai Songlin, who had perished on the battlefield. Over 100 of his retainers had fled back to him, yet that mattered little compared to the grave implications of his defeat. How could he possibly report this to Governor Hong? The elite forces of the 8 banners had been entirely vanquished, over 1,000 soldiers lost. How many among the fallen were related to those who would now harbor resentment towards him? If he were to retreat, who might he offend? Would they seek to make an example of him? Yet, to remain unmoved was equally perilous. Their arms were nearly stripped away, with only 3,000 cavalry left adequately equipped. Surely, cavalry could not besiege a city, and given the devastating loss they had suffered yesterday, morale was shattered. The troops were devoid of fighting spirit. Should Meng Jun take the opportunity to attack, he would have no choice but to flee with the cavalry, leaving the remaining infantry to their doom. Bai Yongfu grasped his hair in frustration, contemplating his dire situation. With a heavy sigh, he resolved, "Let us retreat to Wuxi. If it is fate, we cannot escape it." At this moment, a soldier outside softly called out, "General, General Wu has arrived. Please allow him to enter." After Wu Shenchang paid his respects to Bai Yongfu, he sat down, somewhat impatiently, and inquired, "General, do you have a strategy?" Bai Yongfu narrowed his eyes and slowly replied, "What strategy? Our forces still possess strength. The outcome of another battle remains uncertain." Wu Shenchang was taken aback, not expecting the general to still desire to fight. The previous encounter had been disastrous, disrupting the infantry formations and even resulting in the loss of artillery. How could they possibly continue? After a moment of hesitation, Wu Shenchang advised, "General, our infantry has suffered severe losses. It would be quite challenging to capture Suzhou with the few men we have left. Am I not aware that we cannot fight now?" Bai Yongfu suddenly stood up in agitation, only to then express a sense of resignation, saying, "Let us retreat." Wu Shenchang was startled and, Upon hearing Bai Yongfu's mention of retreat, uncertainly asked, "General, where shall we withdraw to?" Wuxi, perhaps. Though Meng Jun had achieved victory at Yangzhou Lake, he too had suffered heavy losses. He longed to return to Suzhou for rest, but the Qing forces remained steadfast, leaving him no choice but to maintain a standoff. In the camp of Meng's army, Meng Jun, bare-chested, held a bowl of soup and a large pancake while conversing with his officers. They all shared a similar appearance, the only distinction being that Meng Jun's fair skin stood out against the ruggedness of the others, like a bright hue among the dark. This battle has been a significant triumph for the heavy-armored troops. Without them, our chances in this engagement would have been dire, Meng Jun remarked with a serious demeanor. Noting the lack of dissent among his officers, he continued, "This marks our army's first engagement, fighting openly against the enemy. Each of your battalions must reflect upon the lessons learned from this encounter and disseminate this knowledge throughout the army. There is still a long way to go in this war." The officers nodded in agreement, recognizing the substantial benefits gained from this battle, not only for themselves, but also from the experiences learned from the 8 Banners and Green Standard troops. Had it not been for the heavy-armored soldiers, Meng's army might have already collapsed, and Suzhou would have surely been lost, allowing history to revert to its former course. The officers acknowledged this with nods of understanding. Since retreat was not an option for the time being, Meng Jun resolved to regroup, replenishing his auxiliary troops across the 3 divisions. Particularly, he focused on the captured 9 artillery pieces. Fortuitously, 4 gunners from the Green Standard had been captured. Meng Jun assured these skilled soldiers that if each were to train 10 gunners, they would be rewarded with 500 taels of silver, causing one of the captured gunners to faint from sheer astonishment, only regaining his composure after a considerable time. Meanwhile, Huang Chung sought out every horseman in the army, even including surrendered cavalry from the Green Standard, ensuring that none were overlooked. Thanks to the seized warhorses, and after discarding some unserviceable ones, the cavalry unit finally exceeded 1,000, reaching an impressive total of 1,100 riders. This filled Meng Jun with excitement. Just days prior, he had gazed longingly at the vast cavalry forces of the enemy, and now, with over 1,000 horsemen, they had finally attained a semblance of scale. Concerning the numerous wounded soldiers in the army, they have already returned to Suzhou City. Meng Bijian, Gao Yi Zhongshan, and Zhao Yongping have safely arrived back within the city. After several days of intense reorganization, Meng Jun and the other generals have managed to restore the 3 divisions to their original strength, although some time is still needed for them to fully integrate. The morale of the entire army is soaring, and their fighting spirit is abundant. The reconnaissance team has been expanded into a battalion. Zhang Chengsheng, having bravely engaged in fierce combat with the Qing army scouts prior to the outbreak of war, has earned praise from Meng Jun, who even announced his valorous actions to the entire army. Following the battle, he was promoted to the rank of chief scout. At this moment, Zhang Chengsheng, leading a dozen riders, is observing the Qing army's main camp from a distance. He notices a bustling crowd outside the camp, with supply wagons departing in a northerly direction. "Chief, do you think the Tatars are planning to flee?" Zhang Chengsheng mused. "It seems likely. Let us wait and see." The Qing army has also noticed the Ming army scouts standing at a distance, yet they do not immediately dispatch cavalry to drive them away. Instead, they wait until the Qing forces begin dismantling their camp before sending out cavalry to disperse the scouts. In early August, an increasing number of reports have come back confirming that the Qing army is indeed retreating. Upon receiving this confirmation, Meng Jun laughed heartily. And the news of the battle at Yangzhou Lake has now spread throughout Jiangnan, providing a significant boost to the morale of those still resisting the rebel forces, as if they had received a powerful shot of adrenaline. Chapter 48. The strain of finances at the stroke of 4, the city of Jiangning lay enveloped in darkness. Silent as the grave, save for the occasional sound of a clapper echoing through the night, a signal from the patrolling guards bearing lanterns. The vast expanse of Jiangning resembled a slumbering beast, lying in wait. Although the city had thus far been spared the ravages of war, the turmoil engulfing the southern regions continually rattled its nerves. Recently, the influx of refugees within the city had become markedly pronounced. Jiangnan, a land of prosperity, found its populace grappling with hardship, with many streets lined by markets now densely populated by those seeking shelter. Suddenly, the distant clatter of hooves broke the stillness, as several cavalrymen galloped towards the city gates. "Quickly, lower the basket and hoist them up." As night had fallen, the gates were barred. The garrison lowered the basket to bring the messenger aboard. After scrutinizing the necessary documents, they permitted the leader to enter. while the rest were instructed to remain outside with their steeds. The messenger clasped his fist in salute to the guards and hurried off towards the governor's mansion. Observing his departure, the guards began to speculate. At this late hour, could it be another rebellion? Who knows? Perhaps it's from Jiangyin, or maybe Suzhou. The siege of Jiangyin has persisted for 2 months, with over 100,000 troops encircling it. Those defenders are truly tenacious. Shouldn't we stockpile some rice? If prices continue to soar, our meager military pay will soon be insufficient. One of the officers on the wall called down to the cavalryman, "Brother, what is the matter? Is it convenient to share?" The seated cavalryman looked up and replied, "There was a skirmish at Suzhou. It neither resulted in victory nor defeat. Beyond that, I cannot say." The guards exchanged puzzled glances, bemused by the cryptic message of a battle yielding no clear outcome. Within the governor's office in Jiangning, Hong Chengqiu sat at his desk, where a petition addressed to Beijing lay before him. The eastern forces have marched forth, and wherever they tread, the populace remains welcoming. The southeastern prefectures seem blissfully unaware of the upheaval. Since the decree on haircutting was issued, the people's hearts have begun to waver, stirring unrest. Thus, the loyalists of the previous dynasty and the malcontents from distant lands have risen in rebellion after a moment of contemplation. Hong pinned 2 concluding remarks to the petition. Without amnesty, peace cannot be restored. Without earnest suppression, true pacification is unattainable. He then sealed the document with wax and placed it in a wooden box. At that moment, a personal guard softly announced from outside, "Governor, news from Suzhou has arrived." "Bring it in," came the authoritative voice from within. The guard entered, bowing his head to present the document, before swiftly exiting. Hong tore open the wax seal and perused the missive. Moments later, he set it down with a sigh. "Alas, the affairs are burdensome," he murmured, rubbing his temples. At 53, he felt the weight of age. As the ancients said, at 51 knows their destiny. His lengthy military career had left him increasingly fatigued. Amidst the flames of conflict, there can be no peace, Hong Chengqiu reflected softly. Upon receiving the precise news of Bai Yongfu's withdrawal, Meng Jun retreated to the Suzhou camp to reorganize his troops. After the fierce battle, numerous weapons had sustained damage and required repair before they could be employed again. Following the successful repulsion of the Qing forces, Meng Jun began contemplating his subsequent actions. He scrutinized the maps for an extended period, concluding that Songjiang Prefecture was currently a ripe opportunity. Since Li Chengdong's last defeat, he had retreated to Songjiang, leaving his forces severely depleted. Capturing Songjiang should be a trivial endeavor. At that moment, Yuan parted the tent flaps and entered, announcing that Chief Yang had arrived. Upon hearing this, Meng Jun diverted his gaze from the maps and instructed, "Let the chief in." Moreover, in the future, there is no need for any announcement when Chief Yang seeks us. Yuan promptly acknowledged this. A moment later, Yang entered, his expression somewhat grim. "Commander, the treasury is nearly depleted," he reported. Meng Jun was taken aback and urgently inquired how the funds had vanished so swiftly and how much remained. Yang produced the account book, preparing to hand it to Meng Jun, but Meng Jun gestured to him to speak plainly instead. After hearing this, Yang enclosed the account book and said, "Commander, we currently have only 210,000 taels left. This sum is barely sufficient to sustain the army for 2 months." Meng Jun found this hard to believe and, after a pause, remarked, "So soon? We expended over 300,000 taels in just over a month." Yang offered a wry smile. "Commander, the costs of arms manufacturing, including the production of guns and cannons, alongside military salaries, rewards for this battle, and compensations for the wounded, have already consumed 40,000 taels." He continued, "As for the summer taxation, in the prosperous years, the 2 capitals and 13 provinces of the Ming Dynasty could collect approximately 30 million stones. Suzhou Prefecture alone accounted for over 200 stones, equivalent to 1,500,000 taels of silver. Last year, Suzhou's tax was 98,000 taels, but that was for the entire prefecture. Our forces currently occupy merely one city of Suzhou, and we estimate we can collect a maximum of 30-some thousand taels, which is insufficient to support our current 50,000 troops." Yang respectfully addressed Meng Jun Muda, "What do you think of raising funds through donations within Suzhou?" Meng Jun suddenly proposed, struck by an ingenious idea. "That may not be easy. Even if we do collect donations, I fear it will not amount to much." Yang hesitated, voicing his doubts. Meng Jun scratched his head, contemplating for a moment before recalling something. "Is the publicity office under the responsibility of Wu Tai, the advisor?" he inquired. Yang nodded in affirmation. "Indeed." Meng Jun then called out to the outside of the tent, "Yuan, Summon advisor would see me at once. The three of them then deliberated extensively within the camp. Although Yang and Wu harbored some skepticism regarding the effectiveness of the plan, they ultimately agreed to give it a try. The following day, a high platform was erected within Suzhou city, where soldiers of Ming's army recounted the ferocity of the Tartars and detailed the bloody confrontation at Yangzhou Lake. They emphasized the exemplary deeds of the soldiers during the conflict and sought donations from the citizens of Suzhou for those who had fallen or been wounded in battle. Many of these soldiers hailed from Suzhou, and the local populace resonated with their plight, prompting a wave of enthusiastic contributions. At that moment, a woman suddenly squeezed through the crowd, her voice as melodious as a cuckoo's, declaring her intention to donate. The onlookers, taken aback, soon recognized her as the renowned courtesan from the illustrious establishment of Suzhou. In her hands, she cradled a box, within which lay an assortment of silver notes and exquisite jewelry. This act stirred a sense of awe among the assembled crowd. If even a courtesan could be so generous, how could the multitude of men present refrain from contributing? Moreover, Suzhou had long been celebrated as one of the wealthiest regions of the Ming Dynasty. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed into one of exuberance. From a distant vantage point atop a tall building, Meng Jun gazed down, his eyes brimming with tears of joy as he exclaimed, "Truly, the citizens of Suzhou are remarkable." Chapter 49. Fundraising. Meng Jun gazed from a height as the soldiers collected the boxes. Wu Tai inscribed the name of the courtesan and the amount donated on a large poster, then raised his arm in a fervent cheer. "Bravo! Bravo!" This further elevated the atmosphere, prompting the onlookers to eagerly contribute, each striving not to be outdone by the courtesan. In a moment of elation, Meng Jun clapped his hands and turned to Yang An with a smile. "Muda, observe how the crowd is so enthusiastic in their donations. I wonder how much silver we might collect." Yang An pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Governor, Suzhou is vast. It would be remarkable for a single donation point to yield 10,000 taels. Besides, the wealthy merchants seldom roam these streets. If we desire greater contributions, we must focus our efforts on these local gentry." After a brief contemplation, an idea suddenly struck Meng Jun, and he promptly instructed Yu and to summon Meng Bian, believing he had found a solution. While awaiting Meng Bian, Meng Jun sat within an elegant tavern, ordering a splendid array of local delicacies: fragrant eels, Suzhou marinated duck, crab meat tofu, salted pork with greens, succulent pork belly, ginkgo shoots, and shrimp. Having resided in Suzhou for some time, this was his first indulgence in the city's famed cuisine. Despite his esteemed position as governor, he often dined and resided alongside the soldiers. Today, he relished the opportunity to satisfy his culinary cravings. As Meng Jun feasted heartily, enjoying the meal and sharing a jug of wine with Yang An, the tension of recent days began to ease. "Young master, I have arrived." Meng Jun looked up to see Meng Bian, whose face appeared notably haggard after several days' absence, dark bags forming beneath his eyes. "Why do you look this way? Did you not sleep last night?" Meng Jun inquired with curiosity. "Young master, not just last night. I have scarcely slept for 3 days," Meng Bian replied, plopping down in a chair, looking utterly fatigued. "I have been preoccupied with gathering intelligence on the situation at hand, unable to rest properly. By the way, young master, is there something you require?" "There is indeed. I need you to assemble a group of spies to closely monitor the wealthy merchants. Let us mock those who refuse to donate, particularly ensuring that word of the courtesan's contribution spreads throughout Suzhou. Let us see who dares to lose face." Hearing this cunning stratagem, Yang An and Meng Bian were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Meng Bian's face brightened. "Young master, this approach is brilliant. It will surely yield results." Yet Yang An furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Governor, those who achieve great things throughout history possess not only extraordinary talent, but also unwavering determination. One must wield a grand vision to vanquish all malevolence. This scheme may be cunning, but lacks nobility, and I humbly advise you to refrain from indulging in such underhanded tactics." Upon hearing this, Meng Jun rose and, with a solemn gesture, addressed Yang An. "I shall bear your wise counsel in mind, Muda. However, this is a course of action I feel compelled to pursue." Yang An promptly bowed deeply, acknowledging, "The governor is indeed a hero. There is no need for such formalities." Meanwhile, an increasing number of idle individuals appeared throughout Suzhou, pointing fingers at the city's wealthy gentry. Some, feeling pressured, reluctantly donated, while many righteous merchants and citizens were moved by the atmosphere and chose to contribute voluntarily. In a mere span of 3 to 4 days, Meng Jun had already received donations amounting to 360,000 taels from the gentry and common folk of Suzhou. He promptly arranged for the creation of honorary certificates to be distributed to those prominent figures and merchants who had contributed generously. Yang and Wu were taken aback by such a favorable outcome. Yang felt a twinge of shame, recalling how he had fervently advised the governor against this endeavor, brazenly dismissing it as a trivial pursuit, only to witness an impressive sum being raised. With ample grain, one remains unperturbed, and the same holds true for silver. Possessing wealth indeed opens up a realm of possibilities. Although the Ming army had suffered significant losses in the battle at Yangzhou Lake, after a period of recovery, their combat strength had not only been preserved but had remarkably increased. The soldiers, having endured fierce combat, exuded an invisible aura of bloodlust. With sufficient provisions, their morale soared, and the integration of captured soldiers proceeded in an orderly manner. The following day, Meng Jun summoned the generals, resolved to seize the moment while morale was high. With the defenses of Songjiang weak, he decided to take the city. As the generals filed into the main tent, all were present except for those still recovering from injuries. Once he noted their presence, Meng Jun spoke. "We cannot remain confined to one place. We must strike out. I have resolved to capture Songjiang. I invite your thoughts on this." Lin Shiqi was the first to respond. "Governor, how many troops do you intend to deploy for the assault on Songjiang? And how many will remain behind?" Although Bai Yongfu has faced a setback, he is still stationed in Wuxi, watching us closely. The Qing forces may reinforce at any moment. If we send too many troops to Songjiang, might Suzhou become vulnerable? Conversely, if we send too few, Li Chengdong may stubbornly hold the city, leading to a protracted siege. Han Xiong also spoke. "The various garrisons have just endured a bloody conflict. Is it prudent to deploy our forces so soon?" Meng Jun replied solemnly. "This period is our most precious opportunity. Jiang Yin is holding back the main force of the Qing army in the south, and various local militias are rising up. The Qing forces are preoccupied. Now is the optimal time to strike at Songjiang. We must act, for inaction will lead to our demise here. Of course, Suzhou must be defended. I have decided to mobilize the troops from Kawu town under the command of Han Tongji, with a total of 20,000 men, including 10,000 auxiliary troops. Lin Tongji will remain to defend Suzhou. This campaign should see us return within a month at the quickest, or at most 2 months. Regardless of whether we capture Songjiang, we must withdraw." Meng Jun then stood, addressing Han Tongji. "In 3 days, all preparations must be completed. We shall march on Songjiang in 5 days. Upon witnessing Meng Jun's determination, the generals rose in unison, affirming, "Yes, Governor." Any deficiencies in arms within Kawu town's forces would be prioritized for supply from the other 2 towns, and provisions and materials began to converge at the camp, where a palpable tension of impending battle started to spread. Despite the gravity of the situation, Meng Jun felt an overwhelming confidence. Li Chengdong had been reduced to a mere figurehead, and defeating him would be akin to catching a rabbit with a simple sweep of the hand. Just as Meng Jun was engrossed in urgent preparations, Yang Yin unexpectedly entered the camp. "Muda, the provisions and materials have all been prepared." Meng Jun remarked with a hint of curiosity. "The governor, the supplies have been accounted for and are now in motion. However, I am not here today for that matter. The representative from the Zhujiang Duke has arrived." Meng Jun was not surprised. It was to be expected that the Duke would send someone to make contact. Yet, the delay in their arrival was somewhat unexpected. He then inquired, "Who has been dispatched by the Duke?" Yang Yin, somewhat disheartened, replied, "Only 3 members of the Jinyue. Nothing more." Meng Jun expressed his astonishment. "What did they bring?" "Nothing at all, merely an edict announcing your promotion." Yang Yin shook his head. Upon hearing this, Meng Jun felt a tinge of disappointment, but consoled himself that a promotion was still a positive outcome, given the size of his army, the conquest of Suzhou, the defeat of Li Chengdong, and the recent victory at Yangzhou Lake. Surely His Highness the Duke would grant him the title of Duke. In his contemplation, Meng Jun, filled with pride, asked, "I have taken up arms against the Qing in the name of righteousness. It is not my desire to seek titles. I wonder what official position the Duke has conferred upon me." "His Highness the Duke has appointed you as the General of the Eagle and is granting you a 3rd-grade title," Yang Yin informed him. Upon hearing this, the joy on Meng Jun's face gradually faded, though he still questioned, "General of the Eagle? A 3rd-grade title? According to the Ming Dynasty's hierarchy, does that not equate to the rank of a general commander?" "Indeed, it is a rank above, but typically, a general title is bestowed only upon those serving under a general commander. I find it perplexing that the Duke would grant you a general's title without the command of a general," Yang Yin remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Regardless, What matters most now is to capture Songjiang. Speculating on their intentions serves no purpose. Without the vital resources of funds, provisions, and weaponry, a mere title holds little significance. Meng Jun waved his hand dismissively. Let us proceed as we have before. Muda, see to it that those Jinui are sent on their way. And we shall set aside other matters until after this battle. Chapter 50. The telescope. After Yang In departed, Meng Jun sat heavily at his desk, feeling an inexplicable discontent. Despite his self-satisfaction, it seemed that the officials of the Ming Dynasty were not particularly welcoming towards him. Only a few members of the Jinui had arrived to acknowledge him, bestowing upon him a hollow title of general without any accompanying benefits or even a hint of support in terms of weapons and equipment. Even though Hangzhou lay between them, it would have sufficed to send a few silver notes. The more he pondered, the more his frustration grew. In a fit of vexation, Meng Jun grabbed a useless scrap of paper from the desk, crumpled it into a ball, and hurled it out of the tent. Yuan, curious, peeked outside, prompting Meng Jun to scold him irritably. Do you not see how filthy the ground is? Can't you tidy up a bit? With that, Meng Jun clasped his hands behind his back and strode out. Yuan scratched his head in confusion, gazing at the impeccably clean interior of the tent. And after a moment, seeing that Meng Jun was walking away, he hurriedly followed after him. In the battle at Yangzhou Lake, Kuwu town had suffered over 2,600 casualties, with more than 1,000 wounded, resulting in nearly 40% of the town's personnel lost. Although the numbers had been replenished and equipment prioritized, there was still a slight shortage of junior officers. In a few days, they would be dispatched to attack Songjiang Prefecture, necessitating the transfer of some officers from the other two towns to fill the gaps. Yu Dian, reflecting on the situation, remarked to his companion, brotherly, brother, the eldest, have served in Changlin town, then in Ningwu town, and now I find myself in Kuwu town. With every change of location, my rank seems to ascend. It must be fate. Brotherly, filled with envy yet somewhat disheartened, gazed at Yu Tian. Since the battle at Yangzhou Lake, it had been confirmed through captured enemies that Yu Tian had slain none other than Bai Yongfu's personal guard, Bai Songlin. This achievement had propelled him from a mere squad leader to the prestigious position of chief flag bearer. Even Chang Yuanding, who had delivered the final blow, had been promoted to chief flag bearer. Meanwhile, Brotherly felt left behind, grumbling about the commanding officer responsible for merit. Convinced that his lack of physical appeal compared to Chang Yuanding had hindered his own advancement, barely settled into his new position as chief flag bearer, Yu Tian received an order transferring him from Ningwu town to Kuwu town. It was no mere transfer. He had been promoted to a higher rank, moving from chief flag bearer to commander, elevating him from a junior officer to a mid-level one. Not only would his military pay increase, but he was also permitted to keep 2 personal soldiers. Noticing Brotherly's discontent, Yu Tian waved his hand, designating Brotherly as his personal soldier. With the increase in pay, he could also equip him with armor. During the registration, while others had robust and imposing personal soldiers, Brotherly appeared notably slender and dark, with ill-fitting armor. Although the curious gazes of others were somewhat peculiar, Yu Tian paid them no mind, for brotherhood among comrades was not to be taken lightly. Brotherly, filled with admiration, said to Yu Tian, "Old brother, your rise in rank is as swift as a soaring firecracker. Is there a secret to your success?" Yu Tian cast a sidelong glance at Brotherly and replied, "Simply offer more prayers. The deities will surely bless you." With that, he strode purposefully toward the camp. "Pray to which deity, O old brother?" Brotherly called after him, hastening to keep up as he pressed for more information. Within the city of Suzhou, the populace, upon hearing news of a great victory, lacked an immediate sense of its significance. However, as they witnessed a procession of severed heads from the Qing army being transported in carts, alongside the sight of armored soldiers and a multitude of captives, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd gathered outside the city. This news spread through Suzhou with remarkable swiftness, as if it had sprouted wings. Merchants, who had initially shuttered their shops in preparation for flight, regained their confidence and reopened for business, gradually restoring the vibrancy of the streets to their former glory. The morale of the soldiers, the heavy cavalry, and the infantry needed urgent bolstering, and there was intent to expand the forces by 2 more regiments. The organizational structure could be established forthwith, while weapons and armor could be replenished over time, and the training of soldiers must not be neglected. As the 2 listened intently, Yang In expressed his confusion, inquiring whether the heavy cavalry would not accompany them in the upcoming expedition to Songjiang. "No," Meng Jun replied. "The heavy cavalry has suffered significant casualties and requires reorganization and repairs. We want to need them against Li Chengdong. I shall take only the artillery and scout battalion. Following the battle at Yanqing Lake, Bai Yongfu, with 20,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, was stationed in Wuxi, presenting a dilemma for Meng Jun. Despite having gained some strategic breathing room, the overall situation remained dire. In the south, a contingent of about 40,000 Qing soldiers was stationed in Hongzhou. Though the specifics regarding their armaments and regimental structures remained unclear, the reconnaissance unit had dispatched agents for intelligence gathering, but no information had yet returned. To the north, Bai Yongfu's forces loomed nearby, creating a stalemate where neither side dared to initiate hostilities. Although the Qing had recruited 1 million Ming troops, conflicts raged across the land. The Great Western Army, led by Zhang Xianzhong and Sichuan, numbered in the hundreds of thousands. In Hubei, He Tingzhu commanded tens of thousands, with his officers including Wu Zong, Yao Yoxing, Long Jiaming, and others, collectively amassing over 45,000 troops. After the demise of Li Zicheng, his followers had splintered into 2 factions resisting the Qings, led by Hao Yaoqi and Lu Tikan, who established communication with Governor He Tengjiao and Hubei Provincial Governor Du Yinxiu, aligning with the Ming to oppose the Qing, thereby augmenting He Tengjiao's nominal military strength. Thus, despite the tense atmosphere, Meng Jun felt that the Qing court was unlikely to divert significant forces to confront him, as they had larger threats to contend with. However, unbeknownst to him, his occupation of Suzhou, a vital stronghold in Jiangnan, posed a continual threat to Jiangning. Although Bai Yongfu had recently suffered defeat, the rapid assemblage of a new army to besiege Suzhou would not be a swift endeavor. "My lord, look at this exquisite treasure I procured from a maritime merchant," Meng Bian exclaimed with delight, presenting a precious item. Meng Jun leaned forward to observe a beautifully crafted wooden box in Meng Bian's hands, elegantly tied with a silk ribbon. Meng Jun expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking on the ostentation of the packaging. "What is this? Just open it directly." Meng Bian hurriedly unwrapped the item, revealing a long cylindrical object. Upon seeing it, Meng Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped the object. "Isn't this a telescope?" Stepping outside the tent, Meng Jun lifted the telescope to his eyes and gazed into the distance. Indeed, it was a telescope, albeit the only flaw was that the image it presented was inverted. However, Meng Jun felt confident that he could overcome this minor imperfection. "Are there more of these? Let's procure several more and replicate them ourselves," he said with enthusiasm to Meng Bian. After pondering for a moment, Meng Bian replied uncertainly, "There should be more, young master. Should I go take a look? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go." Chapter 51. Mobilization. At the break of dawn, Meng Jun rose from his slumber, engaging in rigorous training within the confines of his tent. After half an hour, beads of perspiration cascaded down his body. At that moment, Yuan entered, bearing a bowl of congee and a platter of steamed buns. "Commander, it's time for breakfast," he announced. Meng Jun nodded slightly, responding casually, "Just leave it there." Rising to his feet, he took a long cloth to wipe away the sweat before settling into a chair to savor his meal, sipping the congee and nibbling on the buns. As he partook in his breakfast, Meng Jun perused the map, meticulously charting the route for the army's advance. The path was already established, leading through Kunshan, Taicang, and Jiading, ultimately reaching Songjiang. Outside the city of Jiading, the righteous army was scattered. While both Kunshan and Taicang were besieged by their forces, the inhabitants of Kunshan had elected the former Ming general, General Wang Zuocai, to lead their defense of Kunshan, resolutely holding the city. Zhu Jihuang, alongside Zhou Shiyu, Tao Yan, and Chun Daran, rallied their troops, joined by the Deputy General Chen Hongshuan, the former Ming County Magistrate Yang Yongyan, and the third-rank guerrilla General Sun Jin, among others. Notable scholars like Gu Yanwu and Wu Qihong also joined the ranks of the Central Command, including the venerable Wang Gongyang, a retired Ming general aged 70, stationed at the front lines of Kunshan. This exemplified the adage that those who are virtuous receive ample assistance. Despite the influx of local villagers joining the righteous army, the disparity in strength compared to the Qing forces proved insurmountable. Ultimately, on the 6th day of July, the western wall of Kunshan fell to the Qing troops, leading to the city's breach, whereupon many righteous soldiers were slain, with only a few managing to escape into the nearby hills and forests. Naturally, such news did not originate from the intelligence network of Meng Bianen. Recently, Meng Bianen had been expending silver at an alarming rate, causing Meng Jun to ponder the necessity of establishing this espionage organization. At present, a significant portion of the intelligence flowing from Jiangnan relied on the goodwill of local gentry who still held fondness for their homeland. Of course, The increase in Meng Jun's sources of information was also a result of his recent success in repelling by Yangfu, which had begun to etch his name into the ears of the Jiangnan gentry. Some of them gradually started to convey goodwill, with accompanying messages, and in recent days, Meng Jun even received military donation notes from various gentry, totaling approximately 30,000 taels. This prompted a reflection on the enduring presence of wealth in society. Occasionally, inconsequential tidings made their way through open channels, reaching Meng Jun's desk via Zhongbo. These snippets of information became corroborative evidence in Meng Jun's analysis of Qing troop movements. By seizing Songjiang Prefecture and securing a maritime outlet, Meng Jun could circumvent Hangzhou and establish direct contact with the Ming forces in Zhujiang. He could even reach out to the more distant Zheng family in Fujian. Moreover, with further contemplation, he could consider the formation of a naval force. In the immediate sense, this would allow for a coordinated land and water offensive, providing mutual cover. In the broader perspective, it could facilitate the obstruction of the Yangtze River, effectively severing the north from the south. Yet, for now, these thoughts resided solely within the confines of Meng Jun's mind. Additionally, he had developed a fondness for the captured 9-gauge artillery. However, the shortage of ammunition and gunpowder posed a challenge. He scoured the markets of Suzhou and managed to procure a substantial amount of gunpowder, but the ammunition remained elusive. Thus, he resolved to manufacture it himself. Fortunately, most of the required projectiles were solid shots, making their production relatively uncomplicated. During the several days that Meng Jun remained in Suzhou, he busied himself by forming a small battalion known as the Meng Gunner Brigade. He resolved to launch an assault on Songjiang Prefecture and decided to test the mettle of this newly established brigade, comprising merely 200 men. The limited size of the brigade was not due to a lack of ambition on Meng Jun's part, but rather a result of the scarcity of skilled craftsmen capable of producing firearms. The creation of matchlock guns posed a dual threat. While they could be lethal against enemies, a malfunction could just as easily turn them into a danger for the user. Once the matchlocks were produced, sourcing gunpowder became a pressing concern. The local government in Suzhou undertook the critical task of scouring the city and countryside for saltpeter, which typically manifested in old rural houses, lavatories, walls, and pigsties. A thin layer of white frost indicated the presence of earth saltpeter, yet the quantities were regrettably limited. Presently, Meng Jun's arsenal was modest but manageable. However, plans were necessary to augment the production of gunpowder in the future. On the training grounds, Meng Jun inspected the firing capabilities of the gunner brigade. At the command of the shooting officer, the gunners simultaneously pulled their triggers. As the ignited fuses fell, a resounding boom erupted from the gun barrels, followed by a jarring recoil. Flames shot forth from the muzzle of the firearms, accompanied by a billowing cloud of white smoke. 100 matchlocks discharged in unison, creating a sweeping plume of smoke. The officer in charge commanded the second rank to advance. After 2 rounds of firing, the row of targets before them was riddled with bullet holes. Meng Jun approached, nodding in satisfaction. The display was nothing short of impressive. Yet, it was merely a drill. In the chaos of actual battle, it was uncertain whether these gunners would maintain their composure, as their loading speed might falter to less than half of their practiced pace. After several days of preparation, Meng Jun entrusted Lin Shiqi and Yang On to guard Suzhou, while he led an army consisting of Han Xiong from Kuwu Town, scouts under Huang Cheng, and former generals Li Chengdong, Du Yanghe, and Guohu. The assembly included 10,000 regular troops, 10,000 auxiliary soldiers, 1,000 cavalry scouts, 200 gunners, 9 artillery pieces, and over 100 supply carts, all mustering outside the eastern gate of Suzhou. The more than 20,000 soldiers donned identical uniforms, their black armor exuding a formidable presence. Mounted on his steed, Meng Jun gazed at the endless procession of infantry marching forward, a swell of pride rising within him. Although he had witnessed numerous military deployments, each occasion ignited an inexplicable fervor within him, commanding thousands to fight valiantly. In his heart, he silently reflected, "This is my army, my power, my glory, and my life." Meanwhile, outside the city of Songjiang, Li Chengdong found himself encamped with only a handful of followers, including Li Yuanyin, Yinqi, and Huang Ningjie. Despite fleeing with only a few dozen cavalry, Li Chengdong had plundered cities across Jiangnan, amassing such wealth in Jiaoding alone that it could fill 300 ships. As the army of Li Chengdong disintegrated, he found solace in the fact that he had left behind a contingent of over 1,000 loyal subordinates in Songjiang Prefecture prior to his ill-fated expedition. Upon his return, Li Chengdong utilized this original 1,000 as the backbone to swiftly recruit able-bodied men and refugees. rapidly expanding his forces to 20,000. A man of the people, Li Chengdong was acutely aware that these recruits were scarcely prepared for battle. His motivations for bolstering his military might were not solely strategic. He also sought to preempt any treachery from the Qing court, having learned through a decade of military service to place his trust solely in the troops at his command, regardless of their combat readiness. Meanwhile, the Ming army was rallying to march upon the city, and this news could hardly escape the vigilant eyes of the Qing forces. Swiftly reaching Li Chengdong's ears. These rogues are pushing their luck, he thought, anger surging within him as he slammed his bowl onto the table during a meal. Frustration welled up as he pondered the audacity of Meng Jun, who, despite the presence of Qing troops in both Hangzhou and Wuxi, dared to challenge him. Was he truly perceived as a soft target? Indeed, at this moment, he felt like one. His face flushed with indignation, he shouted to his trusted aides outside the tent. Summon Yuan Yin, Yan Kai, and Huang Yingjie to me at once. Chapter 52. Commemoration. The Grand Army advanced at a leisurely pace, and within merely 2 or 3 hours, the initial fervor of departure began to wane, replaced by the monotony of the march. Huang Cheng's reconnaissance unit had ventured ahead, scouting more than 10 miles beyond the infantry battalion, consistently reporting the situation ahead. Scouts served as the army's eyes. Without them, a military force was akin to a blind person, utterly unaware of the enemy's whereabouts or strength. Meng Jun rode steadily forward, accompanied by Yuan and Huang Cheng, as well as the surrendered generals Du Yanghe and Guohu. Throughout the journey, Huang Qing remained taciturn, often silent for extended periods. He was a solitary figure in Meng Jun's camp, lacking close friends within the ranks, embodying a rather reclusive demeanor. It is there, Hongguang Mountain, Huang Cheng suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Yuan turned his gaze towards Huang Cheng, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his refined features. While Du Yanghe and Guohu exchanged puzzled looks, but refrained from speaking, instead casting their eyes towards Meng Jun. At Huang Cheng's words, Meng Jun was momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze shifted to Hongguang Mountain. Indeed, that was Hongguang Mountain, the very site of their uprising, the memories vividly etched in his mind. Although only a few months had passed, it felt like an eternity to Meng Jun, as if the events had transpired only yesterday. A surge of intricate emotions welled up within him. Even now, he could not recall the scholar's surname or given name, nor whether he hailed from Chashu. Yet, the image of that young man was indelibly imprinted in Meng Jun's heart. The scholar was the first person he had saved upon his arrival in this world, and he had witnessed the tragic demise of that very individual. In the days spent together, Meng Jun distinctly felt that this was a living person, not just a game or a dream. It became clear to him that some would willingly embrace death for the sake of their ideals. Meng Jun glanced at the sun and instructed the messenger, "Let the army halt for a brief respite. Let us partake of some rations." The messenger swiftly conveyed the command to Han Xiong, and soon the order to cease marching cascaded down the ranks. The soldiers either squatted or sat, while auxiliaries distributed large flatbreads from carts in orderly lines. Observing the soldiers taking a break, Meng Jun turned to Yuan and Huang Qing, saying, "Come. Let us pay our respects to the scholar." With that, he spurred his horse towards Hongguang Mountain, closely followed by Yuan and several dozen of his cavalry guards. In a short while, they arrived at the site of the uprising. Meng Jun halted his horse, dismounted, and strolled to the scholar's grave, exposed to the elements. The wooden tablet he had erected with his own hands had weathered and become somewhat worn in just a few months. Requesting a cloth from the companions behind him, he gently wiped the tablet and softly said, "You may withdraw for now." Yuan and Huang Cheng bowed in acknowledgement and stepped back several paces, while Yuan and the guards maintained a vigilant watch over their surroundings, prepared for any unforeseen events. Meng Jun casually pushed aside a stone and sat upon it. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to the grave of the scholar and chuckled. "Time rushes by. I forgot to bring you offerings and paper money. But perhaps it is for the best. After all this time, I still do not even know your name. I call you scholar every day, yet without a name. You cannot receive anything." After a pause, with no sign of movement from the grave, Meng Jun continued, "I have always told you that as long as one lives, there is hope. No matter how difficult, there is always a glimmer of life. You did not believe me and chose to stab yourself instead. How foolish. Yet you were right. Without my unexpected presence, the inevitable victor would have been the Eastern barbarians, and the queue would still have to endure for over 200 years. I must confess to you, I possess foresight of 500 years and hindsight of the same. Ha ha ha." Meng Jun raised his gaze to the heavens and murmured, Scholar, if you have a spirit in the skies, remember to bless me with victories in every battle." He then shook his head in self-mockery, thinking that even if the scholar had a spirit, he would not have such power. Meng Jun stood up and wiped the wooden monument, saying, "Scholar, I must take my leave. You rest slowly. I have many affairs yet to attend to." With that, Meng Jun strode away, while Yuan was surprisingly engaged in light-hearted conversation with Huang Cheng. Upon spotting Meng Jun approaching, Yuan hastily ceased his chatter and led his horse over. Without further ado, Meng Jun mounted his steed and returned. In this world, each step Meng Jun took was fraught with immense difficulty. Even as a time traveler with insight into the future, he had endured numerous perilous moments, whether on the battlefield or commanding from afar. Sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the solitude it brings. Lacking a person beside him who could grasp the entire situation clearly, Meng Jun relied solely on instinct, feeling his way forward like crossing a river by touching the stones. As the army resumed its advance, Han Xiong curiously inquired about the scholar. Meng Jun briefly shared a few words, prompting Han Xiong to reflect. The gentleman's noble spirit is overwhelmingly grand. The scholar sacrificed his life for righteousness, which has inspired such heroes to raise their voices high. Heroes. Meng Jun waved his hand and, with a hint of self-deprecation, replied, "I am merely a man who fails to recognize the times, stubborn and inflexible, a mere ordinary fellow." Han Xiong, with a serious demeanor, asserted, "It is precisely this that defines a true hero. You must not be modest, Commander. Countless individuals recognize the times. They only need to grasp a bit of wealth to live comfortably in Beijing or Nanjing, enjoying high office and great fortune. When thieves come, they surrender to thieves. When barbarians arrive, they yield to barbarians. Such individuals, when compared to you, are truly like fireflies beside the bright moon." Upon hearing these words, an idea suddenly surfaced in Meng Jun's mind, reminiscent of a historical account from the Ming Dynasty. In the twilight of the Ming, scholars were devoid of shame and malice. Those in high office reveled in their renown, even taking pride in surrendering their masks, while regional lords turned against each other. Meng Jun suddenly laughed and said, "Brother Han, what if one day we lead the army to reclaim the two capitals? What do you think those opportunistic gentlemen would do?" "Ha! If the great commander refers to them as gentlemen, then they must indeed be opportunistic." Han Xiong laughed heartily in response. At that moment, Meng Jun, filled with emotion, spoke to Han Xiong. "The solitary city of Jiangyin has steadfastly endured for 2 months. I yearn to provide aid, yet alas, my will is strong but my strength insufficient. A few days ago, I received news of a woman who composed a blood poem for Jiangyin. The impact of this poem is such that it evokes deep lamentation." Han Xiong, taken aback, inquired, "What is this blood poem?" Meng Jun solemnly recited, "Amidst mountains of corpses and fields of bones, 10,000 deaths. The lone city refuses to yield. I urge passers-by, do not cover your nose. The scent of the living pales in comparison to that of the dead." Han Xiong remained silent for a long while before sighing. No matter how exquisite the prose, when it comes to expressions of loyalty and valor, it cannot rival the vividness of fresh blood. Meng Jun gazed into the distance. Perhaps in that faraway place, the city of Jiangyin housed a graceful silhouette, akin to the twilight glow of the setting sun, imbued with a haunting beauty tinged with crimson, yet emanating a profound, soul-stirring power that could alter the very hues of heaven and earth. Chapter 53. The ruined city of Kunshan. The monotony of marching is a reality that is hard for the average person to fathom. After 2 days of relentless marching, the army has been caught in a cycle of travel, meals, setting up camp, sleeping, breaking camp, and marching again. The roads are treacherous, riddled with potholes, and finding a suitable campsite with a water source and clear visibility is fraught with complications. According to the stipulations in the new book of military efficiency, the Ming army's conduct has not been entirely satisfactory. For instance, it is mandated that when the army sets out, all soldiers must don armor and helmets and carry their weapons to ensure readiness for battle. However, during this sweltering southern weather, while it is practical to be armored for combat, the soldiers can hardly endure the weight. Most of them have had to leave their armor on the supply wagons. Wearing armor weighing dozens of pounds for an entire day would leave a man utterly exhausted. Presently, only a minority of the Meng soldiers are equipped with armor, while the majority remain unprotected. After 2 arduous days, the army has finally advanced to a point 30 miles outside the city of Kunshan, where scouts can now catch a glimpse of the city. As the sun begins to set, the army prepares to set up camp once more. The most fatigued are the auxiliary soldiers, who, after a full day of marching, must now establish the camp. Despite the challenges, Meng Jun insists on a firm and secure encampment. Yesterday, Han Xiong approached him, suggesting that given the long day's march, the soldiers deserve some leniency and should not be overly burdened. Yet, Meng Jun, with a serious demeanor and a stern tone, responded, "The lives of tens of thousands lie in the hands of the commander. A little hardship is far better than the loss of life. Do you recall how Li Chengdong, despite his years of experience, fell victim due to a poorly secured camp? His forces, no matter how numerous, were rendered useless, and the chaos that ensued is still fresh in my memory. In military operations, even the slightest negligence is intolerable." Han Xiong felt a twinge of shame upon hearing this. He realized his oversight and promptly apologized to Meng Jun. Upon returning, he diligently urged the auxiliary soldiers to ensure the camp was securely established. When encamping in enemy territory, one must extinguish fires at sunset to avoid detection, refraining from burning wood or grass so as not to attract the enemy's gaze, which could lead to a night assault on our camp. During the night, no drums should be beaten. Only arrows may be relayed, in equal measure, and a schedule for the watch should be established. The guards must remain vigilant, discerning spies, and no one is permitted to open the camp gates without the commander's orders. Other details of encampment procedures will not be recounted here. As night descended, a profound silence enveloped the camp, punctuated only by the footsteps of patrolling soldiers. The rest of the troops, weary from their long march, succumbed to slumber. Within Meng Jun's tent, 2 faint candles flickered, casting a dim light upon the faces of those present. Tomorrow, the army would reach Kunshan, a city ravaged and nearly devoid of inhabitants after Li Chengdong's massacre. Even the county magistrate had been casually chosen from among the elderly scholars. Yet, the whereabouts of the remaining remnants of the righteous forces outside the city remained uncertain. Meng Jun sat in his chair, studying the map on the table, and spoke slowly. Han Xiong expressed his concerns, noting that Li Chengdong would undoubtedly remain holed up within the city of Songjiang, while capturing Kunshan, Taicang, and Jiading would be relatively easy. The dilapidated state of the city would render it incapable of supplying the army with necessary provisions. The logistics of transporting grain from Suzhou would result in an extended supply line. Meng Jun nodded in agreement, asserting that a swift resolution was imperative. The army must reach the outskirts of Songjiang within a fortnight. Although the forces would not linger in Kunshan, it was essential to secure the city to eliminate any lingering threats. At this moment, Huangqing interjected after a lengthy pause, inquiring whether troops should be stationed in Kunshan and who would serve as the county magistrate. "Let us leave a detachment behind," he suggested. "As for the magistrate, General Han, your extensive connections may provide insight into any local militia leaders outside Kunshan." After a moment of contemplation, Han Xiong regretfully shook his head, admitting, "I am not acquainted with anyone. Primarily, I am unaware of who has joined the militia. Furthermore, since the fall of Kunshan, the remnants of the militia have scattered, and they may no longer be in the vicinity." Huang Cheng proposed sending scouts to the nearby hills and forests the following day to search for any militia members, hoping for a stroke of luck. If that failed, they could resort to enlisting anyone available. The next day, the army broke camp and set forth. To their surprise, there was not a single guard within Kunshan. The gates stood wide open. Zhang Chengsheng, serving as a vanguard, encountered no obstacles as 10 cavalrymen galloped freely to the yamen of Kunshan. Inside the magistrate's office, there was only an elderly scholar serving as the county magistrate, his beard grizzled and his frail form suggesting he was over 50. He walked unsteadily, accompanied by a lone constable whose ill-fitting attire seemed several sizes too large, indicating he was likely no older than 15, his youthful frame appearing gaunt and malnourished. The elderly man and the youth resembled more of a grandfather and grandson than a magistrate and constable. Upon noticing their unusual attire, the group paused in surprise. Zhang Chengsheng hesitantly inquired, "Old sir, are you the county magistrate of Kunshan?" The old man lifted his gaze to Zhang Chengsheng and replied, "Military officer. There are few left in the city. You may take whatever you desire. If you wish to remove even the plaque of this yamen, it is yours. But I implore you not to take more lives." Zhang Chengsheng was momentarily taken aback, glancing up at the plaque, which was in a state of disrepair, riddled with arrow holes and missing a large corner, with burn marks evident. He thought to himself, "I asked whether the old man was the magistrate. What use do I have for this dilapidated relic?" "Sir, we are not bandits. We are the militia, here to restore Kunshan," Zhang Chengsheng quickly clarified. The old magistrate's expression shifted, revealing a mixture of fear and resignation. He murmured to himself, "Here we go again. When will it end?" Zhang Chengxing reiterated his question regarding the old man's position as magistrate. Upon receiving confirmation, he promptly instructed his subordinates to return with news while he proceeded to inquire about the situation in Kunshan from the magistrate. The population of Kunshan once exceeded 300,000, with approximately 5,000 households within the city. However, following the turmoil in Jiangnan, a portion of the populace fled the city seeking refuge. Yet, more than 20,000 residents remained. After the rebel forces seized Kunshan, Li Chengdong breached the city walls, engaging in widespread plunder and slaughtering the inhabitants, sparing even the rural folk. As a result of such devastation, Kunshan's population has plummeted, and now the entire city harbors barely 1,000 souls. The local government has essentially lost its capacity to govern. There are insufficient personnel, even to collect taxes, let alone ascertain the population of the surrounding towns. It is evident that the administrative authority of Kunshan has temporarily been rendered ineffective. Zhang Chengxing felt both astonished and filled with disdain. How could a city now be reduced to fewer than 1,000 inhabitants? He bitterly remarked that Li Chengdong is truly a vile wretch. Having committed such atrocities, he is surely destined for a wretched end. From the Song to the Ming Dynasty, the state's fiscal revenues increasingly relied on the Jiangnan region. The Qing forces, through their rampant slaughter and plunder, severely undermined the stability of Jiangnan, leading to a drastic decline in tax revenues. Nevertheless, many enlightened officials within the Qing court recognized Jiangnan as a significant source of revenue and understood that unending massacres were unsustainable. The cities that resisted faced brutal reprisals to instill fear among the populace, while those that surrendered were left unscathed, thereby creating divisions among the cities of Jiangnan. Chapter 54. Guizhuang and Guyanwu Kunshan had nearly transformed into a desolate city. Meng Jun paused for a moment, gazing at the dilapidated Kunshan city, and sighed, lamenting the state of the world. This once fertile land, now reduced to such a plight. Subsequently, Meng Jun left behind a banner of 100 men to guard Kunshan. Even the county magistrate remained unchanged for the time being. The main forces did not linger, proceeding towards Taicang and Jiading. Meanwhile, 20 miles away in a mountainous grove, a lookout hurriedly entered a study, addressing a figure clad in blue attire with palpable excitement. "My lord, Kunshan has been recaptured." Guizhuang, somewhat astonished, reflected on the heavy casualties the righteous army had suffered since the fall of Kunshan. Now, with fewer than 100 men remaining by his side and communications nearly severed, the news of Kunshan's recovery prompted him to wonder if the Ming's Liu Jiangwo had initiated a northern expedition. With this thought in mind, Guizhuang urgently inquired who led the army that reclaimed Kunshan. The lookout pondered briefly before responding, "I do not know who it is." But the flag bore the character Meng. There were many troops, beyond what the eye could see, along with cannons and cavalry. The mention of the Ming flag stirred Guizhuang's thoughts. Who among the generals bore the surname Meng? He stroked his beard, racking his brain in vain to recall anyone of that surname capable of commanding such a grand army. Moments later, Guizhuang sought further confirmation from the lookout, questioning whether it was indeed the Ming army and not the enemy forces or green battalions. The lookout responded with unwavering certainty, "It is definitely not the Tartars. I saw the Ming flag raised atop the city, and those soldiers had no queues." Guizhuang hailed from a scholarly lineage. His great-grandfather served as the Minister of Justice in Nanjing during the Hongguang Era, and his descendants praised his prose as the finest of the Ming, attributed to Guizhuang. His father, Gui Changshi, was one of Kunshan's 3 literary prodigies, skilled in calligraphy and proficient in both cursive script and seal engraving, with a particular talent for painting orchids and bamboo. Raised amidst literary pursuits, Guizhuang had delved into a vast array of texts since childhood, penning thousands of words effortlessly, excelling in poetry, prose, and the arts of bamboo and stone painting, particularly in calligraphy, where his cursive style was deemed unparalleled by contemporaries. Guizhuang shared a deep friendship with his compatriot, Gu Yanwu. At the age of 17, he and Gu Yanwu participated in the Restoration Society, later joining the Jingyin Poetry Society. If this is indeed the case, it would be splendid. We could directly seek refuge with the army, as the people's sentiments would align. There may still be hope for the realm, Gu Yanwu expressed with fervor. "Calm yourself. We must ascertain the facts," Guizhuang urged his dear friend, despite his own excitement. A band of fewer than 100 righteous soldiers could hardly stir significant upheaval. Guizhuang had originally intended to retreat with the remnants of his forces to Zhejiang in hopes of joining the forces of the Prince of Lu, Shuihai. However, Gu Yanwu expressed reservations. arguing that the Longwu emperor had already ascended the throne in Fujian. If the Prince of Lu were to abdicate and return to homage, it would be acceptable, but if he did not, the struggle for the throne would inevitably arise, depleting the Ming's strength. It would be wiser to remain in southern Zhili and await a favorable opportunity to act. Though they were close friends, the two held firm to their respective positions. In May of the first year of the Hongguang Era, after the Qing troops entered the pass, Gu Yanwu temporarily resided in Yangzhou. By the recommendation of the Kunshan magistrate Yang Yongyin, he joined the Southern Ming court, taking on the role of an official in the Ministry of War. Gu Yanwu set forth via Zhenjiang to assume his post in Nanjing. Unexpectedly, before he could arrive, Nanjing was captured by the Qing forces. The Hongguang emperor was taken prisoner, and the Southern Ming army collapsed entirely, while the Qing cavalry advanced towards Suzhou and Hangzhou, issuing the decree for hair shaving, prompting uprisings of anti-Qing forces throughout Jiangnan. Gu Yanwu, along with his close friend Gui Zhuang and Wu Qihong, took up arms and joined a band of righteous warriors led by the Grand Commissioner Wang Yongzhou. The alliance of these righteous forces conspired to first reclaim Suzhou, then seize Hangzhou, Nanjing, and the coastal regions. Regrettably, this motley crew proved no match for the elite Eight Banners troops, and the righteous army soon fell into ambush and disarray, with Songjiang and Jiaoding succumbing in quick succession. Gu Yanwu stealthily returned to Kunshan, where he, along with Yang Yongyin and Gui Zhuang, fortified the city against the enemy. However, within a few days, Kunshan was lost, claiming the lives of over 50,000, with Wu Qihong perishing in battle and Yang Yongyin going missing. Gu Yanwu's mother, He, suffered a grievous injury as her right arm was severed by the Qing soldiers, and two of his younger brothers were slain. Miraculously, Gu Yanwu himself escaped, consumed by a profound sense of national betrayal and familial grief. After reuniting with Gui Zhuang, he gathered a contingent of righteous warriors. Yet they were beleaguered by a lack of provisions and incomplete weaponry, with part of the troops scattering. As of now, only 78 remained by their side. After a brief deliberation, Gu Yanwu and Gui Zhuang resolved to infiltrate Kunshan City to ascertain the situation before making further decisions. Meanwhile, Meng Jun pressed on without hesitation, swiftly reaching Taicang City. There was little distinction between Taicang and Kunshan. Without firing a shot, Taicang changed hands. Meng Jun left a flag of soldiers to garrison the city, though he did not harbor illusions that this mere 100 could truly defend it. With no Qing forces in the vicinity, a single flag of 100 men sufficed. The following day, Meng Jun's vanguard arrived outside Jiaoding City. Beyond Jiaoding lay Songjiang Prefecture, and despite suffering 2 massacres, Jiaoding was fiercely assailed by the remaining forces led by General Wu Zhifan from the Hongguang Era. The local populace rallied to their cause, and the Qing troops, caught off guard, suddenly found themselves in a chaotic retreat. The righteous warriors atop the city walls observed dozens of scout cavalry outside, and the defenders, sensing imminent danger, hastily rang the alarm bells. In an instant, the sound of the bells resonated throughout Jiaoding City, and waves of defenders surged to the parapets to gaze upon the Ming scouts. After a while, from the north of Jiaoding, Meng Jun approached like a torrent, their banners fluttering like a forest, with artillery and cavalry present in full force. At first glance, Meng Jun appeared affluent, and in comparison to the elite Eight Banners troops, Meng Jun seemed like a beggar. However, when juxtaposed with the ragtag righteous forces, he appeared princely, rendering them insignificant in comparison. Yuan instructed the flag-bearer to raise the Ming banner high. Meng Jun shielded his eyes with his hand, surveying the defenders on the walls. This was the only properly organized righteous army he had encountered in recent days, unlike the scattered and demoralized remnants elsewhere. Throughout Songjiang Prefecture, thieves, defeated soldiers, righteous troops, Qing forces, and Ming remnants proliferated like locusts. Along the way, Meng Jun encountered primarily fleeing soldiers, most of whom, upon seeing the Ming banner, eagerly approached to enlist. Meng Jun welcomed them all without hesitation, accepting them into his ranks wholeheartedly. The rebels atop the city walls also caught sight of the flag of the Ming Dynasty, and a wave of excitement surged through the battlements, punctuated by the fervent cries of soldiers heralding the arrival of the imperial reinforcements. Wu Zhifan cast a worried glance toward the exterior of the city, feeling a mix of exhilaration and skepticism, fearful that this might be a ruse orchestrated by the eastern invaders. Contemplating this, Wu Zhifan summoned his trusted guard, who happened to be his own nephew, Wu Jinwen. Jinwen, you must personally ascertain whether it is indeed our imperial troops or merely a trick of the eastern invaders. Though only 18 years of age, Jinwen responded resolutely, "Yes, General." Should there be deceit afoot, I shall risk my life to sound the alarm." With that, he turned to descend from the city tower. Wu Zhifan extended his hand. Opening his mouth to speak, "Jiwen, be exceedingly cautious. If it is the Ming army, you shall face no peril. Yet, should it be the Qing forces in disguise, my nephew would undoubtedly face a dire fate." Jiwen glanced back at his uncle, remaining silent, but he nodded firmly in acknowledgement. Chapter 55. The United Army. As dusk descended, outside the city of Jiading, the sound of neighing warhorses filled the air, and soldiers gathered like clouds. Meng Jun raised his battle flag high, and cheers echoed endlessly. The auxiliary troops had commenced setting up camp, and after numerous encampments, their carpentry skills were evidently more refined. The palisade surrounding the camp appeared quite picturesque. On the city wall, Wu Zhifan anxiously gazed toward the outside, where he observed Wu Jinwen approaching the front lines. A knight from the opposing formation tugged at the reins of his horse and spoke to Wu Jinwen. Shortly thereafter, Wu Jinwen unsheathed his waist knife and followed the knight into the ranks. "Commander, is it the court that has sent aid to Jiading?" Wu Jinwen inquired cautiously, his eyes scanning the surroundings in search of clues. Meng Jun, aware of his curiosity, refrained from interrupting his observations. After a moment, he smiled and replied, "I, like you, am also a member of the righteous army. Is it true that the city is under the command of General Wu?" Wu Jinwen was taken aback. Such a vast assembly was, unexpectedly, not the imperial army but rather the righteous army. The Southern Ming forces had long since deteriorated to their core, making it rare to encounter such an organized army. Recalling his uncle's concerns, he gathered his thoughts and responded, "Indeed, Commander, the city is under General Wu's command." He then expressed a hint of envy. "What a magnificent force! May I inquire the purpose of your grand army's presence here, and whether you intend to enter Jiading?" Meng Jun shook his head and said, "We shall not enter Jiading. You have inquired, and I shall not conceal the truth from you. The army merely passes through Jiading, with the objective being Li Chengdong. Our campaign aims to conquer Songjiang Prefecture. You should return and inform General Wu that besieging Jiading is of no benefit to the overall strategy. It would be more prudent to unite our forces and pursue a greater cause to eradicate the scourge of the Hu." Throughout his journey, Meng Jun had recruited over 1,000 stragglers, most of whom had experienced battle and could be swiftly reintegrated into the fray with minimal adjustment. The only concern was the morale of the troops. However, this was not a significant issue. Meng Jun's army had endured numerous conflicts without tasting defeat, and the soldiers' spirits were high. Assimilating the stragglers posed no pressure whatsoever. Historically, the foremost duty of a commanding general in warfare is to weaken the enemy, whether by disrupting their supply lines, making access to resources difficult, or sowing discord among their ranks. In essence, the aim is to ensure the enemy is not in optimal condition while simultaneously strengthening one's own forces. A greater number of troops against fewer adversaries increases the odds of victory. Some may argue that many well-known battles were lost despite numerical superiority. Such instances are deemed classic because they showcase the downfall of those who should have prevailed. Generally, battles are won by sheer numbers, though one must not compare the peasant uprisings of the late Ming to this discourse. The training level, equipment standards, and overall morale of an army are paramount. Under similar conditions, or when disparities are minimal, troop numbers become a critical factor. Thus, Meng Jun welcomed the incoming righteous soldiers without hesitation. Upon seeing the righteous army within Jiading, his interest was piqued, and he expressed his desire to recruit them. Upon hearing this, Wu Jinwen was at a loss for words. Ultimately offering an excuse, "Commander, this matter must be reported to my general." Meng Jun nodded, acknowledging that this decision was beyond his authority, and then stated, "Very well. Upon your return, convey my message. I wish to meet with General Wu." "General Ming," Wu Zhifan said, bowing respectfully to Meng Jun. Meng Jun respectfully returned the greeting to General Wu. After Wu finished speaking, Meng observed Wu Zhifan, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a square face that exuded a remarkable gravitas. Notably, his forehead gleamed. Once they were seated, Wu Zhifan complimented Meng Jun, stating how youthful and accomplished he was, and expressed his own feelings of inadequacy in comparison. He remarked that those who act with righteousness are indeed heroes, and he held great admiration for General Wu, noting how, despite their limited forces, they had recaptured Jiading, earning the trust of the local populace who united loyally by his side. "You must not be too modest, General," Meng Jun replied earnestly. Though younger than Wu Zhifan, Meng Jun possessed considerable military prowess, allowing him to assume the position of authority while Wu Zhifan sat beside him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, a selection of dishes was served. Meng glanced at the offerings, which were rather ordinary, likely prepared by the military cooks. He found no fault in it. Considering Jiating had suffered 2 massacres, leaving the city devoid of restaurants, with even basic food supplies in dire scarcity. Alas, my nights and days in Jiating are fraught with unrest. Provisions, arms, and armor are all in short supply, and there has been no word from the court. Li Chengdong occasionally sends scouts from Songyang, causing daily alarm within the city. My personal safety is a trivial matter, but the lives of so many civilians and the righteous army depend on me. To be candid, General, without your arrival, I would truly be at a loss. All I can do is manage my affairs and leave the rest to fate, Wu Zhifan lamented, his brow furrowed. Upon returning to the city, Wu Jinwen conveyed Meng Jun's words to Wu Zhifan without omission. After listening, Wu Zhifan fell silent. He understood that remaining in a besieged city would inevitably lead to its downfall, and the only option left was to perish alongside it. Yet, he saw a better alternative and was willing to accept Meng Jun's counsel. A realm is not preserved by mere defense, it must be seized to ensure peace. By capturing Songjiang, Jiating will naturally find tranquility, Meng Jun remarked, observing Wu Zhifan still attentive. He continued, General, it would be prudent to unite with the Jiating righteous army and march with me toward Songjiang. United we stand strong, divided we are vulnerable. What are your thoughts, General? Wu Zhifan pondered for a moment. The majority of the Jiating army comprises local villagers who are naturally passionate about defending their homeland. However, should we venture into battle beyond our borders, their morale may falter. Meng Jun, hearing this, waved his hand dismissively. The villagers are not foolish. If the entire country falls to the invaders, can Jiating alone withstand the siege? These truths must be made clear to them, and I believe most will comprehend the gravity of the situation. Of course, this requires your coordination. Very well, I choose to follow you, General, Wu Zhifan resolved, firmly clenching his fist and addressing Meng Jun with solemnity. Excellent. Your understanding of righteousness is commendable, Meng Jun exclaimed with delight, rising from his seat in excitement. The following day, Meng Jun inspected the righteous army within the city. The local villagers had gathered en masse, with nearly 20,000 righteous soldiers from the surrounding areas. However, their equipment was woefully inadequate, comprising a hodgepodge of weapons, firearms, spears, forks, kitchen knives, and even wooden clubs. Only the 600 men accompanying Wu Zhifan displayed a somewhat uniform armament, appearing marginally more organized. Though they may appear to be a rabble, they undoubtedly are one. Yet, each individual is imbued with fervor and unity. Upon hearing the call to confront Li Chengdong, they rallied together with a shared animosity, raising their voices in spirited shouts. The inadequacy of their equipment may be remedied in due course, and their training can also be undertaken gradually. However, this indomitable spirit is what Meng Jun values most highly. They are all fine soldiers, and with a bit of organization, they can be molded into a formidable force. Meng Jun, brimming with excitement, spoke to Han Xiang beside him. Chapter 56. The Art of War. Since Wu Zhifan consented to the unification of the forces, a hierarchy naturally emerged. Meng Jun, with grandiloquence, assured the troops of Jiating that any deficiencies in armor would be rectified and provisions would be amply supplied. He extolled the valor of the men, urging them to sacrifice their lives to expel the invaders, promising an unwavering supply of funds for their endeavors. His words stirred the hearts of the assembled righteous soldiers, eliciting fervent cheers. Wu Zhifan, willing to assume a subordinate role, graciously accepted Meng Jun as the commander, with the understanding that after conquering Songjiang City, they would adhere to the court's directives, a sentiment Meng Jun readily acknowledged. Meng Jun lingered in Jiating for 3 days, reorganizing the righteous army. The elderly and the infirm were left behind in Jiating, while the remainder, numbering 18,000, was transferred to the main camp, where a new battalion was formed. The name of this battalion was to be discussed with Wu Zhifan. However, given the unconventional military structure, Wu Zhifan repeatedly declined to interfere, suggesting that Meng Jun, as the commander, should have the final say. Left with no alternative, Meng Jun, recalling his current location in Jiating, decided to name it Dingwu Battalion. With Wu Zhifan serving as its leader, a decision Wu Zhifan did not oppose. The following morning, the gates of Jiating County swung open, and the righteous forces of Wu Zhifan marched forth. Apart from a small contingent remaining in Jiating, the remaining 18,000 soldiers exited the city. Outside the gates, the resounding drums heralded the army's advance towards Songjiang Prefecture, marking the commencement of yet another monotonous march. During the journey, Meng Jun revisited Sun Tzu's The Art of War. finding its profundities increasingly compelling. In The Art of War, Sun Tzu articulates that victory in warfare hinges upon the selection of soldiers, the valor derived from discipline, the ingenuity born from strategy, the advantage gained through trust, the moral integrity that guides actions, and the wealth that accrues from swift returns. The strength of an army lies in the well-being of its troops, while its vulnerabilities are exposed through excessive conflict. As Meng Jun wrote, he pondered the implications of these teachings, reflecting on why scions of military families often commanded troops with apparent ease. It was not merely a matter of lineage guaranteeing victory. Rather, these individuals were adept at leading armies. In contrast, for an ordinary person, managing 100 men could prove arduous, let alone thousands. He recognized that those from military lineages had the benefit of comprehensive annotations on military texts by their predecessors, facilitating a deeper understanding of strategy. In contrast, Meng Jun's own military texts were devoid of such guidance, demanding that he rely solely on his comprehension and insights gleaned from the battlefield. The 8 principles from The Art of War began to take shape in his mind. The first principle concerns the selection of soldiers. The 3 battalions under Meng's command could be deemed competent soldiers. Even if their skills were not yet refined, their fervor, fueled by a shared sense of national grievance, could compensate for any lack of technical prowess. The second principle highlights that a soldier's courage stems from strict military discipline and consistent pay. Meng Jun reflected on his own adherence to these tenets, noting that he had never breached military regulations, nor had he ever defaulted on soldiers' pay. He had neither acquired property nor indulged in luxuries, living modestly alongside his troops. The third point cleverly lies in the concept of momentum. According to Meng Jun's interpretation, it involves the flexibility and variability of military tactics, the necessity for commanders to assess circumstances astutely, and the importance of precise command. Meng Jun feels he still lacks in this regard. He manages adequately in straightforward battles, yet when faced with a complex battlefield environment, he senses considerable pressure. Lacking systematic military education, relying solely on self-study of military texts and gradual growth through warfare, he is uncertain how long this process might take. Given the current situation, he cannot afford a single defeat. The fourth point emphasizes the importance of trust. A leader must be trustworthy, and on this matter, Meng Jun feels confident, believing he can uphold this principle. The fifth point pertains to virtue through the way, which Meng Jun finds somewhat perplexing. He notes some annotations below, speculating that it does not imply becoming a moral exemplar, but rather refers to military training or the necessity for commanders to be well-versed in military strategy and possess a broad knowledge base for better troop management. He hopes to encounter someone in the future who can provide clarity on this topic. The sixth and seventh points discuss wealth in swift resolution and strength in the well-being of the populace. This is a description at the national level. Easily understood, military readiness relies on swift victories, and a nation's strength is derived from its citizens being able to recuperate. These concepts, for the time being, have little direct relevance to Meng Jun. Had conditions allowed, he would have expanded his forces considerably. The eighth point conveys a straightforward message: the toll of frequent warfare. Continuous engagement in battles diminishes military strength, depletes resources, and results in casualties. Since the establishment of Meng Jun's army, they have indeed faced relentless conflicts. However, these challenges are inescapable. Meng Jun perceives that while morale among the soldiers of Kuwu town remains relatively high, their mental state exhibits signs of fatigue, not physical exhaustion, but rather a psychological strain. Although he understands that after a major confrontation, they must embark on a long journey to attack Li Chengdong, the soldiers of Kuwu town are somewhat overworked. Yet, this moment presents an opportunity as the Qing forces are preoccupied. Capturing Songjiang would effectively establish a small rear base for him, all of which stems from strategic considerations. The Art of War by Sun Tzu is fundamentally articulated from a national perspective, yet Meng Jun finds it immensely beneficial for his own leadership. For more detailed guidance on commanding troops, he considers Qi Jiguang's Jixiao New Book, which enjoys widespread circulation in the Jiangnan region, with many individuals owning copies. However, no Southern Ming generals have truly adhered to its teachings. Had they done so, the Qing forces would not have invaded Jiangnan as if it were unguarded territory, with various regions surrendering at the mere sight of them, and those who resisted could not hold their ground. As Meng Jun was diligently studying military strategies during his march, the atmosphere within Songjiang Prefecture grew tense and foreboding. The aftermath of the battle at Yangzhou Lake gradually began to unfold, particularly among the ranks of Li Chengdong's subordinates, who were all in a state of disarray. The soldiers were engaged in fervent discussions, voicing various concerns, such as the defeat of the esteemed General Li at the hands of Meng Jun outside Suzhou, and now the enemy had come knocking at their door. The specter of that battle at Yangzhou Lake, with its tens of thousands of participants, was indeed intimidating. If Meng Jun could achieve victory there, what fate awaited them in Songjiang? Many speculated that the fortunes of the Ming were not yet exhausted, and that a figure akin to the legendary Yu Fei might soon emerge. These sentiments spread widely throughout the city, and despite Yan Kui's efforts in vanquishing several adversaries, the rumors persisted, closely tied to the unpopularity of the Qing forces in the southern regions. At this juncture, within the Li residence in Songjiang, Li Chengdong was sighing deeply. Having spent days deliberating with his trusted confidants, yet still found himself at an impasse. Suggestions from his generals varied greatly. Some advocated for a staunch defense of the city, awaiting reinforcements, while others proposed abandoning the stronghold and retreating to Hangzhou. There were even clandestine approaches to Li Chengdong, hinting at potential avenues to realign with the Ming. Yet none possessed the confidence to confront Meng Jun head-on. Li Chengdong dispatched wave after wave of messengers to both Nanjing and Hangzhou, torn between the desire to neither retreat nor engage in battle. As days passed, the once jet-black hair of Li Chengdong began to show the first hints of gray. Chapter 57. Military law. The summer breeze caressed the earth, where lush grass carpeted the ground. At this moment, the soil began to tremble slightly, a resonance caused by thousands of shoes treading upon the verdant expanse. Where the cavalry's iron hoof struck, the turf was tossed about. The Grand Army drew ever closer to Songjiang City, yet the atmosphere remained as tranquil as during any routine march. Meng Jun had not yet sensed the impending tension of battle. The cavalry of Meng Jun was an insurmountable force for Li Chengdong. The vanguard scouts had effectively subdued the sentinels of Songjiang City, resulting in increasingly scant information for Li Chengdong, thereby confirming that Meng Jun was perilously near the city. At noon, the sky darkened ominously, heralding an impending downpour, which appeared to be rather substantial. Furrowing his brow at the foreboding weather, Meng Jun resignedly commanded that the raincoats be distributed and preparations for encampment commence. In the event of encountering a thunderstorm during a march, unless absolutely necessary, the army would typically cease movement immediately. Soldiers and livestock exposed to rain risk illness, diminishing combat effectiveness and increasing casualties, which would necessitate additional manpower for care. Furthermore, rain could damage bows, arrows, and other military equipment, as well as food supplies. As the auxiliary troops began to set up camp, a cry for help echoed from a nearby thicket. Meng Jun and his companions turned to see a woman emerging from the small grove, her attire disheveled. One of her cloth shoes lost as she fled, calling for aid. Close behind her were two men clad in short garments, pursuing her relentlessly. Just as they seemed poised to capture her, a throng of soldiers appeared before them, causing the two men to hesitate for a moment, which allowed the woman to escape her fate of capture. The moment the trio emerged, several cavalrymen headed towards the thicket. Hearing the sound of galloping hoofs, the woman glanced back to see an endless line of soldiers, banners fluttering like clouds, and several mounted warriors charging towards her. This spectacle exceeded her wildest imagination, and the two men behind her were equally paralyzed by fear, unable to move until the leading cavalryman inquired sternly. The two men stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response, prompting the rider to shake his head and command, "Take them all back." One of the men, gripped by terror, shouted, "I won't go. Don't capture me. I am of the Li family. My master is Minister Li." The leading cavalryman, exasperated, struck the man on the shoulder with his blade. In pain, the man clutched his shoulder, silenced by fear and compliant to being driven away. Meng Jun's expression fluctuated between concern and apprehension. As the army established its camp and the soldiers were not yet organized, should these not be mere stragglers but an enemy ambush, the consequences would be devastating, an understatement at best. Huang Qing, with a countenance as stern as water, called out in a voice that brooked no argument. Huang Qing hastily responded, "My subordinate is here in this forest. Have the scouts ventured in to investigate?" Huang Qing hesitated slightly, then continued, "Report to the governor. We need the army to send scouts to report today. Who is responsible for the reconnaissance of the army?" He turned to Xian Kong and coldly remarked, "In warfare, once troops are mobilized, the situation becomes obscured. What mountains lie ahead? What caves are hidden within? And who resides in those caves? All these inquiries must be clarified by scouts. When two armies confront one another, scouts must be continuously dispatched, some to advance for reconnaissance, some to encircle and intercept the enemy scouts, and others to provide early warnings to prevent sudden enemy attacks. Yet, at this moment, as the army is setting up camp, individuals unexpectedly emerge from the forest, and the scouts have reported not a whisper of this. If these three had only just arrived after conducting reconnaissance, it would be understandable. However, if the scouts had not ventured into the forest at all, that constitutes a grave oversight. "Governor, they have arrived," Huang Cheng said, bowing respectfully to Meng Jun. Then stepped aside to allow Kong to approach. "I pay my respects to the governor," Kong said, bowing deeply. Meng Jun regarded him, noting his strong brows and prominent features, though his expression betrayed a hint of unease. Meng Jun slowly inquired, "Has this forest been investigated?" Kong was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the governor summoned him merely to ask such a question. The forest was not particularly large and, logically, could not conceal an army. In Jiangnan, there were countless small forests, and if every single one were to be investigated, it would become exceedingly cumbersome. Thus, Kong had naturally not entered this particular forest. However, sensing the governor's serious tone, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Was there truly something amiss in this forest? Desiring to fabricate an excuse, he hesitated, recalling the numerous scouts in his ranks. It would be impossible to obscure the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Kong hesitantly replied, "Report to the governor. This forest is rather small and cannot conceal an army, hence I have not investigated it." "Seize him," Meng Jun commanded sharply. Upon hearing this, several guards immediately advanced to restrain Kong without hesitation. At that moment, Kang's face turned ashen, and he quickly pleaded for mercy. "Governor, spare me. I was momentarily negligent. I implore you to forgive me." Seeing Meng Jun still wearing a fierce expression, Kong hastily added, "In the battle at Yangzhou Lake, I fought valiantly, slaying 2 Qing cavalry scouts. Governor, I beseech you for mercy." The words compassion cannot govern troops. Righteousness cannot govern wealth echoed in Meng Jun's mind like an incantation. Observing Kang's pallid demeanor only intensified Meng Jun's murderous intent. Every forest must be searched. This is the strict law for scouts. Military orders are as solid as mountains. It is insufficient to uphold military law without executing you today. Bring him forth and behead him. Let his head be displayed to the 3 armies. Upon hearing this, Kong collapsed to the ground. 2 guards firmly grasped his shoulders, lifting him upright, while Yuan drew his knife and positioned it against Kang's neck. With a decisive force, the BL, is Kong guilty? Yes, he is. Is it a death sentence? In truth, it is a matter of life and death. However, the atmosphere within the army lacks solemnity, and the soldiers have grown somewhat complacent. This laxity is not something that can be eradicated by mere orders. Only through bloodshed and beheading can the spirit of indifference be dispelled. Huang Cheng, as the commander of the scouts, your subordinates exhibit such negligence, and you have failed in your duties. Bring him forth and administer 20 strokes, Meng Jun bellowed in fury. At this moment, Han Xiang beside him advised, "Great General, with the impending battle, is it truly wise to punish a military officer now? Perhaps it would be better to record this transgression and address it after the conflict." After a pause, Meng Jun's anger somewhat subsided, and he nodded, saying, "Very well. Let it be noted for now. Should it happen again, I shall show no mercy." "Thank you, General," Huang Cheng replied, bowing deeply. "Convey to the troops that the great battle is imminent. No one must falter. Those who disobey will face execution." After settling these matters, Meng Jun turned his gaze to the 3 individuals. There stood a woman whose hands were as delicate as a flower, her skin like fine jade, and her features were exquisite. Even though she was clad in coarse fabric, her beauty could not be concealed. Chapter 58. The nobleman. As Meng Jun gazed upon the enchanting figure before him, he found himself momentarily entranced. The slender waist and athletic form stirred a flurry of thoughts within him. Since his arrival in this world, each day had commenced with military affairs, surrounded by rugged men, and a profound sense of crisis had pervaded his mind. Positioned in a war-torn land, he had devoted himself entirely to unraveling the complexities of his situation, inadvertently neglecting the notion that he was a grown man in need of a wife. Initially, his mother, Madame Zhou, had harbored some grievances towards him, but as time passed, their relationship had softened somewhat. Ultimately, it was Meng Jun's overwhelming busyness that hindered any prospects of marriage. Madame Zhou indeed wished to arrange a match for her son. However, prominent families hesitated to consider him due to the precariousness of his circumstances, while families of lesser standing did not meet her standards. Consequently, his lifelong affairs had been delayed. Resolutely gathering his thoughts, Meng Jun inquired, "Who are you?" and why are these two pursuing you? The young woman appeared momentarily dazed, her gaze fixated on the headless corpse in the distance. The body of Xian Kong twitched sporadically, blood seeping into the sand, darkening it in a matter of moments. Men, particularly in the presence of beautiful women, often exhibit an instinctive inclination to offer protection. Noticing the woman still lost in her reverie and failing to respond, Meng Jun patiently repeated his question. His mind was consumed with matters of great import, leaving little room for idle musings. Finally, the woman seemed to regain her senses. Trembling, she stammered, I am Zhao, commonly known as Yuner. My father was forced to his death by stewardly. They intend to capture me and bring me back. Masterly, now in his 70s, still seeks to impose his will upon me. I beseech you, General, save me. Without regard for the rough stones beneath her, Zhao Yuner knelt down, the coarse gravel cutting into her knees, evoking a sense of compassion in those who witnessed her plight. Upon hearing Zhao Yuner's anguished plea, the surrounding guards glared furiously at the two men. One of them, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, crumpled to his knees before Meng Jun could utter a word, prompting the other to hastily follow suit. Determining the veracity of the young woman's claims, Meng Jun scrutinized the two men and posed his inquiry. One individual collapsed in terror on the ground, while the other, displaying a modicum of bravery, responded to the general. My master is Li Dayuan, a successful candidate from the imperial examinations during the Hongguang Era, who held the esteemed position of Minister of Rights and retired during the Chongzhen period. The Zhao family has rented out 10 mu of land from my master, accumulating a debt of 28 taels and 7 qian over the past 3 years. My master, being benevolent, agreed to accept this young woman in lieu of all debts. However, old Zhao, lacking discernment, tragically chose to take his own life. Though he is deceased, the debt remains. A father's debt must be repaid by his son. General, would you not agree with this rationale? The man spoke rapidly, and Meng Jun felt a twinge of annoyance, retorting, tradition dictates that debts are absolved upon death. Especially considering that Li Shangshu is nearing 70 years of age, with the earth nearly up to his head. Does he not fear that taking in such a youthful maiden may hasten his demise? The man faltered, momentarily speechless. Observing this, Meng Jun resolved to dismiss the two, intending to provide Zhao Yuner with a modest sum to seek refuge with relatives. His immediate priority remained the swift subjugation of Songjiang Prefecture. He had no time to squander on trivial matters, which were as abundant as pebbles in this era, and without competent officials, he could not manage even a fraction of the affairs. As Meng Jun gestured for them to leave, the man, summoning his courage, interjected, General, may we take this woman with us? Meng Jun's eyes widened in disbelief at the audacity of such a request. Just as he was about to respond, the man continued, my master possesses extensive connections. Whether in the Qing or Ming dynasties, a single memorial submitted can reach the highest authorities. If you could grant us this favor, my master would certainly remember your kindness. Should you refuse, it may lead to an unpleasant confrontation. Meng Jun was momentarily taken aback, enraged to the point of laughter. In this day and age, how could one dare to threaten a warrior? Oh, if I do not hand this person over to you, your master intends to report me. May I inquire which dynasty he plans to report me to, the Ming or the Manchus? The man, seemingly oblivious to Meng Jun's ire, persisted. I am not threatening you, General, merely advising you to consider the consequences. My master's connections extend to prominent figures such as Qian Shangshu of the Donglin faction and Governor Hong in Nanjing. He has the ear of the influential. As the man grew more animated, he stood tall, boasting to Meng Jun, in Jiangnan, the literary culture flourishes, and for centuries, military men have had to bow to the whims of the civil officials. A mere letter of impeachment from the gentry is often sufficient to bring a general to his knees. This servant seems unaware that the tides of power have irrevocably shifted. Hearing such words, Zhao Yuner felt a sense of dread. These were figures far beyond her comprehension. She worried whether this young general would indeed surrender her, leaving her utterly forsaken. Ha! Yuan, behead him. Meng Jun chuckled softly to Yuan, noting that his own frustrations had intensified lately. Perhaps due to prolonged military service or overwhelming mental strain, as he had been striving to maintain his composure. However, he perhaps never anticipated that his murderous intent would grow ever more pronounced. As the saying goes, possessing a lethal weapon awakens the desire to kill. Moreover, with Meng Jun commanding tens of thousands of troops and several cities in the Jiangnan region under his control, should the urge to kill spread, it would be a trivial matter to leave the fields strewn with corpses. In essence, the life of the individual before him mattered not to Meng Jun. He was indifferent to the name or identity of his victim. What mattered was the fleeting thrill he experienced upon taking a life, wielding the power of life and death with his own hands. The man, even in the face of death, wore a look of utter disbelief, unable to fathom that mere words could lead to his demise, especially since even the esteemed Lord Li in his eyes was not spared. Meng Jun then turned his gaze to another individual, inquiring, "What is your name?" "I am Li Quan, a servant in Lord Li's household. I have only just arrived at his residence a few days ago. Please, General, do not kill me. I know nothing." Li Quan, drenched in blood, spoke with newfound clarity as he faced the imminent threat to his life. "Know nothing? What use are you to me?" Meng Jun raised his hand, poised to respond. But Li Quan quickly interjected, "General, I am aware of certain matters. I have overheard the steward Li's words. The Li estate possesses 2,000 pickles of grain and at least 500,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, Lord Li is engaged in maritime trade, owning over 20 ships." Upon hearing this, Meng Jun's hand lowered in astonishment at such wealth. However, he suddenly found it peculiar that Li Quan's first words revolved around the riches of Lord Li, as if he himself were a bandit. "Li Quan, has your master surrendered to the Tartars?" Meng Jun inquired with a languid tone. Li Quan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded like a frightened chick, affirming, "Yes, Lord Li has indeed surrendered to the Tartars. The entire family has shaved their heads. You see, our heads have all been shorn by Lord Li. Anyone who dared to oppose was executed. Moreover, he even presented 1,000 taels in silver notes to Governor Hong and supplied provisions to the Tartars in Hangzhou." This account was, in truth, a fabrication by Li Quan on the spot, yet it was true that Li Dayuan had indeed capitulated to the Qing, and the entire household had shaved their heads, adopting the Q hairstyle. Chapter 59. The choice of Li Dayuan just as the common people of Jiangnan, driven by the desire for honor and dignity, bravely faced countless perils and sacrifices. So too did Li Dian, a scholar of the Ming Dynasty, who, instead of serving his country with loyalty, chose to lead the way in shaving his head to submit to the Qing dynasty. It is needless to mention that the wealth he possessed was undoubtedly amassed through corruption, which made it only reasonable to confront him. As Meng Jun contemplated this, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Eliminating Li Dayuan would serve as a stern warning to the gentry who had surrendered to the Qing, demonstrating that yielding to the invaders carried significant risks. As the afternoon rain began to subside, Meng Jun noticed the skies clearing. He promptly gathered over 500 cavalry and made his way towards Li's village. Upon reaching the outskirts of Li's residence, Meng Jun led his troop to appear grandly at the village entrance. The walls of Li's estate were not particularly high, measuring about 2 meters, which posed no obstacle to Meng Jun. The appearance of such a large cavalry caused a stir, with the sound of gongs ringing incessantly. Soon, a figure emerged, trembling and holding a white flag. As he stepped forward, the heavy gate slammed shut behind him, the sound causing him to shudder. After taking a few steps, the terrifying sight of fierce steeds and armored horsemen prompted a startled cry from him. He dropped the white flag and hurried back, but alas, the gates had already closed tightly. Despite his desperate knocking and pleas, no one paid him any heed, and the door remained utterly still, perhaps overwhelmed by fear. The man cried out a few times before suddenly collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Meng Jun, observing the unfolding scene, found it both amusing and perplexing. He had yet to utter a word, and already one man had fainted from fright. Meng Jun urged his horse forward. From atop the wall, a robust man had emerged, who called out to Meng Jun, "Brave heroes, the space within the estate is too limited to accommodate you all. Please retreat a little. I have prepared 500 loads of grain and 1,000 taels of silver for you. Once you receive the provisions, I kindly ask you to leave swiftly without partaking in any feasting." Meng Jun surveyed the wall, noticing numerous figures silhouetted against it. This development left him somewhat perplexed. Having arrived hastily with only cavalry, he realized that although the wall was neither high nor thick, it was not easily breached by the horsemen at hand. Of course, should he be resolute in taking the estate, it could be accomplished without much difficulty. He could simply gather infantry and artillery, and with a single barrage, the wall would surely crumble. However, this would require at least 2 or 3 days of preparation, during which he could have reached the outskirts of Songjiang City. This predicament left Meng Jun in a state of indecision. Is all of Li Quan's wealth and provisions stored within this estate? Meng Jun inquired, turning to seek clarification. Li Quan shook his head and remarked, "That is not the case. I am unaware of the exact location of the silver. Only the members of the Li family possess that knowledge. However, I am aware of 2 places where the grain is stored. One is in the granary within the estate, and the other is in Qin village, located to the northwest of Songjiang City, which happens to be the residence of Li Shua's wife's family. The crucial silver remains undiscovered, and the grain stored by the Li family is not abundant, scattered across several locations. Meng Jun felt that the term chicken rib aptly described his current predicament, neither satisfying nor worth discarding. After some contemplation, he decided to offer Li Deyuan a chance. Should he choose to cut his braid, he could at least procure some grain to replenish his military supplies. Yuan stepped forward to call out for a negotiator from the estate. The commander Yuan swiftly rode forward, halting his steed a bowshot away from the estate's entrance, tightening the reins and shouting towards the wall. "Listen, we are the righteous army of the Ming Dynasty, not bandits. Send forth someone capable of dialogue." A stir erupted within the estate, and moments later, a figure descended slowly in a basket. Yuan brought this individual before Meng Jun. "Greetings, great commander. I am Li Da, the steward of the Li estate. Please convey your message, and I will ensure it reaches Master Li," the steward said, kneeling before Meng Jun, his forehead touching the ground in profound respect. "Tell Li Deyuan to cut off his braid and submit the estate. Otherwise, I shall leave no one of the Li family, not even their chickens or dogs. Remember my words and relay them to Li Deyuan without omission." "You have half an hour," Meng Jun concluded, gesturing for Yuan to escort Li Di away. A quarter of an hour later, within the Li residence, the Li patriarch and his two sons gathered. Li Deyuan, his face ashen, listened intently to Li Di's account. For many years, no one had dared to act so arrogantly, threatening the annihilation of his entire family. After all, he was a retired official of the Ming Dynasty. With the change of dynasty, many had surrendered, yet this audacious commander chose to target him. Despite his advanced age, Li Deyuan's mind remained as sharp as a clear mirror. Having navigated the court of the Ming Dynasty for so long, he was acutely aware of its state. He understood that his contemporaries in the Southern Ming could never triumph over the formidable Eight Banners. At this juncture, cutting off his braid and returning to the Ming was undoubtedly unwise, yet refusing to do so posed its own difficulties. "Li Da, were those men all cavalry? Did you see any infantry?" Li Deyuan inquired, his gaze wavering somewhat. "Master, I observed them, and they were all cavalry. There were no infantry," Li Du affirmed earnestly. "Please step back for now," Li Deyuan instructed. As Li Da exited the room promptly, Li Deyuan began to pace restlessly. Soon, he turned to his two sons and urged, "What are your thoughts? Speak quickly. Our family's fate hangs in the balance today." The eldest son spoke first. "Father, in my opinion, these individuals may not necessarily be Ming troops. They could simply be a band of bandits attempting to deceive us into opening the estate gates." The younger son shook his head in disagreement. "Bandits do not possess such a multitude of horses. If they claim to be Ming soldiers, they are likely not misleading us." "What then? Shall we cut our braids?" The elder, filled with suspicion, inquired, while the second, Li Shua, resolutely declared, "No, we cannot cut our braids. The great Qing dynasty is destined to conquer the world. If we waver in our stance at this moment, how shall we establish ourselves in the new era? These are all cavalry, utterly incapable of breaching the village, which boasts over 2,000 able-bodied men. Beneath the allure of substantial rewards, brave souls will undoubtedly emerge." The cry from the cavalry that we all heard earlier, "righteous army," indicates they are merely a disorganized mob. The 200 or 300 individuals outside the village likely represent their entire elite force. "Father, at this critical juncture, we must not align ourselves with the wrong side." Li Deyuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, frequently clenched and relaxed his fists. Indeed, at such a pivotal moment, he must not falter in his allegiance. Yet, nothing is guaranteed. It is the unforeseen that instills fear. Therefore, one must prepare for all eventualities, ensuring not to place all eggs in one basket. With this thought in mind, Li Deyuan inhaled deeply and stated solemnly, "Li Hua, Li Shua, you two must conceal the 3 grandsons within the secret passage. Should the village fall, escape with them, avoiding Suzhou and heading directly to Jiangning. One must always prepare for the worst, as long as we survive and return to Nanjing. The Li family shall continue to thrive and prosper in the new dynasty." Chapter 60. The siege. Half an hour later, the gates of the estate remained eerily silent, with even more individuals congregating atop the walls. Stones and timber were incessantly hoisted upward. Meng Jun, observing this, felt a tinge of frustration. It appeared that without a confrontation, his words held no weight. Perhaps he had arrived prematurely, reliant as he was on cavalry, and without mobilizing infantry, he found himself at an impasse. Judging by the fading daylight, by the time the infantry arrived, dusk would be upon them. Resolutely, Meng Jun commanded his men to return to camp, leaving a few behind to monitor the estate. Vowing to raise the dilapidated stronghold on the morrow, he meticulously inquired with Li Quan, who estimated that approximately 800 able-bodied men resided within. If these were mere local gentry, such numbers seemed implausible. According to Li Quan, a portion of these individuals were maritime merchants under Li Dayuan, seasoned warriors numbering around 300 to 400. The following day, Meng Jun assembled 3,000 infantry, 1,000 auxiliary troops, 300 cavalry, 5 artillery pieces, and 200 gunmen, marching resolutely towards Li's estate, determined to dismantle it within a day. Within the estate, Li Dayuan's eldest son reported with enthusiasm to Li Dayuan, noting that the Ming cavalry stationed outside had vanished, indicating that the presence of the estate had not intimidated them into retreat. Li Dayuan stroked his graying beard, chuckling lightly. In my many years, I have weathered countless storms. I nearly succumbed to the fright of some petty thieves. Yet, one must not grow complacent. Dispatch more men to scout and ascertain the whereabouts of these intruders. Just as the two men exhaled in relief, a guard rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Master, outside. There are numerous bandits approaching." Meng Jun had indeed arrived. When the Li family, 3 in total, ascended the walls of the estate, they beheld a sea of soldiers clad in black, stretching across the landscape. How many could there possibly be? Gasped Li Shuo, the second son. The wall was not particularly high, just over 2 meters, yet the clear weather afforded an excellent view, causing some of the able-bodied men to tremble in fear. Li Dian's countenance darkened as he leaned against the wall, gazing outward. In his 70 years, he had never witnessed such a formidable display. The magnitude of this assembly eclipsed anything he had heard or read about in reports. It seemed the realm had yet to find peace. After prolonged turmoil, tranquility remained elusive. Should they survive this calamity, Li Dayuan resolved to relocate his entire family to Jiangning. When the army finally arrived, it was already mid-morning, the sky bright and clear. Meng Jun, at the forefront of his troops, approached within 500 paces of the estate, raised his hand, and hoisted the banner high before letting it fall. The marching infantry came to a halt, their steely gazes fixed upon the enemy occupying the walls. The defenders, confronted by the daunting mass, cowered at the parapets. Enraged, Li Dayuan shouted, "What is there to fear? The bandits have yet to advance. Eldest son, bring forth the silver. Offer 2 taels for every bandit slain. As long as we hold this estate, I shall spare no expense. Your lifetime of wealth hinges upon today." Before long, Li's eldest son appeared atop the wall, bearing dozens of chests filled with gleaming silver, the sight igniting a flicker of morale among the weary defenders. Upon arriving outside the village, the army swiftly erected a makeshift camp, with the air filled with fervent voices as numerous auxiliary soldiers commenced the construction of siege equipment. At this moment, Meng Jun lacked a dedicated carpenter to accompany the troops, thus the auxiliary soldiers were tasked with the fabrication of the machinery. Nevertheless, the laboring populace of this era possessed considerable manual skills, rendering the construction of ladders a manageable endeavor. Several rows of ladders, when joined together, formed a rudimentary siege ladder. As Meng Jun surveyed the apparatus crafted by the auxiliary soldiers, he noted that the village wall stood over 2 meters high, while the ladders measured 3.5 meters in length, positioned at an angle against the wall, allowing for ascent. The officer in charge of the auxiliary camp was Yang Cao, who had initially been involved in the siege of Suzhou. When Meng Jun had organized the new garrison, he had discreetly inquired if Yang Cao would consider taking on the role of a deputy commander. However, Yang Cao preferred the safety of his current position within the auxiliary camp, thus politely declined Meng Jun's offer. Yang Cao had remained steadily stationed in Suzhou, but following the significant losses suffered in the battle at Yanqing Lake, many auxiliary soldiers were reassigned to various garrisons, including Yang Cao's unit, which had now been summoned for the advance into Songjiang. At this juncture, Yang Cao stood beside Meng Jun, explaining, "Commander, this ladder is quite lengthy. When several rows are combined, it will be sturdy enough to support dozens of men simultaneously without collapsing." Meng Jun nodded in agreement, observing closely. Although this was merely a small village, it marked Meng Jun's inaugural endeavor as the attacking force, serving as a rehearsal for the impending assault on Songjiang. The artillery had been brought forth, yet Meng Jun remained uncertain whether 2 or 3 rounds would suffice to breach the village wall. While cannons were available, the scarcity of gunpowder was a source of frustration for him. In the afternoon, after a hearty meal, Meng Jun's soldiers, responding to the drumbeats of the camp, emerged from their tents and assembled outside Li's village. In no time, 3,000 infantrymen gathered like ants, swiftly forming ranks, with artillery positions already excavated, everything poised for action. Overall, the defenses of Li's village could be described as rudimentary. The walls were neither tall nor thick, and the garrison was scant, seemingly determined to oppose him resolutely. Li Dian, stationed atop the wall, began to wear a grim expression, acutely aware of the disparity in strength between the two sides. At that moment, Yuan approached from the front lines and reported to Meng Jun, "Commander, all units are prepared." Meng Jun gazed skyward. The weather was not excessively hot, yet it was far from comfortable. "Delay no longer. Instruct the units to commence," he commanded. Yuan received the order and turned to signal the drummers beneath the banner, who began to sound the war drums in a slow, steady rhythm. The soldiers of Meng Jun, arrayed outside the village, drew their swords with a flourish and shouted, "Charge!" Clad in black, the troops, shields raised and siege ladders in hand, advanced towards the village walls amidst the thunderous drumbeats. The stout defenders of the village, witnessing this formidable spectacle, were gripped by fear and trepidation. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Li Shua hurriedly advised his father, Li Dayuan, "Father, arrows are indiscriminate. You should descend the wall at once." Following this, Li Shua bellowed to the defending soldiers, "The enemy is scaling the wall. Archers, prepare to unleash your arrows. Gunmen, ready yourselves. The moment the enemy breaches our defenses, unleash stones and logs upon them. Do not allow them to ascend." 3,000 soldiers from the Ming army launched a fierce charge towards the village wall. At that moment, arrows rained down from above. However, the defending force was scant, and the sparse volley of arrows inflicted minimal harm. Only as the enemy drew near did the bullets from the fire guns pose a greater threat. The archers loosed their arrows, and soon the Ming troops reached the base of the wall, their ladders swiftly erected. The archers began to fire upon the defenders, providing cover for the advancing infantry. In an instant, arrows fell like rain, and the defenders, lacking armor, suffered greatly. With each volley, some of the soldiers were struck, some tumbling backward, while others let out anguished cries as they plummeted from the wall. "Kill! Charge up the wall!" shouted the vanguard as they braved the storm of arrows, stones, and logs, striving to ascend. Many soldiers sustained grievous injuries from falling debris, only to be hurled down the ladders. At this juncture, a valorous warrior appeared, wielding a shield in one hand and brandishing a knife in the other, his movements as agile as a monkey as he swiftly ascended the wall. The defenders, taken aback, brandished their long spears in an attempt to confront him. The warrior, with a forceful strike of his shield, felled one assailant, and in a swift motion, dispatched another to the ground. Within moments, 3 more soldiers rapidly scaled the ladder, forming a small defensive circle. As time dragged on, more Ming troops continued to ascend, and the breach of the Li family stronghold loomed ever closer. Chapter 61. The execution of the Li family at this moment. The fire gun squad had arrived beneath the walls, unleashing a barrage of projectiles towards the defending soldiers above. The cacophony of gunfire was thunderous, and while their accuracy was lacking, the upward trajectory ensured that any hit was fatal, often resulting in gruesome deaths. Meng Jun stood proudly beneath the grand flag, eagerly inquiring of those around him about the identity of a particularly valiant warrior. After a series of questions, Yuan reported back to the commander that the individual in question was Liang Sanhu of the 2nd Squad. Meng Jun nodded approvingly, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent." With that, he charged forward, and it was Liang Sanhu who first ascended the wall, earning a reward of 100 taels of silver. As Meng Jun continued to survey the scene ahead, fierce combat erupted atop the walls. Amidst the clash of blades and the roar of gunfire, Liang Sanhu displayed remarkable courage, while the untrained militia opposing him suffered heavy casualties. "Second Master, we must retreat. We cannot hold on any longer," a servant from the Li family urgently implored, tugging at Li Shua's sleeve. Pale-faced and overwhelmed by the chaos, Li Shua instinctively nodded in response. Seeing this, the servant hastily led him towards the staircase. The remaining militia on the wall, witnessing the flight of the Li family's 2nd Master, quickly abandoned their weapons and rushed homeward in a panic. "Breakthrough! Charge in!" The soldiers who had scaled the wall shouted, and the cries of battle echoed fiercely. The assault on the Li family estate had commenced, and even before the artillery could be deployed, the tide had turned. Meng Jun had yet to exert himself fully before he was brought down. At this juncture, the gates of the estate swung wide open, courtesy of the Ming soldiers who had breached them. Waves of Ming troops began flooding into the compound, mercilessly executing anyone found armed who did not wear the black military uniform. The sounds of slaughter reverberated throughout the estate as the tenants hurriedly secured their doors, trembling in fear within their homes. Though the majority of the inhabitants were tenants with little fondness for the Li family, their lives, though meager, had been bearable. They yearned for order and tranquility, fearing the unknown dangers that the invading army might bring. Amid the growing anxiety within the estate, the sound of gongs and drums resounded, accompanied by the shouts of the Ming soldiers. Close your doors tightly. No one is to venture outside. No one is to harbor the Li family. At this moment, Li Dayuan also heard the cries from within the estate. Releasing his tight grip on his grandson, his face ashen, he addressed his family. You must flee through the secret passage at once. Scatter and run as far as you can. Remember this enmity, but let it go for now. Hurry. The shouts of the Ming soldiers, proclaiming, surrender and you shall not be killed, lay down your arms, echoed throughout the estate. In less than half an hour, the clamor of battle subsided, and the Li family estate was firmly under the control of the Ming forces. Yuan led his troops towards the old Li residence, where a large contingent of soldiers broke through the main door, startling the Li family servants into retreat. Yuan seized one individual, demanding, "Where is that old man, Li Dayuan?" "Sir, the master is in the study," the servant replied, panic evident in his expression. The Li family estate is quite expansive. Yuan, unfamiliar with the terrain, was fortunate to have Li Quan, who had sought refuge with Meng Jun, as his guide. Intimately acquainted with the layout of the Li residence, naturally, Li Quan knew the location of the study and hurriedly led the way. Observing his awareness, Yuan forcefully pushed aside the attendants and strode purposefully behind him. The group traversed a winding corridor and passed through a circular grove before finally arriving at the entrance of the Li family study. "General, this is the study of Li Dayuan." Li Quan indicated the room ahead and addressed Yuan. "Li Dayuan, come out." Yuan bellowed as he kicked open the door. Inside the study, silence reigned. Upon entering, Yuan and several loyal guards discovered an elderly man with silver hair, blood trickling from his mouth, collapsed on the floor, motionless. Li Quan stepped forward to confirm the identity of the man. It was indeed Li Dayuan. It appeared he had resigned himself to the inevitable downfall of the Li family. Realizing his death was unavoidable, thus, he had chosen to end his own life by poison before Meng Jun's arrival. "How fortunate for this traitor," Yuan remarked bitterly. After surveying the room, he continued, "Search for it. Unearth the Li family's treasury, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground." Outside the Li estate, the eldest son of the Li family, supported by 2 servants, had only managed to flee 3 miles before becoming breathless and drenched in sweat. 2 small children, cradled by the servants, cried out loudly, their wails causing great annoyance to Li Da. Their mother hurriedly took the children, soothing them gently. At that moment, the eldest son of the Li family spoke again. "This will not do. Quickly, go find a sedan chair for me." The 2 supporting servants exchanged glances. One of them replied, "Young master, escaping is our priority. There is no time to fetch a chair." Frowning, the eldest son responded, "If there is no chair, then you shall take turns carrying me." However, Li Da was struck by a different thought. He exchanged a glance with one of the servants, who swiftly snatched the bundle of belongings from the Li family's women and children. The eldest son was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" In that instant, Li Da stepped forward, concealing a dagger in his hand. With a swift thrust, he plunged it into the waist of the eldest son, letting out a sinister laugh. "My apologies, young master. I shall no longer be following you." With that, he twisted the dagger forcefully, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, embodying both the satisfaction of revenge and the thrill of treachery. Soon, the eldest son fell, spewing blood and collapsing to the ground, convulsing. In the midst of this sudden upheaval, the women and children stood frozen in shock. Li Da glanced at them and shouted, "This money is enough for us to live in luxury for generations. Do you wish to remain as servants at the mercy of others? Eliminate them. This wealth is ours. Money we could never hope to earn in 10 lifetimes." The 5 servants exchanged uncertain glances, tempted yet hesitant to act. Just then, the 2 women seemed to regain their senses, shared a glance, and, clutching their children, took off in opposite directions. Seeing this, Li Da urgently commanded, "Quickly, capture them. The money is with them." The servants, initially hesitant, soon resolved to pursue the Li family women, hastily chasing after them. After a brief moment, the 5 individuals, drenched in perspiration, unwrapped several bundles only to discover they were laden with heavy gold and silver, accompanied by promissory notes from the pawn shop. A look of avarice spread across their faces as they hastily divided the treasures among themselves before dispersing in different directions, fleeing into the night. The troops led by Meng Jun, who had entered the estate first, had already seized control of the situation, and no further sounds of conflict echoed within the estate. After a brief cleanup, Meng Jun, accompanied by cavalry, stepped into the Li family manor. "Commander, we have located the Li family treasury. It is indeed concealed within the underground vault," Yuan exclaimed, his face glistening with sweat and his body caked in dirt. Yet his expression radiated exhilaration as he addressed Meng Jun. "How much silver is there? Hurry, let us extract it all." Meng Jun responded, equally invigorated. Chapter 62. The calamity, as the saying goes, a horse cannot thrive without nightgrass, and a man cannot grow wealthy without unexpected fortune. After raiding the Li family estate, a substantial sum of 200,000 taels of silver and 30,000 taels of gold was unearthed. Yet this fell short of the 500,000 taels that Li Quan had mentioned, creating a significant disparity. Yuan diligently interrogated every individual within the Li residence and scoured the premises, but in vain. He could only report back to Meng Jun. Meng Jun, however, remained somewhat indifferent, embracing the philosophy that what is gained is fortunate, and what is lost is fate. The retrieval of 200,000 taels had already exceeded his expectations, and this wealth would sustain him for another 3 to 4 months. The 2 days spent at the Li family estate had been a diversion. Capturing Songjiang County was his paramount concern. Ming soldiers thoroughly searched the entire Li family estate. Li Dayuan's 2 sons, Li Shua, perished amidst the chaos, while Li Dayuan took poison to end his own life. During reconnaissance, a group of corpses consisting of women and children was discovered, identified as Li Dayuan's eldest son, daughter-in-law, and 2 grandsons. This signified the complete annihilation of Li Dayuan's lineage. Meng Jun left Yuan behind, commanding a contingent of 500 soldiers to guard the treasure while he led the main army onward towards Songjiang. If all went according to plan, they would reach the city within 2 days. Meanwhile, as Meng Jun besieged the Li family estate, Li Chengdong in Songjiang found himself in a precarious situation. "Scoundrel, the general has treated you well, yet you dare to betray him," Yan Kui furiously accused Hongguang Era. "Old Yan, it is not my intention to oppose the general. However, with Meng Jun's vast army from Suzhou approaching, the general's indecision could cost us dearly. If this drags on, our men's lives are at stake. Besides, we are receiving a good salary from the Ming. Surrendering to the Tartars is not as simple as it sounds. Listen to me, take the brothers and follow me. I have connections with Zhang Guwei, and we can head to Zhujiang for a better life. Is this not preferable to languishing in this isolated city of Songjiang?" Hongguang Era earnestly persuaded Yan Qi, since his previous attempt to convince Li Chengdong to return to the Ming was rebuffed. Hongguang Era had increasingly felt that remaining in Songjiang was tantamount to a death sentence. Consequently, he rallied his loyalists, amassing over 2,000 men, and prepared to escape to Shaoxing. Unfortunately, just half an hour after departing the city, news reached Li Chengdong, infuriating him, and he ordered Yan Qi to pursue. "To what end? The Qing dynasty is at its zenith. You truly believe this is the time to return to the Ming?" Yan Qi scoffed in rebuttal. "Without 100 years of fortune, the Tartars cannot solidify their hold on the throne. Moreover, clinging to Songjiang is a path to ruin. It is not that I, old Huang, wish to betray the general. I simply cannot bear to see so many brothers perish needlessly in this wretched place. Here is my suggestion. Brother Yan, since we each have our own aspirations, why not take your path while I take mine? We have shared our meals for so long. It is unnecessary for us to clash now," Hongguang Era insisted, unwilling to prolong the standoff with Yan Qi. He knew that once fighting commenced, victory would be beyond his reach. Seeing Hongguang Era's obstinacy, devoid of any remorse, Yan Qi issued a command, and his troops surged forward against Huang's forces. Hongguang Era, his face pale with anger, bellowed, "If we cannot win, we shall perish. Kill them." With that, the 2 armies clashed in a chaotic melee, swords drawn. As lives dissipated meaninglessly in the fray, both forces were predominantly composed of fresh recruits, leading to a fierce and evenly matched confrontation, with neither side gaining the upper hand. In the wilderness, the cries of battle echoed fiercely, yet Hongguang Era's forces were significantly outnumbered. After an hour of intense combat, signs of disarray became evident among his troops. Recognizing the urgent need to retreat, as he could not fend off Yan Qi's advance, and with the arrival of Li Chengdong's reinforcements imminent, Hongguang Era hastily departed the battlefield, spurring his horse to flee with a handful of loyal confidants. Once he abandoned the fight, his remaining soldiers swiftly scattered. Of the 2,000 men, approximately 700 to 800 were either dead or wounded, nearly 1,000 were captured, and the rest fled in disarray. Li Chengdong, with a single command, ordered the execution of all 1,000 captives to instill fear within his ranks. However, this act severely dampened the morale of his troops, as many of those executed had acquaintances within the army. A palpable unrest began to brew among Li Chengdong's soldiers. This internal strife resulted in thousands of casualties, but more critically, the morale of Songjiang City plummeted to an all-time low. Li Chengdong had already harbored doubts about holding the city, and now his resolve waned even further. As he gazed upon Songjiang City under the cloak of night, he steeled himself for the days to come. 2 days later, Meng Jun's vanguard scouts reached Songjiang City. To Zhang Chengsheng's surprise, they encountered no Qing cavalry to impede their advance. With a sense of unease, he approached the city, only to find the gates wide open. As he peered through the entrance, he saw bodies strewn haphazardly, uncertain whether they were dead or alive. 2 brave scouts dismounted and cautiously entered the city, only to be struck dumb by the horrific scene before them. The streets were littered with corpses, and devastation reigned supreme. Numerous buildings lay in ruins, a testament to the chaos that had transpired. Although Songjiang was not a large city, it had a populace exceeding 20,000. Li Chengdong commanded his soldiers to plunder the citizens' wealth, leaving every household stripped bare. Once the soldiers tasted the spoils, they became insatiable, with Li Chengdong showing little inclination to restrain their rampage. Within a day, the visible treasures of Songjiang were virtually exhausted. Yet the troops showed no signs of halting their pillaging. They began to resort to violence, torturing civilians to uncover hidden riches. As the slaughter escalated, the violation of women became rampant, spiraling out of control and culminating in a complete massacre. The city was engulfed in screams of terror and despair. Eventually, no one could recall who ignited the flames that consumed the city, and even Li Chengdong's residents fell victim to the inferno. In a state of disarray, he fled Songjiang City as flames soared into the sky. The day of carnage saw a remarkable resurgence in the morale of his troops, and Li Chengdong, unperturbed by the devastation within the city, quickly led his forces to Hangzhou. On the 3rd day following the massacre, Meng Jun finally arrived, only to be met with the sight of a nearly deserted Songjiang City. The gruesome scene filled him with profound sorrow. The cleanup of the corpses alone took his troops 2 days. Just as Meng Jun contemplated the reconstruction of a naval force at Songjiang and Shanghai, a dreadful piece of news reached him, leaving him speechless as he absorbed its implications. In the 1st year of Ming Hongguang, the 1st year of Longwu, on the 21st day of August in the year 1645, the city of Jiangyin, which had steadfastly resisted for nearly 3 months, fell. Yin Ingyuan was captured and, refusing to yield, was executed. His family, resolute in their refusal to surrender to the Qing forces, met the same fate. Within the Jiangyin County office, 43 individuals chose to immolate themselves in flames. Meanwhile, Yin Ingyuan, seated in the eastern enemy tower, penned an immortal farewell poem, with unkempt hair for 80 days. I pledge my loyalty, a testament to the figures of the great ancestor across 17 dynasties. 100,000 hearts united in righteous death, leaving behind 300 miles of the Ming territory. Chapter 63, returning to Suzhou for over half a month. All the time had been consumed in the rigors of military march, with only a minor skirmish at Li family village to show for it. Meng Jun had anticipated a fierce siege at the gates of Songjiang, yet to his astonishment, Li Chengdong had fled. Had he known this would be the case, Meng Jun mused that it would have been wiser to remain in Suzhou to prepare for battle, thus sparing himself the futile waste of a precious month. Upon receiving news of Jiangyin's fall, a wave of uncertainty washed over Meng Jun. With Jiangyin captured, the next move of the countless troops besieging it would undoubtedly target Suzhou. Once Jiangnan was subdued, the rear would be secure, and with its abundant resources, it could sustain the vast 8 banners and green standard armies. Whether it be the Duke of Lu in Zhejiang, the Longwu Emperor in Fujin, Zhang Zhilong, Zhang Xinzhong in Sichuan, or He Dingzhou in Hongguang, the Qing court could quell each one in turn. The north lay in ruins, and the Qing court had only just begun to establish control there. The funds and supplies acquired were woefully inadequate to meet the colossal military expenditures now required. Jiangnan had become the focal point of the Qing dynasty. Ever since the issuance of the head-shaving decree, resistance in Jiangnan had surged, leading to relentless debates within the Qing court. For Dorgan, the enforcer of this decree, retreating from his own edict would severely undermine his authority, for the internal dynamics of the Qing court were far from monolithic. Prince Su Huj cast a watchful eye over the throne, as the struggle for power shifted from open confrontation to clandestine maneuvering. Particularly, the commanders of the 2 yellow banners, once directly under the command of the late Hong Taiji, had largely supported Huja's claim to the throne. Influential court ministers such as Turga, Soni, Tulai, Shihan, Gungadai, Aobai, Tantai, and Taizhan successively expressed their backing for Prince Su's ascension. Even the venerable Prince Zheng, Jiralang, who commanded the bordered blue banner, leaned towards supporting Huge's rise. In terms of military strength, Huge enjoyed the backing of the yellow banners and the bordered yellow banner, along with the support of the commanders of the bordered blue banner, granting him an undeniable advantage. The most esteemed figure at that time was the second brother of Hong Taiji, Prince Li, Daisan, who believed that as the eldest son of the emperor, Huge was the rightful heir to the throne. In the fierce contest for the imperial seat, Dorgan and Huge stood on equal footing. The great battle for the throne commenced on the 21st day of the 9th month in the 8th year of Chonda, September 21st, 1643. Both sides were resolute, with tensions within the Qing court reaching a boiling point, threatening to erupt into open conflict at any moment. Amidst the stalemate between Huge and Dorgan, after days of negotiation, the ministers of the two yellow banners, wielding their swords, entered the court to voice their counsel. The late emperor's kindness to us was immeasurable. If we do not establish the late emperor's son, we would rather die following him into the afterlife. As key figures representing the armed forces directly overseen by Hong Taiji, the ministers proposed a new plan for succession amidst the intense rivalry between Dorgan and Huge. After more than 10 days of deliberation, the highest council reached a final resolution. Only 6-year-old Fulian would ascend the throne, with Prince Zheng Jiralang and Prince Rui Dorgan serving as regents. Jiralang was a supporter of Hauge, and the majority of high-ranking officials in the court raised no objections. Thus, Hauge lost a precious opportunity that brought him closest to the throne. Although he did not seize the crown, his military prowess continually pricked at Dorong's conscience, leaving him in a state of unease. Dorong, disregarding the opinions of others, entered the capital and easily defeated Li Zicheng, seizing Beijing. The entire northern region of China surrendered at his feet, while his own brother, Duo, effortlessly conquered Nanjing, obliterating the Hongguang regime. Now, Dorong's reputation soared to unprecedented heights, and any wavering on the issue of the shaving edict would undoubtedly tarnish his standing. Therefore, Dorong repeatedly urged Baoyuo to swiftly capture Jiangyin and eliminate the anti-Qing forces in Jiangnan, particularly in Suzhou, which was like a thorn in his flesh and a nail in his eye. Upon receiving the news, Meng Jun felt the urgency of the situation. He instructed Han Xiong to make arrangements for the affairs of Songjiang and to return to Suzhou with his troops as swiftly as possible, bringing along only 100 or so knights, hastening back to Suzhou. What? The Grand Commander has returned to Suzhou? Yuan inquired, astonished. After receiving confirmation from his subordinate, a sense of disappointment washed over Yuan. As the Grand Commander's personal guard leader, albeit an assistant, he felt disheartened that the Grand Commander had departed without taking him along. Boss, this is a letter from the Grand Commander, his subordinate said, rummaging through his belongings before producing an envelope. Yuan opened the envelope, which contained only a single line, "Bring the silver back to Suzhou." Yuan scratched his head, sighing. Bringing the silver back will certainly mean a slow march with the army, taking at least half a month. Alas, as his subordinate observed Yuan's languid demeanor, a sudden thought struck him, and he hastily exclaimed, "Boss, what about that woman?" Yuan turned back, puzzled. Woman? Then, realization dawned upon him. Oh, that woman. Ask her if she has any relatives to turn to, and perhaps we can give her some money to send her on her way. His subordinate nodded and turned to leave. Still preoccupied with thoughts of the silver, Yuan sat down, only to suddenly recall the astonished expression on Meng Jun's face when he first met the woman. As the Grand Commander's close confidant, he wondered if he should consider this more deeply. What if the Grand Commander asked him about her after she was let go? In a moment of clarity, Yuan sprang to his feet. No, I cannot let this woman go. She must be brought back to Suzhou. Even if the Grand Commander does not have such intentions, she could serve as a maid for the old lady. In a flurry, Yuan rushed outside, eager to call his subordinate back. Days later, Meng Jun and his entourage returned to Suzhou, weary from their journey. Yang was taken aback, not expecting Meng Jun to return so swiftly. Meng Jun instructed Yang to make arrangements for the subordinates who had accompanied him, while he headed towards the back courtyard. Upon his return, Meng Jun appeared fatigued. He ordered the household servants to prepare a meal and hastily cleaned himself. After a quick bite, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Having endured days of travel, with the harsh winds and scant sustenance leaving his body sore and aching. The next day, in the study, Yang was discussing matters with Meng Jun Commander. Here is a brief record of the defense of Jiangyin, Yang said, handing a document to Meng Jun. Meng Jun took the document, opened it, and after a moment's reflection, let out a long sigh, exclaiming its poignant beauty. Yin Ingyuan, the magistrate of Jiangyin, possessed both courage and insight, coupled with wisdom and valor, surpassing numerous generals and commanders. Despite the fall of Jiangyin, they had exerted their utmost efforts. Upon hearing this, Yang'an responded with fervor. A strong wind reveals the sturdy grass. In turbulent times, true loyalty is discerned. Yin Yuan's steadfast defense of Jiangyin for so long is indeed worthy of admiration. Governor, in these times, those who uphold great righteousness are few and far between. Although Jiangyin has succumbed, the significant deeds accomplished by the governor in Suzhou have already resonated throughout the world. Heroes and righteous individuals from all corners are flocking to join, demonstrating the people's unwavering support. Chapter 64 Prelude outside the county town of Jiangyin. A procession of laborers was engaged in the grim task of disposing of the countless corpses strewn throughout the city. The air was thick with despair, as these pallbearers moved with a mechanical detachment, treating the lifeless bodies as mere logs. The harrowing scenes of devastation had rendered them numb to the tragedy unfolding around them. Yang Lin, while handling a body, gazed upon the youthful visage before him, a pang of pity stirring within him. They are all compatriots, he thought. Such a tragedy. Entire families extinguished. Is it worth it? All for a mere hairstyle? Meanwhile, within the grand tent of the Qing army stationed outside the city, a gathering of notable figures convened. Among them were Duke Baoyuo, General Bai Yingtu, the noble Tu Lai, Prince Tunki, the loyal Wang Kong Yud, and the Marquis Lu Yangzhou, alongside various other officers of the Han army. This diminutive city of Jiangyin has managed to withstand the might of our Qing cavalry for several months, Baoyuo remarked, casting a piercing gaze at Lu Yangzhou. Tell me, General Lu, had it not been for the arrival of my 8 banners troops, were you planning to besiege the city in October and dig your way in? Feeling a tremor of fear, Lu Yangzhou hastily knelt before Baoyuo, replying, My lord, my soldiers are, of course, not as formidable as the 8 banners iron troops. Once they arrived, Jiangyin would fall within days. I would not have been able to keep pace. In the second year of the Hongguang Era, 1645, Prince Dodo led an army southward, and Lu Yangzhou, commanding an army of 100,000, surrendered, participating in the suppression of the southern insurrectionists. As the Qing forces advanced on Danyang, Jintan, and Jiangyin, they suffered a loss of 30% of their troops, leaving him with over 60,000 men. Pleased by Lu Yangzhu's flattery, Baoyuo chuckled, Our Qing dynasty sweeps across the land. That Meng Jun, oblivious to his fate, has audaciously occupied the vital stronghold of Suzhou. After resting our troops for several days, we shall march southward and swiftly eliminate the likes of Meng Jun and Zhu Yihai. Baoyuo, casting a glance at Lu Yangzhou, recognized the necessity of relying on these Han troops as cannon fodder, with Lu still commanding a substantial force. It was prudent not to humiliate him excessively. He waved his hand, permitting Lu to rise. At that moment, General Bai Yingtu addressed Baoyuo, Your Highness, our supplies can sustain us for another month, but our ammunition is running low. Should we not urge that old scoundrel Hong Chinchou to expedite the delivery? Let it be sent directly to Wuxi, Baoyuo replied. The county officials there should recruit more laborers. We can utilize them for filling trenches and breaching the city walls. There are plenty of people in Jiangnan, after all. Curse it, why are there people everywhere? Tu Lai muttered. Baoyuo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Isn't there still a Bai Yongfu in Wuxi? That incompetent has around 30,000 troops. If we combine forces, we could amass nearly 150,000 men to besiege Suzhou, surely an easy task. That old man Hong still harbors thoughts of pacification? Pacify what? As for Jiangyin, the city lay shrouded in death, with corpses piled high and every well filled to the brim with the deceased. Countless homes bore witness to lives lost to suicide. The entire place resembling a ghostly realm devoid of any signs of life, save for the laborers tasked with clearing the bodies. Meanwhile, within the city of Suzhou, the upper echelons of Meng's forces were convening in a meeting. Meng Jun spoke in a low voice, inquiring about any news from the Qing forces in Jiangyin. Meng Bian shook his head and replied, Governor, since the fall of Jiangyin, Bolo's army has remained encamped at the foot of the city, showing no signs of movement for 5 days. However, reports from Nanjing indicate that large quantities of gunpowder and munitions are being transported toward Wuxi from the provincial treasury. What about Yongfu and Wuxi? Meng Jun asked. There has been no activity, it is quite tranquil. Even the scouts are rarely dispatched. Yet, we have been unable to gather intelligence regarding the happenings within Wuxi, Bian responded. Situated in the southeast, Suzhou had managed to capture Songyang, providing some semblance of a rear base, yet both flanks remained hostile, and the allied forces proved to be rather ineffective. Observing this predicament, Meng Jun felt a profound sense of helplessness. Han Xiong gazed at Meng Jun, furrowing his brow as he studied the map of Jiangnan, and finally suggested, "Why not simply assault Wuxi?" Before Meng Jun could respond, Lin Shiqi let out a derisive laugh. Infuriated, Han Xiong retorted, "Lin Shiqi, what do you mean by that? Why are you laughing?" With an air of innocence, Lin Shiqi replied, "What have I said?" "Enough," Meng Jun interjected, redirecting his attention from the map to quell the dispute. It was perplexing. Lin Shiqi and Han Xiong had a mutual disdain for one another, often leading to discord between them. Such behavior had even begun to incite tensions between Ningwu Town and Kawu Town. Attacking Wuxi would undoubtedly compel BLO to march southward. The Manchu cavalry was numerous, and their forces vast. Thus, this strategy was fraught with peril. Meng Jun shook his head, dismissing that option. The same reasoning applied to an assault on Hangzhou. Without capturing the city, BOLO would assuredly advance south, and with the main forces absent from Suzhou, it would be impossible to defend the city. Are we left with no choice but to hold this path? To steadfastly defend Suzhou? Yang An asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Meng Jun felt a sense of resignation. He had long contemplated a proactive approach to alter the situation, yet the prevailing circumstances left him no choice. He was not Xiongyu, capable of achieving remarkable victories against overwhelming odds. Given the current state of affairs, it appeared that the only viable strategy was to resolutely defend Suzhou. Should Suzhou fall, Meng Jun would be unable to sustain the troops of the three towns, along with the various auxiliary forces, artillery, and cavalry. In this era, the conditions for guerrilla warfare were simply not present. After a lengthy military council, all present racked their brains but could not conceive a strategy superior to the steadfast defense of Suzhou. Finally, Meng Jun declared, "We shall fortify Suzhou. The entire city must prepare for battle. We must transform Suzhou into a fortified bastion, ensuring we can thwart Bolo's advances." After securing Kunshan, Jiaoding, and Songjiang, Meng Jun left a contingent of militia soldiers and several literate youths behind to organize grassroots units on the spot. The main force of Meng's army would remain in Suzhou, for if the Qing forces were to attack the other three cities, they would surely fall. To disregard this threat would render Meng Jun's month-long efforts with over 20,000 men futile. Determined, Meng Jun resolved to send someone to organize the populace of the three cities, ensuring that the Qing forces would not seize them easily. This individual needed to possess leadership capabilities and experience in guerrilla tactics. As he contemplated the personnel available to him, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Meng Jun's mind. "Gaoyi," he called toward the door. The governor noticed that Gaoyi appeared pale and unsteady, still recovering from the injuries sustained during the battle at Yangzhou Lake. Meng Jun furrowed his brow and remarked, "I have repeatedly urged you to rest properly. Why must you insist on engaging in work?" Gaoyi hastily interjected, "My lord, I shall be finished shortly. There is no cause for concern." He then patted his chest, but immediately succumbed to a fit of coughing. "Enough, enough. You must return and recuperate. Tend to your wounds. A great battle looms on the horizon, and I shall rely on you for protection," the lord said. Gaoyi felt a surge of emotion and offered a respectful gesture to Meng Jun before preparing to depart. However, Meng Jun called out to Gaoyi, inquiring, "Is Zhao Yangping's injury healed?" "It should be, as his wounds were less severe than mine," Gaoyi replied, scratching his head. "Very well," informed Zhao Yangping. Chapter 65. By Yongfu's hesitation as dusk descended upon Wuxi, within the county office, a round table was laden with an array of dishes, yet only 3 individuals sat there, sipping their drinks in silence, devoid of any lively atmosphere of toasting and camaraderie. The scene felt rather dismal. By Yongfu, visibly troubled, downed a cup of liquor in one gulp and muttered, "We lost this battle. It's not just the loss of troops. Over 1,008 banner soldiers perished. And that fool Funi was actually slain by Meng Jun in battle. How am I supposed to explain this to Governor Hong?" Upon hearing his lament, the others exchanged glances. And after a moment, Wu Shunchang turned to Xiaoming's Wu and cautiously remarked, "General, it seems that General BLO won't be long for Jiangyin." Following this statement, Wu Shunchang fell silent, casting another glance at Xiaoming's Wu. Pondering deeply, Xiaoming's Wu's expression turned grim. "It appears we are destined to be cannon fodder. How many laborers from the Green Battalion have already filled the walls at Jiangyin? Suzhou is even larger and more fortified, and Meng Jun's troops are far superior to the commoners of Jiangyin. Our scant resources will likely be consumed entirely." Sighing, Bai Yongfu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had once confidently assured Hong Qingqiu that he would deliver Meng Jun's head within a month, But now, Jiang Ning offered no such assurance, only orders to follow General Bolo's commands, which left Bai Yongfu in a state of alarm. After so many eight banners had fallen, he was not made of stone. With over 20,000 men still under his command, the Qing court would not pressure him too harshly. Yet, if he found himself without troops, he would become a soft target, easily manipulated. BLO had issued orders for Bai Yongfu to prepare his forces for when the Jiangyin army arrived in Wuxi, with his division serving as the vanguard. This was unmistakably a signal to Bai Yongfu that he was to be the first wave, the expendable front line in an assault. Upon receiving the command, he was rendered unable to eat or sleep, waking in the night, his hair graying with worry. Meng Jun was indeed a formidable figure. Countless valiant warriors had fallen to the eight banners, and here was Meng Jun commanding such loyalty among his ranks, slaying thousands of armored eight-banner soldiers. If this had occurred a decade earlier, it might have earned him a title of nobility. Xiao Ming's spoke with a hint of urgency. "General, you must make a decision. The men are anxious. We Haven Tea even distributed the compensation from the last battle, and there are murmurs of discontent among the brothers. The city is in an uproar. If this continues, something unfortunate may transpire." A flicker of something unusual crossed by Yongfu's eyes, but he kept his demeanor calm, took a bite of food, savored it slowly, and then sipped his drink before gently placing the cup down. "I understand. You all return first and reassure the men," he replied softly. In the study, Bai Yongfu reclined in a rocking chair while a young man stood nearby, his eldest son, Bai Tianchu. Bai Tianchu was striking in appearance, though a single long lock of hair at the back of his head slightly diminished his attractiveness. "Tianchu, I need you to make a discreet journey to Suzhou. Take Lu Ping and Zhao Quan with you," Bai Yongfu instructed after a moment of contemplation, straightening up to speak quietly to his son. Bai Tianchu hesitated and asked his father, "What is the purpose of going to Suzhou?" Bai Yongfu shook his head and replied, "There is nothing for you to do. You simply need to meet Meng Jun and deliver this letter to him. Remember, this letter must be handed to him by your own hand." Bai Yongfu earnestly instructed his son. "Understood, father." After Bai Tianchu departed, Bai Yongfu lay back in his rocking chair, murmuring to himself, "What a wretched world we live in." Meanwhile, within the city of Suzhou, Meng Jun had spent an entire day deliberating with Zhao Yongping. Zhao Yongping was a man of chivalry and righteousness, known for his readiness to champion the cause of justice. In his youth, he often found himself embroiled in trouble, causing his family to incur financial losses in their attempts to mitigate the fallout. Nonetheless, this very trait garnered him a multitude of friends. Under the edict of head shaving, Zhao Yongping was able to rally hundreds of righteous warriors, occupying Yongji town and engaging in guerrilla warfare under the watchful eyes of the Qing forces. Although he had not achieved significant victories, the mere ability to maneuver his troops in such a manner was commendable, especially considering his familiarity with the local terrain and the support he enjoyed from the populace. Recognizing these attributes, Meng Jun resolved to allow Zhao Yongping to act autonomously, harassing the Qing supply lines. Simultaneously, Yang An was to take command, securing the cities of Songjiang, Jiading, and Kunshan to fortify their rearguard. Wu Jifan, Zhang Shun, and several others would assist in independently managing a town, relocating the majority of the Suzhou workshops and armories to Songjiang. Given the dense population of Suzhou, a gradual evacuation was necessary, ensuring that only capable soldiers remained. Concurrently, Meng Jun's messengers were relentlessly dispatched to the king of Lu, pleading for assistance. In his letters, Meng Jun expressed his desperation, beseeching the king to send troops in his name as the General Eagle Yang. As for the more distant Fujian, Meng Jun also sent emissaries by boat to seek aid, though he held little hope. On one hand, the Longwu Emperor was under the control of the Zheng family, and his military resources were predominantly composed of Zheng loyalists. Thus, even if the emperor wished to assist, he would be powerless. On the other hand, Meng Jun harbored a certain disdain for the Zheng family, particularly Zheng Zhilong, and did not believe he would dispatch troops. Nevertheless, Meng Jun resolved to cast a wide net in his search for aid. Determined to confront BLO beneath the walls of Suzhou, Meng Jun vowed to inflict damage upon BLO, even at the cost of his own life. Just as Meng Jun was diligently preparing for battle, BLO penned a letter to him. BLO, the grandson of Nurhasai and a member of the Manchu royal family, was known for his steady temperament. At the age of 32, he distinguished himself among Nurhasai's third generation and enjoyed the favor of Dorgan. Bolo was the son of Abatai, the prince of Raoyu, and in the first year of Chengda, he was granted the title of Gushan Beizi. In the third year, he served as the chancellor of the Board of Rites. After entering the pass, He accompanied Dorgan in suppressing the peasant uprisings led by Li Ziqing in Hunan and Shaanxi. Following his successful campaigns across the Yangtze River, he notably quelled the uprising in Jiangyin. Historically, in the following year, which would be the third year of Xuanji, Bolo was appointed as the general of the southern expedition, crossing the Qian'an River to seize Zhejiang, defeating Fujin, and dispatching his subordinate Tong Yangjia to advance into Guangdong. He ultimately vanquished the Zhejiang Lu royal regime, the Fujin Lanwu regime, and persuaded Zhang Zhilong to surrender. For his efforts, he was subsequently elevated to the title of Duke of Duanzhong and conferred the rank of prince. He was a key figure in the Qing court's pacification of the Southern Ming. Yet now, with Meng Jun in the fray, the trajectory of history remained uncertain. Chapter 66. Persuasion to surrender. In the letter penned by Bolo to Meng Jun, there was little in the way of tempting promises of titles or positions. In merely a few terse phrases, he extolled Meng Jun, implying that true heroes often emerge from humble beginnings. Once merely a minor officer in the imperial ranks, Meng Jun's rise to prominence was a testament to the court's oversight of talent. Bolo urged Meng Jun to surrender promptly, assuring that he would not lose his noble status. Otherwise, when the armies encircled the city, it would be a scene of utter devastation. Meng Jun placed the letter face down upon the table and raised his gaze towards the envoy advocating for surrender. The man was tall, clad in a flowing robe, exuding an air of confidence and composure as he spoke eloquently, showing no sign of fear before Meng's generals, adopting an authoritative demeanor. The Qing dynasty, in accordance with the mandate of heaven, has witnessed fortified cities and strongholds capitulating at the mere presence of its forces. Within a few months, the capture of the Hongguang Emperor led to the surrender of all 4 southern towns, bringing the entirety of Jiangnan under the court's dominion. Should the generals choose to submit, their titles would remain intact. With the imperial court now fallen, holding out serves no purpose. How can a mere city like Suzhou withstand the advance of an army of hundreds of thousands? Where they march, they leave naught but ruin in their wake. Even if the general concerns not for personal wealth or status, he must consider the survival of his loyal subordinates. Moreover, the ancient city of Suzhou, thriving for a millennium, could be lost in an instant. Surely that is a tragedy worth lamenting. It is only logical for the general to yield. Do you not see that General Wu has been granted the title of Prince Pingxi, while Governor Hong commands Jiang'an, Lu Liangzhou, Lu Ziqing, and Zhuo lead their million-strong armies, all in submission to the orders of the court? The general's domain covers but 100 miles, with scarcely 100 soldiers at his command, and only a few tens of thousands in total. How can he hope to withstand the fierce forces of General Bolo? The fates of the million souls residing in Suzhou lie within the hands of General Meng. I implore you, think carefully before proceeding. Upon hearing these words, several commanders of Meng's army displayed expressions of concern, anger, and indifference, each revealing their own sentiments. Meng Jun cast a fleeting glance at them before responding with a calm smile. Those who recognize the currents of the times are indeed wise, yet regrettably, I am not among them. In times of war, one does not slay envoys. Thus, your words are unnecessary. Return and inform Bolo that I, Meng Jun, am willing to spill blood for my homeland. The Qing envoy, undeterred by Meng Jun's retort, merely clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, acknowledging the general's noble spirit and fervent loyalty. Alas, the conflict for the imperial throne among the royal family of Zhejiang and the Lanwu of Fujin is intensifying. One cannot predict who will come to the general's aid when our forces arrive. To be besieged in a solitary city is a dire predicament. Such a course of action lacks wisdom. Waving his hand dismissively, Meng Jun signaled that he wished to end the conversation. The envoy, recognizing this, ceased his words and strode confidently out of the hall. After the envoy's departure, Meng Jun spoke, "Let us all take a seat. One person's counsel may be limited, but together we can formulate a more comprehensive strategy for the impending battle. Let us discuss how we might proceed." Within the chamber were but a few individuals: Yang En, Meng Bian, Meng Biji, Lin Shiqi, Han Xiong, Gao Yi, and Zhao Yongping, all trusted confidants of Meng Jun. Meng Bian sighed. Rumors have circulated that the Khitan prince intends to apply military pressure. While the populace remains anxious, the city itself is relatively stable. Should we consider relocating some civilians to the vicinity of Songjiang, leaving only the capable behind? Zhao Yongping hesitated. It may not be prudent. Before Meng Jun could interject, Yang En stood and vociferously countered, "That is unwise." Meng Jun, slightly perplexed, thought it of little use to keep the elderly and frail within the city. He believed it would be beneficial to disperse a contingent of elite soldiers beyond the city limits, forming a new army in the areas of Songjiang and Taicang. Ready to serve as reinforcements, this had been his intention the day prior. Meng Jun expressed his desire to hear Yang'an's perspective, stating that the cities of Songjiang, Taicang, Jiaxing, and Kunshan were of lesser importance, while Suzhou was the birthplace of the governor. He noted that if Suzhou could not be defended, the remaining territories would stand no chance against the forces of Biolo. Yang'an paused before responding, emphasizing that without the preservation of the populace, the soldiers would lack the resolve to fight to the death. If there remained even a hint of retreat among the ranks, the only viable strategy was to steadfastly defend Suzhou and await a change in circumstance. Meng Jun, pondering the fate of a solitary city, lamented the absence of external reinforcements, yet recognized the limitations of the newly formed army's capability to assist Suzhou. The assembly fell into contemplative silence after Yang's words. In an unexpected turn, Meng Jun burst into laughter, proclaiming that there was always a glimmer of hope. Just months prior, his forces numbered merely in the thousands, devoid of provisions and weaponry, with no solid ground to stand upon. Now, in a mere few months, they had vanquished Li Chengdong and defeated by Yangfu, amassing an army of tens of thousands. With Suzhou's formidable walls and abundant supplies capable of sustaining the troops for 3 years, what was there to fear? Upon observing the renewed spirits of his companions, Meng Jun continued, reflecting on the strength of the Manchu forces. During the battle at Yangcheng Lake, despite being outnumbered by merely over 1,000 bannermen, they had harnessed the advantages of time and terrain, yet had still paid a steep price. Nevertheless, they had fought valiantly, nearly annihilating the bannermen in open combat. He mused on the disparity between the Manchu soldiers and the Green Standard Army, asserting that when the Manchu troops dismounted to scale the city walls, they were no different from the Green Standard troops. From the heights of the city, even a child could defeat them with a simple brick. Under the barrage of arrows and cannon fire from the ramparts, they remained flesh and blood. Therefore, even if BLO's forces reached Suzhou, Meng Jun firmly believed they could repel them and teach these invaders that Jiangnan was not only a bastion of culture but also a land where the blood and valor of its men were unmatched. The conviction of Meng Jun invigorated the assembly. After a moment, Lin Shiqi inquired about the possibility of a prolonged siege by the Qing forces. Meng Bianji, upon hearing this, maintained his composure and replied that if the Manchu soldiers chose to besiege the city, they were welcome to do so. With ample provisions in Suzhou, he saw no reason to fear their encirclement, especially given the devastation in the north. He doubted how much sustenance the invaders could gather to sustain a siege for years. At this moment, Han Xiong spoke up, stating that while we defend the city with cannons, the Qing army undoubtedly possesses artillery as well. Once they breach a section of the city wall, the Qing soldiers could swarm in and commit widespread slaughter. Indeed, artillery is a formidable weapon for besieging cities. When the Qing forces captured Yangzhou, it was only when their cannons arrived that they launched a significant assault. Although the walls of Suzhou are stout, if faced with the relentless bombardment of the Red Fort cannons day and night, they may not withstand the onslaught. However, let us not forget that the Red Fort cannons weigh several thousand pounds, and during this rainy season in Jiangnan, the roads are treacherously muddy, making their passage far from assured. Yang'an began to explain slowly, then continued, asserting that in terms of timing, terrain, and morale, we hold a distinct advantage over the Qing forces. Firstly, concerning timing, the Manchu 8 banners are composed of northerners, who, upon arriving in Jiangnan, are unaccustomed to the local climate and environment. Moreover, the troops besieging Jiangnan are weary from prolonged conflict, which is a significant disadvantage. Secondly, in terms of terrain, Jiangnan is crisscrossed by a vast network of waterways and lakes, which is unfavorable for cavalry to undertake long-distance raids. Our forces are fortified by the protection of the city walls, thus the advantage lies with us. Lastly, regarding morale, under the shaving edict of Dorgan, the righteous armies of Jiangnan have surged forth. The events of the 81 days in Jiangnan stand as irrefutable evidence. How many have defected only to rebel again? In Yangzhou, within 10 days, the slaughter reached 800,000. Is there any tribe so merciless as to seize dominion over the world? Meng Jun rose from his seat, clenched his fist, and slammed it down on the table with a cold laugh. How many Manchus are there in total? Nearly 1 million at most. That is hardly more than the population of our city of Suzhou. The true elite among the armored 8-banner cavalry number no more than 20,000. BOLO's main force claims to be 100,000, yet among them, the true elite can hardly exceed 20,000, with the rest being mostly Mongolian 8-banners, Han 8-banners, and a significant number of conscripted defectors. If we unite our strength and dare to confront the Tartars head-on, they are but a paper tiger. If it were otherwise, would BLO even attempt to negotiate with us? Chapter 67. The Southern Expedition. He chuckled, his arm extended like Amanda's. Heedless of the peril that loomed, he had intended to offer him a promising future, but it seemed that he had been overly merciful. There lay Bielo, reclining languidly on a chair, surrounded by several exquisitely beautiful women attending to him. One of them delicately held a grape to his lips, and as he opened his mouth, he languidly caressed her fragile hand, oblivious to the presence of others nearby. Kneeling before him was the envoy dispatched by Bielo to persuade the surrender, now meticulously recounting the circumstances of his meeting with Meng. Enough, you may leave, Bielo said, showing little concern for Meng Jun's reluctance to yield. After all, he was merely a provincial native. Countless elite troops had perished before the banners of the Eight Banners. Even the once mighty White Flag Army had been shaken to its core. Yet the Eight Banners soldiers had persevered, gnawing through this tough nut. Since his arrival in Jiangnan, Bielo had not faced any formidable battles. The conquest of Yangzhou had been a mere formality, albeit exhausting due to the slaughter. The only noteworthy engagement had been the battle for Jiangnan, which had cost some of his Eight Banners soldiers. However, such resilient adversaries were rare, and Bielo did not believe Meng Jun to be one of them. Moreover, the size of a city did not necessarily correlate with its defensibility. Bielo had amassed an overwhelming number of troops, to the point of finding them cumbersome as they rapidly consumed provisions. This surplus could serve to fortify the city, achieving multiple objectives. As for Bai Yongfu, he regarded him as a mere liability, having lost Fanon under his command. This time, he would undoubtedly be treated as cannon fodder. Once the men were all dead, he would simply be discarded. Bolo's mind raced as his hands continued their restless movements. He glanced at the lovely women before him and chuckled. While the Han people may falter in warfare, the women of Jiangnan are indeed remarkable. Haraha. The commander issued a decree for the entire army to march southward, with the intent to seize Suzhou and plunder for 10 days. Concurrently, urgent orders were dispatched to Bai Yongfu at the Qing army's camp in Wuxi, making it clear that regardless of his current sentiments, an expedition was now unavoidable. Though Bielo held Meng Jun in low regard, he would nonetheless commit fully to the endeavor. Commanding an elite force of 20,000 Manchu soldiers, over 10,000 Mongolian Eight-Banner troops, and 20,000 Han army soldiers, alongside 4,000 former Southern Ming defectors. His generals included Liu Yangzhou, the loyal King Kongde, Prince Nikan, and Prince Shanshan, along with the valiant General Biangtu, Zhang Jingtulai, and the defected generals Tian Xiong and Ma Digong, along with hundreds of officers, as the Grand Army advanced with great momentum. As Bolo's forces began their march, scouts swiftly relayed the news back to Suzhou. On the city walls, Ming soldiers stood vigilant, spears at the ready, with silhouettes visible between the battlements, indicating a robust defense. The moats, caltrops, and deer horns scattered outside the city bore witness to the fact that Ming's troops had not been idly waiting. Numerous traps lay concealed beyond the walls. Meanwhile, on the steps of the city, a multitude of soldiers and laborers busily transported arrows, stones, rolling logs, and oil for the defense of the city. The collection of excrement within the city had commenced. Suzhou, a grand city with a population nearing 1 million, produced an uncountable amount of waste daily. The surrounding woodlands had long been stripped bare by Ming's forces, transforming the once lush scenery of Jiang and into a landscape of impending doom. Upon the enemy's platform, the few artillery pieces of the Ming army were positioned atop the walls. In the grand city of Suzhou, there were merely over 100 cannons scattered across various points. Even on one side of the city wall, there were fewer than 30 cannons. Nevertheless, the gunners meticulously inspected the artillery. Several civilian houses adjacent to the city steps had been requisitioned, filled to the brim with ample gunpowder and defensive equipment. The soldiers atop the walls were industriously engaged, while the Grand Hall of the Ming Army's command in the city was equally bustling with activity. Numerous carpenters were crafting catapults, with dozens of rudimentary machines set aside, as soldiers transported the completed catapults to the rear of the city walls. To accommodate these siege engines, the nearby civilian houses had been dismantled, allowing for their placement. As the Ming Army's artillery was insufficient, these catapults would enhance their long-range firepower to some extent. Meanwhile, the propaganda office within the city fervently narrated the brutalities of the Qing soldiers to the citizens, recounting the massacres in Yangzhou and Jiangyin. The clamor within the city was incessant, with slogans of revitalizing the Ming and expelling the northern invaders echoing throughout. A wealthy merchant from Suzhou, Huang Liuqi, commanded his servants to bring copious amounts of fine wine and wealth as rewards, offering 1 tael of silver and a jar of wine to any able-bodied man who joined the city's defense. A valiant warrior nearby laughed heartily, declaring he sought no money, only the pleasure of tasting Huang's exquisite wine. Prominent families within the city were hastily dismantling their wooden beams and bricks for the Ming army's use in the defense. Dozens of elderly scholars procured pristine, white cotton threads, swiftly crafting numerous banners inscribed with the phrase revitalization of the Ming, their bold calligraphy exuding vigor and resilience. The sight of these white banners, with black ink fluttering in the wind, radiated an indomitable spirit. At this moment, Meng Jun led several officers meticulously inspecting every aspect of the city's defenses. The relentless pressure from the Qing armies advancing hundreds of thousands had deprived him of sleep in recent days. Yet, before his subordinates, he displayed not a hint of his inner turmoil. He occasionally instructed individuals to patrol the city gates, oversee public order, or forge materials for the defense, as well as send envoys beyond the city to connect with the righteous army. Once everything settled, he approached the city walls, donning iron armor and resting his hand on his battle blade, observing the bustling soldiers. Silently, he acknowledged that all necessary preparations had been made. Perhaps there were better choices. But the die was cast. Life and death were ordained by fate, and fortune was in the heavens. At this moment, Meng Jun stood like a statue atop the city of Suzhou, quietly observing the myriad lives within the city. Behind him stood Gaoyi and Yuan. Gaoyi, robust and clad in the standard heavy armor of the Ming, with a thick-backed sword at his waist, exuded an aura of a formidable warrior. In contrast, Yuan appeared somewhat more delicate, donned in light armor, wielding a long spear and carrying a large bow on his back. Nevertheless, Yuan's tall stature and refined features were striking. At that moment, several scouts galloped swiftly from afar, and soon one of them ascended the city walls with urgency. "Commander, 20 miles outside the city, there are Qing scouts. We engaged them in combat, each side suffering one loss." As the scout departed, Meng Jun murmured to himself. Chapter 68. Dark clouds over the city at this moment in Beijing. After the Qing army entered the pass, they unexpectedly occupied the entire northern region with remarkable ease. However, the thrill of victory quickly faded as pressing realities emerged. Following their conquest, over 100,000 Eight Banners troops, along with countless dependents and a significant number of incorporated northern border forces, posed a substantial challenge regarding food supply. The northern territories, ravaged by years of natural disasters and warfare, found themselves in dire straits. In a bid to address the food crisis, the Eight Banner nobility hastily began seizing land, transforming peasant fields into banner lands, and compelling the populace into servitude to cultivate the land for the Eight Banners. The Qing army's imposition of a serfdom system in the north ruthlessly exploited the common folk. Although the masses found themselves temporarily powerless to resist the Qing soldiers' oppression, an undercurrent of unrest surged as bandits and rebel factions proliferated, significantly draining the Qing court's attention and resources. Meng Jun, preoccupied with the immediate situation outside the city of Suzhou, could not afford to contemplate the broader issues plaguing the north. Not far from the city walls, Qing scouts on horseback began to appear in small groups, prompting Huangqing's sentries to charge out of the city gates, igniting the onset of battle. The scouts clashed fiercely. Both sides comprised elite troops, resulting in a stalemate. As time progressed, the appearance of increasing numbers of Qing cavalry intensified the pressure on Huangqing, gradually forcing the Ming army's scouts to rely on the support of the defenders atop the city walls. Witnessing this predicament, Meng Jun promptly ordered Huangqing scouts to retreat within the city and seal the gates. On the northern outskirts of Suzhou, a faint gray line emerged on the horizon, slowly advancing towards the city. Lin Shiqi, patrolling the walls, paused momentarily before hastening to the parapet, resting his hand on the wall and gazing into the distance. The gray line gradually thickened and elongated, ultimately transforming into a vast carpet that seemed to envelop the earth. "The Tartars are coming," Lin Shiqi remarked gravely, before turning to command the messenger to report to the governor without delay. Shortly thereafter, as the soldiers atop the northern wall cast anxious glances beyond the city, a loud shout resounded from behind. "The governor has arrived." The soldiers on the parapet turned to face Meng Jun, who, clad in iron armor and flanked by his officers, ascended the wall. Meng Jun surveyed the Qing forces outside and declared in a resonant voice, "Everyone, assume your positions and prepare for defense." Leaning attentively against the parapet, Meng Jun gazed into the distance, where the Qing army loomed like an overwhelming tide. His heart sank as he realized that the sight before him was far more staggering than any numerical report could convey. This was the vanguard, predominantly comprised of Bai Yongfu's subordinates and Lu Liang's Green battalions. The scouts reported approximately 50 to 60,000 troops. Lin Shiqi whispered to Meng Jun. The scene before them did indeed instill a sense of trepidation in Meng Jun, who had only experienced a handful of battles. As he surveyed the multitude, a sea of heads surged before his eyes. It appears the Tartars are truly serious, Meng Jun remarked somberly. At that very moment, the Qing vanguard steadily advanced to within 3 miles of the city walls, halting their march. A large contingent of auxiliary soldiers and laborers began to establish a camp. At this distance, the cannons atop Suzhou's walls posed no threat to the Qing forces, while Meng Jun and his fellow commanders observed the enemy's movements from the parapet. Lu Liangzhou and Bai Yangfu also gazed at Suzhou from below the walls. Gazing at the city walls, Lu Liangzhou furrowed his brow. Suzhou, though a significant city in Jiangnan, could not be compared to Nanjing, yet it was certainly not on par with mere small counties. The city walls appeared noticeably heightened, and the moats and barricades encircling the city were formidable obstacles, not easily cleared. Clearly, Meng Jun was prepared to withstand a protracted siege. Beside him, Bai Yangfu wore a grim expression, entirely reluctant to engage in a confrontation with Meng Jun and Suzhou. General Lu, Bai Yangfu remarked, his face clouded with concern. It seems Meng Jun was already well prepared. With an army of 120,000 besieging Suzhou, even if Meng Jun possessed 3 heads, it would be of no avail. Preparedness matters not. The path ahead is one of certain doom. After speaking, Lu Liangzhou sought to calm his restless steed and continued. It is imperative that the officers within the city witness the might of our Qing forces and surrender by midnight. Following the Qing army's arrival outside Suzhou, they established a large camp and commenced preparations for the siege. The surrounding woods were cleared, necessitating the transport of artillery, stones, and timber from distant locations. Meanwhile, Meng Jun convened with his officers to devise defensive strategies within the city. With an army of 30,000 troops and an auxiliary force of 60,000, supplemented by over 50,000 urgently recruited laborers, there were also more than 900 cavalry under Huang Cheng, along with over 3,000 household guards, and Meng Jun's personal guard of 1,000. The number of armored soldiers had actually increased since the battle at Yangqing Lake, thanks to the spoils captured from the Qing forces. At first glance, Meng Jun's forces appeared more numerous than those of the Qing. Yet one must consider the formidable combat capabilities of the 8 banners, which surpassed their own. Even the Han Army's field forces could not be underestimated by Meng Jun's current troops. Nevertheless, the numerical advantage provided a modicum of reassurance to the commanders. With the enemy at the gates, the battlefield had become a matter of survival. It was a fight to the death. And with the Qing army already proclaiming their intent to sack the city, fear had become a distant notion. The next day, Bolo's main forces arrived at Suzhou. And upon witnessing the fierce Manchu 8 banners, Bai Yangfu approached with trepidation to pay his respects. Nearby, the officers whispered among themselves while Blo regarded Bai Yangfu, who knelt before him on horseback. After a moment of silence, Blo commanded, "Rise. Redeem your faults through valor. Should you fail in this battle, you shall face dual punishments." With a disdainful snort, he turned away, leading his horse into the camp. The vast throng of troops settled into the encampment, creating a cacophony of voices and the incessant whinnying of steeds. A multitude of bannermen encircled Bolo as he entered the grand tent, and soon attendants presented an array of delectable dishes. Seated in the commanding position, Blo gestured for everyone to take their seats. The assembled officers complied, and Blo surveyed the gathering, proclaiming in a resounding voice, "In this southern campaign, the Qing have been invincible, achieving substantial victories." Many Qing generals echoed his sentiments, asserting that it was Bolo's astute leadership that had led to their success. With a satisfied smile, Bolo remarked, "The valiant bannermen sweep across the vast lands, and a mere city like Suzhou shall not withstand us for long. In 10 days, I expect to hear news of its fall." The generals nodded in agreement, finding this a most attainable objective given their numerous past triumphs. Some bannermen occasionally mocked the incompetence of the Ming forces in Jiangnan, their laughter reverberating throughout the command camp. Chapter 69. The siege. When the formidable army of Boluo, numbering 12,000, arrived at the foot of Suzhou, an eerie silence enveloped the city, broken only by the fluttering of the banner proclaiming the resurgence of the Ming Dynasty atop the city walls. The previous afternoon, several soldiers from the 8 banners had galloped out from the Qing army's camp, launching an arrow bearing a missive of surrender toward the city tower. The letter declared that the southern and northern regions, including Hunan, Hebei, Sichuan, Shaanxi, Shandong, and Shanxi, had all submitted to the imperial court by adopting the Manchu hairstyle and attire. It implored the citizens, acknowledging their hardships, that if they surrendered, they could farm in the countryside or trade within the city without interference from the Qing forces. However, should they remain obstinate, the day would come when the army would enter the city, leading to the destruction of all. Yangzhou's response was succinct and resolute, earning high praise from Meng Jun. Suzhou, a bastion of propriety and loyalty, would not abandon its traditions even amidst turmoil. The decree to adopt the Manchu style was a profound affront to the hearts of the people, prompting men, women, and children across the towns to prefer death over submission. Repeated attempts to besiege the city had ended in failure for the Qing forces, while the loyal militia of Suzhou rallied in defense, united in their resolve. Meng Jun articulated that if the Qing sought dominion, they ought to cherish and nurture the populace, as the welfare of the people should be paramount. Why then resort to slaughter, pillage, and the incessant acts of violence that sparked the fury of heaven and the ire of humanity? The abhorrent deeds were too numerous to enumerate. And despite the looming threat of 1,000,000 soldiers, Suzhou's determination to hold fast remained unwavering, with no thought of yielding to mere survival. Upon reading the reply, Boluo scoffed, remarking that the defiance of the mantis was hardly worth lamenting, and he commanded a military council. Meng Jun stood atop the northern city wall, gazing toward the Qing camp, acutely aware of a foreboding sense that the enemy would launch an assault the following day. He felt a lack of confidence in their ability to withstand the siege, yet he resolved to hold his ground until the very last moment. This night in Suzhou was destined to be sleepless, more harrowing than the previous siege led by Li Chengdong. As midnight approached, Meng Jun eventually succumbed to a fitful slumber. He was abruptly awakened by the thunderous roar of cannon fire. Bolting upright, he realized that the Qing had commenced their assault. He hurriedly rose from his bed and opened the door to find his loyal guards, Gao Yi and Yuan, waiting outside. Upon seeing them, Meng Jun inquired, "Have the Qing forces begun their attack?" Gao Yi shook his head, replying, "Not yet. They have positioned 25 cannons at the northern city wall. They are merely bombarding it for now." Meng Jun nodded, stating, "Let us ascend the walls and observe." As they made their way, a piercing shriek filled the air. Growing ever closer, Meng Jun looked up to see a dark, solid cannonball soaring over the walls, crashing into a residence within the city. The ensuing chaos left the home in ruins, and cries for help echoed around as the structure collapsed in a thunderous crash. Meng Bian, responsible for maintaining order within the city, swiftly arrived with a rescue team, while neighbors joined forces to assist. "Let us go," Meng Jun urged, not pausing for too long. Surrounded by Gao Yi and others, he pressed toward the northern city wall. The closer they approached, the more severe the devastation of the surrounding homes became. As the Qing forces not only bombarded the city but also intermittently launched rockets, igniting fires throughout the city. What moved Meng Jun was the resilience of the citizens of Suzhou, who did not succumb to despair but instead engaged in every conceivable action within their capacity, extinguishing fires, rescuing individuals, the young and strong defending the city, while the elderly and weak safeguarded their homes, assisting one another without a hint of panic. All the townsfolk staunchly resisted the decree to shave their heads, united in purpose and valor, standing firm against the oppressive forces, accepting death if it must come. Upon reaching the city walls, Lin Shiqi noted Meng Jun's arrival without a trace of surprise. Approaching him, he remarked, "Governor, the Qing forces are forming their ranks. It appears they are preparing to assault the city today." Meng Jun nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as he gazed outward. At that moment, a series of thunderous cannon blasts erupted, one projectile striking the city wall, causing a noticeable dent, while another soared into the city, with several more landing in the moat, sending up towering columns of water. Within the Qing encampment, tens of thousands of soldiers erupted in cheers, their cacophony overwhelming the defenses and leaving the Suzhou garrison flushed and parched. Under the banner of the Qing commander, Blo, a confident smile graced his face as he commanded, "Let the siege commence." The shouts of the Qing troops suddenly escalated, and Meng Jun, along with the defenders on the wall, beheld a relentless tide of Qing soldiers surging forth, akin to a dam bursting. Observing the approaching Qing forces, with foot soldiers brandishing bamboo shields at the forefront and a multitude of laborers following closely, Meng Jun noted the urgency of the soldiers clearing the caltrops and hastily advancing toward the city walls. As the enemy came within range, the cannons atop the walls roared to life, their thunderous blast resonating through the air, the rising smoke stinging Meng Jun's eyes. Upon closer inspection, several cannonballs struck the ground, leaving pockmarked impressions as if tilling the earth, yet the remnants bore witness to severed limbs and pools of crimson. The catapults behind the walls now unleashed a barrage of stones upon the advancing Qing forces, the projectiles raining down like a tempest, crashing into the ranks of the enemy. Behind the lines, Bai Yongfu's face darkened, his lips twitching as he glanced back at the commanding officer wielding a broadsword. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Charge." One Qing soldier, bearing the bridge, hurriedly rushed forward, only to be met with a stone from the city that severed the wooden structure in twain. At this juncture, the Qing troops, undeterred by the dual onslaught of cannon and stones, had reached the moat's edge, commencing the clearing of caltrops, barriers, and trenches. Meanwhile, the defenders atop the walls raised their bows, unleashing a concentrated volley of arrows that felled numerous green-clad soldiers below. Though the green archers retaliated, their aim was significantly hindered by the elevation of the walls and the protective cover they afforded, rendering their effectiveness vastly inferior. As time inexorably marches on, the battlefield beneath the city has become a gruesome tableau strewn with corpses. The initial assault of the Qing infantry has resulted in devastating losses, and many soldiers, paralyzed by fear in this hellish arena, have fled in panic towards the rear, only to be mercilessly decapitated by the 8 banners enforcers. The severed heads, impaled upon wooden stakes, stand erect before the advancing green standard troops, resembling a grotesque forest of despair. The 8 banner soldiers periodically shout commands to quell the retreating ranks, offering no quarter. The second wave of Qing forces has taken formation, predominantly comprising infantry, yet accompanied by a battalion pushing forward siege towers and battering rams. Lin Shiqi commands with fervor, instructing the artillery to unleash devastation upon the enemy, while archers on the city walls draw their bows, releasing a barrage of arrows that rain down upon the attackers, accompanied by the cacophony of anguished cries echoing from below. At this juncture, a cannonball from the Qing artillery strikes a parapet not far from Meng Jun, resulting in 2 of his archers being struck in the face by flying debris, blood streaming profusely from their wounds, prompting immediate assistance to carry the injured defenders down from the battlements. The battle rages on, and Bolo, surveying the scene from the wall, displays no sign of trepidation. The art of siege warfare is inherently complex. Should the defenders resolve to hold their ground, the city cannot be taken in mere days. The memory of Jiangnan City serves as a poignant reminder, yet Bolo harbors no doubt regarding the conquest of Suzhou. Chapter 70, The Depths of Blood, Part 1, Governor. It is time to descend to the city, Lin Shiqi urged as he observed Meng Jun from the ramparts. Meng Jun hesitated, replying, "Let us wait a little longer. There is no need for haste," while continuing to assess the battlefield. The sky was thick with smoke, as cannon fire, stones, and arrows rained down upon the city, while the Qing forces relentlessly bombarded the walls. The fortifications bore numerous impacts, with cannonballs creating deep craters, and when they struck the parapets, shrapnel flew, injuring or killing the defenders. However, the catapults stationed behind the walls were undeterred, operating methodically, with the clarion call of the second wave of Qing soldiers echoing. They charged toward the walls, braving the rain of arrows. The infantry rushed across the breach and raised their ladders to climb. Soon, several long ladders were erected against the walls, and the defenders began to unleash stones and projectiles like hail, resulting in continuous cries of agony from the Qing troops below. "Governor, you must descend to the city," Lin Shiqi urged again, arriving at Meng Jun's side. This time, Meng Jun nodded without hesitation, saying to Lin Shiqi, "The defense of the ramparts is entrusted to you. I will support you from the front." After casting a final glance outside the city, he descended the tower, while Lin Shiqi hurried to the enemy platform, witnessing the siege tower nearing the moat and approaching the walls. He shouted loudly to the defenders, "The siege tower! The siege tower!" A trio of soldiers seized flasks of oil, hurling them with great force at the advancing siege tower. The flasks shattered, spilling oil, and one soldier shot a flaming arrow, igniting the massive structure in a conflagration. The Qing soldiers inside screamed as they leapt from the tower. The troops beneath in disarray scattered in terror, and the defenders seized the opportunity to unleash a hail of arrows, resulting in countless Qing soldiers falling. Lin Shiqi surveyed the outcome with a satisfied smile, recognizing the oil as a potent weapon for the defense, though it was regrettable that the supply within Suzhou was not abundant. Nevertheless, this was merely the beginning, and the walls were not lacking in resources. The second wave of Qing soldiers fared even worse than the first, quickly collapsing under pressure, with some green standard troops kneeling and pleading for mercy from the defenders. However, the arrows from above showed no mercy, piercing their chests. After 2 exchanges, the defenders regained their confidence. realizing that the Qing forces were not as formidable as they had feared. Witnessing the Qing retreat once more, they erupted in cheers atop the walls. Meanwhile, in the rear encampment of the Qing forces, a group of high-ranking officials from the Eight Banners furrowed their brows as they observed the unfolding battle. Tu Lai spoke to Bielo, saying, "The General's troops are utterly ineffective. They merely exhaust the defenders' resources. At this rate, even another assault will lead to a swift collapse, only demoralizing our forces." Bielo flicked his whip and replied, "Very well, let us change the troops. Dispatch Ma Digong." Ma Digong, a native of Liaodong, had risen to the rank of general in the Ming Dynasty, having reached the pinnacle of martial achievement in June of the second year of Xuanji, 1645. When Dodo advanced into Jiangnan, the Southern Ming Emperor Hongguang Yuzong fled from Nanjing to Wuhu, accompanied by his imperial guard, which included the forces of Ma Digong and Tian Xiong. Together, Ma Digong and General Tian Xiong contemplated the dire state of the Ming Dynasty. Considering the possibility of capturing Zhu Yusong and his consort to surrender to the Qing, Duo was overjoyed and commanded Ma Digong and Tian Xiong to retain their original positions and accompany the troops in their campaign. He praised the two for capturing the Hongguang Emperor and even elevated them into the Han Eight Banners, assigning them to the Han Army's Yellow Banner. After apprehending the Hongguang Emperor, Duo, filled with pride, led the majority of the Eight Banners along with the Emperor, the Crown Prince, and hundreds of women from the imperial harem back to Beijing, leaving Bielo behind to continue eradicating the remnants of the Ming forces in Jiangnan. Upon receiving his orders, Ma Digong bellowed to his subordinates, declaring that they had now entered the Han Army's banner, promising generations of wealth and glory. "In this battle, we shall establish our might. Anyone who tarnishes my reputation shall not be spared my wrath." Soon, Ma Digong's troops advanced to the front lines, replacing the men of Yangzhou. All siege equipment was prepared, and with a mighty shout from Ma Digong, thousands of Han soldiers of the Yellow Banner formed ranks and marched slowly into the battlefield as the horn sounded. At that moment, the cacophony of cannon fire began to wane. After such prolonged bombardment, the artillery would soon be rendered inoperable. Both sides ceased firing. Yet the sounds of shouting and clashing continued to resonate, perhaps due to the elevation of their banner or the consolidation of a significant number of routed soldiers by Yongfu. Ma Digong's forces exhibited a strength surpassing that of Yongfu's men. Curiously, these defectors who had previously been deemed ineffective during the Ming era seemed to experience a remarkable transformation upon surrendering to the Qing, their combat prowess soaring as if fueled by some elixir of vigor. The emergence of fresh troops caused unease among the defenders on the city walls. By this time, they had endured a protracted battle, and Lin Shiqi, the northern city commander, bore a grim expression, sweat streaming down his face as he rushed back and forth along the ramparts. "Quickly, rotate the troops. Hurry." The waiting infantry squads surged up the walls, and as Ma Digong's forces reached the walls, they swiftly established their defenses. The soldiers methodically transported arrows and bolts to their designated positions. Injured soldiers were carried down from the battlements, leaving the northern city walls of Suzhou stained with fresh blood, which seeped into the bricks, creating treacherous footing for the unwary. "Bring me some soil." Lin Shiqi commanded his guards to summon laborers to fetch soil from below to cover the battlements. The Qing forces primarily targeted the northern city. Yet when Bielo arrived at Suzhou, he had already begun encircling the city from three sides, leaving the southern city unoccupied. Nonetheless, Meng Jun remained vigilant, positioning heavy troops within the southern city. Currently, Suzhou's soldiers may not be elite, but their numbers were still substantial. With the great edifice of resistance trembling on the brink of collapse, they could only strive with all their might. Perhaps Suzhou could endure to the end, even if ultimate victory seemed a distant dream. Nevertheless, Meng Jun now possessed the resolve to stand against Bielo, willing to face destruction alongside him. In the annals of the Southern Ming, the wave of resistance against the shaving edict in Jiangnan was but a fleeting moment, soon transforming into a granary and treasury for the Manchu dynasty. Without Jiangnan, the north, ravaged by peasant uprisings, lay in ruins. The Qing court's ability to wage war across the realm depended entirely on the bountiful resources of Jiangnan, as long as Jiangnan remained unsettled. The Qing court could not establish its dominion over the world. Chapter 71, The Blood Runs Deep, Part 2, Ma Digong's forces, with their shielded soldiers at the forefront, deployed the siege machines crafted over several days in the Qing army's encampment onto the battlefield. The Qing troops swiftly reached the city walls, establishing over 10 points of assault with ladders, while 4 siege towers advanced steadily towards the walls. The defenders of Suzhou, divided into units, fought valiantly, fully aware that the threats of a city slaughter uttered by the invaders were not mere empty words. From atop the walls, bricks and stones were hurled down, and long spears, firearms, arrows, and flammable oil were all utilized in defense. The Qing soldiers who managed to scale the walls either met immediate death or were taken down by the Suzhou defenders in a mutual leap to the ground below. In terms of morale and combat spirit, the defenders showed no sign of yielding. Ma Digong's face was marred by irritation. Every Qing soldier who precariously ascended the walls was met with a fierce charge from 100 elite troops clad in distinctive armor, swiftly sealing the gaps in the city's defenses. This contingent comprised Lin Shiqi's personal guard, who, under his leadership, would rush to engage any Qing soldiers that gained a foothold on the battlements. The siege towers advanced sluggishly, rendering them easy targets for the defenders' fiery oil. After suffering the loss of 2 towers to flames, the remaining 2 ceased their advance and instead reinforced their defenses, packing the towers with sand and draping them with leather to shield against incendiary projectiles. After a fierce engagement lasting about half an hour, Ma Digong's agitation grew. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "Ma Chu, gather the household troops." With over 1,000 elite soldiers at his disposal, Ma Digong was reluctant to commit them to the bloody fray, save for the desire to impress his new master. "Yes, my lord," Ma Chu replied, clasping his hands in acknowledgement. He quickly organized the household troops, most of whom were imposing figures clad in padded armor, wielding battle blades and shields, their fierce demeanor surpassing that of the Green Standard Army. The clamor from below caught Lin Shiqi's attention. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this contingent of Qing soldiers was well organized, indicating that the Qing commanders were serious about the assault. Momentarily hesitating, Lin Shiqi then instructed his personal guard, "Please request the Grand General to send a detachment of heavy armored troops to the northern city wall. It is better to be prepared." After issuing the command, he quickly added, "And also have the firearms team brought over." The personal guard promptly acknowledged and hastened down to the city below. The household troops swiftly crossed the floating bridge over the moat, reaching the foot of the ladders against the city walls, coordinating effectively under the cover of shields and sustaining minimal casualties. The Qing soldiers, screaming fiercely, began to ascend the ladders, while Lin Shiqi, having recognized their elite nature, directed a relentless rain of arrows towards them. However, protected by their armor, the Qing soldiers suffered relatively few injuries. A further contingent of several hundred closely trailed the remaining 2 siege towers. Despite the defenders' flammable oil igniting the towers, the Qing soldiers within frantically extinguished the flames with sand, allowing the siege towers to brace against the city walls. The defenders, in a desperate cry, hurled dozens of jars of oil at the towers, igniting a fierce blaze. Yet over 100 Qing soldiers surged forth, determined to seize the battlements. BLO stood behind the camp, observing as Ma Digong's troops ascended the city walls, securing a modest territory. He nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Ma's unwavering loyalty and diligence. Beizi Shangshan, with excitement, suggested, "My lord, why not send some elite troops to the city? With a single decisive strike, we may capture Suzhou." Bolo's intuition warned him that the task would not be so simple. Yet, having spent considerable time within the borders, he recognized that anything could happen. It was worth a gamble. Contemplating this, he nodded in agreement. However, Shangshan eagerly requested, "My lord, I wish to lead my men in the assault on the city." Upon hearing Shangshan's request, Bolo hesitated. After all, Shangshan was a member of the royal family. Although many of the Qing dynasty's royal family had taken to the battlefield, such instances typically occurred during critical moments for the nation. To Bolo, this siege of Suzhou was merely a routine battle. In the chaos of war, no one could guarantee absolute safety. Should any misfortune befall Shangshan, how could he face Fei Yingwu? Fei Yingwu, a nephew of Nurhasai and a cousin of Huang Taiji, was renowned for his military achievements among the 8 banners. Despite the historical discord between Shangshan's grandfather, Shirasi, and Nurhasai, leading to Shirasi's imprisonment until death, Shirasi's descendants had not suffered the same fate. For instance, his 6th son, Jirulang, was currently a trusted prince in governance. Aizenjoro Shangshan, the son of the Duke of State, Fei Yingwu, and grandson of Prince Shirasi, was a member of the Qing royal family. In the first year of Xuanji, he inherited the title of Duke of State and was elevated to the status of Gushan Beizi. At only 24 years of age, Shangshan was filled with youthful ambition, eager to achieve remarkable feats on the battlefield rather than being seen as a mere scion of his forebears. Yet, Bolo was clearly more cautious. He raised a hand to decline, but Shangshan quickly clasped his hands in respect, insisting, "My lord, our 8 banner warriors are skilled and battle-ready. Just as our great ancestor donned 13 sets of armor to rise and revolt, how can a royal member stand idly by? I wish to lead my men to scale the walls. Seeing the eager gazes of the assembled generals upon him, BLO could only relent and replied, "Very well, then go." Shanshan, brimming with excitement, bowed in acknowledgement and promptly rallied his 600 elite soldiers from the right blue banner to swiftly advance toward the city walls. Meanwhile, BLO quietly conveyed a few words to his personal guard, who then took a dozen of Bolo's most trusted soldiers to follow Shanshan. Returning to the city walls, the situation was perilous. Although the Qing forces had temporarily crowded a small area atop the walls, the soldiers below swarmed like ants, maneuvering various siege engines and relentlessly battering the city gates with their battering ramps. Under the protection of Qing archers stationed below, the ladders were being deployed, allowing soldiers to ascend the walls while many fell from above. Lin Shiqi, witnessing the Qing forces at the siege tower struggling to clear the area, took decisive action, leading the remaining guards into the fray, armed with long spears, short blades, axes, and spiked clubs. The two armies engaged in a deadly struggle within the narrow confines of the wall. Those unable to breach the city walls from the siege tower resorted to archery, while the defenders on the walls retaliated with their own volleys. An intense rain of arrows from both sides converged upon this small battleground. In a matter of moments, the bodies of the fallen accumulated to half a person's height, and the siege tower, having endured flames for so long, appeared to be on the verge of collapse. The Qing soldiers, pressed tightly within the tower, exhibited expressions of desperation. The structure trembled increasingly, threatening to collapse at any moment. A dozen Qing soldiers leaped onto the city wall, yet found no solid ground to stand upon, instead treading upon the bodies of their fallen comrades. A chilling grinding sound echoed through the air as the siege tower was engulfed in flames, its charred remains leaning precariously against the city wall. Below, the Qing soldiers hastily dodged the debris, but one unfortunate soul was tragically trapped in the crevice created by the collapsing tower, the flames licking at him mercilessly as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Meanwhile, on the city wall, the expressions of more than a dozen Qing troops turned to despair. Several fought valiantly to the death, only to be swiftly slain by the defending forces. 4 or 5 others, casting down their weapons, knelt in surrender, pleading for mercy. Chapter 72, The Blood Runs Deep, Part 2, as the Qing forces at the siege tower swiftly resolved their immediate crisis. Peril loomed at several other locations where siege ladders were positioned. Lin Shiqi, barely catching his breath, rushed toward the next bastion like a firefighter responding to an emergency. At that moment, Shanshan, from the right banner, had just arrived at the city walls. Witnessing the destruction of the siege tower, Shanshan seethed with anger, directing his troops to scale the walls. The elite soldiers of the 8 banners, clad in armor, were a formidable presence, incomparable to the forces of Bai Yangfu. From a distance, their arrows failed to penetrate the armor of the 8 banner soldiers. However, as they approached the base of the wall, the potency of their archery increased significantly. Several 8 banner warriors raised their shields overhead and swiftly began their ascent, followed closely by their comrades. Below, the soldiers surged like a blue tide, layered upon one another, their momentum overwhelming. "Bring up the molten gold. Pour it down to scald these bastards," cried a mid-ranking officer, disgusted by the stench emanating from the battlefield. Alerted by the sight of the bubbling gold at the base of the wall, he commanded 3 soldiers beside him to pour a pot of hot oil onto the ladder. As the oil cascaded down, a cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, demonstrating alarming lethality. The first soldier to ascend the ladder, glancing up at the battlements, was met with a torrent of scalding gold that bubbled upon his face, causing him to scream in agony as he plummeted from the wall. The splattering liquid burned the nearby Qing soldiers, causing blisters to form and forcing them to cover their mouths and noses, momentarily stalling their advance. This molten gold served as an ancient biochemical weapon. Even if one survived the initial burn, the ensuing infection and fever would be a nightmare given the medical knowledge of the time. Not far off, Shanshan felt his fury rise as he witnessed the officer daring to peek out. Drawing an arrow, he aimed it with precision, and in an instant, the powerful projectile surged toward the officer's forehead. Perhaps by fortune, another figure suddenly emerged beside him, causing the arrow to pierce through the collarbone instead. "Damn it, my brother," Yu Yutian lamented inwardly, sensing the gravity of the wound. "Brother, if you have any last wishes, speak them," he urged anxiously. Unfortunately, the severity of Li Erdi's injuries rendered him beyond salvation. All that remained were labored breaths, and Yu Yutian could only watch helplessly as the young face faded before his eyes. Had it not been for Li Erdi, It would have been Yu Tian lying there instead. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Smash! Destroy these beasts!" At that moment, reinforcements were nearing the city walls, led by Qian Biao and his heavy infantry. Following Lin Shiqi's urgent message, Meng Jun had ordered Qian Biao to bring 500 heavy troops to assist at the North City, with gunmen closely trailing behind. The Qing forces, in their initial assault, unleashed their elite troops, catching Lin Shiqi somewhat off guard. Soldiers from the 8 banners began to appear atop several siege ladders, and after suffering over 100 casualties, some finally succeeded in scaling the walls. Those who had not yet ascended took cover behind the shield carts, exchanging fire with the defending troops on the battlements to provide cover for their comrades advancing to capture the city. Defending the northern city is Ningwu town led by Lin Shiqi. Though the seasoned veterans have weathered several battles, they find themselves woefully inadequate when facing the skilled bannermen of the 8 banners. These elite soldiers are ruthless and fearless, and as the defending troops begin to falter, Shang Shan, positioned below the walls, claps his hands in excitement, his spirits soaring as he exclaims in approval, observing the relentless tide of 8 banner soldiers scaling the walls. He urgently commands an increase in the assault on the city, determined to conquer Suzhou that very day. At this critical juncture, the heavily armored troops led by Qian Biao arrive, and 500 of them disperse to various points of the walls. Qian Biao, accompanied by a contingent of armored soldiers, charges towards the nearest Qing army ladder. He finds 5 Qing soldiers back to back, and despite being outnumbered by the defenders, they maintain their ground, showing signs of a widening breach. Seizing the moment, Qian Biao unsheaths his sword and shouts fervently, "Kill them!" He lunges forward, aiming a powerful strike at the neck of a Qing soldier, who, undeterred, counters the blow with a fierce deflection, retaliating with a swift cut. Qian Biao narrowly dodges this attack, taken aback. The Qing soldier is none other than Shuke Xing, a valiant bannerman who, with a sneer, pushes Qian Biao back, unafraid of the overwhelming numbers, and continues his assault with renewed fervor. Cursing under his breath, Qian Biao realizes that he is outmatched in skill, but knows that this is the city wall, where his comrades outnumber the enemy. Only a fool would engage in a one-on-one duel. Shuku Sheng's expression shifts as he notices the heavily armored Ming soldiers advancing towards him. Suddenly aware of the gravity of the situation, he steels himself, ready to parry the incoming blows. In a matter of moments, Shuke Xing finds himself panting, as 3 of his 4 comrades lie dead or wounded, while 3 more begin to ascend, yet their foothold is rapidly diminishing. The new arrivals are soon overwhelmed, and Shuke Xing, glancing towards other points of the wall, realizes their plight mirrors his own. Sensing the escalating peril, he bellows for a retreat, aiding the wounded bannerman at his side, and swiftly turns to scale the wall. He slides down the ladder, but the injured soldier is not so fortunate, losing his grip and plummeting to the ground, motionless and uncertain of his fate. The attacking bannermen, having achieved nothing, retreat in disarray. Shang Shan sighs, reluctantly withdrawing to the floating bridge under the protection of his guards, while the defending troops on the walls erupt in jubilant cheers upon witnessing the Qing forces repelled once more. Observing the enemy's retreat, Lin Shiqi quickly summons archers to unleash their arrows, while artillery pieces fire upon the fleeing soldiers. Even the newly formed 200 gunmen are dispatched to the walls, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the 8 banners. In an instant, the air is filled with the cacophony of cannons, gunfire, arrows, and catapults, raining down upon the retreating Qing forces. The soldiers flee in disarray, with some 8 banner soldiers struck by gunfire, screaming as they tumble into the trenches, leaving chaos in their wake. Soon, the battlefield falls into a haunting silence, broken only by the groans of wounded soldiers awaiting their grim fate, either in the trenches or on the open ground, where only helpless death awaits them. After the disorganized retreat, Shang Shan knelt before BLO, his face alternating between shades of blue and white, murmuring, "I have failed, please impose punishment, my lord." BLO regarded Shang Shan for a moment before responding. "It is of no consequence, it was merely the initial skirmish. Such a grand city as Suzhou cannot be conquered in a single battle. If that were the case, then Meng Jun's barbarian forces would be utterly inept." With that, BLO surveyed the chaotic battlefield and then vigorously cracked his whip, commanding, "Surround the city." Chapter 73, The Siege and a Fierce Assault by the Qing Army, the siege equipment prepared by the auxiliary troops and laborers over several days, including more than 10 siege towers, numerous ladders, and battering rams, was destroyed by the defending forces, resulting in the loss of over 3,000 infantrymen. The true blue banner suffered a casualty of more than 200. Although the personnel losses were manageable, the destruction of the siege machinery left BLO with no options, compelling him to order Kongde to intermittently bombard the city walls. It was not that he wished for a continuous cannonade. Rather, the supply of gunpowder was insufficient to keep pace with the demands of battle. Much of the gunpowder brought by Kongde during his southern campaign had already been expended at the siege of Jiangyin. This situation forced BLO to temporarily halt the offensive, while simultaneously directing the construction of new equipment and ordering the surrendered soldiers and laborers to fill in the trenches. Engaging in a war of attrition with the defenders of Suzhou, the siege and defense of Suzhou had entered a stalemate. Perceiving the dense population in Jiangnan, BLO dispatched the surrendered generals Li Chengdong and Bai Yangfu to capture civilians from various towns in Suzhou to supply the army, turning the countryside outside Suzhou into a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. In the previous day's battle, Bai Yangfu's forces suffered the heaviest losses, with 3,000 cavalrymen from his own unit and 20,000 infantrymen, leaving over 2,000 dead at the city's base, almost one-tenth of his forces. At this rate, after 10 days, Bai Yangfu would be left with nothing, having fought a battle yesterday without a moment to catch his breath. Today he was ordered by BLO to round up laborers, which only deepened Bai Yangfu's frustration. Beside him, Xiao Mingzhou and Wu Shuncheng wore equally grim expressions. Morale within the army was already low. The previous day's engagement had claimed no fewer than 200 lives at the hands of the 8 Banners supervisory troops, who cut through the soldiers as if they were mere vegetables. Bai Yangfu surveyed the dejected faces of his men, each one downcast, devoid of any fighting spirit. Alas, the situation was dire and beyond his control. He shook his head, lamenting internally. The mighty army of BLO loomed before him. What could he do? When commanded to capture laborers, could he dare to as Li Yangzhou rode with a cheerful heart, humming a tune? A sudden cold arrow shot out unexpectedly from the thicket. In an instant, he felt the arrowhead protruding from his armpit, swaying ominously. His personal guards were momentarily taken aback. Such a skilled archer, amidst the army, striking the commander with a single shot, truly a feat of valor. However, Li Yangzhou's guards quickly regained their composure, forming a protective circle around him with their shields. The deputy general, Bianhu, aghast, bellowed for the capture of the assassin and commanded the troops to pursue into the woods. In a flash, chaos erupted among Li Yangzhou's ranks. The soldiers, bewildered by the sudden commotion, could only hear their deputy general's urgent cries. Soon, Li Yangzhou raised his hand and reassured his guards, declaring that it was merely a superficial wound. While the turmoil unfolded in Li Yangzhou's camp, 5 figures lurked in the forest, one of whom was Gu Yanwu. During Meng Jun's campaign to pacify Kunshan City, Gu Yanwu had concealed himself in the outskirts. After some time, recognizing the city's vulnerability, Gu Yanwu and his companion, Gui Zhuang, resolved to head south. However, a disagreement arose over their destination. Gui Zhuang intended to seek refuge in Zhujiang under the king of Lu, while Gu Yanwu aimed to align himself with Meng Jun ultimately. They decided to part ways, though they remained united in their resistance against the Qing. Gu Yanwu, accompanied by over 30 loyal followers, had not yet reached Suzhou when news of the city being besieged by the Qing forces reached him. Anxious and restless, he and 4 companions concealed themselves near Suzhou to gather intelligence. Initially hiding in a friend's home, Gu Yanwu observed the Qing soldiers arresting laborers. His anger mounting as he witnessed Li Yangzhou's treachery, his allegiance to the Qing and his submission through the shaved head. Fueled by rage, he resolved to assassinate Li Yangzhou. At this moment, Chen Changong had just retrieved his arrow, while Gu Yanwu whispered with delight, "Excellent. Did we hit the target? I wonder if that scoundrel is dead." Chen Changong, brimming with confidence, replied, "I never miss. A target this large is easier to strike than a rabbit. Do not worry, sir. I coated the arrowhead with poison." Gu Yanwu, nodding enthusiastically, urged haste. "We must leave quickly. Those ruffians will soon search this area." With that, he and his companions swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Meng Jun remained oblivious to the esteemed figures seeking to join him. Overwhelmed by the siege from the Qing forces on 3 fronts, he had endured 2 days of relentless pressure. The Qing soldiers continued to clear trenches and obstacles, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Yet, the defenders in the city were not idle. During the day, the Qing worked tirelessly, while at night, the defenders stealthily ventured out to reset their defenses. They buried iron caltrops as traps, soaked in a mixture of gold juice, complicating the Qing's efforts. This laborious process not only slowed their progress but resulted in daily casualties among the soldiers filling the trenches, with many succumbing to the deadly traps. Although the cleanup operations were not proceeding smoothly, the Qing army's artillery bombarded the northern city daily. Despite the formidable strength of the Suzhou city walls, Meng Jun harbored some lingering doubts. He pondered the possibility of what would happen if the walls were to collapse. Meng Jun confided his concerns to Yang Yan, who contemplated for a moment before hesitantly suggesting, "My lord, I have come across ancient texts that mention the construction of an inner wall. I wonder if this could be a feasible solution." Chapter 74, The Siege Chronicle 2. When the news of Liu Liang's assassination reached Bolo's ears, he was in the midst of penning a letter to Prince Dodo of the Yu clan. Dodo had led his forces to conquer Yangzhou, slain Shirkufa, captured Nanjing, and taken prisoner the South Ming Emperor Zhu Song. At that moment, he had been elevated to the rank of Prince of Yu, and upon learning of Liu Liang's attack, he was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that events from tales could unfold before his very eyes. It was astonishing that a general could be assailed amidst the ranks of a grand army. However, upon hearing that Liu Liangzhou was not gravely injured, he merely shook his head and smiled wryly. As for Liu Liangzhou, he did not dwell on the incident too much. After all, the arrow had been largely deflected by his armor, inflicting merely a minor wound. Having endured far worse during his years of military service, he humorously reflected on his age, lamenting that he had been bested by a mere rogue. Yan Hu hastily interjected, "My lord, even tigers occasionally doze. Your majesties might still endures." Liu Liangzhou waved him off, saying, "Enough, I shall rest for a while. I feel quite fatigued." "What on earth is happening?" Yan Hu, with a knowing glance, suggested, "My lord, should I arrange for a beauty to attend to you? You have labored greatly these past few days. Perhaps you could use a proper rest." Liu Liangzhou hesitated before shaking his head, replying, "No, I am simply weary." He then jestingly scolded, "What nonsense do you continually think about?" Little did Liu Liangzhou realize that this would be the last coherent thought he would express. As soon as he entered his tent and lay down, within 2 hours, his temperature began to rise, his forehead burning feverishly as he muttered incoherently. Concerned, his guards rushed in, only to be met with a sight that filled them with alarm. They hurriedly summoned the physician, who arrived in a fluster to attend to Liu Liangzhou, wiping his body and administering medicine. After much commotion, the conclusion was drawn: the arrow wound was poisoned. "You incompetent physician, how dare you endanger my lord's life? Take this scoundrel out and execute him." Yan Hu, incensed at the thought of a general succumbing to such a farcical assassination, ordered the physician to be executed. "Spare me, my lord. The arrow penetrated the lung. No remedy could have sufficed. This is not my fault." The physician trembled. As for the notion of erecting another wall behind the existing one, the question arises as to where this endeavor would commence and where it would conclude. In my opinion, this initiative is unfeasible. Lin Shiqi's rare concurrence with Han Xiong speaks volumes. Following a deliberation among Meng Jun and the assembled generals, a consensus emerged that Yang Yan's proposal was rather ill-conceived. Setting aside the numerous civilian dwellings behind the city, one must ponder how long it would take to dismantle them, and consider the time and resources required to construct an additional city wall. After the meeting adjourned, each returned to their respective posts of defense, with only Yang Yan remaining by Meng Jun's side. Observing Meng Jun's wearied expression, Yang Yan offered words of comfort, saying, "Governor, our victory in defense lies in perseverance. Do not overexert yourself. Alas, time is of the essence. The affairs of the realm have reached a critical juncture. The longer we delay, the more entrenched the 8 banners become. The calamity of Yashan looms near. How can I not bear the weight of all this pressure resting solely upon Meng Jun's shoulders? This is not merely the anxiety surrounding the siege of Suzhou by the Boruo, but also the undeniable lessons of history. To act in accordance with the current is the mark of a wise individual. Yet Meng Jun has chosen the path of resistance against the tide." Yang Yan gazed at Meng Jun's figure, youthful yet already graced with strands of white hair, standing resolutely like a beacon. At that moment, Yang Yan found himself unable to contain his tears. In the southern city of Suzhou, over 100 villagers gathered at the city's foot, while nearby, the Qing cavalry remained watchful, poised to charge at any moment were it not for the firepower atop the walls. "What is the situation?" Han Xiong, stationed at the southern city, inquired of the soldiers defending the walls. Upon glancing at the villagers below, he quickly discerned the issue. Wu Tai, standing beside him, remarked, "The Tartars are conscripting able-bodied men indiscriminately. These are fleeing villagers, though we cannot ascertain if any spies lurk among them." Han Xiong slowly instructed, "Lower some baskets from the wall, allowing a few to ascend at a time. They are our kin, and if we can save them, we must. The general is merciful. May you be honored for generations. the villagers below exclaimed, bowing and expressing their gratitude as the baskets descended. Upon realizing there was no opportunity for attack, the Qing cavalry retreated, and as the defenders brought the refugees up, they discovered that some had already shaved their heads. Once all the refugees were safely within the city, the surrounding elders began to curse loudly, while the onlookers scolded the refugees for their perceived betrayal of their ancestors, deeming them disloyal and unfilial. The villagers, surrounded by the crowd's reproach, displayed a range of emotions. Some were filled with rage, others with shame, while the majority wept silently. Those who had not shaved their heads sighed in relief. Meanwhile, King Zhu Yihai had received over 10 letters from Meng Jun seeking assistance, arriving at an alarming rate. The previously tranquil political landscape of Zhejiang was thrown into disarray by Meng Jun's urgent missives, causing widespread anxiety. Zhu Yihai convened multiple court meetings to deliberate on whether to dispatch troops to Suzhou. With a resolute spirit focused on restoring the realm, Zhu Yihai advocated for military action. However, a significant faction of civil officials, including Prime Minister Fang Fengyan and Zhang Guowei, urged a defensive stance. Fang Gowen and Wang Jiren supported a war strategy, leading to several days of heated debate. Ultimately, it was Zhu Yihai himself who, acknowledging his limited abilities, chose to abdicate his authority and return to his principality, compelling Zhang Guowei, Song Jipu, and other civil officials to agree to send troops for rescue. Subsequently, Zhu Yihai appointed Fang Gowen as the commander, with Zhang Mingjun serving as his deputy and Zhang Huangyan overseeing military affairs. They were to lead an army of 30,000 regular troops from Zhejiang, alongside 40,000 militia, collectively boasting a formidable force of 100,000. A decision was made to march towards Suzhou. However, given the Ming Dynasty's organizational limitations at that time, it was implausible to swiftly assemble such a grand army within a mere 10 to 15 days. As the Luoyang regime began to gather provisions, financial resources, and equipment, the Qing forces stationed at the outskirts of Suzhou grew increasingly impatient. Chapter 75. The news of Han Xiong from the southern city rescuing a number of refugees swiftly reached Meng Bian's ears. In response, Meng Bian promptly dispatched personnel to maintain order. Zhang Bo, upon arriving at the chaotic scene, was met with the incessant cries of the surrounding populace, clamoring for blood. In his helplessness, he sent someone to inquire with Meng Jun. Upon receiving the news, Meng Jun hurried to the Confucian Temple in Suzhou. As he reached the temple's entrance, he was met by a heart-wrenching wail. Several children stood at the door, weeping profusely, while a group of elders outside the temple railed against the transgressors, proclaiming that one's body and hair, gifts from one's parents, should not be harmed. They condemned those who would dare to shave their heads, declaring them disloyal and unfilial, asserting that while one may lose their life, one must never part with their hair. "You worthless wretches deserve to perish," they cried. Upon arriving, Meng Jun turned to Zhang Bo and inquired, "What transpired here?" Zhang Bo explained, "A group of villagers was pursued by the Tartars to the outskirts of the southern city. Han Tongzheng, who guards the city, lowered a rescue basket from the city wall to save them. However, many among them had already shaved their heads, and the townsfolk, fearing infiltration by spies, demanded the execution of those without hair." At this juncture, it had become an unavoidable reality for many villagers across Jiang and to shave their heads to preserve their lives. During this tumultuous period for the Southern Ming, the Qing forces enforced a brutal policy of preserve the hair, lose the head. If the righteous forces responded in kind by shaving their heads, it would lead to a grim stalemate. In scenarios where the Qing army invaded, those who retained their braids were slaughtered. To survive, the majority of villagers felt compelled to shave their heads. Thus those who did so lived on. Subsequently, when the anti-Qing forces or Southern Ming troops arrived and encountered those with braids, they would assume them to be Tartars and execute them. In such a tragic cycle, regardless of hair, the villagers would face death. Given the overwhelming might of the Qing forces, those who had shaved their heads were in the majority. If the shaved were to be executed, it would undoubtedly drive them into the arms of the Qing court, a notion that Meng Jun could not tolerate. Standing on the steps of the Confucian Temple, Meng Jun declared in a resonant voice, "Those with hair are righteous citizens. Those without hair are refugees. As long as we ascertain there are no Tartar spies among them, and as long as they are willing to grow their hair back, we must not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. As subjects of the great Ming, how can we turn our weapons against one another?" The elders nearby, though eager to refute him, found themselves trembling and unable to voice their objections. After the matter was settled, Meng Jun instructed Zhang Bo, "Record this. Those with hair are righteous citizens. Those without hair are refugees." This decree shall be disseminated throughout the army. Zhang Bo promptly took his leave to execute the command. After addressing this urgent situation, Meng Jun proceeded to the military armory, where he once again met the master cannon maker. 3 months had passed since their last encounter, and upon seeing Meng Jun, Mi Shun hastily knelt, saying, "I pay my respects to the great governor." Meng Jun quickly assisted Mi Shun to his feet, saying, "Master Mi, please rise. You must not kneel before me again." He then approached the tin cannons displayed in the square, his hand caressing them, though cold to the touch. Meng Jun found himself entranced, as if caressing a beloved. "Governor, this cannon measures 6 feet 6 inches in length, with an effective range of over 500 paces. And at a high angle, it can reach a distance of 1,000 meters. It weighs 1,100 pounds, Mi Shun elaborated enthusiastically. The construction of these 10 cannons would strategically position them at the North City, allowing them to engage the Qing forces in artillery combat, ensuring they would no longer be defenseless. Meng Jun's face radiated with joy as he spoke. The commander remarked that 2 cannons had air holes and the clay mold had not been properly processed, necessitating a return to the furnace for reconstruction. Mi Shun hurriedly responded, "Yes, 8 cannons will suffice," Meng Jun stated, lingering for a moment, examining the cannon with eager anticipation. After some time, he instructed Meng Bian to transport the cannons to the northern city under the cover of night, preparing to launch a surprise attack against the Qing forces. Subsequently, Meng Jun departed from the foundry and proceeded to other workshops. Unlike the foundry, the areas dedicated to the manufacture of arrows, swords, and armor were bustling with activity. Upon entering, he was greeted by a wave of heat and a cacophony of sounds. Zhu Tu called out to Meng Jun, "Commander, we currently have sufficient manpower. But the Tartars are besieging the city, and our supply of iron and coal is severely limited. At the current production rate, we may exhaust our stockpile within a month." Meng Jun nodded in acknowledgement. "Do not worry. We shall devote ourselves to the production of weaponry, primarily focusing on arrows," he declared. Feeling his voice was too soft, he reiterated loudly for Zhu Tu's understanding. Zhu Tu then suggested, "Commander, it is too noisy here. Let us step outside." Once they exited the military armory, Meng Jun exhaled deeply, expressing his frustration. "It is indeed too loud. The working conditions for these craftsmen are deplorable." Zhu Tu lamented, "Not only the craftsmen, but even the nearby residents have relocated if they had the means. Only the impoverished remain in this vicinity, and property values have plummeted." Upon returning to the Suzhou government office, Zhang Bo awaited them in the hall. Observing Zhang Bo's demeanor, Meng Jun sensed he had pressing matters to discuss and promptly invited him to speak in the study. As they settled in, Zhang Bo wasted no time, stating, "Commander, our reconnaissance has yielded information. His Royal Highness, the Duke of Lu, is determined to dispatch an army of 100,000 to relieve the siege of Suzhou." Meng Jun was taken aback. This seemed quite different from the actions typically taken by the Southern Ming. Was the Duke of Lu truly so bold as to commit his entire force? However, Meng Jun felt a surge of optimism once the Zhujiang troops arrived. The combined assault from both inside and outside the city would surely overwhelm the enemy. Meng Jun then inquired further about the specifics of the Duke's forces, the number of infantry, cavalry, and naval troops who would lead them, whether the army had assembled, and the expected arrival date in Suzhou. Zhang Bo shook his head. "The exact number of soldiers is still uncertain, but it should not be less than 80,000. The commander will be General Fang Goen, and the Zhujiang army has yet to fully assemble. As for the date of arrival, that remains unknown." Meng Jun nodded thoughtfully and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "What kind of person is Fang Goen?" Zhang Bo promptly replied, "Fang Goen, styled Pancher, hails from Zhuji in Zhujiang. He rose through the ranks under Zhuo Liangyu, gaining considerable military merit. In the 16th year of Chongzhen, he served as deputy governor and was appointed as a general for pacifying the southern tribes, engaging in battles against Li Ziqing and Zhang Xianzhong with mixed outcomes. During the reign of Hongguang, Fang Goen allied with Ma Shiying and was granted the title of general for pacifying the south, stationed in Zhenjiang. Later, as tensions arose between Ma Shiying and Zhuo Liangyu, he was moved to Chiku in preparation for Zhuo Liangyu's actions. When Zhuo sought to clear the throne, Fang Goen hastily led his troops eastward. As the Qing forces advanced south, Fang Goen brought his troops into Zhujiang, but his army's discipline deteriorated, causing great suffering among the populace, leading to a loss of public support. When King Lu Zhichangfu surrendered to the Qing in Hangzhou, Ma Shiying and Ruan Dajing subsequently sought his allegiance. During the tumultuous period of the Qing conquest, Prince Lu commanded over 10,000 troops as they retreated from Hangzhou to the eastern banks of the Qian'an River. forming the backbone of anti-Qing resistance alongside Wang Jiren's forces. His Highness Prince Lu conferred upon Hongguang the title of Duke of Yu and established an altar to honor him as a general, bestowing command over the various military contingents. After listening to Zhang Boyang's eloquent introduction, Meng Jun gained a preliminary understanding of Hongguang. He mused to himself, by golly, he hails from the ranks of the disreputable General Zhuo Lianyu's subordinates. With such a tarnished military discipline, is he not merely another warlord? Quick to seize the advantage in favorable winds, yet retreating at the slightest hint of adversity. Meng Jun shook his head, harboring a premonition that it remained uncertain whether Hongguang would even reach Suzhou within the next half year. Meanwhile, outside the city, the relentless BLO showed no signs of respite. For days, the cacophony within the Qing army's encampment had been incessant as they regrouped and fortified their ranks. Fashioning an array of new weaponry, including numerous siege ladders, assault towers, and underground passages. From a lofty vantage point, the sight of countless heads appeared like undulating waves. As the impending clash between the two factions was set to commence anew, with a scale and ferocity unprecedented. Chapter 76, The Unrelenting Siege on the morning of November 9th. Outside the city of Suzhou, the resounding beat of drums echoed through the camp of the Qing army. Meng Jun hurried to the northern city wall, climbing atop its heights to gaze outward. In a fleeting moment, the Qing forces had already begun to array themselves at the foot of the walls. Standing resolute upon the ramparts, Meng Jun surveyed the scene before him. The Qing army surged like a tumultuous tide, their siege engines more numerous and varied than before. Among them were over a dozen trebuchets, battering rams, siege towers, and scaling ladders, the latter in such abundance that they nearly spanned the entire width of the northern city. The defenders atop the walls had also readied themselves, with molten lead beginning to bubble in cauldrons at the points of entry, while piles of timber and stones accumulated at the base of the wall, almost mountain-like. In the open fields beyond, Kongyu's artillery units commenced preparations for firing. Shortly thereafter, the Qing gunners ignited the fuses with torches, and the sparks swiftly raced into the cannon chambers. The air was soon filled with the thunderous sound of cannon fire, boom, 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 as thick plumes of white smoke ascended into the sky. Several artillery pieces recoiled violently as fiery projectiles screamed into the air, tracing parabolic arcs before crashing down upon the city walls. With a resounding thud, the bricks shattered and crumbled, debris flying in all directions, shrouded in smoke. Despite the formidable display, it was evident that the current artillery power was still insufficient to breach the walls through sheer force. BLO, stationed 2 miles outside the northern city, could feel the might of the artillery, and he was unavoidably struck by awe. He turned to the nearby 8 banners generals, exclaiming how the red cannons were indeed astonishing in their power. Behind him, Tulai chuckled, remarking that the ultimate outcome depended on the valor of the warriors. Otherwise, despite the Ming's extensive artillery, they would still crumble upon meeting their foes. BLO smiled at this, choosing not to respond, and instead focused intently on the city of Suzhou. The Qing gunners were busy cleaning their cannon barrels, and once finished, several began to reposition the artillery, aiming once more at the city walls. At that moment, the defenders atop Suzhou also unleashed a volley of 8 cannon shots. It turned out that after the Qing forces had fired, the defenders' cannons had taken aim at the enemy's artillery position, sending 8 projectiles hurtling towards them. BLO was taken aback. During the last siege, the city's smaller cannons had been unable to reach their artillery, yet in the span of just over 10 days, had the enemy's capabilities improved? In the blink of an eye, the 8 cannonballs hurtled towards the Qing artillery. However, lamentably, none struck their intended target, with the sole outcome being that one of the shells ricocheted and hit a cavalryman behind the Qing position. Damn it! Lin Shiqi, stationed atop the wall, cursed as he slammed his fist against the ramparts, while the defenders felt a wave of discouragement. With a signal from the Qing commander, the cannons roared once more, battering the city walls and causing the ramparts to shudder. With a mocking laugh, Nikan seemed to deride the defenders' ineffectual shots. Yet he could not overlook the grave expression that had settled upon Bolo's face, prompting him to quickly silence himself. BLO harbored a deep-seated concern that a single failure does not foreshadow perpetual failures. His apprehension was not without merit. The cannons atop the city walls roared to life once more, and this time, a solitary shell found its mark within the ranks of the Qing artillery, striking a formidable red cannon, much to the dismay of Kongyud, who felt the loss acutely. BLO turned to the messenger and commanded in a low, resolute voice, "Relay the order to besiege the city. Inform the entire army that until Suzhou falls, the drums shall not cease." Dozens of messengers echoed the rallying cry to the Qing soldiers within, proclaiming, "Until Suzhou falls, the drum shall not cease." The fervent shouts of the Qing forces could be heard even from the city towers, and the countenances of the commanders grew tense. This was no mere skirmish. With the issuance of military orders, the Qing soldiers surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, charging resolutely towards the northern gates of Suzhou. Bian Hu brandished his sword, roaring, "Follow me into battle." With one hand wielding his blade and the other clutching a shield, he charged forward, leading 2,000 sword and shield bearers, with hundreds of archers trailing behind, sprinting towards the city walls. Following closely, the Qing Green Standard troops advanced steadily, pushing various siege engines, with a throng of soldiers crowding behind the siege towers and ladders. At that moment, the small cannons atop the walls began to unleash their fury. Each shell that struck was lethal. Some shells detonated upon impact, becoming bouncing projectiles that wreaked havoc among the advancing Qing ranks, while catapults stationed behind the walls commenced hurling stones towards the enemy. As the Qing forces drew closer, arrows began to rain down from the battlements. "Governor, you must descend from the walls. It is too perilous here," Lin Shiqi urged, gripping Meng Jun's hand tightly, compelling him to retreat. "Very well. I shall remain at the base of the walls. As long as the enemy does not withdraw, I shall not retreat." Upon witnessing Meng Jun leave the ramparts, Lin Shiqi breathed a sigh of relief. Artillery shells are indiscriminate, and should any misfortune befall Meng Jun, all would be lost. The first to reach the base of the city walls was Bian Hu's Green Standard troops. Ever since Lu Liangzhou was assassinated, his command had been divided by Bolo. Part was assigned to Ma Digong, part to Tian Xiong, while the remainder fell under the leadership of Bian Hu, a trusted subordinate of Lu. Bian Hu felt a profound sense of frustration and resolved to capture Suzhou at all costs, determined to prove his valor to General Bolo. Leading his men to the foot of the walls, the shield-bearers positioned themselves to deflect the arrows raining down from above, while the archers behind them unleashed a volley towards the battlements, suppressing the defenders. In a matter of moments, Ma Digong himself led a large contingent of troops, pushing siege engines towards the walls, where towering siege towers and ladders approached ominously, while battering rams, beset by stones and arrows, inched closer to the gates. In the preceding days, the Qing had expended considerable civilian resources to fill in the ditches and traps leading to the northern walls of Suzhou, allowing their siege engines to reach the walls unimpeded. A multitude of siege towers began to inch closer, nearly matching the height of the city walls. It was universally acknowledged that once a siege tower reached the ramparts, the Qing soldiers would surge forth in unending waves. Thus, the defenders frantically targeted the siege towers with their arrows, igniting oil-soaked projectiles that rained down upon the structures, setting many ablaze. However, some siege towers continued their relentless advance towards the battlements. "Oil! Oil!" cried an officer atop the walls, his voice ringing out. "Burn the enemy's machinery. Do not let them approach." Amidst the battlements, arrows intermingled, and now and then, Qing soldiers fell, struck fatally, while Ming troops screamed in agony as they plummeted from the walls. As the siege tower, nearly level with the ramparts, drew ever closer, the defenders, responding to their officer's command, hurled barrels of incendiary oil, which shattered upon the tower, igniting a fierce conflagration. The Qing soldiers below scattered in disarray, while the towering inferno consumed the siege apparatus, forcing the soldiers within to emerge like ants fleeing a disturbed nest. The archers atop the walls responded with a relentless volley of arrows, and the exposed Qing troops succumbed one by one. "Continue firing. Let us eliminate this wretched lot," exclaimed Yu Tian, his laughter echoing with dark delight. Chapter 77. Blood-soaked battle. The resonant sound of drums had echoed for an extended period, and even the Qing soldiers beating the drums had changed shifts twice. Yet, the city of Suzhou remained steadfast. Numerous siege ladders leaned against the city walls, as the green-clad soldiers attempted to ascend like ants, only to fall lifelessly to the ground below. Some were crushed by rolling logs, their bones shattered and chests caved in, while others were struck by stones, their heads bloodied and lifeless on the ground. Those still breathing were trapped beneath the weight of fallen bodies, helplessly shouting for aid. The sight of such a mountain of corpses astonished Lin Shiqi, a veteran of life and death. In the battlefield of Liaodong, the Qing army seldom employed such large-scale ant-like assaults on cities. Typically, they relied on internal betrayal to breach fortifications or surrounded cities to cut off reinforcements, leading to the surrender of demoralized defenders. A throng of green soldiers was scaling the ladders, while several siege towers had also reached the walls. As the protective panels of the towers descended, elite armored soldiers burst forth with wild roars, and the sounds of combat erupted atop the walls. Shang Shan, situated in the rear, could not contain his joy, exclaiming that they had successfully ascended. Boruo, lowering his telescope, cautioned him not to celebrate too soon. Capturing the walls and having the army enter the city would signify true victory. He then smiled at Shang Shan, instructing him to prepare, offering him another opportunity. With a decisive tone, he commanded the selection of 2,000 elite soldiers from the 8 banners to accompany him in the assault on the city, declaring that he wished to experience the charms of the daughters of Wu and Yu that night. Shang Shan, invigorated, clasped his hands in respect, assuring Boruo that he would not disappoint his expectations. Meanwhile, the battering ram at the city gates continued to strike relentlessly, each impact causing the massive gates to tremble violently. The ram, suspended by thick iron chains, bore a colossal wooden head wrapped in iron, designed to deliver devastating blows to the gates. Realizing the impending danger to the gates, Wang Difu urgently commanded his soldiers to bring stones to brace the doors, while the defenders atop the city walls hurled logs and stones at the battering ram, causing its wooden planks to sway precariously. "Pull with all your might, brothers," he urged, as dozens of green soldiers leaned back, straining against the ropes. The massive wood swung back, and with a collective release, the ram lunged toward the gates. With a thunderous crash, although the gates of Suzhou were sturdy, they shuddered violently from the impact, sending dust cascading from the walls down upon the defenders below. The ram swung again, carrying immense force as it struck the gates, causing the bodies of the defenders at the entrance to undulate like waves. "Here come the stones," shouted Wang Difu, as a contingent of auxiliary soldiers appeared, laboriously carrying large stones. "Stand them upright," he bellowed, sweat pouring down his brow, as the stones were stacked like a makeshift wall. The sound of the gates grew increasingly muffled, absorbing the battering ram's force, leaving it seemingly powerless. Just as the immediate crisis at the gates was averted, the situation atop the walls grew dire. Qianzong Su Biao and his squad of elite soldiers had been engaged in fierce combat for several hours, their throats parched and nearly ablaze. Originally from the Suzhou Green Army, Su Biao had surrendered to Meng Jun after the city fell to his forces. At that moment, several soldiers from Meng's army were struck down by arrows from below, as Qing troops began to ascend the ladders, leaping onto the battlements. As the green camp soldier leapt down from the battlement, he swiftly struck down a civilian who was carrying arrows, sending him sprawling to the ground. Su Biao, incensed, could hardly believe the audacity of the enemy, so brazenly disregarding the presence of the numerous guards around him. "Kill him," Su Biao bellowed, pointing at the soldier. In an instant, dozens of his guards surged forward. The green camp soldier, upon witnessing this, turned pale with fear, having just killed a civilian. He felt as though he had stirred a hornet's nest. Just then, another Qing soldier climbed up, and before he could comprehend the situation, Su Biao's bodyguard struck him down with a heavy club, sending him tumbling off the wall. Seeing a horde of burly men approaching, the green camp soldier, terrified, leapt from the parapet, landing on the corpses below, which cushioned his fall. Although he only sprained his leg, he was unharmed. Pathetic coward, he thought. But his luck was about to run out. With a face ashen as death, he gazed at Bian Hu, helplessly watching as Bian's tiger-headed saber severed his head, which rolled away, blood gushing from his neck like a spring. Bian Hu, having dispatched the man with the ease of slaughtering a chicken, turned and roared in battle. "Those who retreat shall be slain. Do not blame me for lacking compassion. I shall show no mercy." With that, he and his retinue began to ascend the city wall. Bian Hu swiftly climbed the siege ladder, taking 2 steps at a time until he reached the top, where he exchanged a fierce glance with Su Biao, both shouting, "Kill." Bian Hu was the first to strike, his saber arcing downwards. Su Biao raised his weapon to block, but the force was so tremendous that he was pinned against the wall, while the guard beside him swung his saber at Bian Hu, only to create a shower of sparks. In a swift retaliation, Bian Hu's blade sliced through the neck of Su Biao's guard, whose flimsy armor offered no protection. Caught off guard, the guard fell to his knees, clutching his throat. Furious, Su Biao seethed at the loss of a loyal companion who had fought by his side for years. "Fetch blunt weapons. Crush him," he roared. Several guards armed with clubs rushed forward, surrounding Bian Hu. Just then, Bian Hu's own guards appeared over the wall. Seizing the opportunity, Su Biao's men surged forward. 2 guards with long spears thrust them at Bian Hu, who swung his saber down, shattering their weapons. Su Biao seized the moment to kick Bian Hu in the abdomen, but the latter merely stumbled, remaining on his feet as he swung his blade at Su Biao's chest. Su Biao barely evaded, feeling the blade rip through his armor. blood seeping from the wound. Gritting his teeth, Su Biao retaliated with a horizontal slash aimed at Bian Hu's vulnerable legs. Bian Hu let out a pained grunt as he collapsed. As he fell, several guards wielding clubs began to rain blows upon Bian Hu's head, leaving him bloodied and lying on the wall, his fate uncertain. "My lord, quickly bandage your wound," urged one of Su Biao's guards. Su Biao shook his head, glancing up to see that Bian Hu's guards had also scaled the wall. Without further ado, the battle resumed once more. The air was thick with the scent of blood as Qian Biao, drenched in crimson, fought valiantly amidst the chaos. The 500 heavily armored soldiers beside him had suffered heavy losses, yet they continued to rush forth like firefighters, tirelessly engaging the enemy. Waves of auxiliary troops ascended the city walls, treated as mere expendables, their numbers dwindling as they perished atop the battlements. Only a fortunate few, wounded yet alive, were carried down by their comrades. Lin Shiqi, stationed at the city gate tower, dispatched reserve troops wherever the situation grew dire. The battle had raged for a grueling 5.5 hours, and the previously established rotation plan had become obsolete in the face of the Qing forces' relentless assault. As the circumstances atop the walls intensified, Lin Shiqi urgently ordered the deployment of additional heavy infantry. Meanwhile, the dwindling ranks of the gunmen remained clustered on the battlements. Close to him, as the siege escalated, the morale of the Green Standard troops neared collapse, while Shangshan personally led over 2,000 soldiers of the right banner to the foot of the city. Ma Digong, with several arrows embedded in him, approached Shangshan with a determined stride, greeting him with respect. This humble general offers his respects to the noble lord. "Indeed, General Ma, your dedication in this battle has not gone unnoticed by the commander," Shangshan affirmed, patting Ma Digong's shoulder in acknowledgement. Chapter 78. Night Battle. After pacifying Ma Digong, Shangshan swiftly commanded the 8 banners troops to ascend the city walls using ladders from various points. The Green Camp soldiers, on the brink of collapse, were invigorated by this sight, unleashing a chorus of spirited cries that propelled the assault to its zenith. The defenders on the walls displayed expressions of trepidation. Lin Shiqi recognized that they had arrived at the most perilous moment. The soldiers atop the walls had fought valiantly for an extended period and were no longer solely comprised of the original troops from Ningwu town. There were household servants, guards from escort agencies, and auxiliary soldiers. Though their ranks were diverse, their resolve to resist the Qing army was unequivocal. Anxiety gripped Lin Shiqi's heart. Yet none wavered or took a step back. "Pour down all the oil barrels, set the ladders ablaze," Lin Shiqi bellowed, observing the 8 banners soldiers climbing the walls. The supply of oil barrels atop the battlements was dwindling. The remaining few were hurled down in one swift motion. In an instant, searing flames erupted below, illuminating the night sky, and the intense heat surged upwards to the ramparts. The 8 banners soldiers, caught in the inferno, screamed as they leaped from the walls. In such dire circumstances, even the most valiant warriors were rendered helpless against the merciless elements. Witnessing dozens of his soldiers consumed by the flames, Shangshan's face twisted with rage. Despite the horrific scene, the remaining troops continued their rapid ascent, engaging in fierce combat with the defenders on the walls. At this critical juncture, reinforcements arrived within the city, although Meng Biji was still recovering from his injuries. He led the remaining 1,500 heavily armored soldiers to fortify the defenses. The sight of the fully equipped heavy infantry eased the anxiety of the defenders. The two forces clashed once more atop the walls, with Meng Jun's heavy infantry wielding bludgeons, gaining an advantage over the 8 banner soldiers. Moreover, the heavy infantry outnumbered their foes on the battlements, forcing the 8 banners troops to ascend the walls like moths to a flame. Despite their superior martial skills, it was impossible for them to seize control of the walls in such a short span. By the time the clock struck a quarter past the hour of the rooster, the two armies had been engaged in fierce combat atop the walls for nearly an hour. Meng Jun suffered significant losses. Yet Shangshan's 8 banner soldiers fared poorly as well, with over half of the 2,500 troops of the right blue banner already fallen. As twilight descended, Shangshan found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to commit the remaining soldiers. At that moment, a messenger's voice rang out from the rear, announcing, "The commander has issued an order. Ignite the fires for a night assault. Tonight we shall breach Suzhou city." Under the great banner, Anakin could no longer remain composed. He tugged at the reins of his horse and approached Bolo, stating, "Commander, it appears that relying solely on Shangshan's remaining 2,000 troops will not suffice to breach the city." Bolo nodded in agreement and then addressed the Mongolian commander. "Su Ryle, Su Zhongjing, Lead your 2,000 Mongolian warriors to scale the walls. Suzhou frowned at the command, replying, Commander. The warriors of the eternal sky are better suited to soaring on horseback. They are not adept at scaling strongholds. BLO spoke calmly yet firmly. The warriors of Manchuria are also ascending the walls. Upon hearing this, Suzhou was rendered speechless, compelled to dismount and ascend the city with his troops. The Mongolian 8 banners, accustomed to riding, exhibited distinct bow-leggedness. Upon witnessing Suzhou's arrival, Shangshan gritted his teeth and commanded his companion, Gashaha, to follow him up the city. Gashaha urgently advised, Your Highness, with such noble status, how can you lead the charge to scale the city? Shangshan retorted angrily. Did our revered ancestor don 13 suits of armor to embark on his campaign, enduring countless perils? How can the mere city of Suzhou withstand the might of the 8 banners? Ignoring the objections of his guards, he pushed past the shield wall as protection. Intent on climbing the nearest siege ladder, with Gashaha dutifully guarding his side. The battlefield was a cacophony of clashing blades, a deluge of arrows, and the thunderous roar of cannon fire. Torches blazed both on the walls and below, and despite the darkness of night, the sounds of battle reverberated throughout Suzhou, instilling fear in the hearts of the citizens who dared not sleep. Although the garrison's combat prowess fell short of the 8 banners, none retreated. As corpses piled high on the ramparts, blood seeping into the stones, darkening them, Shangshan had ascended the city walls, with Gashaha steadfastly by his side, quickly seizing a small portion of ground at the battlements. Noticing an expanding breach, Lin Shiqi, accompanied by his soldiers, rushed forward. Just then, Meng Jun arrived with his personal guard, observing the chaos atop the walls, where each climbing point was engaged in fierce combat. In the dim light, Meng Jun spotted Lin Shiqi, who was perilously holding his ground against the relentless assaults of the 8 banners. Meng Jun ordered Gao Yi to swiftly assist Lin Shiqi, while he himself led a dozen guards to the watchtower. Upon Gao Yi's arrival, Lin Shiqi's burden was somewhat alleviated, but his relief was short-lived as Gashaha, armed with a spear, thrust it into Lin Shiqi's abdomen. Although most of the blow was mitigated by armor, it still penetrated 2 inches deep. Gao Yi hastily advanced, kicking aside obstacles to support Lin Shiqi, who struggled to maintain his footing, and the others quickly encircled him for protection. Upon reaching the watchtower, Meng Jun urgently commanded the gunner squad to form 5 ranks there, aiming at Shangshan's position, while loudly instructing Gao Yi to take cover. Startled, Gao Yi and his companions instinctively ducked just as Meng Jun shouted, Gunners, take aim, fire. A continuous volley of gunfire erupted, echoing across the battlements. Even as Gashaha instinctively leaped in front of Shangshan to shield him from most of the projectiles, 3 or 4 bullets still found their mark. Shangshan felt his strength waning rapidly, and as his legs buckled, he collapsed to the ground. His mouth moving as if to speak, the light in his eyes fading swiftly. The deafening gunfire momentarily halted the clashes across the battlefield. Soon, the anguished cries of Gashaha pierced the air as he mourned Shangshan's demise. Witnessing their lord fall, 2 fortunate Gashaha, in despair, charged towards Meng Jun, only to be swiftly overwhelmed and slain. The 8 banners soldiers atop the city were struck with horror. A noble of the Manchu clan, Baron Shangshan, had perished here. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted, and the defenders began to regain control of the city. Suzhou gazed in astonishment at the severed head that hung high upon the city wall, that of the proud Shangshan. He could scarcely believe that such a life had been lost here. Observing the Mongolian soldiers scaling the walls, whose fighting spirit was rapidly waning, Suzhou hastily dispatched a messenger to report back to BLO. BLO listened in disbelief to the battle report, and after a moment, he solemnly ordered the sounding of retreat. The resonant clang of the retreat signal echoed through the air, and the weary Qing soldiers swiftly fell back. Meanwhile, the defenders atop the walls, drained of their strength, ceased their fire upon the retreating foes, leaning against the battlements, their voices mingling in a cacophony of relief. The Tatars are retreating. We have triumphed, they exclaimed, laughter erupting amidst the chaos. As the dawn light slowly bathed the earth, the morning breeze swept over the grassy plains outside Suzhou, carrying with it a heavy scent of blood that spread in every direction. Meng Jun stood resolutely atop the city walls, surveying the scene of piled corpses below, his figure resembling a steadfast standard-bearer. The crimson armor he wore shimmered magnificently in the dawn light. Within the ranks of the Qing army, BLO, his face ashen, lowered his telescope, having taken in the sight of Meng Jun. After a prolonged silence, he uttered 2 words through clenched teeth, Return to camp. Chapter 79. The messenger minister Meng Jun humbly bows before your highness. The eastern invaders, numbering over 100,000, have besieged the city for more than half a month, launching several assaults on Suzhou. However, the citizens remain united and resolute, repeatedly repelling the enemy's advances. On the 9th day of November, the enemy's forces, led by the treacherous General Liu Yangzhou and the royal relative Shang Shan, made a desperate attack on the northern city wall of Suzhou. After 2 days and nights of fierce combat, by dawn, both Shang Shan and Liu Yangzhou had met their demise within the city, leaving behind countless fallen soldiers of the enemy's 8 banners. The casualties among the green-clad soldiers are too numerous to count. The enemy's veteran troops are weary, having not rested since their campaign in Jiangnan began. They are now attacking Jiangyin and besieging Suzhou, presenting a prime opportunity to strike decisively against the foe. I earnestly implore your highness to swiftly dispatch a great army to relieve the siege of Suzhou. The loyal citizens within the city await your arrival as parched seedlings long for rain. Once your forces arrive, the simultaneous assault from both inside and outside will surely lead to a resounding victory over Baoyuo. The capital, Nanjing, will then be within our grasp, and with its restoration, your highness will gain unparalleled renown throughout the realm. Once Jiangnan is secured, the imperial army will march north, sweeping away decades of turmoil caused by the Liao. Meng Jun, inspired by a sense of urgency, penned a lengthy memorial overnight and dispatched a swift messenger on horseback to the Prince of Lu. Should the Qing army fail to breach the city, Meng Jun estimates that Hongguang will not arrive for another 6 months. Nevertheless, given the heavy losses the Qing forces have suffered, with Shang Shan's head displayed atop the city walls, it is likely that Hongguang will be compelled to come. At that moment, a coordinated assault may indeed be feasible. Within and around Suzhou, both armies have momentarily ceased hostilities, the cannon fire has died down, and each side tends to its wounds. Meng Jun's forces are diligently fortifying the city's defenses and clearing the walls, while the Qing troops are engaged in the grim task of collecting the dead. The camp is filled with numerous injured soldiers. Yet the number of medical officers accompanying the army is woefully inadequate, forcing the remaining Qing soldiers to endure their suffering. Those who survive will live, and those who do not will be buried. Meanwhile, in the Qing army's camp, Baoyuo addressed a middle-aged man with a goatee. Do you recognize this Meng Jun? General. The man replied, I am familiar with him. He hails from Chashu, bearing the surname Meng and the given name Jun, with the courtesy name Yuanji. His father was a wealthy local who passed away last year. Meng Jun secured the position of a 1,000-man commander in Chashu, and when the imperial army conquered Jiangnan, he followed the governor of Changshu in shaving his head to pledge allegiance. Later, he was tasked with leading a supply convoy to accompany the forces under General Li Chengdong. However, midway through, news arrived that Meng Jun had rebelled, proclaiming his intent to restore the Ming dynasty. Oh, and what manner of man is Meng Jun? Baoyuo inquired, his expression non-committal. I have encountered him often. He is merely an ordinary young man from a wealthy family, somewhat bookish and fond of leisure. He is known to frequent the entertainment districts, with no distinguishing traits worth mentioning, said Lu Qiao, somewhat doubtful. It perplexes me that a scion of a prominent family, having already shaved his head, would choose to engage in such perilous endeavors. Now, the legacy left by Meng Jun's ancestors will benefit those serving under Commander Wang. It is a thought that incites jealousy. Since you are acquainted with Meng Jun, I suggest you enter the city to persuade him to surrender to the Qing. If you can convince him to yield, you shall be appointed as the governor of Suzhou, and Meng Jun will be granted a marquisate. With wealth and lands at his discretion, Baoyuo casually pointed towards Lu Qiao. Lu Qiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a mere minor official from Changshu, he found himself with the unexpected opportunity to serve as the governor of Suzhou. With this thought in mind, he promptly nodded and declared to the general, I shall immediately enter the city and persuade. Tu Lai watched as Lu Qiao exited the tent, turning to Bolo and bowing. General, is it appropriate to recruit someone like Meng Jun, who has slain members of the royal family? Bolo scoffed, merely a pawn on the chessboard. If Meng Jun were truly to surrender, it would be under our terms. He waved dismissively. The troops of Hongguang have already gathered in Shaoxing. The forces within Hangzhou are insufficient. If Hongguang strikes Hangzhou first, my cavalry can exploit the chaos and seize victory with ease. Should he choose not to attack Hangzhou but instead come to Suzhou, it would be a classic strategy of our Manchus to besiege the city while cutting off reinforcements. Your wisdom is unparalleled, General. Does an old acquaintance wish to meet with me? Meng Jun asked, puzzled. Indeed, Governor. The soldiers guarding the city reported that this individual claims to be an old friend of the great governor. He has been brought up in a basket after a thorough search, and everything appears normal, although he has emerged from the Tartar camp, Gao Yi informed Meng Jun. Then let us meet him and see what further words beyond the lookout has to share, Meng Jun replied with a smile. As soon as Lu Qiao spotted Meng Jun, he hurried forward but was halted by a wave of Gao Yi's hand. Undeterred, Lu Qiao called out, Meng, my younger brother, it's me, old Lu the clerk. We've shared drinks before, remember? Oh, it's you, Lu the clerk. It has been ages. You still possess that same charm, Meng Jun said, momentarily taken aback. As he did not recognize him, perhaps only recalling his original form. He chuckled and gestured to Gao Yi to let Lu Qiao through. Ah, Meng. You truly are a remarkable person. I, old Lu, have recognized your potential long ago. You are no ordinary figure, like a dragon amidst the clouds. Who would have thought that in just a few short months, your reputation would spread far and wide? Oh, forgive my tongue. How can I still call you Meng? From now on, it is General Ming. Ha ha ha. Lu, you haven't come here merely to flatter me, have you? Flatter you? Nonsense. You've merely stumbled upon good fortune. Lu Qiao silently cursed inwardly yet maintained his smile. General Ming, we are fellow townsfolk. We certainly mean you no harm. BLO has assured us that should you wish to surrender, any conditions you propose will be entertained. Titles, land, gold, and silver. Just voice your desires, and all can be negotiated. Meng Jun's expression hardened. BLO sent you to persuade me to surrender, and I can now unequivocally convey to him that I, Meng Jun, shall never yield. Oh dear. Meng, can't you see that the Qing dynasty is rising like the sun? Unstoppable? Lu Qiao implored. Consider the rapid conquests since entering the pass, in under 2 years. They have swept across the land from north to south. The Ming is already lost. As the dream of governorship began to shatter, Lu Qiao continued his earnest entreaties. Meng Jun scoffed. The king of Lu governs in Shaoxing. The Tang king claims his title in Fuzhou. The Ming is not yet lost. To take it a step further, as long as there is one Han person resisting, the Tartars shall never secure their hold on the throne. Ru Qiao, in her rebellious stance, is treading a path towards self-destruction. Brother Ming, considering our past relations, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. As the ancient saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. In this world, wealth, land, fame, and fortune are what we should earnestly pursue. Everything else is but illusory and false. To act against the current reveals the true essence of a hero. Moreover, this current may not solely reside in Manchuria, but amongst the sons of Han. The number of Manchu males is merely in the hundreds of thousands, whereas the Han people count in the tens of millions. By swimming against the tide, I firmly believe we can sweep away centuries of outdated norms and restore clarity to the world. Ru Qiao gazed at him as if he were a fool. Her expression one of disbelief. Words failed her, and after a moment's hesitation, she turned to leave. At that moment, Meng Jun spoke, in light of our past acquaintance. Should you find your way back from this misguided path, I will ensure your safety. Ru Qiao smiled broadly, replying, then thank you. Chapter 80. Restlessness upon receiving Meng Jun's missive, King Lu was engulfed in exuberance, inevitably indulging in fantasies of reclaiming Nanjing's monumental glory. He promptly issued several edicts, urging Hongguang to swiftly assemble troops and march towards Sioux City. Meanwhile, Hongguang, having received reports of the Qing forces' significant failure in their siege, felt a surge of confidence, dismissing the invaders as mere pretenders. The Manchus, despite their presence on the city walls, were repelled by a band of local militia. His spirits soared, and he yearned to hasten to Suzhou and confront the eastern invaders in battle. In the vast wilderness of Hangzhou and Shaoshan, on November 25th, the frigid wind pierced through to the bone. On the hillside, Zhang Huangyan gazed intently at the distant city of Hangzhou, which appeared as a mere dark speck from afar. Beside him, his deputy, Zhang Mingchen, spoke solemnly, Sir, that is Hangzhou. Indeed, Hangzhou, Zhang Huangyan replied, his voice tinged with a hint of mockery. The virtuous prince, so lauded by the eastern forest, trembles in fear before the eastern invaders, forsaking ancestral legacies and willingly submitting. Truly, it is a great shame for the nation. As he continued, his tone unwittingly shifted to one of deep anger. Sir, tread lightly in your words, Zhang Mingzhen cautioned, sensing the tension. With a melancholic sigh, Zhang Huangyan relented, saying, let us not speak further. On June 11th of the first year of the Hongguang reign, the Qing forces advanced upon Hangzhou. Ma Shiying, Wan Dishang, and Zhu Dadayan each fled for their lives. while Chun Hongfan returned to Hangzhou, persuading King Lu to surrender, welcoming the Qing army, and opening the city gates. Prince Zhu Huabi, upon hearing the news, earnestly advised King Lu, "The fate of our nation teeters on the brink. How shall we survive in these dire times? With your virtue renowned far and wide, the world would rally behind you." For a century, the Song dynasty held sway, and our land stretched thousands of miles, encompassing Fujian, Guangdong, Yunnan, and Sichuan. If we do not act now, opportunities will slip away, and in the future, we may find ourselves begging for mere scraps of land. Zhu Changfa replied, "Your concerns are valid, but I am but a man of modest talents, unworthy of such burdens." Zhu Huabi continued, "What folly! The sons of the Zhu family must wield their swords and vow to stand with the nation in life and death. Only then can we hope to rise from weakness, especially when our sustenance is derived from our ancestors." Zhu Changfa further deflected, claiming that the troops might not be adequately utilized and that resources would be scarce. "I understand the precariousness of our situation," he insisted. Zhu Huabi, in despair, declared, "Currently, Goen commands tens of thousands of troops in the western suburbs. And even with remnants of the army, we can still gather strength. The treasury holds gold, and we can bolster our provisions without excessive burdens. This five-camp army is robust, and with the recruitment of capable men, we could achieve something remarkable." Yet Zhu Changfa remained resolute in his decision to surrender to the Qing, prompting Zhu Huabi to rise in frustration, tearing his crown and sash and departing in anguish. Fang Goen gathered an army of 30,000, alongside 4,000 militia, supplemented by a large contingent of laborers to transport provisions and equipment. The Jiangnan region had not witnessed warfare for decades, rendering them ill-equipped with armor and weaponry. Nevertheless, the militia's fighting spirit eclipsed that of Fang Goen's core troops. As the Grand Army prepared for its expedition, they honored their ancestors with rituals, burning incense and sacrificing cattle to the heavens, before officially setting forth towards Suzhou, a journey that would take no more than 10 days under normal circumstances. A messenger was dispatched to inform General Bolo, the governor of Hangzhou, while Zhang Zunren gazed solemnly at the distant Ming forces. Zhang Zunren initially served as the vice-general of Ningyuan during the Ming Dynasty, alongside General Zhu Dazhou in the defense of Daling City, in the 5th year of Tianzong. When Emperor Taiji personally led his troops to assault Daling, Zhang Zunren, together with Zhu Dazhou, surrendered, yet he retained his position as vice-general. In the 1st year of Xuanji, he accompanied the Xuanji emperor into the pass and advanced into Shaanxi with Gushin Yechen, successfully capturing Taiyuan City. Subsequently, he joined Prince Yu, Dodo, in campaigns against Hunan and Jiangnan, repeatedly achieving military accolades. By the 2nd year of Xuanji, he was appointed as the governor of Hangzhou. Observing the restlessness in Hangzhou, Fang Goen, a seasoned military veteran, had a clear understanding of the situation there. At that moment, the city was defended solely by the Qing generals Zhuma La and Wu Liqin, who commanded over 2,000 eight-banner troops, alongside 10,000 Green Standard soldiers, and more than 2,000 remnants from Li Chengdong's forces. An assault on Hangzhou at this juncture would likely yield great success. However, with the Baoyuo army at their backs, if they were to be ambushed by the Eight Banners during the siege, the consequences could be dire. After much contemplation, Fang Goen resolved to march his troops to Suzhou and coordinate an assault on Baoyuo with Meng Jun from both inside and outside. In the Qing army's encampment, Baoyuo had received a reprimand from Durangan in Beijing, chastising him for reckless warfare that had cost the lives of thousands of Manchu soldiers. After reading the message, Baoyuo's expression darkened. A few days prior, he had once again ordered Bai Yongfu's troops to launch a strong assault on Suzhou, but the city stood resilient, its defenders exhibiting meticulous strategy. After several days of relentless attacks, the Qing forces remained unable to breach Suzhou, while the morale of both sides fluctuated. Meng Jun repeatedly thwarted the Qing assaults, bolstering the confidence of his soldiers, who began to perceive the Qing army as less formidable than anticipated, which infuriated Baoyuo. Yet he found himself powerless to change the situation. Under Bai Yongfu, officers such as Xiao Mingzhua and Wu Shunchang began urging Bai to abandon the infantry and lead the cavalry south to join Prince Lu instead, as they sensed Baoyuo's ill intentions. The repeated assaults had turned Bai's forces into mere fodder, and discontent brewed within his ranks. Just last night, an entire squadron had deserted, and several soldiers tasked with guarding the camp had also fled. Bai Yongfu was acutely aware of this unrest but remained indecisive, torn in his resolve. In the Qing army's encampment, rain pattered outside, while Baoyuo deliberated with the 8 banner generals in the central tent regarding Fang Gowen's impending offensive. Urgent reports from Zhang Suanren in Hangzhou indicated that Fang Gowen's forces were hastily approaching Suzhou, their numbers unclear but certainly exceeding 100,000. As Zhu Yihai had mobilized the entirety of Zhejiang's troops, scouts had observed that a significant portion of the soldiers lacked armor. Baoyuo remarked coldly, "The general, Fang Gowen, is hardly a concern. If the southern troops lack fortified defenses, they are no match for us in open battle. To besiege a city and cut off reinforcements, we are but a few steps from Hangzhou. In my view, we should leave behind those green standard rabble. Our elite 8 banner troops should charge directly into the disordered masses. Once a breach is made, it matters not how many they are, the greater the number. The faster the chaos will ensue," he asserted. The other generals nodded in agreement, despite suffering setbacks in Suzhou. They unanimously believed that the Manchu warriors were not adept at siege warfare. In the heart of the Central Plains, they had no rivals. Having already ravaged the region numerous times, and the Ming forces within the pass had become increasingly ineffectual, the Qing army made 5 incursions into the Great Wall. The first occurred in the second year of the Hongguang Era, when Emperor Taiji led a grand army on a campaign, advancing via Rihe, reaching the Great Wall at Dayan Pass and Longjing Pass, and penetrating into the interior, capturing Zunghua and besieging Jizhou, while Chongzhen executed Yuan Chonghuan by slow slicing. The second incursion took place in the 5th year of Chongzhen, with Emperor Taiji commanding the Qing forces advancing from the Mongolian steppes, reaching the northern expanse of Zhangjiago, setting up camp for 40 miles, showcasing their military might. The third incursion occurred during the Chongzhen years, led by Ajij, who breached Jiyong Pass and entered the Great Wall, causing the Ming army to flee in disarray. The Qing forces triumphed in 56 engagements, capturing 12 cities and seizing hundreds of thousands of people and livestock. In the 11th year of Chongzhen, the Qing army made their 4th incursion. Dorgan entered through Qingshan Pass while Yuetua entered via Qiangxiling. The Ming general Liu Xiangxing confronted the Qing forces in Jiulu, Hebei, but suffered defeat and perished. Renowned anti-Qing General Sun Qingzong steadfastly defended Gaoyang with the populace, but the city fell and he was killed. The Qing army ultimately captured a prefecture, 3 states, and 57 counties, including the provincial capital of Shandong, Jinan, abducting over 500,000 men and women along with vast amounts of livestock and wealth. The 5th incursion transpired in the 15th year of Chongzhen, when Emperor Taiji appointed Abatai as the commanding general, leading troops from Qiangxiling into the interior, advancing all the way to Yangzhou and Shandong. They further divided their forces to conquer Dengzhou, Laizhou, Guizhou, Yizhou, and Haizhou, ultimately capturing 88 cities and subjugating 6, while abducting 360,000 individuals. When Biuelo observed that all the generals unanimously agreed to first target Fang Gowen, he coldly declared for the assembly, leaving Ma Digong, Tian Xiong, Bai Yongfu, and others from the Green Camp to fortify their encampment and first strike down Fang Gowen as ordered. Chapter 81. The Conspiracy of Bai Yongfu. The following morning, the garrison in Suzhou witnessed a large contingent of 8 banners cavalry surging forth from the camp gates, believing that the Qing forces were poised to launch another fierce assault. The soldiers atop the city walls stood at the ready. To their astonishment, the 8 banners' troops hastened southward. Receiving the news, Meng Jun hurried to the city walls, gazing out to see a uniform array of cavalry clad in blue armor. Qian Biao exclaimed beside him, "General, are these Tartars retreating?" Meng Jun shook his head, observing the throng of figures within the Qing encampment, while the green standard troops remained motionless. After a moment's pause, he declared, "Gao Yi, summon a military council." Within the Suzhou command hall, Meng Bian, Meng Biji, Yang In, Huang Qing, Qian Biao, and Han Xiong were gathered. At the end of the table sat Du Yonghe and Guohu, former subordinates of Li Chengdong, while Lin Shiqi, still recovering from a long spear wound to his abdomen, was unable to join. Meng Jun spoke first. "The 8 banners have departed the camp. What do you all surmise Baoyuo's destination to be?" Clenching his fists, he paused and continued, "If the 8 banners are retreating, we should strike at the treacherous green standard rebels below the city." Han Xiong, uncertain, remarked, "From my observations, it seems the Tartars are heading towards Fang Gowen's forces. Shaoxing is not far from Suzhou, and I believe the departing troops are all cavalry, moving southward." With a hint of doubt, Yang In inquired, "What if this is a ruse by the Tartars? Perhaps they are feigning weakness to lure us out of the city and then ambush us while we attack their camp?" At this moment, Huang Qing interjected, "With tens of thousands of cavalry, How could the Qing forces easily conceal their movements? We should dispatch all scouts in the city to track the Tartars' trail. Meng Jun concurred with Huang Cheng's reasoning. After further discussion, he issued orders for Han Xiong's Kuwu town to prepare, selecting seasoned veterans who had endured fierce battles to form a vanguard. He also instructed Huang Cheng's scouts to conduct reconnaissance in all directions while sending a messenger swiftly to Fang Goen's forces to apprise them of the situation and advise heightened vigilance. In the Qing camp, Bai Yongfu found morale dismally low, with wounded soldiers scattered and a pervasive atmosphere of despair. Just then, Wu Shunchang entered the tent, his face ashen. Bai Yongfu frowned, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Wu Shunchang, filled with rage, replied, "The scoundrels in the rear camp sent us spoiled provisions. Many of them were moldy." Bai Yongfu, perplexed, asked, "Why did you not inspect them upon retrieval?" Wu Shunchang, even angrier, retorted, "The quartermaster we sent to collect supplies was refused. They claimed all the grain was like this. If we wanted food, we had to take it as is, or not touch it at all. The quartermaster had no choice but to bring it back." Bai Yongfu slammed his hand on the table in frustration, saying, "Let us go." With that, he stormed off with his subordinates to the rear camp, which was under the command of Tian Xiong. The soldiers at the camp gate, seeing Bai Yongfu and his entourage approach with such intensity, hurriedly reported to Tian Xiong. Upon Bai Yongfu's arrival at the camp gate, Tian Xiong and his men were already waiting. As Bai Yongfu appeared, Tian Xiong greeted him with a smile, saying, "General Bai, what a rare visit." Despite his cheerful words, he maintained a haughty demeanor towards Bai Yongfu. Bai Yongfu, perceiving in Tian Xiong a manifestation of petty triumph, was consumed by rage and did not hesitate to confront him, demanding to know why the provisions sent to his camp were all moldy. Unfazed by Bai Yongfu's aggressive demeanor, Tian Xiong retorted, "General Bai, the humidity in Jiangnan is notorious. It is quite common for grain to spoil. The supplies transported from Jiangning are simply in this condition, and I am powerless to change it." This batch of grain had already been sold to a merchant in Jiangning, and had it not been for Boruo leading the Eight Banners southward, Tian Xiong would not have dared to act so brazenly. The other camps had normal supplies, yet only Bai Yongfu received the spoiled grain. Tian Xiong had long recognized that Bai Yongfu was like a grasshopper in autumn, no longer able to leap high. "Tian Xiong, do not overstep your bounds. Replace the grain with good supplies, or I shall report this to Jiangning and to General Bo." Bai Yongfu growled through gritted teeth. "Ha ha ha, General Bai. There is no need to be so furious. Excessive anger is detrimental to your health. As for reporting this matter, I advise against it. Should any trouble arise, we can intercede on your behalf. Do not sever your own path," Tian Xiong said, still wearing a cheerful smile. Before Bai Yongfu could respond, Wu Shunchang could not contain himself and interjected, "What do you mean?" Tian Xiong, not even glancing in Wu Shunchang's direction, continued addressing Bai Yongfu. "Do not forget that you once pounded your chest in front of Governor Hong, vowing to break Suzhou within a month. Governor Hong, being benevolent, might overlook your failures. But you are well aware of your precarious position. We are now the ones raising the banner. Our words hold some weight. We are all stirring the same pot. It is our duty to speak on your behalf." Upon returning to their camp, Bai Yongfu and his subordinates appeared somewhat dejected. Bai Yongfu discerned the underlying meaning in Tian Xiong's words. It was a subtle demand for flattery and financial gain. However, he also sensed a hint of unease in Tian Xiong's tone, realizing that Jiangning had not forgotten him. Nor had Boruo forgotten the loss of Funi and over 1,000 soldiers at Yangzhou Lake. That night, Bai Yongfu held a clandestine discussion with Wu Shunchang and Xiao Mingzhua. They unanimously concluded that Boruo would not let them off the hook, and with no further prospects in the Qing court, they resolved to take advantage of Boruo's southward advance, as they would ultimately return to the Ming Dynasty. Xiao Mingzhua suggested, "My lord, why not reach out to the city and coordinate an internal and external effort to eliminate that scoundrel Tian Xiong?" Bai Yongfu squinted, a glimmer of intelligence flashing in his eyes. He instructed the two not to make a fuss and to prepare quietly. Once they left the camp, Bai Yongfu swiftly penned a letter instructing his eldest son, Bai Tianchu, to disguise himself and make his way to the southern city of Suzhou to contact Meng Jun. He emphasized that the letter should only be handed over upon meeting Meng Jun, and under no circumstances should the contents be revealed, for the survival of the entire family rested upon his shoulders. Bai Tianchu, having donned a disguise, dared not ride a horse and hurried to the southern city gate under the cover of night. The path was treacherous, and he stumbled numerous times, arriving at the southern gate with a bruised and battered visage. The guards atop the city wall, noticing his presence, promptly sought out Han Xiong. Bai Yongfu merely claimed to be an old acquaintance of Meng Jun with urgent business to discuss. Han Xiong, furrowing his brow, brought him up to the battlements and urgently requested an audience with Meng Jun. Another acquaintance? Meng Jun pondered, somewhat perplexed. Is my original self truly so well connected? Enclosed within the confines of the city, I find myself in a predicament that most would instinctively shun. Upon encountering Bai Tianchu, my eyes sparkled with recognition as I swiftly dismissed the onlookers and made my way to the study. Bai Tianchu, noticing that only Gao remained by Meng Jun's side, understood that he was a trusted confidant and promptly handed over a letter concealed within his garments. As Meng Jun unfolded the missive, he discerned a message from General Meng. The situation had compelled Yongfu to yield to the Qing, for Commander Liu had fled, leaving the army bereft of provisions. Yet Yongfu, though situated within the Chao camp, harbored allegiance to the Han, constantly haunted by the longing of his elderly mother who fervently hoped for his dedication to his country. Ultimately, Meng Jun's expression mirrored a profound incredulity upon reading Yongfu's invitation to launch a night raid on the Qing encampment the following evening. It was a perplexing sight, as he inwardly lamented the audacity of such a proposal, recalling how he had previously engaged in a similar assault against Li Chengdong beneath the walls of Suzhou. Chapter 82. Breaking the enemy. After careful consideration, Meng Jun resolved not to let this golden opportunity slip away. He promptly dispatched Meng Bian and Yuan to accompany Bai Tianchu back to the camp to deliberate the details with Bai Yongfu, while instructing Han Xiong to swiftly assemble the troops. At this moment, Gao Yi entered, stating, "Governor, the maid Huano has just come by to convey that the old matriarch has not seen you for a long while and wishes to meet." It was then that Meng Jun recalled he had not visited old Madame Zhou for over half a month, largely due to his overwhelming responsibilities amidst the siege and the myriad of affairs demanding his attention, leaving him little time to enter the inner residence. Moreover, old Madame Zhou was displeased with Meng Jun for engaging in such perilous endeavors and was saddened by the state of the Meng family's legacy, which lay in ruins, with even the ancestral home having been usurped. Feeling unworthy to face her late husband, she had spent her days in melancholy, praying night and day. Upon entering the inner residence, Meng Jun found the old matriarch in relatively good spirits, strolling through the garden with several maids in tow. "Mother," Meng Jun greeted her. Old Madame Zhou, taken aback at his appearance, noticed his visible weariness from the brief time apart. With a mix of concern and reproach, she remarked, "Junearth, why do you look so haggard?" "It is nothing, merely an abundance of responsibilities lately," Meng Jun replied with a smile. "You undertake such significant matters with so many subordinates. You must delegate some tasks. If your health deteriorates, how shall I explain it to your father?" After a moment, she added, "Moreover, you are not a child anymore, yet still without an heir. Your father intended last year to seek the hand of Lord Shin's second daughter for you, but alas, the discussions fell through. Sigh. Time has slipped away. As the saying goes, parents' orders and matchmakers' words, but I am no longer in Chashu and am unfamiliar with the surroundings. You must take care of this matter yourself." Meng Jun nodded, assuring her, "Do not worry, mother. Once things settle down, I shall certainly give it due attention." After conversing with the old matriarch for a while longer, he was prompted to rise as Gao Yi whispered in his ear, "General Han requests an audience." "Mother, I shall return later to keep you company," he said, preparing to depart. At that moment, the old matriarch called out to him, "Juner, I see that you have no one to attend to you." Gao Yi, with his imposing stature, is hardly suited for such a role. I had intended for Huaner to assist you, but she has been with me for many years and I truly cannot do without her. Therefore, Yuner, come here," she beckoned. Gao Yi, overhearing the old matriarch's admonition, felt somewhat disheartened, while Zhao Yuner, standing nearby, hurried over, saying, "Madam." It was then that Meng Jun noticed Zhao Yuner and paused, realizing that she was the young woman he had rescued. How curious that she had come to reside in the household, now attending to the old matriarch. The old lady continued, "Yuner is a fine child, diligent and meticulous. Henceforth, you shall take good care of Juner." With a mind burdened by numerous concerns, Meng Jun exited the estate and reconvened with Han Xiong to further discuss the military plans, ensuring all preparations were in place, and he resolved to make decisions upon Meng Bian's return. Subsequently, Han Xiong hastily departed the hall. As night fell, the weary Meng Bian returned to the city of Suzhou. Upon entering, he immediately sought an audience with Meng Jun. After quenching his thirst with a large gulp of water, he excitedly proclaimed, "Governor, I have successfully negotiated with Bai Yongfu. Tomorrow at the hour of the tiger, when our forces approach the southern gate of the Qing army, Bai Yongfu will open the camp gates, allowing our troops to surge in, and the Qing soldiers will surely rout. Hearing this, Meng Jun expressed his concerns. Why has Bai Yongfu suddenly decided to defect? I still harbor doubts. Although Bai Yongfu had secretly sent me a letter during his retreat to Wuxi, and this time his son, Bai Tianchu, has accompanied Meng Bian back to the city. If there is any treachery, our attacking forces may face utter annihilation. Meng Bian replied, Governor, I share your concerns. During my clandestine discussions with Bai Yongfu, he candidly stated that he had previously made a military pledge to Hong Qingqiu, promising to present his head if he failed to capture Suzhou. However, since the battle at Yangzhou Lake, Hong Qingqiu has not mentioned this matter. Bai Yongfu is unsettled, especially after repeated assaults on Suzhou by the Qing forces, which have resulted in heavy losses among his troops. His closest confidants are greatly dissatisfied with the Qing court, and the exclusion by Ma Digong and Tian Xiong has solidified Bai Yongfu's resolve to defect. Upon hearing Meng Bian's words, Meng Jun felt somewhat reassured. Indeed, the Southern Ming era was a peculiar time. Figures such as Li Chengdong, Jin Xingheng, Jiang Xiong, Wang Diren, Hezhen, Wu Xinzhao, Wang Guangtai, Qin Yulong, and Wang Yongxiang had all played significant roles in quelling the Ming dynasty and local rebel forces, yet in the end, they all turned back to the Ming. Having made up his mind, Meng Jun decided to personally lead a night assault on the Qing camp. He had previously commanded troops in the successful defeat of Li Chengdong's encampment, and he hoped to replicate that fortune. However, Han Xiong and Lin Shiqi were in unanimous opposition, arguing that the risks of battle were dire, and a son of a wealthy family should not sit idly. Yet, Meng Jun, incensed, retorted, Am I not aware of the perils of warfare? Since I turned against the Qing, I have fought over 10 battles, always leading from the front without a single instance of retreat. Moreover, I am not a pampered heir, given the state of our nation. How can I remain idle within the city? Do not dissuade me, my mind is resolute. In the Qing army's camp, only the forces of the loyal King Kong Yud, Tian Xiong's contingent, Ma Digong's troops, and Bai Yongfu's forces remained. Originally, Bai Yongfu commanded an army of 30,000 cavalry and infantry, but after several assaults, he suffered nearly 10,000 losses, with close to 1,000 fleeing soldiers. Tian Xiong's forces consisted of 10,000 Han troops, Ma Digong commanded over 7,000. And Kong Yud was primarily responsible for the artillery and had over 5,000 guards. Meng Jun's night assault force comprised 5,000 from Han Xiong's unit, 2,000 elite soldiers selected from the northern city, and 1,000 from Gao Yi's personal guard, totaling 8,000 men. As night cloaked the land, Meng Jun led his 8,000 soldiers, mouths filled with determination, horses hooves muffled, quietly exiting the city through the southern gate. By the time they circled to the outskirts of the northern city, it was already the hour of the pig, a mere 6 miles from the Qing army's camp. To prevent a nighttime assault from the city guards, the Qing had set up ditches, caltrops, and pits outside the barriers, leaving only the camp gate as an unencumbered area. As Meng Jun and his officers anxiously awaited, Bai Yongfu in the Qing camp was equally restless, along with his advisors, Xiao Mingzhua and Wu Shunchang. What time is it? Bai Yongfu inquired again. Wu Shunchang, somewhat helpless, replied, Sir, it is still the hour of the pig. Very well. Are the men prepared? It is imperative that only trusted confidants are present. Bai Yongfu spoke to the two individuals. Regrettably, Bai Songlin met his demise at Yangzhou Lake. The two nodded in agreement, stating, My lord, all the loyal subordinates have already been stationed at the camp gate. Time passed slowly, and Meng Jun estimated that the moment had arrived. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Let us proceed. In the distance of 6 li, the soldiers dared not ignite their torches. Along the way, several fell to the ground, only to be swiftly assisted by their comrades. Meanwhile, Bai Yongfu and his subordinates had arrived at the camp gate and swung it wide open. Enter the camp, capture Kong Yud alive, seize Ma Digong alive. Once inside the main camp, Meng Jun felt a sense of assurance and instructed the soldiers to raise their voices in a cacophony. Bai Yongfu's trusted subordinates also shouted, It is done, it is done. In the stillness of the night, the Qing army's camp erupted like a pot of boiling oil being doused with water, the thunderous clamor reverberating incessantly. Ma Digong leapt from his military cot, shouting in alarm, Someone, quickly go and see what is happening. Chapter 83, Breaking the Enemy, My Lord. The Ming army has infiltrated the camp, reported a somewhat flustered bodyguard. What? From where did they enter? Ma Digong's countenance shifted dramatically. In a hurried tone, the bodyguard replied, The Ming forces entered from the southern camp, without any sounds of battle. By the time the patrols discovered them, The enemy had already surged towards the main tent of our encampment. Ma Digong's mind raced, and he cursed vehemently. Those wretched traitors! Bai Yongfu dares to betray us. Quickly, assemble the troops. We must first thwart the enemy. Having spent a lifetime on the battlefield, Ma Digong was acutely aware of the dire situation. It was as if the geese he had hunted throughout his career had now turned to peck at his eyes. Winning this battle appeared increasingly difficult. All he could do was defend the main camp and wait for Baoyuo's forces to return, which would be a significant achievement in itself. Little did Ma Digong anticipate that. Like Li Chengdong, he too had fallen victim to Meng Jun's nighttime raid. In truth, the Qing forces had subconsciously fortified against a Ming assault, erecting barriers and deploying patrols around the camp. Yet, it was utterly unexpected that at a time when the Qing seemed invincible, the Ming, resembling a heap of mud unable to stand, would engage in such a rebellion led by Bai Yongfu. Seeing the Qing forces slowly gathering in the central camp, Meng Jun observed how the soldiers converged like streams of water, their ranks visibly thickening. Although many of the Qing soldiers were in disarray, their sheer numbers could not be dismissed. The tides of battle had turned. Meng Jun's elite troops surged forward with ferocity, while the morale of the Qing forces began to falter. Chen Lu, a commander under Ma Digong, was drenched in sweat. The Qing lines were far from stable and had yet to consolidate, while the Ming army had already begun to engage, the sounds of slaughter echoing through the air. Meanwhile, Bai Yongfu, familiar with the layout of the main camp, directed his men to ignite fires, causing flames to erupt in all directions. The distant northern camp and rear quarters were engulfed in panic, with the cold gleam of blades and the cries of the wounded creating an atmosphere of terror among the Qing soldiers. Run! All! Some soldiers, already under immense pressure, succumbed to despair, triggering a widespread panic. A throng of Qing soldiers surged towards the northern gate, yet the guards, lacking orders, dared not open the gates. The chaotic mass rendered many immobile, while those behind them pressed forward, until the situation spiraled out of control, culminating in a frenzied attack on fellow soldiers as their resolve crumbled. At the forefront of Meng Jun's ranks stood Han Xiong, Gao Yi, Qian Biao de Yonghe, and Guo Hu, clad in iron armor, breaking through the Qing formation. The elite guards fought valiantly to protect their leader, while Ma Digong's central lines began to buckle under the pressure. Since aligning with Meng, Guo Hu and Du Yonghe had not had the opportunity to command troops, remaining close to Meng as advisors. This time, Meng had brought them along to gauge their capabilities, for leaders were in short supply within the ranks. Having donned his armor and exited the main tent, Ma Digong ordered several bodyguards to swiftly inform Kong Yud and Tian Xiong to stabilize the main camp. He wished to hold out a little longer. The Qing resistance was both reactive and lacking in organization. The troops occasionally glanced back in fear, while countless soldiers fled into the night, abandoning their posts. As the chaos unfolded, Qian Biu bellowed fiercely while wielding his iron staff. Any Qing soldier struck by it immediately spat blood and collapsed, rendered immobile. Meanwhile, Guo Hu swung his great sword with tremendous force, cleaving through the ranks of Qing soldiers with ease, as the most elite troops surged forward, rendering the enemy powerless against them. "Sir, we must retreat. Quickly," urged Chen Lu, a subordinate of Ma Digong, as he grasped Ma's hand and pulled him back. Ma, seeing Chen Lu not directing the front but instead trying to drag him away, felt a surge of frustration, wishing to strike down this loyal subordinate. The personal guards nearby implored Ma Digong to flee. They were not blind under such circumstances. Even the mightiest general could not save them. Reluctantly, Ma Digong and his group swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. In the darkness, the Qing forces remained unaware that their commanding general had already fled. Only when reinforcements failed to arrive did the Qing soldiers look around in panic, realizing they had been abandoned, leading to a rout and surrender scattered across the field. For nearly 2 hours, chaos reigned, as Ma Digong, Tian Xiong, and Kong Yud managed to escape the encampment under the cover of night. However, their remaining infantry was scant, as the bulk of the Qing forces disbanded. Fleeing in all directions, many surrendering to Meng Jun, Kong Yud felt tears welling in his eyes. The artillery he had so painstakingly gathered was now left to Meng Jun, along with the vast supplies of gunpowder transported from Jiangning, all rendered useless. "Return to the city and report our great victory," Meng Jun exclaimed, invigorated as he patted his personal guard on the shoulder. "Yes, my lord," the guard responded enthusiastically. At that moment, Meng Jun spotted Bai Yongfu for the first time. Their previous encounter had been as adversaries, engaged in a life-and-death struggle, Yet now they found themselves on the same side, a rather ironic turn of fate. General Bai. It is never too late to abandon the dark and embrace the light, Meng Jun declared, extending his hand like an old friend reuniting after many years. Rest assured. With me, Meng Jun, you shall always have a place. Bai Yongfu, somewhat taken aback, thought to himself that he had never expressed a desire to follow Meng Jun. His intention was to align with the Prince of Lu. Why did Meng Jun's words seem so peculiar? Meanwhile, beneath the northern gates of Suzhou, Meng Jun's personal guards rode swiftly, proclaiming loudly to the soldiers atop the walls, "The general has commanded a victorious assault. The Tartars have been routed, and Suzhou is relieved." The defenders atop the walls leaned out to gaze, uncertain of the truth, as they had received no prior news of a planned assault. Only Lin Shiqi, wounded and resting on the battlements, bore a faint smile upon hearing the announcement. As dawn broke over Suzhou, the sky began to lighten. The sharp sounds of firecrackers erupted from the streets, their explosions tearing through the night and illuminating the sky with brilliant sparks. The citizens of Suzhou released their jubilant spirits into the air, and that night, the echoes of celebration rang loudly, with every corner reverberating with the name of Meng Jun. The esteemed general. Chapter 84. The darkest hour sunlight poured through the azure sky, illuminating the earth and bathing everything in vibrant hues. The expanse was cloudless, mirroring the spirits of the people of Suzhou, as the gloom that had once enveloped the city began to dissipate. Yet, amidst the post-chaos sorrow, a wave of grief surged within. For months, the vicinity of Suzhou had endured consecutive battles, claiming the lives of countless fathers, sons, and brothers upon the battlefield. With the siege of Suzhou finally lifted, the procession of mourners leaving the city to bury their dead was incessant, and a palpable atmosphere of sorrow permeated the crowd. On the morning following the surprise assault on the encampment, Bai Yongfu's cavalry launched a coordinated strike, scouring the area for fleeing Qing soldiers, denying Ma Digong and his men the chance to regroup. Their efforts bore fruit as waves of cavalry galloped forth, while the panicked Ma Digong, Kong Yud, and Tian Xiong dared not linger, retreating with their remnants towards Jiangning. As Meng Jun and his comrades busily prepared their forces for a southern advance to support Hongguang, shocking news arrived. Hongguang's troops had suffered a devastating rout at Tongxiang. Rewind a day. On the night Meng Jun led his forces in a surprise attack on the Qing encampment, Baoyuo had intercepted Hongguang's division at Tongxiang. Hongguang's cavalry was scant, and upon the scouts' alarming discovery of the Qing vanguard, they hastily retreated. Upon receiving the urgent dispatch from his scouts, Hongguang's face transformed with shock, his eyes wide with disbelief, pallor overtaking his complexion as beads of sweat formed on his brow, his hands trembling involuntarily. Zhang Mingjun shouted urgently, "General, make a swift decision. Do not delay." Snapping back to reality, Hongguang bellowed, "Form ranks, shield bearers in front, form ranks, form ranks." At that moment, Hongguang's forces had crossed Tongxiang, unable to retreat further, and thus hastily assembled a battle formation to prepare for Baoyuo's cavalry. The core of their formation comprised regular troops, flanked by militia, with an expansive plain stretching before them and a low hill in the distance, charged with a tense atmosphere. Soon, the mournful sound of horns drew nearer, and the 8 banners scouts emerged into Zhang Mingjun's sight. He shouted, prepare the formation, do not panic, hold steady." As Baoyuo's forces arrived, halting their advance, they beheld Hongguang's troops, their ranks unstable and their soldiers in disarray. Seizing the moment, Baoyuo decisively commanded his troops to charge forward, and in an instant, the battlefield erupted with cries of battle. The 8 banners surged like a tidal wave against their adversaries, swords gleaming, arrows flying, where life and death hung in the balance within mere moments. Horses neighed, their hooves echoing through the heavens, as dust rose to obscure the sun. Zhang Mingjun, Zhang Huangyan, and other commanders led from the front, brandishing their weapons and rallying their soldiers to fight valiantly, their voices resonating across the battlefield. Though the militia soldiers were lightly armored and outmatched, they resisted the 8 banners with sheer tenacity. Despite their disadvantage, they refused to yield. After a prolonged struggle, the ground was littered with fallen bodies, and even as Zhang Mingjun's sword shattered into 2, he continued to cry out for the fight against their foes. Despite the grievous losses on both sides, the rebel forces persisted, while the regular troops of the Fong National Security Ministry exhibited increasingly unstable lines. Ultimately, the tide of battle turned, and panic began to spread, like a contagion, causing the Central Army to unravel. The grand flag of the central forces retreated time and again, leaving Hongguang's countenance ashen as he lamented the collapse of his army, attributing it not to his own failings. He promptly dispatched orders for Zhang Mingjun to hold the rear, allowing the main army to retreat towards the Qiantang River, where Shun Tingyang's naval forces awaited. It was only along the riverbank that the troops could find a glimmer of hope under naval protection. Subsequently, Hongguang was the first to flee the battlefield, leading to the disintegration of the entire army, which scattered like grains of sand. Upon receiving the command, Zhang Mingjun sighed deeply, contemplating his duty to the nation and the valor of those who had fallen, before resolutely positioning his forces to confront the oncoming 8-banner troops. Hongguang Era, determined not to retreat, was ultimately forced to withdraw under the insistence of his subordinates, tears streaming down his face as he walked away, lost in despair. He pondered the countless lives sacrificed in battle, yet no victory to bring honor to the nation. How could he face the regent, or those women and children who entrusted their loved ones to him? The setting sun cast a blood-red hue over the desolate scene, once a battleground of fierce conflict, now permeated by the scent of death. The fleeing soldiers appeared weary and disheveled, their tattered uniforms stained with blood and dirt, their faces etched with fear and despair. Some clutched broken swords, while others carried injured comrades, each bearing the scars of war. The battlefield was strewn with fallen flags and bodies, arrows and weapons littering the ground, whispering tales of the recent carnage. A chilling breeze carried the acrid scent of blood, suffocating in its intensity. These defeated soldiers knew only to distance themselves from the battlefield, fleeing towards the Qiantang River in search of survival. Their silhouettes faded into the horizon under the twilight, leaving behind a wasteland of silence. As dusk fell, with the sun setting in the west, the 8-banner troops encircled Zhang Mingjun, who stood resolute with only a little over 300 weary soldiers remaining by his side, each marked by blood and wounds, yet steadfastly loyal. An ancient adage states that a gentleman meets death without shedding his cap. Today, I, Zhang Mingjun, have shed blood for the Ming Dynasty on the battlefield. How could I appear in a state of disgrace? With that, he retrieved his water flask, taking a sip before washing his face and adjusting his collar. Observing this, Bolo did not immediately command his troops to attack, but remained mounted, silently observing Zhang Mingjun. How can a man perish nameless? I am Zhang Mingjun, styled Hofu, hailing from Jiangning in the southern Jili province. I have served as a commander at Shipu and general of Fuping, and now, having faced defeat, I harbor no thoughts of survival. Please, end my life swiftly. He cast a disdainful glance at Bolo. Bolo advanced a few paces, stating, You have done your utmost. I would spare your life if you surrender. You and your men may live in peace. I have received the grace of my nation. How could I submit to the Tartars? There is no need for further words. I only seek a swift death. Bolo regarded Zhang Mingjun intently, then raised his hand before forcefully signaling, then let it be done. In his youth, Zhang Mingjun was forthright and spirited, possessing considerable strategy and lofty ambitions. Aspiring to serve the nation, he once traversed the capital and formed close ties with the Donglin party. In the 16th year of the Hongguang Era, he was appointed as a deputy general in the coastal defense of Shipu, Taizhou. In the summer of the first year of the Hongguang Era, with Nanjing and Hangzhou succumbing to enemy forces, Qian Sul and others rose in arms to support Prince Lu's region in Shaoxing, while Zhang Mingjun marched forth with his troops. On the waters of the Qiantang River, Shun Tingyang gazed upon the disheartened soldiers on the riverbank, his tears flowing like rain as he lamented the dire state of the nation, declaring it the darkest hour in history. Chapter 85. Soothing upon receiving the news of Hongguang's defeat, Meng Jun observed that the crowd was in a state of confusion, with Bai Yongfu's expression particularly vivid. He couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. The forces of Borowo have besieged Suzhou, launching numerous assaults with no success. Although Hongguang's army has suffered defeat, their strength is undoubtedly constrained within the Zhejiang region. Currently, Borowo is the only faction of the 8 banners in Jiangnan. Is this not the perfect opportunity for us to establish our achievements? We can either reclaim Nanjing or retreat to join forces with the region to strike at Borowo. What concerns do you all have? Meng Jun addressed the assembly in a resonant voice. Han Xiong, upon hearing this, replied, The governor speaks wisely. The discipline of Hongguang's troops is in disarray. It's no surprise they faltered in the field. However, I did not expect their collapse to occur so swiftly. Less than a day, and 80,000 had disbanded. Qian Biao, who had been wounded by a stray arrow in the thigh during a night raid, though the armor had mitigated the damage, still limped slightly as he walked. Upon hearing Han Xiong's words, Qian Biao chimed in. Indeed, we have faced the Tatars before. They are merely a bit braver, not invincible. Hongguang has proved utterly incompetent. Seeing the growing disdain among the crowd towards Boruo, Meng Jun chose not to refute their sentiments and occasionally echoed their remarks, gradually warming the atmosphere. Noticing the lively ambience, he boldly proclaimed, "It has been a long time since we have celebrated together. With the significant victory over the Qing camp today, let us hold a feast to honor our accomplishments. All soldiers shall be generously rewarded. Muda, your responsibility is heavy. We must ensure that every soldier's merits are duly acknowledged. Rewards, punishments, and promotions must be documented properly by the governor's office." Yang Yin immediately stood and declared, "Yes, governor. I shall not fail in my duty." Meng Jun waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit, saying, "There are many matters in this world. Today, aside from Han Xiong, none shall return sober." Ha. Han Xiong laughed heartily. "Governor, very well. I shall drink but one cup." Meng Jun then instructed Gaoi to arrange for drinks and dishes, while Han Xiong, after downing a cup, rose to attend to matters in the camp. The generals engaged in drinking games, and as the cups circulated, their conversations grew bolder. One boasted, "The Tatars are nothing to fear. Just the other day, I defended the city and took out at least 8 of them." Another immediately countered, claiming he had slain 10. The atmosphere became lively, as if the 8 banners posed no threat at all. And the banquet provided a much-needed respite from the tension that had gripped them for a month. However, Meng Jun, not accustomed to drinking, found himself overwhelmed after just an hour, as the toasts kept coming. Feeling lightheaded, he waved his hand and said, "I did not rest well last night. After we decisively defeat Boruo, then I shall drink again. I am certain of victory." The crowd erupted in laughter, and with Gao Yi's assistance, Meng Jun returned to the rear courtyard. As the wind blew, his headache intensified. Lying in bed, Meng Jun mumbled, "Water, someone, bring me water." Before long, his eyes remained shut, but he felt his lips moistened. He hastily grasped the bowl and drank deeply. It was then that he vaguely sensed a soft hand touch his own. Upon focusing, he realized it was the woman he had rescued at Li's village. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as dawn broke, Meng Jun stepped out of the rear courtyard, invigorated and refreshed. He noticed Gao Yi and Yuan engaged in a lackluster arm wrestling match. Upon seeing Meng Jun, both displayed a hint of surprise. Gao Yi was the first to speak. Addressing him as governor, "You've risen early today after last night's revelry." Meng Jun replied, "Indeed, with the weight of the world upon my mind. How can I afford to rise with the sun at its zenith? First, let us visit Zhu Tu and inquire about the weapons." With a stretch, he declared this aloud. Upon arriving at the armory, Meng Jun turned to Zhu Tu and inquired, "Old Zhu, how many firearms have we managed to forge thus far? Surely, it must be nearing 1,000 by now." Zhu Tu, taken aback, lamented, "My esteemed governor, the production of firearms is inherently slow. When the Tartars besieged the city, you instructed me to prioritize the crafting of arrows above all else. Consequently, all the artisans have been devoted to forging arrowheads, and we have barely over 100 firearms completed." Reflecting on Zhu Tu's words, Meng Jun realized he had indeed made that directive. He shifted the conversation, frowning as he remarked, "Only 100? That is far too few. Gather all capable craftsmen and recruit more from afar. Instruct Meng Bian's intelligence office to devise a strategy." Zhu Tu nodded in understanding, responding, "I comprehend, governor." Afterward, Meng Jun took another stroll and informed Gao Yi, "Let us proceed to the intelligence office." Since its establishment, Meng Jun had yet to visit Meng Bian's office, located within a corridor in the northern city. He furrowed his brow, pondering, is Meng Bian truly so impoverished that he cannot find a suitable location within the entire city of Suzhou? The surrounding townsfolk appeared entirely unperturbed upon seeing Meng Jun and his entourage, as though such scenes were a common occurrence. As Meng Jun approached the entrance, several guards hastily exclaimed, demanding to know who dared intrude upon the intelligence office. Gao Yi stepped forward, whispering, "Fool, that is the Grand Commander." The guard, momentarily taken aback, seemed uncertain of the truth. With a weary tone, Gao Yi added, "Then go inside and announce Meng Bian." Returning to Meng Jun's side, the latter displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he nodded and remarked, "Gao Yi, why do you insult him? This individual is merely fulfilling his duty by not allowing us entry. It appears Meng Bian is indeed taking this matter seriously." Before long, Meng Bian emerged to welcome Meng Jun inside. Upon entering the intelligence office, Meng Jun pointed out a concern. Lion, why is this room so dark and dreary? The light cannot penetrate, creating an eerie atmosphere. No wonder you have become less cheerful of late. Surprised by the remark, Meng Bian quickly responded with a smile, young master. This is the intelligence office, after all. The very name suggests spies and clandestine affairs. How can the premises be kept bright and inviting? Meng Jun retorted, nonsense. What does the name of the intelligence office have to do with it being clandestine? If you have a better name, I would like to hear it. Feeling somewhat defiant, Meng Bian replied, young master, we have given it some thought. Names like Plum Blossom Guard or Listening Wind Pavilion might be more elegant. Meng Jun opened his mouth, as if to respond, but hesitated, ultimately scolding, you spend your days fixating on trivial matters instead of attending to important tasks. Have you made arrangements for the intelligence gathering office in Nanjing as I instructed? Meng Bian quickly nodded. Yes, young master. In a few days, I will be heading to Nanjing. I have already dispatched numerous personnel and need to make further arrangements. Meng Jun fell into a contemplative silence before responding, very well. Just be cautious and prioritize your safety. Once it is accomplished, if you wish to change the name, then by all means, do so. Chapter 86. Gu Yanwu's arrival in a somewhat spacious residence in Tongxiang town. BLO wore a grim expression, fixated intently on the messenger before him. This individual had been dispatched by Ma Digong to deliver news, and BOLO could scarcely believe that merely 3 days had passed since his departure. Having just vanquished Hongguang, he was shocked to learn that their rear camp had been so easily breached by Meng Jun. The thought ignited a fury within him, causing his body to tremble with rage, and he could not restrain his vitriol. That wretched scoundrel by Yongfu. I shall ensure he meets a gruesome end. Feeling the agony of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. And as for Ma Digong and Tian Xiong, they are nothing but incompetent fools. His voice reverberated through the room like thunder, rendering the messenger pale and fearful, too terrified to utter a sound. BLO's wrath was now uncontrollable. Had he not needed further information from this messenger, he would surely have ended the man's life with a single stroke of his sword. Upon hearing that Kong Yud had abandoned the artillery in the camp, and that all supplies had fallen into Meng Jun's hands, Bolo's anger reached a boiling point. And he bellowed, get out. Tu Lai, and I can, and the others frowned, hesitant to offer counsel, but only Bai Yingdong clasped his hands and said, my lord, there is no need for such fury. Our 8-banner warriors remain valiant. However, storming fortified cities is not our forte. The ease with which the Zhejiang army was overcome demonstrates that Meng Jun is merely a bandit, daring only to cower within the walls of Suzhou. Now that Zhu Yihai's forces have scattered, the land of Zhejiang is ripe for the taking. Suzhou is but a trifling concern. After the 8-banner troops defeated Hongguang, the previous defeat at Suzhou had faded, and confidence surged anew among the ranks. Upon hearing these words, be on the lookout side, given the circumstances. Let us first retreat to Hangzhou for respite. In Hangzhou, BLO furrowed his brow, gazing at Zhang Suanren with a face full of suspicion. Governor Zhang, might I inquire as to why there are so many households in this city setting up mourning halls? Zhang Suanren shook his head, replying. The edict from the regent mandating the shaving of heads has been met with resistance from some scholars in Hangzhou, who, unable to comprehend the court's intentions, have taken to the rivers or hanged themselves. On some days, the numbers exceed 100, though it has eased somewhat recently. Yet there are still individuals who leap into the river from time to time. A sense of unease suddenly gripped Bilo. Although these commoners appeared insignificant to him, he could sense an undercurrent of unrest in Hangzhou. During the late Ming period, the south and north seemed like two disparate worlds. The north was rife with displaced individuals and recurring famines, while the south was vibrant and flourishing, with the melodies of the Qinhuai River captivating all who heard them. Were one to remain solely in Nanjing, they might believe the Ming Dynasty was still in its golden age. However, the populace of the south, being more affluent than their northern counterparts, exhibited a more resolute defiance against the shaving edict. While Bolo's army took a brief respite, the Lu royal court in Shaoxing was in an uproar. Fang Fingyan, Zhang Guwei, Qian Su, Li Chengdong, and others unanimously urged the Lu king to relocate to Ningbo to evade Bolo's impending threat. Fang Fangnian was the first to speak, addressing His Highness. Today, General Fang has suffered a defeat in Tongxiang, with less than 40% of his troops dispersing to the Qian'ang River. Your Highness and the court reside in Shaoxing, which must instill some caution among the frontline soldiers. It would be far wiser to relocate to Ningbo, ensuring our complete safety. Lu Wangzhuihai nodded in agreement. Recalling how Emperor Yizong had once considered moving south, only to have his intentions met with considerable dissent from his ministers, resulting in the tragic decline of national affairs following his self-sacrifice. Zhang Guowei, upon hearing this, lamented that an elder minister had once suggested that the crown prince should be sent to Nanjing to oversee the state, supported by trusted officials. However, the Minister of Military Affairs, Guangxing, had strongly opposed this, questioning the motives of those who wished for the crown prince to head south. Evoking the cautionary tales of the past, it was advised that the crown prince should not remain in perilous territories for too long, and it was imperative to swiftly proceed to Ningbo to await a more favorable opportunity. The crowd buzzed with discussion, all in favor of leaving Shaoxing, while any dissenters were quickly silenced and likened to a second Guangxiang. In this moment, Zhang Huangyan remained silent, seemingly lost in the haunting memories of that harrowing battle. His eyes were vacant and bewildered, as if he could still see the blood-soaked earth. The thought of his dear friend Zhang Mingjun filled him with an overwhelming sorrow. They had once fought side by side, sharing life and death, yet now they were separated by the chasm of existence. The loss of Zhang Mingjun was undoubtedly a grievous blow to Zhang Huangyan, plunging him into profound anguish. Nevertheless, Zhang Huangyan understood that he could not remain enveloped in despair. He had to summon his strength. With this resolve, he stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, in the face of imminent danger, I am willing to defend Shaoxing as fiercely as we did Suzhou. I implore you to relocate to Ningbo." Reluctantly, Lu Wang Zhuihai replied, "If that is the case, let us first move to Ningbo." Zhuihai, however, insisted that Zhang Huangyan accompany him, unwilling to allow him to remain in Shaoxing. As for Meng Jun, who remained besieged in Suzhou, the Lu Wang could only feign ignorance, despite his intentions to assist being thwarted by lack of means. Subsequently, the Lu Wang's court decided that Fang Goen would hold the defense line at the Qian'an River, while Shen Tingang would command naval operations on the river, and Wang Zhiren would accompany the Lu Wang for protection. Meanwhile, messengers were dispatched like swift birds, darting through the streets in every direction, with a significant number heading towards Songjiang, their hurried pace astonishing to behold. Meng Jun understood the urgency of time and knew there could be no delay. He decisively ordered Zhao Yongping to commence preparations for naval matters, requisitioning civilian vessels and summoning craftsmen to engage in weapon manufacturing. In the midst of this flurry of activity, Gao Yi entered, interrupting Meng Jun, saying, "Governor, there is a person outside claiming to be Gu Yanwu, insisting on an audience with you. I told him you were quite busy and could not meet with just anyone, yet he insists he is a leader of the righteous army, seeking to ally with you. Will you see him?" Meng Jun paused, taken aback by the name Gu Yanwu. His spirits lifted, he replied, "Of course, let him in." Rising from his seat, Meng Jun surveyed the room, adjusting his somewhat disheveled attire, and in a moment of recollection, tossed aside one of his shoes. As soon as he heard a sound from outside, Meng Jun swiftly opened the door, revealing a slender figure reminiscent of bamboo, with a gaunt face and a long wispy beard that danced lightly in the breeze. His beard, as dark and lustrous as ink, exudes an otherworldly charm, embodying an aura of tranquility and detachment from worldly affairs. Meng Jun hastily stepped forward, firmly grasping Gu Yanwu's hand, exclaiming, "Mr. Gu, I hope you, like the stars, gaze upon the moon." At his side, Gao Yi's expression betrayed an unnatural demeanor, as if he had just uttered those very words to Bai Yangfu. Moreover, it was perplexing how the governor, who had been wearing his shoes perfectly moments ago, now found one missing. Chapter 87. The discussion of war. Gu Yanwu was somewhat taken aback, but soon smiled and said, "The governor is a remarkable hero. I, Yanwu, am merely a scholar, lacking the strength to even bind a chicken. How can I deserve such praise from the governor?" Meng Jun took Gu Yanwu's hand and replied, "Sir, your literary talents are extraordinary. You are precisely the talent that our army desperately needs. Your joining us brings clarity to my heart." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gu Yanwu humbly replied, "I truly do not dare to accept the governor's commendations. The governor steadfastly defends Suzhou, having repeatedly vanquished the Tartars, and your reputation resonates across the seas." After exchanging compliments for a few rounds, Meng Jun suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "What am I thinking? Mr. Gu, please come in. Gao Yi, why are you still standing there? Hurry and fetch some tea, the best tea." Subsequently, Meng Jun led Gu Yanwu into the study, where they sat down. Meng Jun looked at Gu Yanwu and said, "Mr. Gu, now that the siege of Suzhou has been lifted, I am quite worried about the safety of His Highness, as Bo Luo has struck down Fang Guang'an's forces, leaving the defenses of Qian'an River vulnerable." Upon hearing this, Gu Yanwu furrowed his brow and slowly replied, "Governor, given the circumstances, we can only strive to maintain our composure. With your elite troops numbering in the tens of thousands, you can besiege Nanjing or assault Hangzhou. With your talent, you can surely navigate this perilous situation. This compliment made Meng Jun's face flush. He was aware of his own limitations. Commanding such a vast army was already a considerable challenge, let alone being compared to Yu Fei, a legendary figure capable of defeating cavalry with infantry. After some casual conversation, Gu Yanwu suddenly inquired, "Governor, do you know if Liu Yangzhou has perished?" Meng Jun, somewhat perplexed, did not understand Gu Yanwu's line of questioning, but replied, "Liu Yangzhou did not lead his troops to attack the city. However, the captives we captured all claimed that Liu Yangzhou met his demise beneath the walls of Suzhou." Upon hearing this, Gu Yanwu revealed a gratified smile and said, "That is truly wonderful news. Governor, you should know that the one who struck down Liu Yangzhou was my bodyguard, Li Chengdong." Meng Jun was taken aback, exclaiming, "Such a remarkable marksman. To shoot and kill an enemy general amidst a sea of troops, he is indeed a valiant warrior. I can hardly wait to meet him." "Haha, do not worry, Governor. I shall bring him to meet you upon my return," Gu Yanwu replied, a hint of pride in his voice. After finishing his tea, Gu Yanwu spoke earnestly, "Governor, I am fully aware that I am not suited to command an army, yet I am willing to serve you, hoping to contribute in the effort to expel the Tartars and restore our homeland. Mr. Gu, now that you are here, how could I bear to let you leave? You need not worry." As dusk fell, the hall of Suzhou Prefecture was brightly lit. Inside, numerous figures were gathered around a long table where Meng Jun presided. He addressed the assembly, "Gentlemen, now that the siege of Suzhou has been lifted, what should be our next move?" Meng Jun's words prompted Yang'an to speak first, "Governor, and esteemed generals, we must bear in mind that the military provisions within the city can sustain us for only 2 months. Moreover, the surrounding towns have suffered severe destruction at the hands of the Tartars. If we do not devise a plan, sustaining the morale of our troops will prove challenging." "Indeed," Meng Jun lamented, "even if I wish to cultivate the land, I find myself unable. Given the current situation, we must sustain ourselves through warfare. Remaining confined in Suzhou is akin to being a desiccated corpse in a tomb. Neither the Longwu court nor the King of Lu can offer effective assistance to Suzhou. We must entirely rely on ourselves." After Yang'an finished speaking, he took his seat, leaving a momentary lull in the conversation. After a brief pause, Han Xiong addressed the commander, suggesting that if the army were to march south to Hangzhou, with the BLO-8 banner's troops arriving, the outcome of a field battle would be unpredictable. He hesitated before continuing, but if the forces were to advance north to Nanjing, the city, fortified with high walls and deep moats, would pose a daunting challenge. Besieging Nanjing would surely astonish the Qing court. Assaulting the city was fraught with peril. The longer the siege lasted, the more likely reinforcements from the Qing would arrive, and the consequences of such a scenario would be dire. The generals, upon hearing his words, engaged in fervent discussions. Some advocated attacking Nanjing, while others favored a strike on Hangzhou, and there were those who argued for a steadfast defense of Suzhou, amassing strength in anticipation of change. The cacophony of voices grew louder until Meng Jun struck the table, bringing silence to the assembly. At that moment, Meng Jun had reached a resolute decision. He spoke with unwavering conviction, "Nanjing is our target. With our current military strength and BOLO at our backs, an assault on Nanjing is fraught with difficulty. Remaining idle is even less feasible. There is but one path before us. We must strike Hangzhou, fortify our defenses, engage in a protracted battle, and construct war chariots to counter the Qing cavalry. We shall bring all our artillery to bear upon the walls of Hangzhou, and I refuse to believe we cannot breach them." His final declaration was nearly a roar, imbued with determination and resolve, which instilled a formidable spirit in all present. Subsequently, Meng Jun issued commands in an authoritative tone. "Prepare the war chariots, military supplies, armor, winter clothing, provisions, horses, and all necessary resources. They must be ready before the new year. On the 8th day of the first month, we shall march on Hangzhou. If we fail, we shall embrace our fate. Gentlemen, the rise and fall of the world rests in our hands." With this command, an immediate silence enveloped the room, soon followed by a resounding chorus of agreement from the assembly. The next day, Suzhou bustled with activity. Artisans, granaries, and horse stables were all abuzz with industriousness, transforming the city into a colossal machine, with every component working in unison to drive its operations, whether they were artisans, farmers, or merchants. The fervor of the people could not be dimmed by the chill of winter. Meanwhile, Meng Bian, now disguised, made his way to Nanjing, which had been renamed Jiangning, though this was merely a reflection of the Qing court's hopeful aspirations, as Jiangnan remained embroiled in chaos. Accompanied by over 10 guards, Bian, donned in the attire of a wealthy scion, had spent years shadowing Meng Jun, and his appearance could easily rival that of any affluent youth. At the gates of Nanjing, Meng Bian stood in awe of the grand city gates and the seemingly endless city walls, grappling with doubts. How could such a magnificent city have been so easily captured by the Qing forces? If his master were to lead a contingent here, how many men would be required to encircle Nanjing, and how many more to conquer it? After a moment of reflection, upon entering the city, Bian encountered the languid Lu Guqiuan, who was idly slumped at a tea stall by the city gate. Lu sat slouched in his chair, continuously refilling his cup, much to the disdain of the tea stall's attendant, who couldn't help but cast him a disapproving glance. Meng Bian called out, startling Lu Guqiuan, who turned around to see his long-lost companion. He rushed forward with hurried steps, exclaiming, "Young master, you have returned." Meng Bian nodded, saying, "Yes. Take me to see where I shall be staying." His purpose in Nanjing was urgent, to establish an intelligence network, allowing no time for delay. Lu Guqiuan nodded eagerly. "Young master, please follow me this way." After half an hour, as Meng Bian was drenched in sweat, they finally arrived. Lu Guqiuan, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Young master, I have arranged everything perfectly. Look." Meng Bian raised his head, and the 3 prominent characters of Yixiang Pavilion came into view. On the upper floor, several charming young women sweetly called out, "Young master, come in for a drink." Meng Bian nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Not bad, not bad. Guqiuan, you have done well." It has long been known that brothels serve as excellent venues for uncovering secrets. Having said that, Meng Bian prepared to step inside, only to be halted by Lu Guqiuan, who said, "Young master, not this one. It's further in, down the alley." As Meng Bian approached and beheld the scene, he was taken aback, momentarily speechless. He then muttered angrily, "Lu Guqiuan, what kind of absurdity is this? Is this truly what you call a brothel?" Before him stood a small courtyard that could hardly be deemed a brothel. At best, it resembled a half-open door, with 2 middle-aged women of unremarkable appearance discussing prices with passers-by. Chapter 88. The situation. Lu Guqiuan's expression was quite remarkable, his face adorned with a look of grievance. "Young master, do you not realize that Jiangning is a prosperous place, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold? Our party of dozens has journeyed here, and merely the daily expenses of sustenance have consumed a considerable sum. Alas, I have brought only a meager 2,000 taels of silver. We must purchase land, hire laborers, and manage various expenditures. Achieving our current status has truly been no small feat." Lu Guqiuan lamented to Meng Bian. Meng Bian, feeling somewhat irritable, replied, "Enough, enough. I have returned to address these matters. Let us dispose of this courtyard swiftly. In such a wretched place, what nobleman would ever come? For now, we should seek a place to settle." Meng Bian reclined on the bed in the inn, extracting a visiting card from Zhang Bo, which bore the name of Wu Weiye. This gentleman had attained the title of Jinshi in the 4th year of the Chongzhen reign of the Ming Dynasty and had served in esteemed positions such as an editor at the Hanlin Academy and a left assistant. He was currently in Jiangning, and since Zhang Bo's father had a prior acquaintance with him and knew his loyalty to the fallen Ming, Zhang Bo suggested that Meng Bian could seek his assistance if needed. Meng Bian resolved to pay him a visit in the days to come. As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. Within the governor's mansion of Jiangning, Hong Qianqiu set aside the court's reports and glanced at a detailed military report concerning the Battle of Suzhou. Noticing the fatigue etched on Hong Qianqiu's face, his elderly servant consoled him. "Master, there is no need for excessive worry. The setback at Suzhou is but a minor inconvenience." Hong Qianqiu rose with a sigh. "Alas, it is far more than a mere setback. The losses sustained by the troops of Kong Yud and Madigong have been severe. And in the wake of such a defeat, even Nanjing now faces the threat posed by Meng Jun." Hong Qianqiu's heart was heavy with concern. Reports from scouts indicated that Zhang Xianzhong was preparing to emerge from Sichuan with a formidable army, while He Tingjiao and Hongguang was rallying the remnants of the rebel forces, gathering over 100,000 men who were poised to strike. Hao Yaoflag was summoning his followers, such as Yuan Zongdi, Lin Yangqing, Wang Jinkai, and You Yuyong, to pledge allegiance to He Tingjiao. Li Zicheng's general, Li Jin, along with Gao Bijing, was drawing near Changde with an army of several 100,000. He Tingjiao ordered Du Inxie to ensure their complete surrender and settlement in Changsha. Ultimately, Li Zicheng's troops all submitted to He Tingjiao. who rebranded the rebel army as the Loyal and Devoted Battalion. The combined forces displayed an imposing presence, instilling a sense of trepidation within the Qing court. As He Tingxiao had now become the most formidable military figure in the Southern Ming, the Qing court's inspector of Hongguang, Song Asian, had evidently recognized the peril of the alliance between the Deshun army and He Tingxiao and Du Enxie, and had urgently requested reinforcements from the Qing court. In early December, the Loyal and Devoted Battalion launched another significant assault on Yangzhou, news of which was just received by Hong Cheng-cho in the latest court report. He Mingluan, the governor of Hunan, dispatched a plea for assistance to the Grand General Bail Li Chengdong stationed in Nanjing. In December, Dorgan urgently ordered Li Chengdong to shift his forces westward to aid the battlefield in Hongguang. Thus, Li Chengdong personally led the elite Manchu and Mongolian troops, accompanied by General Izanjoro Gongadai, upriver from Jiangning to reinforce Wuchang. Meanwhile, in Shandong, the Yuyuan army had risen in rebellion. In the second year of Xuanji, the insurgents successively conquered Chaozhou, Puzhou, Dingao, and Chenggu, establishing the Ming loyal and righteous king in Chaozhou, declaring himself emperor and changing the era to Tianzhong. They claimed victories over Jui and Dongming. The Qing court, at this juncture, mobilized troops from Hebei and Shandong to besiege Chaozhou, but after 2 months of fruitless efforts, it remained a significant threat. Since the Qing dynasty's entry into the Central Plains, it swiftly engulfed the entire northern region and most of Jiangnan within a mere 2 years. The Eight Banners forces became significantly dispersed and inadequate. After their entry, the Eight Banners launched a 3-pronged assault, the northern route led by Prince Yang, Ajij, along with Wusangue and Shankishi, descended south through Datong, Yulin, and Yan'an. The central route, commanded by Hao Ge, directed a portion of the Qing army against Hunan. And the southern route, under Prince Yu, Duo, and Kong Good, advanced through Hunan toward Tongguan. Following Duo's conquest of Xi'an, he turned southward to seize Nanjing, thus dismantling the Southern Ming's Hongguang regime, while Ajij returned to Beijing after the collapse of Li Zicheng's forces. At this juncture, the Eight Banners were divided into 3 factions, one led by BLO in Jiangnan, another by Lekadihun in Hongguang, and the remainder in Beijing, with the rest of the forces comprising former Ming defectors stationed to suppress various regions. Amidst this, Hong Chicho sat once more at his desk, pen in hand, contemplating the precarious situation. Nanjing was left vulnerable, with only 2,008 banner soldiers, while Ma Digong and Tian Xiong's defeated troops numbered 16,000, accompanied by 5,000 Green Standard soldiers tasked only with self-preservation. How could they possibly divert forces to besiege Suzhou? Hong Qianqiu urgently dispatched a message to BLO, urging him to swiftly quell Meng Jun, at the very least to prevent him from posing a threat to Jiangning. Meanwhile, as Meng Jun and his commanders diligently prepared for the impending conflict, an unforeseen and dire event quietly unfolded. This sudden turn of events cast a heavy pall over the already tense atmosphere, as if a dark cloud loomed overhead, refusing to dissipate. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, Zhang Zuanren sent an envoy, Fang Goen, who surrendered without a fight, leading to a collapse of the Qian'an River defenses. The naval forces led by Shen Tingyang were left with no choice but to retreat to Ningbo, where Shen wept bitterly, evoking sorrow in all who heard him. Seizing the opportunity, BLO crossed the Qian'an River, causing widespread capitulation in his wake, and Zhejiang fell. The news reached Ningbo, and Prince Lu was taken aback. With Fang Goen's surrender, the Qian'an defenses crumbled. BLO would undoubtedly march directly toward him. With no fortifications to defend, the situation was dire. Shen Tingyang arrived in Ningbo, urging Prince Lu to retreat to Zhoushan and await a more favorable moment. At sea, Prince Lu's eyes brimmed with tears. He had become a regent adrift at sea, pondering when he could restore his ancestral legacy. Meng Jun and his comrades exchanged glances, rendered speechless. None had anticipated such a rapid deterioration of circumstances. Just recently, Fang Goen's capitulation had allowed Beyond the Lookout to advance with unimpeded momentum. Forced into maritime exile, Prince Lu witnessed Zhujiang slipping irrevocably into Bolo's grasp. The group had just resolved to launch an offensive on Hangzhou and had prepared substantial resources for the endeavor. However, confronted with this unforeseen upheaval, they were engulfed in confusion. "Commander, shall we still attack Hangzhou?" Han Xiong whispered, while Bai Yongfu beside him felt a surge of anxiety, as though he had just boarded a sinking vessel. How could Prince Lu have faltered so swiftly? He was utterly taken aback. Meng Jun furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance with a profound expression. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "Yes, we shall attack. Why should we refrain? We have meticulously crafted our battle plan. We cannot simply alter it at a whim. On the 8th day of the 1st lunar month, we will march to assault Hangzhou. His voice resonated with conviction and strength, and the generals understood that Meng Jun, known for his thoughtful deliberation, must have sound reasoning behind such a decision. Meng Jun then proclaimed, "This expedition to Hangzhou pertains to our very survival. Each of you must exert your utmost efforts, leaving no room for negligence. I firmly believe that as long as we unite in purpose, victory shall undoubtedly be ours." With that, he gestured for the assembly to disperse and prepare for the task ahead. Once the commanders departed, Meng Jun stood alone before the camp, gazing at the sky, lost in contemplation. Chapter 89. New Year's Eve in the city of Suzhou. On New Year's Eve, though it was a night traditionally filled with joy, a somber atmosphere lingered. In just a few days, the army would depart, and no one could foresee if this would be their final farewell. At Han Xiong's home, the dining table was adorned with 8 dishes. Although modest in number, it was evident that his wife had put considerable effort into the preparation. Their 2 children, with eager expressions, longed to indulge in the feast, yet upon seeing their mother's heavy gaze and their father's untouched chopsticks, they could only suppress their appetites. Their eyes fixated on the delectable offerings. "Go ahead and eat," Han Xiong smiled, encouraging them. "Take whatever you desire." Upon hearing their father's words, the children immediately launched into a spirited battle for their favorite dishes. Han Xiong joined in, but upon noticing his wifely's furrowed brow, he reluctantly set down his chopsticks and reassured her, "Do not worry. Though I may be a scholar, I am also skilled in archery and horsemanship. Besides, I have faced numerous battles and will be well guarded among the troops. You only need to care for our children at home. Do not fret over anything else." Suppressing her tears, Li replied, "You fight for the country. How could I ever hinder you? I only wish for you to remember that our children are still young and to take care of yourself." Hearing her words, Han Xiong felt a pang of emotion and solemnly declared, "Once peace is restored, I have no desire for a life of officialdom. I only wish to remain by your side, growing old together, watching our descendants flourish, and enjoying the joys of family life. Such a life would bring me the greatest happiness and fulfillment." As he spoke, Han Xiong envisioned a beautiful future, a contented smile gracing his face. Li, encouraged by his words, smiled brightly and said, "How could one bear to part from the idyllic days of the countryside when your heart is so set on the welfare of the realm?" Seeing his wife cheerful, Han Xiong laughed heartily. "Come, you have yet to drink. Today, let us share a few cups together at Meng Jun's residence." The table overflowed with a variety of dishes, and the maidservants continued to bring more. With a sigh of resignation, Meng Jun remarked to his mother, "There is already enough food. No need to bring more." Old Lady Shou chuckled, "It's no trouble. There is barely enough as it is." After a brief pause, she turned to Zhao Yun'er and said, "Come, sit down and eat." Zhao Yun'er, feeling a bit shy, replied, "Old madam, I'm Meng Jun," slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat, and insisted, "Come now, sit down. We are all family here." Once Zhao Yun'er was seated, the old lady continued, "Jun'er, you will depart on the 8th day." Meng Jun set down his chopsticks and responded, "Yes, it has already been arranged. The army will march on the 8th. Sighing, old lady Zhou added, "Since a decision has been made, go forth with care. Should anything arise, as long as you are safe, I can rest in peace." "Mother, do not worry. I will be cautious in all things," Meng Jun reassured her. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun'er, sitting nearby, wore a worried expression and then said, "As you go to battle, facing the elements and hardships, please remember to dress warmly and eat regularly. Take care of your health." As they chatted casually while eating, Zhao Yun'er suddenly felt nauseous after a bite of fish. Rushing outside, she began to gag repeatedly. Meng Jun, perplexed, stood up and approached her, asking, "What is wrong? Are you unwell?" Zhao Yun'er merely shook her head, remaining silent. Madame Zhou furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling something, and instructed the attendant to quickly summon the doctor. After a flurry of activity, the physician approached Meng Jun and the elderly lady, clasping his hands together in greeting. "Congratulations, esteemed sir and madam. It appears that the young lady is with child." A smile of joy illuminated Madame Zhou's face as she replied, "Thank you, doctor. I apologize for troubling you on New Year's Eve. It truly is an inconvenience." After providing several pieces of advice, the doctor took his leave. Madame Zhou felt a mix of happiness and concern. Her son was yet to marry, and now his concubine was pregnant. How could a respectable family ever consider her son worthy? Meng Jun experienced a whirlwind of emotions. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, he was to become a father. Suddenly, the weight of responsibility felt heavier on his shoulders. Matters of the nation, family affairs, and worldly concerns, this sensation was beyond words, something he could only internalize. Yet, He firmly believed that steadfast determination would enable him to overcome the current challenges. The unarticulated feelings within him would serve as motivation propelling him forward. In contrast, Yang's situation was quite different. In Suzhou, he had only his uncle Yang Cao's family, and on New Year's Eve, he was bound to visit Yang Cao's household. At that moment, however, Yang Cao bore a disapproving expression toward Yang. He scolded softly, "You rascal, how dare you deceive your own kin?" The Zhang family certainly had no intentions of welcoming Commander Meng into the city. "You have misled both me and them. When I last encountered the second son of the Zhang family, we shared several drinks, and he divulged everything." Yang replied leisurely, "Uncle, please refrain from making such accusations. It is well known that you are a distinguished contributor to the commander's advancement into Suzhou. Were it not for your desire for stability, you could have easily taken charge of a region." Yang Cao inwardly cursed, dismissing the notion of leading a charge. He preferred the comforts of home. Noticing his uncle's silence, Yang continued, "As for the Zhang family, they have been wholeheartedly supportive of the commander. During the siege by the Qing forces, they provided funds, provisions, and manpower. I have received word that the Zhang family even wishes to marry off their youngest daughter to the commander. Do you think they would harbor any resentment towards me?" Yang Cao retorted, "Nonsense. How could I have not heard of this?" He was the chief scribe of the commander's office. Hence his sources of information were naturally more reliable than his uncle's. Before their conversation could continue, Yang Cao's wife interrupted them, saying, "It's New Year's Day. What is there for an uncle and nephew to quarrel about? Hurry, let us eat." After the banquet at home, Meng Jun made his way to the military camp. On such a festive occasion, how could he remain at home? He felt compelled to celebrate with his soldiers. Upon his arrival, the troops erupted in cheers. And a bold soldier inquired, "Commander, why aren't you at home on this grand occasion?" Meng Jun laughed heartily. "You know it's New Year's. I must come to ensure my brothers are feasting well. If the food is delectable, I shall join in the New Year's dinner." The crowd erupted in laughter as soldiers gathered around, exchanging banter. One of them jested, "Commander, surely your home is filled with exquisite dishes. Why would you crave the food here?" Meng Jun playfully scolded, "Nonsense. I find more comfort in the military than at home." The soldiers erupted into laughter. And as Meng Jun mingled with them, he frequently inquired about their names and backgrounds, creating a lively atmosphere. At that moment, a young soldier inquired of the governor, "Why have you yet to take a wife?" "I already have one." Zhao Sanlang, despite his tender age, boasted, "I have already begotten 2 children." Meng Jun, somewhat astonished, remarked, "At such a young age, merely around 18, you have a wife and children?" Zhao Sanlang nodded with pride, while Meng Jun, bursting into laughter, declared, "I, too, have a son now." Chapter 90. Tongxiang. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, it is deemed auspicious for travel, cleaning, moving, hiring laborers, breaking ground, offering blessings, securing beds, installing doors, conducting rituals, laying foundations, adopting children, consecrating, and raising beams. It is considered inauspicious for marriage, livestock procurement, burial, herding, cooking, mourning, breaking ground, and constructing beams. After nearly a month of meticulous preparations, all essential strategic materials had finally been gathered. And Meng Jun's decision to head south had arrived at the moment of action. He left Lin Shiqi and approximately 6,000 troops from Ningwu town to guard Suzhou, along with 10,000 strong men to assist in defense. The forces led by Bai Yongfu were temporarily commanded by his son Bai Tianzhu to jointly defend Suzhou, while Bai Yongfu moved with the army. The remaining troops were personally led by Meng Jun, accompanied by Yang An, Gu Yanwu, and Zhang Bo, along with generals Han Xiong, Yao Yi, Meng Buji, Qian Biao, Huang Qing, Bai Yongfu, Xiaomingzhua, Wu Shengchang, Du Yonghe, and Guihu. The entourage comprised 1,000 imperial guards, 2,000 armored soldiers, 2,000 cavalry, and a main force of 20,000 troops alongside 30,000 auxiliary soldiers. Additionally, 20,000 conscripted laborers were summoned, along with 23 artillery pieces and hundreds of supply carts. All available horses within and around Suzhou had been requisitioned, forming a procession that stretched for dozens of miles. As the Grand Army set forth southward, this endeavor saw Meng Jun deploying nearly all available resources. At the foot of Suzhou, nearly 20,000 captured Green Camp soldiers and Han 8 banner soldiers, including Ma Digong and Tian Xiong, were present. Although they once bore flags, months prior they were merely ordinary soldiers of the Southern Ming. All captives had their braids severed by Meng Jun's order, with the words "Kill the Tartars" branded on their arms. Han Xiong addressed these captives, stating that they had slaughtered Jiangyin and murdered villagers, an unforgivable crime. Had it not been for the governor's mercy, they would have perished at the city gates. The governor offered them a chance at life, to attack Hangzhou, and their past sins would be forgiven. These captives were organized into a battalion of loyal soldiers, divided into 10 companies, each equipped with weapons for battle. Meng Jun proclaimed that they could redeem their sins through warfare. Those who retreated would face execution. On the 8th day of the first lunar month of the 2nd year of Ming Longwu in the 3rd year of Qin Xuanji, Meng Jun personally led a grand army southward to Hangzhou, accompanied by loyal soldiers and laborers, totaling nearly 100,000 troops. Almost every household in Suzhou had male members serving in the army. As Meng Jun's forces advanced, spies from the Qing court hurriedly transmitted urgent military reports to Hangzhou and Jiangning. Banners fluttered, and the sound of drums resonated like thunder. All soldiers were clad in black garments and armor, bearing their packs and weapons as they embarked on a long journey, traversing mountains and rivers. Despite the cold weather, sweat soaked their attire. The commanders directed the troops forward, mounted on their war horses, waving their flags and issuing commands, constantly adjusting the pace of the march. The army progressed southward, with Huangqing's cavalry advancing several dozen miles ahead, continuously rotating. The speed of Meng Jun's troops was commendable, covering 150 miles in 5 days. Meng Jun contemplated, recognizing the significant improvement in the leadership capabilities of his generals through this period of training and trial. At that moment, a scout returned with news, reporting to the governor that they had reached Tongxiang town. Tongxiang, the site of Fang Guan's defeat and the place where Zhang Mingjun sacrificed himself for the nation. Meng Jun pondered for a moment before suggesting they go take a look, to which Gu Yinwu, Yang Yin, and others nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the battlefield, one could see that it had been meticulously cleared. Not far away lay a large mound of earth, the final resting place of the valiant soldiers of the righteous army. The remains interred here belonged to the villagers of Tongxiang. Scattered across the ground were tattered banners and broken spears. At that moment, 2 villagers caught sight of Meng Jun and his companions and, frightened, hurriedly retreated, exhibiting an instinctive desire to avoid confrontation. Meng Jun addressed Gao Yi, instructing him to summon the 2 villagers. Upon hearing his command, Gao Yi promptly clasped his hands in obedience. With agile grace, he mounted a fine steed and, with a swift flick of the whip, the horse galloped away like an arrow released from a bow. Before long, the 2 villagers approached Meng Jun with trepidation. Meng Jun spoke gently. "Gentlemen, there is no need for fear. I merely wish to ask you a few questions." One of the villagers, his voice trembling, replied, "What would you like to inquire about, General? We will tell you everything we know. We shall not conceal the truth." Meng Jun nodded. "Some days ago, did a great battle not take place here?" The elder hastily affirmed, "Indeed, General, that was over a month ago." The cries of battle were deafening, accompanied by the resounding beat of drums and the haunting wails that echoed for nearly a whole day. By the next morning, the bold ventured forth to discover the scene, only to be met with a landscape strewn with corpses. The blood had soaked the ground, rendering it dark, and for 2 or 3 days, no one dared to collect the bodies. It was only when old Master Zhao intervened, concerned that the situation would lead to illness, that he organized a group to gather the remains. Now, the townsfolk avoid this area, deeming it inauspicious. They say that at midnight, one can hear the mournful cries. Having spoken, the elder cast a fearful glance toward the desolate field, and then, as if recalling something, added, "Ah yes, there is another place, surrounded by a crowd. It may be where an official was buried." Meng Jun inquired urgently, "And where is he interred?" The elder shook his head. "They are all buried together, within that great tomb. This place indeed carries an unsettling aura. At night, strange sounds can be heard, wailing that, if one listens closely, resembles the clamor of battle." Meng Jun gazed solemnly at the battlefield, his voice resonating with conviction. "Elder, these men sacrificed their lives for the nation. You need not fear them, for they shall only watch over you. The vast rivers and mountains, with their people scattered, while the soldiers of Qin endure the reign of sorrow," Gu Yanwu lamented. Then expressed his indignation. "How detestable is that Fang Guan, who brings calamity upon the nation and its people, leading to the downfall of Zhejiang. He truly deserves death. Alas, it has come to this. We can do no more than our utmost. I am prepared to engage in a death struggle with Biolo. Come, let us return." Meng Jun remarked, his tone resolute. At that moment, Biolo had already arrived in Lishui. Wherever the 8 banners marched, all prefectures and counties surrendered. As the army reached Lishui, Taizhou, Wenzhou, and Longquan hastily sent envoys to pledge allegiance. Biolo, overjoyed, intended to proceed directly to the Xianxia Pass when a military dispatch from Meng Jun, advancing south from Suzhou, was laid before him. Li, his expression grave, looked at Bolo and asked, "Commander, what shall our next course of action be? Should we return to Hangzhou or continue our march to Xianxia Pass?" A hint of anxiety tinged his voice. Bolo furrowed his brows, and after a brief moment, he slowly lifted his head, casting a cold smirk towards Li as he spoke. "Retreat. This wretched bandit has finally revealed himself. This time, I shall ensure he does not return alive to Suzhou. Once we breach the city, I shall unleash a slaughter upon it to vent the fury that has long been festering in my heart." Chapter 91. The Enigmatic in the First Month. On the 13th day, the city of Hangzhou stood in a state of heightened alert. The gates were firmly shut, prohibiting entry and exit for all, including messengers who could only traverse via the suspended baskets above the city walls. Each individual seeking entry was subjected to rigorous identification checks and thorough searches before being granted passage. Unless commanded by Governor Zhang Zunren, the gates remained barred, and there were whispers that they would be sealed tight upon the arrival of Meng Jun's forces to prevent any breach. Though the Ming army had yet to arrive, a palpable tension had already enveloped the entire city. The defending troops were diligently transporting stones and logs, preparing for the impending siege. Scouts from Hangzhou continuously relayed the estimated route of Meng Jun's advance. Within the governor's residence, officials scurried in and out, while Zhang Zunren tirelessly issued orders, summoning laborers, patrolling the streets, scrutinizing for spies, and meticulously inventorying grain supplies, all requiring his seal of approval. Outside the city, the defenders had laid numerous traps, including pits for horses and ditches, while Zhang Zunren, upon learning of Meng Jun's large-scale mobilization, promptly dispatched swift riders to report to be on the lookout and suggested to Jiangning that with Meng Jun's forces on the march and Suzhou vulnerable, assembling troops to besiege Suzhou could lead to Meng Jun's downfall. At this juncture, Li Chengdong found himself in a tumult of emotions. He had initially harbored hopes of regaining strength upon reaching Songjiang, but the treachery of Hongguang Era had forced him to seek refuge in Hangzhou, a state of dependence that was far from pleasant. Li Chengdong yearned for the chance to command his own territory again, yet held no desire to defect back to the Ming. Ironically, the very Meng Jun he once dismissed had now gathered an impressive army of 100,000. Every time Li Chengdong heard his adopted son, Li Yuanyin, drone on about the unlost mandate of the Ming, he would respond with unrelenting disdain. Li Yuanyin buzzed around him like an annoying fly, attempting to sway his resolve. Nonetheless, Li Chengdong remained steadfast in his beliefs, convinced that the Ming dynasty had perished and the Southern Ming was beyond redemption, ignoring his son's fervent counsel. Li Yuanyin, originally surnamed Jia, had a profound love for literature from a young age and understood the principles of the spring and autumn period. Adopted by Li Chengdong, he was forced to conform to the Qing dynasty's mandates, despising the act of shaving his head and donning foreign attire. In Hangzhou, he witnessed the indomitable spirit of many citizens who refused to yield their hair, while the eight-banner soldiers ran rampant within the city, inciting his indignation. Upon hearing of Meng Jun's impending siege on Hangzhou, Li Yuanyin sought solace in drink to mask his turmoil. As time passed, he found himself at a loss for how to choose a path forward. Once sober, he lamented deeply, torn between his unwillingness to serve the Qing and his loyalty to his adoptive father. The march was monotonous, fraught with burdens and dangers, the quintessential essence of military life. Having served for just over 6 months, Meng Jun's once smooth skin had taken on a bronze hue, weathered by wind and sun. While calluses had formed on his hands and inner thighs, military life was far from a comfortable existence. The journey had been relatively smooth, with the road from Suzhou to Hangzhou remaining passable, and fortune favored them with fair weather, as it had not rained since their departure. A blessing, as rain would have only exacerbated the soldiers' fatigue. Every afternoon, at the initial hour of the tiger, the entire army would establish camp for rest. By the next morning, at the hour of the rabbit, they would prepare food, organize supplies, and break camp to set forth. The scouts bore a heavier burden, tirelessly galloping ahead, rotating with comrades to serve as the army's eyes and ears. As they drew closer to Hangzhou, the tension among the scouts intensified, with some already exchanging glances with the Qing cavalry from a distance. On the 16th day, the army had reached within 20 li of Hangzhou, and the city came into view. The army set up camp within the central command tent. "Gentlemen," the commander declared, "tomorrow we shall arrive at Hangzhou. I have received word that Boro's 8 banners troops returned from Li on the 14th, just 2 days ago. Given the speed of the 8 banners, they will not take more than half a month to reach us, and I estimate they will arrive in 12 days. Therefore, we must ponder how to conquer Hangzhou within 10 days. Meng Jun furrowed his brow and asked earnestly. For a moment, the generals were rendered speechless. Even Qian Biao, who typically dismissed the 8 banners with scorn, found the situation somewhat daunting. 10 days, how can we capture Hangzhou? After a brief silence, Han Xiong hesitantly spoke. Commander, if we besiege the city without attacking, we could strike Boro's forces first when they arrive, then proceed to take Hangzhou. Meng Jun shook his head. Boro's main force consists largely of cavalry. Should they raid our supplies, while we have adequate provisions, they cannot sustain us indefinitely. We cannot afford to delay, we must attack. At this moment, Yang In interjected. Commander, do we have detailed intelligence on the garrison within Hangzhou? Meng Jun nodded and gestured to Zhang Bo, who promptly produced a sealed letter. The letter bore no signature, and the handwriting was crooked, making it difficult to discern its meaning. 2,000 from the 8 banners. Zhuma La, Wu La Chan, Li Chengdong, 2,000 more, 10,000 from the Green Standard, and 20,000 laborers summoned. Yang read carefully, each word critical in its implication. We possess artillery. If we direct over 20 cannons at a single point and bombard it for 3 to 5 days, we could collapse the city walls and surge in. Qian Biao mused, scratching his head. We could attempt that, but the army must also scale the walls. Bai Yongfu chimed in. Tomorrow, we shall first encircle the city, dig cannon positions, and craft siege equipment, Meng Jun decisively concluded. On the 17th day, Ming soldiers reached the eastern city of Hangzhou. The artillery was fully deployed, and laborers were diligently constructing ladders and siege towers. Thousands of hands worked together, and the pace was remarkably swift. Meng Jun smiled and asked Yang Chaoshi, what merit does the vanguard hold in battle? Reporting to the commander, the vanguard earns distinction by slaying generals and capturing flags, worthy of the highest accolades, Yang In recited, citing historical examples. Those who lead the charge, should there be vacancies in the ranks, will inevitably be first in line for promotion and rewarded with riches. Thus, to further incentivize the vanguard, Meng Jun proclaimed, let it be known, those who ascend the city will be promoted 3 ranks, awarded 3,000 taels of silver, beauties, and land. As the order was disseminated through the ranks, Meng Jun straightened in his saddle, galloping to the front of the formation, and shouted, if soldiers flee, slay the soldiers. If generals flee, slay the generals. If the commander flees, slay the commander. I vow to you all, I shall share life and death with you, and we shall not retreat a single step. The heralds relayed his words, echoing throughout the army. In the midst of life and death, the soldiers of the 2 towns were filled with fervor, their voices resounding in bold shouts. Victory! Echoed Meng Jun as he paced back and forth, urging them on. Victory! 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 The troops united in their fervent response, their voices piercing the air and instilling panic within the ranks of the defending forces in Hangzhou. Zhang Suanren, resting his hand on the battlement, furrowed his brow in concern. The morale of Meng's troops was undeniably high. It appeared that the defense of Hangzhou would not be easily maintained. He could only hope that the Buyuo army would return swiftly to confront Meng Jun. For an open battle, Zhang believed there was no possibility of defeat. As for the notion that Hangzhou would fall to Meng Jun within half a month, that was utterly implausible. The odds were in his favor. Chapter 92. The first battle on the 17th day, under a vast sky adorned with wispy clouds. The sun cast a gentle warmth upon the earth, neither scorching nor cold, as if it were a day ordained by the heavens for a fierce confrontation. In the afternoon, Meng Jun ascended the constructed tower to survey the entire battlefield. The military's decision on which battalion would advance first was determined by a draw. Those fortunate enough to draw later numbers felt a sense of relief, while those who drew early were filled with trepidation. The resounding beat of drums reverberated through the heavens, as if attempting to pierce the very sky itself, accompanied by the deep and powerful sound of horns that echoed across the battlefield, stirring a sense of exhilaration within all. As these 2 sounds intertwined, the previously tranquil air became charged with tension and gravity, an invisible pressure enveloping every soldier present. The battalion chosen to lead the charge, under the command of the valiant Chen Lei of Kong Yud's division, advanced in a loose formation, his face set and silent, reflecting the weight of their mission. Their objective was to clear obstacles between the siege engines and the walls of Hangzhou, removing barricades and filling traps and ditches. Chen Lei commanded, shield bearers, Advance into the trenches, while the others carried sandbags, ready to toss them in. From his vantage point, Meng Jun issued the command, and the messenger immediately raced to Chun Lei's division, proclaiming, "First wave, advance." With a booming roar, Chun Lei rallied his 2,000 men. A formidable mass of heads pressing forward towards the city of Hangzhou, while the archers of Chonglin town flanked the left side of the advancing troops, providing covering fire. Fire! The command rang out from the artillery position, and 23 dark cannon mouths erupted forth with searing flames and thick smoke, followed by a thunderous cacophony that seemed to tear the very heavens asunder. The sharp whistle of projectiles sliced through the air, akin to a flock of fierce falcons soaring across the sky. These shells hurtled toward the city walls of Hangzhou with astonishing speed, delivering unparalleled force upon impact. In an instant, a cloud of dust enveloped the area, the walls trembling under the onslaught, with over half of the shells striking their target. The green-clad soldiers atop the walls were filled with terror, their spirits shattered by the sudden bombardment, as they cowered on the ground, trembling in fear. Yet the commanding 8-banner soldiers shouted with fury, brandishing their weapons and bellowing, "Stand up! Those who fear battle shall perish." Under the pressure of the banner soldiers, the battalion mustered its courage, shakily rising from the ground, though their eyes remained filled with dread and helplessness. They clutched their weapons, bracing themselves for the impending conflict. As Chun Lei's division quickened their pace, their formation began to falter. "Raise your shields, lower your heads," Chun Lei bellowed. Approaching the effective range of the small cannons atop the walls, the formidable Hudun and Shinji cannons opened fire. Although their lethality was not overwhelming, they were certainly not something that shields could easily withstand. Witnessing a comrade beside him turn to mere flesh and bone by the cannon fire, the attacking soldiers were left pale with fear. At long last, having maneuvered into the artillery's blind spot, the archers atop the city walls began to unleash a hail of arrows down upon the soldiers below. Chun Lei, sheltering behind his shield, shouted at the troops carrying sandbags behind him. The shield deflected a portion of the arrows, yet soon the air was filled with muffled groans as men fell, only to be quickly replaced by others. On the elevated platform at the rear, Yang Yin quietly inquired of Meng Jun, "Commander, the Qing forces in Hangzhou are not particularly formidable. Those green-clad soldiers are merely defectors from the south. The only concern is the 2,000 banner troops under Zhu Mala." Meng Jun nodded in response, contemplating, "This is our first assault on a fortified city. If we cannot conquer it within 10 days, we shall face the elite 8 banners of BLO. May heaven show us mercy. Destiny is on our side." Yang Yin replied solemnly, "The commander acts with righteousness. Surely, your wishes will be fulfilled." Meng Jun did not respond but turned his gaze back to the battlefield. At that moment, Chun Lei's forces had suffered no fewer than 400 to 500 casualties in the trench, with the fallen being unceremoniously pushed into the ditch. Meanwhile, Meng's archers had advanced